European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. After 3 weeks of high-paced action, we have our 7 champion teams. They will meet here in Championship Week. 7 will start the week, but only 2 will make the final on Friday night, and only 1 team will be crowned European champions. Get ready for some action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Week, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge week in European cricket. It is one of the marquee weeks of the year, Championship Week in the European Cricket Championship. So 7 teams will start the journey, 4 teams will make it to finals on Friday, and 1 team will be crowned European champions on Friday night. So have 5 big games for you today. We're starting with the hosts in action. It's Spain versus Jersey. What a clash this is in match 1. Let's see who wins the coin toss. It's Rob Kemming with the 2 captains and the giant coin.
Your call.
Andalusia.
It is Andalusia.
Can I have a bowl?
So it is Asa Tribe leading Jersey in today's matches. That's because we're expecting Charles Chuggy Perchard, the regular captain, to appear tomorrow. But Asa wins the toss and he says Jersey will bowl first. We know they've chased really well. I think that both teams would have liked to have chased in this just to know exactly what they have to do. But we are looking at 2 teams that haven't experienced a loss yet in this ECC. But one of them will, of course, after this first game. So Jersey, I think you've got to watch out for Asa Tribe. He looked in such great form. I think there's other guys there like Lawrence and that can do some damage as well, but they're looking a very, very strong unit. I mean, Spain are as well, of course. A couple of changes there. No Baba at the top. We'll see kind of who they use to partner DDC, Daniel Dorkaya at the top, but I still think this is going to be a cracking contest first up and expect the Grizzlies to be flying out of here. Also, just talking about the weather, looks like the weather's good at the moment. That's what we like to see. Just a regular kind of day, 28-degree maximum, currently about 22 to get things started. We'll have a little bit of an opening ceremony this morning, including the anthems, but for now, let's go up to Rico Full, who'll take us closer to the first ball. And I can tell you, Rico, the news from the toss is that Jersey, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. I think this should be spectacular. Over to you. Let's get ready for Championship Week.
Hola, buenos días, mi familia. Bienvenido de última semana de Seguros de Cricket ahí en Andalucía, España. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Championship Week here in Andalusia, Spain, at the Cartama Oval. What a start we're going to have here today. 2 top teams, the winners of Group A, Spain, the home side, taking on the winners of Group B, Jersey. There's your umpires for this match. Tyrone Peters and Suleiman Saeed will be leading the teams down the steps. A proud moment, of course, for the 2 captains, Daniel Doyle Calle, the captain of Spain, and Asa Tribe standing in for Perchard for this one, and the players will take the field. And first up for the start of Championship Week, we will have both teams stand with everybody in the fan zone standing up to listen to their national anthems. It's going to be a sensational week so far up until this day. In all the groups, we've had a total of 19,459 runs. Quite incredible. Total number of wickets, 830. Number of 4s hit, 1,201. Number of 6s, 1,697, which translate to over 10,000 runs in 6s. And if you like action, 77% of the runs have been scored in boundaries. And I think this week is going to be sensational. You are going to witness the best cricket ever seen on this planet. I guarantee you that. But it's going to start off with the anthems of both the teams, led by Vinny Sandhu out there. Spain's anthem will be first, followed by Jersey's. What a wonderful moment this is, and what a great feeling this is for both sets of players. Equipo de España and Equipo de Jersey. National anthems will be coming up, and then the two teams will go head to head when the battle versus bat versus ball will commence. But first, we'll go over to Vinny Sandhu for the start of the anthems for both these national sides.
Welcome once again to the first match of Championship Week. Over the next 5 days, 7 champion teams will compete in 25 10-over matches, and we'll have our 3rd ever European champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please be standing now for the national anthem of Spain. Team Spain led in this clash by the captain, Daniel Dorcaya. Please remain standing for the anthem of Jersey. Jersey led in this clash by their captain, Asa Tribe. Now let's get ready to rumble and let's get ready for the first ball of Championship Week.
Qué momento de orgullo para selección de español. ¿Cómo no es españoles? Sí, somos españoles. What a proud moment that is for the two sets of teams representing their countries, ready to do battle. And just to remind you that the news from the middle earlier was that Jersey winning the toss and electing to take the field. So Spain will be batting first. And as the teams go out there, let's remind you of how the teams booked their place here in Championship Week. Remember that Jersey, they had to come and get a win over Guernsey in match number 12 in the qualifier, 164 to 126. Charlie Brennan, 59 of 26, and Asa Tribe, the man who's leading the side this time, 34 of 18, led the way. We saw some brilliant bowling from Toby Britton, the youngster, 3 for 11. And then in the final, Chase Belgium's 105 and did it with 20 balls to go. Charles Pritchard, who's missing from the action today, is due to be arriving tomorrow. The captain, the normal captain, took 3 for 26 in the player of the match performance. Spain, well, they had a difficult tussle against France, but once again, France putting big runs on the board, Spain getting them. Awais Ahmed, 31 not out of 9 deliveries when Spain really needed him to perform, winning with 7 balls to go, chasing 146. And then in that final against France, restricting France just to 97. And a great bowling from Hamza Salim Dar, 3 for 8. And it was Spain who got there with 13 balls to go. The win percent going towards Jersey, 55% to 45. And that, of course, is all based on the form that these teams have been on in the group stages. But look, both of these teams went through those group stages without dropping a match. So in this championship so far, they do have a 100% record. One of them will win, one will lose. Who will it be? Will that win percentage be correct? Well, we'll have to wait and see. A bit of tension around the ground as well, of course. Get a win here, and you're on your way in Championship Week. Daniel Dorkaye and Mohamed Yassin are the batters. Samaroa starts and sneaks one in outside the off. Coming this week from Cooper's Hill end. Yeah, that's just inside for me. Good delivery and good shape from Julius Samaroa, the bowler. And this one's cracked in the air, and it's going to be a wicket. It's Daniel Dorkaye will go, and he'll go without scoring. It's going to be a 2-ball tuck, and Samaroa gets the wicket. Goes to try and get this over the man in the 30-yard circle in the point area. Doesn't get it right, doesn't make the cleaners of contact, and that's a big loss for Spain. In the absence of Mohamed Babar not playing, that is huge. Babar, he was the leading run scorer for Spain, 201 runs. He was the third highest in Group A, but he doesn't feature in Championship Week, so that means that GDC becomes pretty key, but he's going to go for a 2-ball duck. A good catch taken by young Theo Pullman there at point, and that is the end of the Spanish captain without scoring. It's a disastrous start for Spain. No runs on the board, 1 wicket down, and it's a Samaroa that gets the wicket. New batter that comes out to the middle is Babar Khan. And, well, he certainly was the people's favourites in their group. And, no, he doesn't start with a run. It's a good delivery. Great start by Samaroa here, keeping the ball just outside the off stump, bowling a good length as well, not giving anything to the batters to drive. Jersey's top bowler missing, of course, from the attack. This one's gone through the keeper. Look at the bounce on this. Keep an eye on the umpire. That will be signalled as byes. I mean, that's a cracking delivery. Just watch this one go. It just takes off, but that's the areas. It's that heavy length, we like to call it, which a lot of batters, especially batters around Europe, not used to this sort of delivery that comes up to around about chest height. So no issues with the height. It's under the shoulder, so it won't be called one for the over. Good areas. So the first runs on the board, courtesy of extras, or 1 by. Yassin called into the squad in the absence of Mohamed Babar. And he starts nicely. 4 carreras. Así, así, así. Adelante, España. Bueno golpe. Beautifully timed. There is fingertips there from the fielder. Does really well. Does Patrick Gouge. But he's not able to stop this one. It's beautifully timed. A lovely shot. Well, welcome to the Euros of cricket. To Mohamed Yassin. Now he gets a slightly shorter one, but no run this time. And that'll be the end of the first over here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is Championship Week. This is the first match. And Spain being put into bat are 5 for 1 at the end of the first. We take a look back at how these teams got here. You can see all the group winners there from Group A to F. And also, we will see the reigning champions Netherlands today as well. They're playing the next match. They've got a tricky start against Team Italia. So welcome to the reigning champions, the Netherlands 11. Let's see how they fare. What a good start this from Jersey. Remember, they are missing their normal captain, Charles Perchard. He was the leading wicket taker for them. Wow, inside edge, going to be 4 runs. Hay poca suerte ahí. Suerte, suerte, suerte for Babar Khan. He gets off the mark with a lucky inside edge. Not convincing. Just watch this. Could have quite easily played this back onto his stumps. George Richardson, the bowler. Back to his mark. And this is high up in the air. It's another opportunity. And it will get taken. No mistakes there at all from Jonty Jenner. Jenner takes the catch. And that's going to be the end of Babar Khan. Once again, it's that heavy ball. They're not getting anything to drive. He's having to play this on the back foot. Doesn't get good balance. Doesn't get good shape. Head goes up in the air. Ball goes up in the air. Jenner takes the catch. And Richardson takes the second wicket. Spain, 9 for 2. Jenner making no mistake here. And Richardson getting the wicket. And it will be the end of Babar, who goes for 4 of 4 deliveries. And that 4 was not convincing. It was an inside edge as well. So another big wicket to fall. Yasir Ali, number 4 batter, comes in. Played some very important roles for Espana in the past with bat and with ball. Comes out to face Richardson. Remember, plenty more bowlers in that jersey attack. Perchard not here, took 9 wickets. Toby Britton took 8. Theo Pulmer took 7. Those 2 are in this attack. So a lot of work to do here for Spain. Oh, great delivery. What a seed this is. Yasir plays and misses. This ball comes in and moves away. I have to say that this end, playing really well. Normally, I tend to say that the ball probably, if anything, stays maybe a little bit lower from this end. Probably hasn't got as much bounce as from the lake end, but it doesn't seem to be that way at the moment. And that's that shorter one, and a swing and miss places really early. Does Yasir is another dot. Shaky start from Spain, 2 wickets down, just 9 on the board.
One to me now, Georgie.
Well, he gets hold of this, but there's a fielder out there, and it's gone. They set the trap, and Yasir Ali falls for it. It's another one that goes hook, line, and sinker. Richardson takes his second wicket in the over, and Yasir just doesn't get this right. I don't even think he realises this. The guy there is banged in short. Yasir's eyes light up. He goes for the shot. A catch is taken, and Spain here in all sorts of trouble. I've got the feeling that it's got to be Hamza Salim Dar that comes in now. He's one man that has got them out of trouble a lot of times before. Hard-hitting, aggressive left-hander. Well, he's going to have to get going this time around because Spain are in a bit of trouble here. Yasir will depart as well. They just sort of set him up for that one, didn't they? And Yasir goes without scoring. It's going to be another duck here. So 2 ducks. DDC went 2 balls. And Yasir, he'll go for a 3-ball duck. The catch taken by Josh Lawrenson. It looks like they've done their homework here. New Jersey, they of course, like Spain, were terrific in their group, Group B. They went unbeaten all the way through. That's not a good delivery to the left-hander. And it is Hamza Salim Dar that comes out. Be interesting to see how he plays. I mean, knowing Spain and knowing their methods, he'll be out there just to play his normal way, and that's to attack and play big shots. Into the body, wants the single. He's not going to get there as the throw comes back in. So it's the end of another over. And Spain, 2 overs in. They're in a spot of bother. The score is 10 for 3. Welcome back. And if you're just tuning in, it's lovely to have you. A very good morning to a lot of people on our chat that are enjoying the action. Hello to Kai Bai, to Simon Walsh, and Maya. Farmer Rob is here as well. Bit of width, and not gets it past. In comes the throw. Good work. Good bit of cricket there. They had to take the runs on. Patrick Gorge doing the stop, gets the throw in early. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Aibo 1, vanakum to our viewers tuning in via fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Hello and welcome. Oh, good delivery. It's called a no ball, and in comes a throw. So no ball called here. And I wonder if this is for a foot fault. Let's have a look if we can see anything here from Summerall. Yeah, very good call from Suleiman Saeed. Overstepping, so free hit. Could this be the change in play that is required for Spain to really get going here? Concern on the faces of the coaching staff there. Corey Ruckers, of course. Corey's been part of our good time crew. Now he goes back to national duty, and it's a beauty. Oh, what a hit that is. That is sweet out of the middle. Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagia, que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es un grandísimo from Salim Dar. That is what he can do. Cracking shot. Have a look at this. Well, that's the way to deal with the free hit. You beauty. That is clean out of the middle. Back to the action. Well, he goes again. This time, this is a blazing shot through the covers into that extra cover area. What a hit this is. Hits it on the up, off the back foot this time. Gets it through the inner circle. 6 and 4 coming all together now. Hungry for more. So Salim Dar gets things moving for España. Lovely shot. Cracking hit. Now he gets a short one, and this will go all the way as well. Balle, inna zona, shakalagia manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, Spain off and running in this over, and it's a great pleasure to be joined by good friend and fellow commentator. It is the one, the only, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Oh, well, what a time to come back, because Salim Dar was on, wasn't he? But Summerall gets the strike back, and I was going to say it was a triple treat for Jersey, but now they've got more. Now they've got 4, and the hosts 28 for 4 in the third over.
Oh, well, after a couple of blazing shots there from Salim Dar, 6-4-6. Well, Julius Summerall comes back with a jug of their fate kind of delivery. Stumps have been knocked over. Timber! And that is the end of Dar. What a good delivery this is, though. It's sort of, he goes wider, angles it in into the pads, and I think this just catches a little bit of that pad and cannons into the stumps, and Summerall just a little, off you go, buddy.
Yeah, Summerall was hit, but hits back. Nice little impact innings, but they kind of needed more at this stage, didn't they? As arms up, the 4th batter to go, but what an entertaining start to Championship Week. It's Spain on the back foot right now, but we know the way they play. They will be hyper-aggressive. They are taught to kind of just forget the wickets column unless, you know, you're getting to maybe 7, 8 out or something like that. They'll just trust they've got the batting unit to do this.
Yeah.
And perfect man for the situation, Mohamed Ihsan comes to the crease.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Spain have got the batting. If you look at their batting lineup here, they bat all the way down. They really do. So, yeah, each batter's just going to come out there and try and play these shots. And this guy, Mohamed Ihsan, if he gets going, well, he's a tremendous striker of the ball. He opts to try and push and go, but great fielding. You can see Jersey, they really have got a spring in their step here, haven't they? As that is the end of the 4th over. And Spain at the moment, 28 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful weather as well. Getting a few questions about that. And yeah, currently I can tell you, it is pretty as a picture. Approaching noon in Spain, and temperature quite a comfortable 23, heading for 28. 18 in the third, so a lot better on the runs column for Team Spain, but they do lose the wicket of Hamza Salim Dar. They would have liked to have batted a lot longer. So we've got Yassine here and Isan, two Paco Care teammates together. They'll know each other really well. They've actually opened the innings a fair bit together. So I think they'll be pretty comfortable batting together. And this is one of those things, you need to treat it like you're 28 for none, I think, at this stage. But Toby Britton coming in, and we know he's a very, very good young left-arm orthodox spinner. There's Tyrone, well rested after the day off, I've heard.
Toby Britton, yeah, he's been sensational, hasn't he? Every time we see him, he gets better and better. He was outstanding with the ball. He took 8 wickets so far in this championship, and he starts with a real loosener. So a wide ball to start. Be interesting though. Both these batters will be looking to attack him, and we'll try and knock him out of the attack pretty early.
Yeah, went a long way wide first time. Tries again and misses. So this might be one of these things where they want Yassine to chase one of these and spoil it.
It looks like he wants to change his approach here. Toby has couple coming from one end of the wicket. Now he decides, all right, I'll try this way. He's going to try around the wicket, and this is, oh, well, he gets away with this one, Billy.
I reckon he does get away with one here. I mean, it is close up, but for me, it's hitting the line.
Yeah, oh, that's a wide.
But look, he's kind of followed through in front of the umpire there. Made it maybe a bit of a tough call.
Well bowled. He's running nowhere here. In comes the throw. Attacking. And has to listen to the call there of Mohammed Ishan. Yasin running into trouble. Toby. Oh, no ball called here, Vinny.
All right.
So no ball was called.
Maybe it was for, I don't know, I'm speculating. Could have been for a field, could have been for the keeper encroaching.
Free hit.
Don't know. But anyway, here comes the free hit.
And it's going to be a wide, and the no ball will stay in place. So Toby really trying to get the ball going across the left-hander, trying to keep it as wide as possible. But at the moment, that's 3 wides and 1 no ball in this over. The free hit stays in place. That's another.
Really sticking to his guns here, isn't he, Britton? And yeah, there comes a point where I think you got to kind of come back and bowl at the batter a little bit.
Still free hit in place.
He's so accurate. So I mean, he's doing these not on purpose, but you know, he wants to get right out there.
Oh dear. Well, this one could go all the way. You know, it will go all the way. Well, that's going to be a minimal, and this over is exactly what Spain needed at the moment. So, well, how many wides? I reckon is that 5 or 6 wides in the over and a no ball.
Well, I've lost count. That's impossible for the keeper, Corbell, because it's hit the edge of the pitch, but just after the stumps. And Britton, he's going to have to change his approach here. And he's young, but he's also pretty experienced for someone this young. And so it almost looks like he's never even seen a left-hander before, the way he's bowled this over so far. Let's just hope the youngster can come back here. But it has kind of gifted 10 runs to Spain here, and still we're on a free hit.
Well, that's better. Yeah, back over the wicket. I think he's better off with this. And comes the throw. So they're not able to capitalise on the free hit. But so far, that is 11 of 2 deliveries. So can they capitalise on this, Spain? They need to get started somewhere. I mean, Hamza Salim Dar got them going with 3 boundaries in the last over, but then he got himself out.
But we had 10 unhit runs before that single. It's very strange. Look, Toby kind of stuck to his plan, but I think now with the right-hander, he can settle in a bit more, and he's such a talented young bowler.
I can still see him spraying this down the leg side, because this is the issues. Yeah, look, that's what I'm talking about. And right on cue, because of the way he's trying to bowl, because the way his body's coming round, he's angling the ball so much. And though that one would have been okay to the lefty, it's a wide now to the right-hander. Well, he gets the lefty back on strike, I suppose, and he'll come back over the wicket. But this over, oh my word, it's going to hurt them with time as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there's not a long run-up. Anyway, look, he could just kind of click into gear at any moment. Let's go.
And gets played out towards point. They'll take the single and, oh wow, get fired back.
Yeah, remember also, there's one that we thought was a wide that wasn't called. as well. The one that went over the tram line. That one probably would have hit tram line as well, but it's hit. Anyway, it's kind of in a holding pattern now. Let's see if Spain can double down and turn this into something really big. Half the over to go.
Youngster under pressure. Hit pretty well, but the field well set here now. We are out of the power play. And Jersey will be hoping they can just keep the momentum in their favour, but Spain trying to break out, aren't they? This over certainly will help. I think in terms of runs, they'll be happy. It's just the concern will be for wickets, but concern for some, but not for Spain. They bat all the way down. And this one is going to be a chase on as well. I think that does catch a little bit of the bat. And in comes the throw.
So short. I reckon that's another one that's debatable. If I'm based on what I saw. Let's have a look at this one. Oh,
I thought he got bat on this. I
No,
thought I
no.
heard something. Maybe it was the gloves. Yeah, it must have just skims the gloves.
If it's in, it's just in, isn't it? So, well, Britain hasn't been hit for a boundary. That's probably that's my positive so far. But maybe that was until now, because this is lifted up by Isan up and into the jungle. Maximo. It's the 50 up for Spain, and Britain goes magical in the fourth. It's 50 for 4.
That's the hit they wanted. Boom. Shaka-lugya. And that means the over does go magical. And 21 or 22 come off that over. And the number of wides, well, I've lost count. I think the scorers have probably lost space in their little boxes to mark all of those down. But that's the over that was required for Spain. Jersey will probably think twice maybe here about going back to spin. And Toby, well, he just didn't seem right, did he? Just couldn't get his angles right. The length was okay, but he does get punished. Remember, with Asa Tribe behind the stumps, they won't be able to use him with the ball, but they are going to go to...
They're going to Asa Tribe.
Yeah, sorry. It's I had Asa down as keeping before, but he's not, of course. He's here, and this one gets just played away. Yeah, Asa not behind the stumps. They actually got Elliot Corbell behind the stump.
Yeah, and he's had his hands full so far, to be honest. Anyway, look, Spain have that rate up to 120s pace now. So Tribe right arm spinner leading the side today. Charles Perchard expected to be here tomorrow.
Asa always likes to hide that ball, doesn't he, behind his leg. Goes for it, but doesn't get it right, does he? Oh, wow. He does in the end. It was just millimetres. It's a tremendous effort from the fielder. But I get the feeling when we look at this again from Jonty Jenner that he was probably already out of the field of play when he makes contact to this. So he just gets it right. And tremendous effort from Jenner. 6 runs. And now that's hit beautifully out on the up, but there is a fielder there. In comes the throw. So Spain, a slow start, but they're motoring now. They're moving now. The last 2 overs have gone for just under 40, 39 coming in the last 2. The first 2, only 10. Asa. Yasin, who launches into this. Adios, pelota, porque eso es 6 carreras. A lovely hit from Yasin. And we know we've seen both these guys open the batting in Barcelona. So no concerns, I don't think, here for the Spanish. No, they've got 2 men out there in the middle that can certainly hurt you. And that's what they're looking to do here. So it's interesting that they do go back to spin here because, all right, I know Britain didn't bowl particularly well, but you get the feeling that these 2 don't mind a bit of spin.
Yeah, and what you've seen, he's seen it all. You know, it's been through more partners than British Prime Ministers in the last 2 or 3 years, I'd say, in the first half of this innings. But he's still there, and that was nicely picked up over the leg side. Spain fighting on despite those 4 wickets in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look at the score here. Doing really well. So already Spain will feel that they're on sort of 140 or more if this partnership keeps progressing. So Jersey, they need a wicket here. Need to break this partnership. Asa having a look around, checking his field.
All right. So still 2 to come.
Oh, that's pretty full. It's high up in the air now. Catch should be taken, but it's been called on the field of play. No ball has been called, so it will not be out. It'll be 2 runs, 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run, and 3 hit again. Jersey, they're not helping themselves with these extras. It's another free hit. Yeah, no doubt about this one.
Waist high, so anything around the waist here, big early call, and that's what the umpire's instructed to do. So, look, another free hit coming up, and still 2 to come.
Well, there's the little warning there for Asa. So the captain getting it wrong, and, well, this is going to be, well, let's see what's it called. Probably going to be called 4 byes here because there was a big movement from the batter. So byes, 4 byes.
It almost bounced off the pitch. Oh. I'll be curious to see this one again. Let's have a look.
I mean, yeah, look, there's no way they can call that a wide.
It's not off the pitch, so it's not a no ball, but it's close. Even actually takes a little bit of the edge, maybe. But look, I get an unhit 4. It's been bizarre last couple of overs.
And this one will be a swing and a miss. So 16 come off that one. But don't forget, there was the 4 byes as well. It's another over that goes magical. 20 from it. And Spain are 70 for 4 at the halfway point.
Well, gives us a chance to say a very, very warm welcome to you. And it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico for Championship Week. Andrew Ryan, not too far his way. He's joined us again. Of course, Corey coaching Spain this week, but we might see him from time to time. Now, it's a very special day today. It's World Food Day. Yeah. And if you've been watching, you'll know that we've been supporting the Share the Meal initiative from the UN World Food Programme. I did the empanada challenge, and I said that I would donate 1 meal for every empanada I had. And on Saturday night, I did 8. So I'm going to show you how easy it is right now. I've got my phone here. I've just typed in my amount, which is equivalent to 8 meals. So it's about €6, about $9.60 Australian. And this is how quick it is, right? So I go continue, and then I do this, and I'm saying I'm donating. I just show my face. Here we go. And it is processing. It is... Tell me, I'm not lying here, right? Done.
Done.
That's how long it took. And I've just donated 8 meals. And I know a lot of people in the comment section said that they would also do that. And Rico, I wasn't faking that, was I?
No,
I just don't really want to give
done
my
and
credit card
dusted.
details.
No. It is as easy as that. And
that's as easy
look,
as it is.
For a fantastic cause, you know, it is also World Food Day today, and it's great that we're supporting this initiative run by the United Nations, the World Food Programme. And, you know, it's outrageous to believe, even now in the 21st century, that there are still 1 in 9, and the world calculation is 1 in 9 people that go hungry every day. So every little bit you can do, we can do as a cricket community, makes a difference.
Making an extra special push today on World Food Day as well. And obviously we love keeping ECN free as much as possible around the world. But this is the way that we would like to, I suppose, pull together as our community and try and make the world a bit of a better place. So anyone out there, maybe in the comments section, I'll put the link in if you don't want to scan the QR code, if you can't quite work that out, so that maybe you'd like to donate 8 meals as well, because I had 8 empanadas and I felt very good eating them on Saturday night. So it honestly was as easy as that. Rico, tell them, I wouldn't tell a lie. Hand on my heart.
Yeah.
That's
I saw it.
Just did it.
Well, you all saw it. He did it. It's done. And you know what? It is as easy as that. And then just think about it, folks. If you're going to be naughty today, maybe you're going to have a chocolate, maybe you're going to have an ice cream. But just think, you know what? An extra 70 cents. I'll pay an extra 70 cents on that. And that 70 cents, just scan that QR code and, you know, donate to Share the Meal Fund. Back to the action. And this is beautifully played. Well, we've seen some aggressive hitting, and now we've seen some lovely stroke play. Theo Pullman comes into the attack. The young man bowled very well in the group stages, but Mohammad Yassin plays a delightful shot for a boundary. He moves into 19 of 11. So you can see here that Jersey very keen to get a wicket. Will they get a wicket straight after the drinks break? This partnership has been, well, pretty explosive so far.
Yeah, Pullman. It's kind of sliced away first up. Loses the handle. This is one of those wides that you can't say that's kind of hunting the tram line wides like we saw as almost like a tactic, which occasionally can go wrong. But yeah, this game's back to about a 50-50 now.
Yeah. This partnership coming up to the 50 mark now here. And they've scored those runs pretty quickly as well. Pullman. Oh, it's going to be another wide. So Jersey just losing extras. Quick guess, Vinny, without looking. How many?
Oh, no.
Tick tock.
16?
23.
Oh, no.
23.
Glad I didn't look.
14 of those in wides, 3 no balls.
I was just talking.
6 byes. I mean, that is That's not like Jersey. That is not like them at all.
Pullman trying to cramp Yassine Faroum. This time goes outside off and beats him with a good slower ball.
Yeah, better. We haven't seen a lot of that, mind you. We haven't seen a lot of pace the first time they go back to pace after the first 2 overs and first 3 overs. I have to say that I was surprised that they went with, or the captain himself went that last over. I thought they would have gone back to pace straight away. That's what had the success over Spain. Good delivery, but well hit. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Good bit of cricket. Nothing wrong with this delivery from Pullman. But how about this from Yassine? Oh, outrageous shot. Yes. And I know a lot of talk, Vinny, of course, no Mohamed Baba, but not a bad replacement from Yassine. But Yassine, the assassin, goes big again, 6 more. This partnership now does go past the 50, 54 and just 18 deliveries. Ah, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That is class, isn't it? We see a thunderous hit down the ground, and now it's followed up by this one. That is top draw for me. Yassine showing his qualities.
Yeah, really clever. He's not the same kind of player, but he doesn't have to be to Barbar. They like him at the top.
Well, you can see some concern now from Jersey. They got to find a way to break this partnership. And maybe just giving a little bit too much space here. Theo Pullman to the batter needs to go perhaps just a little bit fuller. And he doesn't seem to be getting the same sort of bounce that Richardson or Summerall were getting. And that's being favoured here at the moment by the batters. Okay, goes with that slower delivery. So that's worked for him on a couple of occasions, hasn't it? So the slow ball doing the job. I mean, the masters of the slower deliveries, well, we'll see them in action in match number 2. Italy taking on the Netherlands. And that seemed to be their success in their group, Italy, when they were in the field. The number of slow balls that they bowl, especially from the likes of Rajmani Sandhu. Pullman back again. And this one is a big swing across the line. The first real false shot I think we've seen from these two. And not a bad over, I suppose, from Pullman. He doesn't go magical, but still 16 do come off it. 6 overs complete. And Spain, 86 for 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of an arm wrestle here, isn't it? And, look, just a lot of those awarded. 23, you're right about that. Way too many. You take those out and it's like a very different game. Even if it's something more normal, say, I don't know, 6 extras at this stage, you take 17 off and you're looking at 69 after 6. I don't know. Anyway, look, happens. First game. I think it makes sense. You've got plans sometimes to hunt that tram line and hope that batters chase. The batters have been really good at not chasing those for the most part. But what I'm saying is about a 50-50, and I've got to say I'm really happy to see George Richardson back in the 7th over. Just back here at all, because he's a really good player last time we saw him for Farmers. Of course, he's going to start with a wide as well, and it's kind of contagious, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, Richardson being brought back here earlier than I think what they would have planned, and the reason he's coming back is to try and break this partnership. There's no doubt about it. They've got to break this partnership. Spain now, you can see in the percentages, have gone ahead, Jersey, just 52 to 48. Got to break this partnership. And that's why he's on here now. If he doesn't, well then, Spain will be probably in cruise control. And this may be another wide. It is another wide. So one down the leg side, this one down the too far out on the offside. Bowler not too happy, but I think when we look at it again, there's, it's a tight one, but maybe the ball just catches a bit of the line there.
To be fair, even with all the wides called, got away with a couple, I think, as well. It is strict on the wides, but I suppose trying to encourage slightly less uber defensive bowling.
Okay, this one is going to be a challenge, but I think it's going to go all the way over. Yeah, in fact, it clears the fielder by a fair way, goes high up in the air, and for a moment, I think Jersey thought maybe this is going to be the opportunity not to be, as Ishan, well, looking to cut loose as well. Well, that will help. It takes him to 20. And nice shot. Goes down the ground and gets it right. So now it's Richardson's turn to be under attack. Gives himself some room. Now, will he get the wide? No ball called here. I think this is for maybe not on the pitch. It'd be interesting to see this again.
I think it was actually for the foot.
You think it's for the foot?
Maybe. I don't know. It's such an early call. Yeah, see, it's for the foot.
Yeah, right, big time.
And then, thing is, when you move the wide line, there's a hard limit of the return crease. So that for me is pretty much a wide almost anyway. So you can't move the line more than that white vertical line on the side, the return crease. So more issues with extras for Jersey at the moment. Free hit to come for Isan.
And he's going to find the boundary, I think, here as well. And it may even go all the way. No, just short. Cuatro carreras to Spain. Looking to bring up the 100 here at the end of this 7th over. So they're well on course for a big score. And if they don't break this partnership soon, maybe they go past the 150 here, Vinny.
Yeah, it looks like they could. I mean, yeah, you see how close that was to being 6. And so, yeah, climbing, and never would have thought the way they were going that they'd be kind of around the 100 mark with this much time remaining.
¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Qué grande! Vamos, equipa España. Adelante, adelante, arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 más.
Yeah, it was just straight enough to turn on, wasn't it, from Isan? And he's kind of tailor-made for this situation, like we said. Look at the strike rate he's going. 30 off 11. The 100 is up now for Equipo Rojo.
What a fight back this is from these two. Quite incredible. Came together when the score was 28 for 4. And just look at where they are now. And the thing about this is there was no nerves. They didn't shy away from playing their shots. They played the Spanish way, which is to remain aggressive, to remain positive, have belief. There's plenty of batting to come. And Equipo Rojo here at the moment doing an outstanding job. What a fight back.
Yeah, but also you got to say, Jersey have handed a fair few on a platter in extras and a couple of hit-me balls, a couple of free hits, just kind of compounding their woes. Having said that, I mean, if Spain do hit 160, let's say, Jersey, they got the batting to chase that down. I mean, they have been slamming them. But yeah, first game, I suppose, a couple of players making their first appearance in the series. Let's see if Richardson can come back here.
Full toss. I think this is called. It's going to be a 7-up. What a strike. It is the slower ball attempted. But Ishan, well, there's nothing slow about this off the bat. This is quite an exceptional strike. It is 6 over the offside. For a ball that's too high, it is a 7-up. And Jersey, after the first 2 overs, or say the first 3 overs, they've gone to pot. They really have. Too many extras, and they are being punished.
Yeah, not being their own best friend, aren't they? Jersey at the moment. This is quite indisciplined from a team that sailed through their group and did do a lot wrong. We know actually in their first day of play, I think they probably were, I'd say, inconsistent with the ball. Probably didn't achieve the standards they were hoping for, and so kind of the spectre of that returning. And the other thing is, yeah, the time ticking down. I don't see any way they're going to get back on track with all these extra deliveries.
No way. I can't see how they're going to get away with it. If they do, it'd be quite incredible. And you can see that on your display. So 6 minutes they've got to complete this over and bowl 2 more. I don't know how they'll do it. I really don't. And the extras, I think this has got to be the most that we've seen from any team. And it's happening in Championship Week. 27, 16 wides, 5 no balls. So 21 deliveries that have had to be bowled again. Too many.
All right. Another free hit.
Oh, make that another one.
So it's actually, okay, there were a few double ups at the 5 wides over, but that is now 16 extra balls physically bowled. Yeah. So it's approaching like another power play worth of balls they've had to bowl. So it's no surprising that they're going to run short of time. And I think maybe they've just tried to reinvent the wheel a bit with their tactics. Kind of, you can bowl towards the guys sometimes. And remember that they were under wicket pressure, Spain. Nutmeg.
You see, this is what I think. If we have a look at this delivery again, I think a lot of the times the Jersey bowlers have banked on batters, or the Spanish batters of these two, making this sort of movement. So that's why they've gone for that area. But if the batter stays still, it's going to be a wide. Simple as that. So it's not worked, that strategy. And that's what you're better off doing. Now, why hasn't there been more of that? Get the ball where they started the first 3 overs. Look at the line. that Summerall bowled. Look at the line that Richardson bowled in that over number 2. They haven't, apart from that last 1 or 2 deliveries, they just haven't had that line or got that line right again. And as a result of that, these two have capitalised big time. And that's been hit away. This will take some stopping. It's not going to be stopped. That could be a flat 6, you know. This would be another incredible strike from Ishan. They're going to have a look at this. I reckon this is probably gone all the way. Let's have a look at this. And
Oh,
yeah, that's 6 runs.
Yeah, it's back.
That is another amazing strike from Ishan. That is a flat 6 over point. Yeah, there you go. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Manos arriba from Suleiman Saeed. End of the over. 119 for 4.
So we ticked down as well, and yesterday actually was 9 weeks until the ECCW. We'll be right back here at the Cardsman Oval. Really looking forward to that. The Spanish women will be involved. Jersey women, I'd love to get them involved maybe for next year's tournament. They aren't one of the 5 teams that will feature this year, but we did see them during the year, and they actually beat the Netherlands in the Netherlands, which was a really good win for them. I watched that game. It was a real low-scoring thriller, that's for sure. But the ECCW, the first ever Euros of women's cricket, is coming. And it's coming to your screens on the 17th of December. That'll run for 6 days. Anyway, here's Britain back. And first one, I think he hits this. Looked like a big inside edge to me.
Yeah, if there's not, he's gone. I mean, it's the first probably one that Britain's got right. And must have hit a bit of the bat, or is it impact outside the line? Dot ball, though. I haven't seen too many of those lately. And now he charges at this, turns it into a full toss, and hammers it. Brutal batting. It's another boundary in these two. Well, 3 runs short of what will be a remarkable 100-run partnership. And coming off, I think, well, probably around about 20-odd deliveries, 28 or close to 30. It's been exceptional batting, it really has.
Yeah, look, with these boundaries, that's not helping the clock either, is it really?
It's well hit, but single, but rotation from these two has been good as well, because both of them have been as good as one another. Well, it has to take a little bit of evasive action here. Mohammed Ishan gets down on all 4s to avoid being hit by this one.
Yeah, it's been such a strange innings with a Jersey seemed completely in control and has kind of given up that control all in the space of about 40 minutes.
Better areas, though. It's much better from what we saw from Toby in his first over.
Toby's immensely talented. Let's just be really clear about that. But everyone has kind of off games, and he's having one at the moment. It's how you actually handle yourself in those situations that says a lot about you as a player. See if you can finish off well here.
Nope. That's a big, wide signal there. So, once again, this is what he was trying to do to the left-handers in his first over. Just trying to get that ball in that particular area. It's swept and, well, running into trouble. Well, he gets there. He really is quick, and I thought the fielder picks this up cleanly, but he's not the best of throws, but great back it up, I have to say there, from Mohammed Ishan. And here's the throw. He still would have made it. That's sensational running.
Isan. Oh, it was actually Yassine, pardon me, that hit the ball. He kind of was spending a lot of time spectating because he knew the throwing was good at that end. He kind of walked it to the other end. Maybe a throw to the bowler could have been interesting. But, yeah, Britain, one more ball. I mean, we've seen worse figures on the network. It's just, you feel like it might have cost them 5 as well. You can see they're not going to make the time.
Full toss again, and this one is going to be missed by the fielder. And looks like it's going to be 4 runs, cuatro carreras. And that sort of, well, that's Julius Summerall comes in. I wonder the height on this one. I mean, he does charge it probably.
I think that's probably going to be all right by the time he's standing in his crease.
Yeah, but the catch dropped, and that is a 101 partnership from these two. It's quite outstanding. I'll be interested to see how many balls they've done it in, but that one, yeah, is another missed opportunity. Not the easiest of chances, but you've got to take it. And Isha now is on 47 of just 17 deliveries.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run chase, I'll tell you that much.
And this one, is he staying in the field of play? Yes, he does. Nice catch. And a nice moment for the youngster. Holds on to it. So well done there to Theo Pullman. And Asa Tribe comes on the ball and he breaks his partnership, but not before they, go past the 100 mark. But of course, the problem is, you know that 5 are coming on, well, at least 5. I wonder how many it will be. A little bit disappointed. I think Yassin will be there. He gets the ball that he would normally put away to the boundary, but that's just a really sharp catch. And, well, talk about dancing on the line. Well, that's what the man does, but quite not on the line. I say, yeah, man, it's pretty youngster, but what a knock. And welcome back to international duty for Mohamed Yassin. He had big boots to fill, didn't he, without Babar in the squad. But he's come and he's shown the world what he can do. Fabulous knock from him. And, well, this man, well, he's Ahmed. He's already shown the world what he can do. Don't forget that he was outstanding with the bat, coming in late on against France and getting that win, chasing 146 when he hit 31 of just 9 deliveries. Spain won that one with 7 balls to go. So not a bad guy to be coming in at this stage with the score on 133 for 5.
105 or 5.2 overs, the partnership. We said they'd be comfortable batting together. Well, they looked comfortable. And then again, I think they were made to feel pretty comfortable by getting so many unearned runs in there. You don't want to harp on it, but it has been clear. You can see already the clock's run out, and that's only the 5th wicket, so you won't even get a minute for that.
No.
So it's, to be honest, they're pretty lucky to only give up 5.
Uh-oh.
We've got it. He's got 2 of the wrong batting, one of the wrong batting gloves.
Let's keep an eye on Awais Ahmed here. I want to know what he's done here.
This is where, for me, like, the batter not being ready in 90 seconds, I think they should have a 5-run penalty.
What happened?
And I don't care if
Hang on a
you've
minute.
forgotten your box or whatever.
No, this looks like another batter coming out.
Oh, I know what he's done. I know what he's trying to do here.
You know what he's done here?
He's retiring him. I bet he's doing this.
He's retiring.
He's timed out. There's an appeal.
No.
And we said he's been given timed out.
Really?
And so, goodbye, Awais.
Well,
Oh, I would have thought it was a tactic to retire him out, but the thing is, they're already going to cop the penalty. It's not going to be a... Yeah.
it's a diamond duck, so he's...
Wow.
Well, he's not happy about it.
This
I didn't think
got everything
he took
so
that
far.
long, but
that's the
timed
first
out.
then. If he's timed out...
Is that the first one we've ever had?
Yeah, well, Asa, with the internal metronome of a orchestra conductor, has obviously made the appeal. And I thought this is... Yeah, you do get an extra minute, so it wouldn't be for cleverness for trying to steal a minute. Have these runs gone on yet? There's got to be 5 penalty runs.
I think there might... Well, we're saying 5. It could be 10. Because it's up to the start of the ninth.
They've started...
No, the ninth, though.
Yeah, but this is the ninth now. So they would have had to have finished the... if they hadn't have finished
the end of,
eighth,
though, isn't it? It's the end of... It's by the end of the ninth.
Yeah, but it expired during this over, right? So if it expires during the ninth, it's 5.
Okay.
If it expired during the 8th, it would have been 10. But wow, all right. Yeah, well, there's some runs in the traditional fashion by hitting the ball with the bat. So you can also score runs that way, and it's 50 for Isan. Brings it up with a Maximo. Right man for the right situation. Spain heating up.
Shaba, con pies todo, con pies, porque eso es unas 50 carreras for Mohamed Ishan. 53, solo 18 pelotas. Qué grande es el jugador. El jugador de España. 140 for 6. And this one is going to test the fielder, and he can't stop it. Ken Pullman is going to be 4 more. So Ishan thriving forward. And this score, well, where could it finish on? I mean, we might even see it go past the 170, you know.
What's going on here? He had 2 teams. You think it'd be raring to go. And one's a timed out. One's copping penalty runs for not bowling quick enough. Oh, wow. I mean, this innings has gone so long, they'll probably have to run out the umpires some snacks.
Yeah, just stay where you are. Well, he's a tribe. He's getting the punishment as well. Better deliveries, full. I haven't seen too many of these, have we? But just, I cannot believe that Jersey have given away 29 in extra. It's going to be more than that because penalty runs are going to come on as well. But this has just been, when you look at the score, it's been not a good effort from them, apart from the first 3 overs when they were on top and they picked up 4 Spanish wickets. How things have changed in the last, well, I would say the last 6 overs. 1 to go. All eyes now here on the umpire as the score is 146 for 6. Oh, there's the bowling figures, but we need to see the umpire here. Let's have a look at Tyrone, and let's have a look close up on Tyrone, please. Well, that's the better side of Tyrone. That's even better. And there you go. Patting means, well, with the palm open, that it's going to be penalty runs. And there you have it. 5 penalty runs for overs not bowled on time. So the extras keep mounting up.
He's such a renegade. Anyway, this should be gone. And start of the 10th. And Al just going to have to go. And Gooj takes the catch. So Spain do bring up the 150 with penalty runs. But Al just going to have to go 151 for 7.
Yeah. Pullman gets the wicket. And Agar, well, he's got to just be aggressive. That's what you're going to see from all the batters. I suppose while you've got Ishan at the non-strikers end, and you get a chance to try and keep the score below maybe what, sort of 165, 170. But I would say this, that I still wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion. We know that Jersey can bat.
Oh, yeah. I said if they make 160, might not be enough. Alja, getting lucky that he picks out the outfielder, but we'll see more of him in the second half of this game. Right now, it's 151 for 7. What about the timed out? I wish I'd been paying more attention there, because, I mean, I just thought he might have brought 2 right gloves or something, and maybe did. And they're like, well, go off and get them, don't come back.
It's a nice shot played. I think they just should be just looking for a single. You can see the stop sign comes up there from Ishan. So Matiu Rahman, great to see this guy playing, a youngster that I saw maybe 3-4 years ago in Barcelona. Doesn't time fly? He looked so promising then. I remember talking to Corey about him, and nice to see him in the frame here. So a really good, young, talented left-hand batter and a good bowler as well.
Yeah, for sure. Plays the cricket for Badalona Shaheen in Barcelona.
Doesn't want to run.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I think you take it.
Maybe.
I think you take it, you know.
Maybe he gives himself one more chance.
I take it. Rahman can hit the ball pretty well.
Sure. And also, if he's new, you want to get him facing a couple of balls, not just to be an ornament. Matty did previously share the record for fastest 100 before it got smashed. 27 balls.
Misses out on this one as well. Now you see it's a couple of dots.
But
you're talking about that retired out. If it was strategic, I think it was a mistake, because they were going to get the runs. They were getting
exactly, but also it was the 6th wicket, right? So you're allowed an extra minute for that. So Corey either thinks he's been very clever, but he didn't have to be.
He didn't have to
waste collateral damage. I don't think it was retired. It was given timed out. Officially, that's what we've seen, unless they've miscommunicated, and maybe that'll be clarified in the innings break. But it seems timed out to me, first ever.
Nice looking shot, gets it over the fielder, Cuatro Carrera as well after a couple of dots. They needed that one. So Shaba, ball to go then. So looking to get 160 on the board. Yeah, so, do you think, I know we're speculating here, do you think he was deliberately told, take your time to go
maybe,
out there?
But
why would you do that with a waist? Why do it with a waist?
Because he's the slowest person in your team.
you could have sent a tip out there, given in the bat, say, hey, take your time. If you're timed out, come back. If you're not, we would tie you out.
All right, last ball.
It's not.
That sums it up, doesn't it? It gives me a chance to say, what I think would be better is you revert the timed out as to the law, which is 3 minutes. So if you're really not there, or not at the ground, or whatever reason, but then if you aren't there in the 90 seconds or 75 seconds, whatever's prescribed, then you give up 5 penalty runs, because that's how we penalise the fielding team. And then see how that just wasted more time? He's timed out, but then you have to get a new batter in. It takes forever. Anyway, what a start to Championship Week. Here's last ball, 157 plus this.
They'll run hard. They'll go for 2. Throw should be going to the keeper here. In it comes. Beautifully done. And only the single. So they don't quite get to the 160. But still, when you consider that Spain were 28 for 4 at the end of the power play, 3 overs in, that's quite a remarkable turnaround. 158 for 7.
So, Equipo Rojo, let's just say they had some early staggers, but that is their approach, not just their approach, but I think the approach being taken on by more and more teams. They're realising that really you don't have to consolidate. You just have to be aggressive even in those tight situations. And well, it was a fairly long innings. It took almost an hour, I think, in the end. Well, Jersey, great to have them back. You know, it wasn't quite all to plan throughout the 10, but certainly a great start to get DDC for a duck. And Pullman came in. I thought he bowled pretty well as well. Liked his change of pace. But yeah, a bit of a slice of luck there for the Spanish boonie, Baba Khan. But yeah, a couple of skied balls. Jersey, to their credit, they did hold their catches. They did get those early wickets.
Yeah, they got the early wickets. I think they bowled very well early on. It was intelligent bowling. And, you know, this was just setting up Yasir Ali. Nice catch taken there by Lawrenson as well. And at this point, everything going well. But then Hamza came in. He smashed 3 big hits. And he was inspired, of course, by a no ball, and he went ballistic. But then he was to go as well. I mean, that was a blaze, wasn't it? But he gets done here. Full of delivery off the pads onto the stumps, and nicely bowled. You got to say by Sumaria, who just says, right, off you go. But then this over, I've got to say, this over hurt them. And after this, it was Spain all the way.
Yeah, it just was radar gone awry, wasn't it? Sumaria, I was going to say earlier, I thought he bowled with some really good fire. I think Richardson, but he was bowling him well, but almost like a succession of intentional walks in baseball. We just saw the bowlers trying to bowl around the batters way too much. We mentioned that Mohammad Yassin and Mohammad Ihsan, Pakai Care teammates, their ECL winners together. They certainly enjoyed the opportunity to turn this innings around. And we talked about the extras a lot, but also some cracking strokes in there as well.
Yeah, they were cracking. Look, I just want to, before people get too excited, just want to remind you one thing. Go back to Group B, Day 1, match number 3, Jersey playing Bulgaria, Jersey, 200 for 5. So they're a team, if any team can get to these runs, they're one that you can. You cannot count them out of this contest.
No, you can't. And I think for Spain, it'll be a chance of their bowling it. Well, there's Oais, who went into the middle. He was taking too long and was timed out on appeal, and that's the name of the game. Meanwhile, Jersey had their own time issues, didn't they? And yeah, Corey thinks he's masterminded that, but
he's not.
He fell upwards a bit like most of his career, I think. Anyway, that's the way it goes. And in the end, Spain, you're off from 158. I think they're definitely taking it. But I mean, Jersey, as mentioned, they've got some firepower of their own. And let's see how Spain bowl and see what kind of plans that they try to put in play in this second half. So it had a little touch of the bizarre, but when it comes down to it, you've got 63 for Mohammad Ihsan, really good innings from him off 24 balls. Yassin with 37, so they get 100 between them. Then apart from that, you've got 16 to Hamza, but 35 extras. And let's just say it's 30 too many. I mean, if you take those out, they're chasing 128, and so it wasn't just the wides for the tram lines. There were no balls for overstepping in there. There were a couple for height on the full. Obviously, the 5 penalty runs, which kind of compounded the errors. Having said that, Sumaria and Richardson bowled with good zip. I thought they got a couple of wickets apiece. Asa Tribe and Pullman, 1 each. But yeah, Britain just couldn't quite get the radar right. But let's hope that he comes back and gets it right in the next game. We will see Jersey a little bit later on. They've got a big one against the England 11. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And why don't you join us for the run chase? Jersey on the hunt for 159. Could it be another big chase in the opening match of the week? A little bit like week 1, if you go back that far when it was Spain doing the chasing. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to match number 1 of Championship Week. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. This Friday we will know who are the kings of Europe. Remember, this week the reigning champions Netherlands are back. In fact, they're back in action in match number 2. They're next up against Italy. More on that later. But at the moment, we've got to focus on what is a big run chase for Jersey. It's got to be said they're their own worst enemies. It should have been probably a chase around about the 130s. But because of the 35 extras, which included 5 penalty runs for slow over rate, no surprise really when you think how many wides and no balls there were in that innings. It's going to be a big chase. 159 required, and I get the feeling that if they don't win this match, it'll come down to the number of extras that they gave away. Spain will want to be tidy, and can see here that they're going to make a start with a Yasir Ali. So Yasir Ali will be bowling to Patrick Guj. So Yasir with a bit of spin to start off with. I think this is all about DDC knowing that Jersey will be wanting to throw the bat straight away. And this one is, there's an error. Error from the fielder, gets this completely wrong. I mean, it bounces awkwardly in front of him, but he doesn't get anybody behind it. And that's going to be Cuatro Carreras. Mohamed Yassin sees this one go through him. And just watch this, he just doesn't pick it, does he? He doesn't get his body behind it. It's going to be 4 runs. So Cuatro Carreras straight away. So Guj gets going. Float it, and he goes for it, and it will go all the way. Balle, 6 carreras. Good clean stroke. It gets pitched up from Yasir, and it's in the slot, isn't it? In the slot, he goes for it, and he gets it. Back to the action. Same sort of area. Now the chase is on, and not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. That's a big, long chase for Aga. And Adam chases it hard, but once this gets past the infield, it's going to do well to get there. So, perfect start. 3 balls and 3 boundaries. Jersey, a good power play. Gets them set for a good run chase. 50-50 at the moment here from the win prediction. It's going to be called a wide, to the surprise, I think, of the wicketkeeper. So Awais Ahmed, a little bit surprised to see this one called, but yeah, no doubt about it. It is pitching well outside that wide indicator. Yes, yeah. That's nicely hit. There's going to be 4 more. That is a cracking shot. The footwork, timing, and placement was fantastic. It's a threatening start this from Jersey. And so far, with 4 balls in, it's a worrying start. And now this is hit hard down the ground, and tremendous effort from the captain of Spain, Daniel Doakaye. But he's not able to stop this. That was motoring. So 23 with the ball still to go. So it's a magical start from Jersey. Concerns early on here for Spain. Yes, here, the gamble doesn't look as if it's paid off. And this one will be a dot. So dot to finish, but it's a cracking start from Jersey. The power play becomes very, very important. 23 without loss at the end of the first. Welcome back. A lot of people watching around the globe. Hello to you all. Hello world. And of course World Food Day as well. And a fine day also, of course, to be part of our Share the Meal program as well. Food partner. 88 matches since the Golden Ball. Are we going to get one on Championship Week? Roger Deal brought into the squad for the week. Fast bowler, bowls with a bit of pace, but can he get the line right? In comes Adil. And strays down the leg side. He's got pace about him, that's for sure, but he's got to get the radar right as well. Starts with it drifting down the leg. And, well, Asa Tribe doesn't need too many balls to get going, does he? And he's onto this pretty quickly. He batted very well for Jersey. He was right up there as one of their top batters, scoring 229 runs in the group, their highest run scorer. And, well, he elects to leave this one and call a wide. So, Jerome Peters thinks about this one. I wonder if this is given for Hyde. I didn't think it was that high, to be honest. So, I think it has probably been given on Hyde. I didn't think it was outside a wide indicator line. One man who will have his thoughts on it is Vinny Sandu, who joins me back in the box.
Probably wasn't a wide. It's a tough call. It was going at a pretty rapid speed and it really finished very high. Just things that went past was probably okay. But next ball will just be a single. So yeah, one wide won't hurt you, but a boatload full might. And interestingly though, with the percentages here, Jersey fancied after that first over. I mean, I didn't catch it at the start of the innings. At 159, you'd assume a Spainer ahead in the game, but first over from Yasir travelled.
Gets this one through. Sharp delivery.
Isn't it interesting to see how many teams and many good teams, teams are still here, are going that short ball as a genuine tactic if they've got bowlers with a bit of pace. And just, I suppose they're thinking that the batters make a few more errors on cross-bat shots. I know sometimes those errors end up flying for six anyway, but they feel it's a way that they can make the batters uncomfortable, not let them settle, maybe make them a bit more unsure about driving the ball.
And, well, this is going to be 6 runs, and it's showtime at the Cardamom Oval. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket on the Costa del Sol. What a shot. Well, that's right up there as the Andalusia shot off the day.
Yeah, well, the whole crowd will be yelling good with that one. And look, if you do bowl short, it means you can play that shot a bit more safely because the stumps are not going to be endangered with a ball that's bowled at that length. So, you know, it's kind of, in snooker, they'd say it's like a shot to nothing. You know, like you might feather it or something like that, but you're not going to get bowled or LBW. Let's see if Raja wants to go at the stumps here.
He goes to wider, sneaks it inside. The batter, I think, going the wrong way here, which makes it feel like it was wider than it probably was. Yes. I think he just sneaks that in, maybe. Marginal,
but it looked wider than it was because Guj did elect to back away, so he jumps across to ramp once and jumps back. Balance probabilities. He'll stand still and try and hit this one. Let's see.
And he hits it, and he hits it good. Oh, that is a biggie. That has gone a long way. It's a monster shot. 6 off the very last ball off the over. It's another one that goes magical. And at the end of 2 overs, Jersey 41 without loss.
Yeah, I was right. I mean, no more twinkle toes from Guj. He just stands there and belts it. So, magical start for Jersey. 41 off the first 2 overs. And I can't wait to see all 7 teams here in Championship Week. Germany were the last team to qualify, and that was on Saturday night, so they get a bit more of a rest. They'll only play in the last match of the night under lights tonight, 48 hours after they knocked the Scots out of the competition. That was the big story there. But now it looks like we're going to have Matiur Rahman bowling in over number 3.
What are your thoughts on them not going to Atif early on, Atif Mohammed?
I'm assuming that they want to use him 4th over. 4th and 9th. I know they like him bowling then, so yeah.
Well, I get a chance to see this young man now. So Matiur Rahman.
Great to see Mati getting an opportunity for Equipo Rojo. Here he is bowling a power play over.
And this is hit up in the air. There's nobody out there at all, and this is going to be 6 runs as well. This is just really good batting. Not the fact that they're hitting the ball sweetly and cleanly. But it's all about knowing where the fielders are. This is a no-risk shot. There's nobody there. And he just looked perfect timing, perfect placement, 6 runs, perfect outcome if you're a Jersey supporter.
Yeah, he gets a bit of movement there, Matty, doesn't he, away from the right-hander, but Tribe kind of picks that, goes over the infield. There's no outfielder to speak of over there.
This is a bit of a miscue. It's not out the middle. I tell you what, if you're miscuing and you're still hitting the ball for 6 like that, I tell you what, when this guy hits it out the middle, you know it's going a long way.
Yeah, we talk about scoreboard pressure. That one almost hit the scoreboard, but it shows you the power of Tribe. 50's up in the 50 partnership for Jersey as well. They're making light work of this at the moment. It's a very good start, but Rico, it is only a start.
It's only a start, but, well, I was saying that there need to be 45 to 50 in the power play. Well, they've done it of just, what's that, 14 deliveries. Good delivery, good comeback from Mati. Bit of pace. He has got a bit of pace. It's a good all-rounder, Mati Rahman, but this is going to be a big test for him first up. But the thing is, though, the bowlers have got the runs on the board, so they've got runs to play with. So you've got time to get in, but not that much time, especially when these two are smacking it so well.
They've got it down to 14 and over, which I think that 14 and over might be par in Championship week with some of the batting lines we've got.
It's going to be a wide delivery and well left here by Patrick Guj. Decides that he doesn't have to play at this one.
Hello to all of our friends in Jersey that'll be watching, and I know some of them are here. Quite a lot of noise when I was asking in the fan zone earlier who is on Jersey. There's quite a few, so hopefully enjoying yourselves. Hello to all some of the players as well that haven't been able to join us back, like Zach Tribe. I know that he's down playing in Pinjarra in Western Australia.
Miscue, but again, he's going to get over the fielder, and Baba, well done indeed, well chased. Doesn't give it up, does he? And, well, that's Booney.
Yeah, Booney can run. I mean, I almost said dialed the number for a new quote on a new fence, because Booney, he was motoring, and I was a little bit worried about his stopping ability. But well done to Baba, saves the boundary.
Slightly slower maybe, so that's the miscue. In comes the throw, and they'll get the single here. So quick running, so 17 off the over. Is this going to be another magical?
I think Gooch almost runs himself out here. Look. Yeah, look. Bang. You can't get fantasy points by running yourself out. Although I think we have seen that once or twice before. Matty, 17 off the over. Can he avoid any further damage? Just a single here. Get out of the over. Obviously would love a wicket. Love to break this partnership. Tribe faces up.
Oh, he slips here. Now he's going to have to get going, but he makes it. So good recovery from him. Just thought for a moment he might end up in the middle there, stuck, stranded, but he gets there, takes a single. And it's another over that goes for 18. So far we've had 23, 18 and 18, which means that Jersey at the end of 3 overs, the power play complete. Again, well, 59 without loss.
Having a look at the 2 Manhattans here. Supersonic 33 in the 7th. I mean, that thing's really got motoring for Spain then. The partnership between Yassin and Isan took hold. But, I mean, as far as starts go, you can't be more solid than that. Both teams get 18 off the third, but you've got to remember Spain only scored 10 off the first 2, whereas Jersey scored 41. So Spain searching for answers, and 4th over, well, as regular as the sun rising in the east, Atif Mohammadi generally will bowl this over for Team España. He's got a good challenge ahead of him. The thing with Atif, he is tall. He really gets the ball to kind of bite away a little bit to the right-handers. He's not really what you'd call a big swing bowler like some left-armers, but they set the field for him. The Southern Cross field with a straight fielder. You've got a wider long on, long off. So 3 straight fielders blocking that boundary. Here we go with over number 4. And the middle over is crucial to the outcome of this match.
Oh, they take him on, and that's going to be a really good shot. Now, this is the drawback, I suppose, Vinny. We've talked about this before with this Southern Cross field. I mean, good batters, they know how to expose it, and that's such a good shot. Atif left armour as well, which can make things slightly more complicated, but doesn't start that way. It's a good shot.
Yeah, and this is straight down to a long on. Yeah, you can't cover them all, basically. You're covering 3 spots instead of 2. if you want to think of it as 5 spots around the bottom of the ground.
Yeah,
Kind
moves
of got
everybody.
1, 3, and 5 instead of 2 and 4. That one's straight to 4.
Yeah, TDC just moves everybody around a few. It's nicely played, cleverly played. I think there's, when you've got 2 batters that are looking in good form, you can afford to take the single, because if you respect a good ball, you know that your partner can put the bad balls away as well. So it's not as if one of these batters is feeling the pressure of having to play the big shots.
Yeah, look very composed at the moment with the bat, don't they? These 2 for Jersey. Good to see Gooch getting a spot at the top of the order as well.
And this is the first opportunity. Doesn't quite get it right as the bat rolls in his wrist and the catch is taken. It's the first wicket. And Mohamed Atif gets the breakthrough. And Patrick Gooch will go for 37. And it's the unlucky 13, ball number 13, that sees him depart.
And Atif just has a very good record against good players. You know, they find him hard to time up. This is more of a little clip away from Patrick. And Roger Adil does the rest out there. You see, kind of grabbing that off stump. You know, it's a shot that if he middles it, it's going to fly into the jungle. But he didn't. It was down towards the bottom of the bat. But still, it's a very good start for Jersey and Gooch. He can be proud of his efforts, but he is the first to go. It's Atif Mohammed with the breakthrough. Gooch goes for 37, 64 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad knock at all, is it? Gives his team a good start, but just noticing that the bat just seems to have, well, it rolled in his hand, so he wasn't able to get the full impact in the shot. So it gives us a chance to see this man, Jonty Jenner. Believe that we didn't see him in the group stages. Let's see what he has to offer for Jersey.
Yeah, can't wait to see what Jonty's going to bring to the table. We saw him fielding in front of us in the first innings. And he comes with his team in a pretty good position. When you're chasing 159, you never say you're comfortable, but I do think that Jonty will relish this responsibility. 25-year-old, he's come up through the system, also has some experience in Sussex, playing some second 11 cricket there as well. Made 76 in an ODI earlier in the year as well, Jonty, but he misses the first ball of his ECC.
Yeah, this is a good over so far, and as you'd expect from the very talented Atif Mohammed. Just the 5 runs from it, 2 balls to go. It's exactly what Espana needs to get back into this contest. That rate just going upwards now. Remember, they brought it down to around about 14, but it's closing on to the 15 mark, where Spain would like to keep it. Gets clipped off the pads and take a single. Singles are not going to hurt Spain, of course. There's boundaries that they want to try and stop.
And you remember that Jersey has been a big year for them in cricket. They've got a rich history, of course, of cricket going back hundreds of years, but they were granted ODI status during the year, and Jonty, yeah, he scored 76 against Namibia all the way back at the end of March. Was that Windhoek? So yeah, Jersey have been to Africa. They've played a very good level of cricket now in the 50-over format.
Shot, really good shot. I mean, this was a pressure delivery, really. I think Jersey, they needed to get a boundary from it just to sort of stay up with the rate. And look how late he plays this. Really intelligent cricket. Waits on it, plays it late, gets it past the fielder, gets 4 runs. Not a bad over there at all from Atif Mohammed. He goes for 10, he picks up the wicket. Jersey, at the end of 4 overs, 69 for 1.
Yeah, so that was a good over from Atif. I mean, he takes 1 for 10, but in the context of this match, that could be considered a game-changing over. So 4 overs in, still 15 and over required. So you can see they're slightly ahead. I mean, it started 15.9 required. But yeah, in the balance is how I describe this one at the moment.
Yeah, and you don't always see Hamza Salim Dar with the ball, but when he does get given it, he can produce magical spells. Remember, in the group final, he took 3 for 8 in a player of the match performance against France, restricting France just to 97. And then, well, with the bat, he scored 18 quick runs to win it for Spain. And he makes a good start here, dot ball.
Yeah, so I think we saw, for example, Raja Adil really banging the ball in, but I think Hamza, he'll be a bit more what I would call traditional in this form of the game. Trying to jam in some Yorkers. Jenna will be a little bit jumpy, I think, with just kind of one single off the first 3 balls he's faced, a couple of dots. See if he can get away, just kind of needs that big shot.
It's blasted through that point area, goes between point and backward point, screams of catch it. It was uppish, but it goes to the boundary. Yeah, you're right. I think Jenna knows that he can't really hold things back here. If he can't get going, then he's far better making way for somebody who can. And gets given the width here, and it's a blazing cut shot through the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's too short, too wide, really. And if you're going to challenge Jenna to that, he's going to take it. Yeah, maybe just hoping you could beat the bat and sneak one past his top edge, but didn't work out too well. Nice shot by Jenna. Great cut.
Oh, great comeback. And this is a peach of a delivery from Dar.
This is better. Way, way, way better. And it's kind of in that middle of everything zone where Jenna's not quite sure what shot to play. It's probably too full to pull, but too short to drive comfortably. And ends up just trying to hoik it, gets none of it. Good contest here.
Yeah, I think you try to get in that gap between sort of fly slip and a wide third man. No, he sort of does go out in the offside though. It's a good shot. I think he knew the area where this delivery is going to be. So still a good option. Gets it over the top of the infielders and 4 more runs. Look at the wrist work here. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, real flourish in the follow through. You can certainly see why Jenna's in the 3 spot. He's kind of a like-for-like replacement for Zach Tribe, who we mentioned was here earlier on, but he's off playing club cricket in Australia. The Australian season is underway already, halfway through October.
I wonder if Spain make a change here. They've got the Southern Cross here at the moment. I wonder if they go to orthodox, long on, long off, and just get a sweeper out on the offside.
The thing is, Hamza has to play ball with what his plan is. I think they are going to do something like that now. They bring the deep square up, so they put another fielder out to the left of screen to deep point. But is Hamza trying to bowl Yorkers here, or is he trying to challenge in the offside channel? Now they bring that guy up. That just went back. Now they put the 3rd back. So this tells me he's going to kind of bowl short and wide outside off. Got the field there for it. Now this goes full outside off. Maybe a bit of a bluff. And I think that Jenna might have fallen for it. He's expecting something short, but couldn't time up the drive.
Yeah, misses out on it, doesn't he? In the end, it ends up being a full toss, which you're right. I think Jenna was thinking something different coming his way. Wasn't expecting a full bunger like that.
I've got to say, got a few red teams in this championship week. Spain looking fantastic in their traditional red shirt, but Jersey also looking pretty good. In fact, I think we've got 4 red teams out of 7.
Nice looking shot, and well, what's the spin going to go on this? Oh, well done. Well, the Shades might go over the boundary rope, but the Grizzly doesn't. That's a really good bit of fielding. I was sort of worried there for a moment for Yasser, whether when he gets the hand on this, he's going to spin back over the boundary, but he does well, makes 2 stops. 1, 2, y no hay 4.
Yes, that's the end of the over. It's 80 for 1 after 5. Gives us a chance to welcome you in. Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding because he felt the ball spinning back to the boundary, so he knew his job wasn't done. He knew that Daniel Dolkaya was a little bit too far away, so he kind of just had to army crawl to get up and make a second effort. And look, this is wide open, this competition. I'm really excited because the Netherlands 11, the only side we haven't seen yet in this tournament, they're on next, and they've got the Italians in their first game. So that should be a really good game as well to see what the Dutch bring to the table. Of course, we know they've got a couple of players from last year who are in some pretty serious business at the World Cup at the moment. But really, 7 teams here, all very, very capable, all champion teams. And really, we get excited, don't we, when we get to this point of the ECC.
Of course we do, and I've been saying this all along. I think this week here, this week of cricket here in Spain, Andalusia, I think is going to be the most magnificent, most explosive kind of cricket seen anywhere on the planet. I really do think it's going to be amazing. And look at the first match already. we're seeing some sensational stuff. This could be an incredible match. I think all the others are going to be incredible. We're going to see a frenzy of cricket here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, just expect the unexpected is probably what I would say. Already, we had kind of a bizarre first innings of the championship week. We had it timed out. We had 5 penalty runs. We had kind of almost world record pace, consecutive extra balls. But you've got to realise as well, these guys, they're warriors out there, but also they got to be a bit nervous. When you come to this point in the tournament, you're human beings after all, and they have a bit of nervous energy. I think perhaps even more so in the first game. But anyway, that was a reasonably good over from Hamza, only going for 11. And so it looks like Raja Adil is going to come back halfway through their 80. That means they need 79 in the second half. So pretty much right on the pace at the moment, Jersey, but pegged back a little bit in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, Jenner hasn't quite found his form. And it's going to be another dot ball. That's a quick delivery from Raja Adil. I think Asa becomes the key. He's on a strike rate of 300 at the moment, but he's not getting that much off the strike lately, have to say. But still, having said that, Jersey, they're more or less where they need to be, but the rate is continuing to go upwards.
So Hamza went off the field at the end of that over as well. Has been replaced by Snehith Reddy, who is the sub fielder. He's also new this week for Spain. I believe he's making his debut. And he plays his cricket for Men in Blue in the Barcelona region.
Miscue from Jenner, but I suppose it's not a dot. Tribe gets on strike, but must be a fair bit of pressure on Asa Tribe, of course, standing in for the normal captain, Charles Purchard, who they certainly did miss him with the ball, didn't they? Gets the ball to swing around a bit. And now he knows he's got to try and keep his team in this contest. It will be a wide. See, this is far down the leg side, but you see that Asa just trying to get the scoop shot going there, misses out on it, but we'll get a run on the board, we'll get another delivery.
Yeah, next 2 or 3 overs really set us up for what could be a huge finish. Which way will they lean? Every ball at the moment is important. You can see not too much between the percentages of these two teams.
Just a single, doesn't get it right, and don't mind this, Spain. We'll take the single, so huge pressure now on Jenner. 9 deliveries, just 11 runs, and I think he's either got to get going or get out the way. And it's going to be another wide, so good work from Awais Ahmed.
Yeah, just jumps across. Jenner tries to get inventive, but yeah, absolutely anything down the leg side will be called a wide unless it goes between the batter's body and the stumps. Obviously that wasn't the case there.
Jersey also missing the likes of Charlie Brennan, who was very good. Made a fine half century against Bulgaria as well. So they're missing a few here. So the new ones coming in, expecting them to go well. This is just another miscue as well. So Jenner not quite finding the middle of his bat. He looks like he's pretty competent with the ball outside the off. That's where he's played his boundary shots. But anything that's into the body, anything that's a little bit short, he hasn't quite got it out of the middle. So a lot of pressure here now with 2 balls to go in this over on Asa, as that rate has gone up to 17 per over. So needs a couple of boundaries here. And that's one of them. That is big. And he finds the middle of his bat. That will go all the way. So that'll release some of that tension. And Spain, just with the last sort of 8 balls or so, find themselves going in front in this battle, especially if you go by the win percentage. Started at 50-50, then it went heavily in favour of Jersey. Spain have come back into it, but Asa, the captain, trying to keep his team with their nose in front here. Big ball this, the last of the over.
Yeah, sure is.
Oh, misses out on it, and he knows he does. Finishes with a dot. So at the end of the 6 overs, Jersey falling behind here now, 91 for 1.
I think I just saw the percentages tick to a genuine 50-50 here. So just 11 off that over. Rate now, I think that'll make it 17. an over required, yeah, so that needs 68 off the last 24 balls. Makes the try 37 off 13. It's exactly what Googe went for. Jonty Jenner, and he's obviously shown he's a very, very good player, and you can't not be if you've scored 76 in an ODI, but you know, it's a different kind of cricket here, isn't it? And he's just trying to find what his balance looks like, I think, in these dynamics and these conditions. You got Lawrenson kind of probably with itchy feet, ready to come in at any time. We've seen him pull off some pretty good chases here as well, particularly for Farmers, but also for Jersey. Here's the start of a new over. It's slashed away for 6. Perfect start for Jenner in the 7th. Maximo! As Atif Muhammad's been brought back a little bit earlier than I thought they might. They're just trying to continue this pressure, but I love the flourish from Jenner here. It's like swinging the lasso, isn't it? After carving that one away over the deep third area for 6.
Big hit, needed it, and coming off the first ball of the over as well. But again, he seems to be much better outside the off. I think Atif Muhammad is far better attacking with the shorter ball into the body. Gives it room, and that's not what is called for, because there's another one that Jenner is able to play away. 2 6s at the start of this over. And just like that, that percentage will change again in favour of Jersey, I'm pretty sure.
That was Dave in his lucky stockman's hat once again. He's been catching better, the ball retriever. But yeah, love that from Jenner. It's like no half volley, but he goes with it, he drives it. 2 balls, 2 6s as Jersey just take the steering wheel again in this tight contest. Opening match of Championship Week.
Oh, it's another 3 and 3, and all of them out on the offside. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. And, well, the Jersey supporters, they're loving this.
Here's the thing. You only play 6 matches per team. So every match is so important. That's compared to Championship Week in the past and other formats where you might play 8, for example. You might play your opponent twice. This is the only time these 2 teams will meet this week, unless they meet on finals day. So you just feel whoever wins this, and it is kind of in the balance still, it's such a different experience to how you're feeling about your chances and how your week might go. Jenner 30 off 13. He hits his straps just at the right moment.
Swing and a miss this time. He'll feel that he's missed out on this because it's in the area where he's strong. I'm still surprised that Atif hasn't gone for shorter into the body. He's got the right angle being the left armour. That's where the batter Jenner has been not at his best. He hasn't been able to get anything away into the body. So he'll feel that that's a missed opportunity, but at least it's a dot ball after 3 6s off the first 3 deliveries.
Jonty Jenner presents 3 hits and a miss. What's to come in this 7th over?
And that's going to be another 6, so this time it's too short, wide, and this has been smashed over long on. It's 6 more, so 4 6s in the over. It's a magical over already with the ball to go.
Yeah, I think sometimes when Jenner has missed out, it's because he hasn't been sure which shot to play. I think when he's made up his mind early and made good selections, he's hit most things in the middle of the bat. And well, that's 4 out of 5. This over's gone magical, and just like that, Jersey in the box seat once again. Remember, the required rate started this over at 17, and already it's come down more than 3 points in these 5 balls. So, again, every ball is huge. Can Atif avoid any further damage? Last ball of the 7th.
It's nicely played. Chase is on the Iwa, but they're not going to get there. It's 4 more, and it's a magical over for Jersey, the one that they wanted. It's the main strike bowler for Spain. Atif Muhammad gets taken for 28 in that over, and that really puts Jersey back in the driving seat. End of the 7th over, and the score 119 for 1.
So coming up, match 2, and yeah, it should be a good one, that's for sure. Netherlands will have their first appearance at this ECC, automatically qualifying through being the champions last year. It'll start in about 40 minutes, and it's Italy taking them on. And Italy, I know that they have brought in Samaru Jayawardena, for example. I don't know if he'll be in their side for the first game. But yeah, join us for that one after this one is done. I'm guessing it'll be around about a 20-minute turnaround before match 2. But yeah, right now, well, even closer than neck and neck, isn't it, Rico?
Well, I tell you what, at this stage, both teams on the same amount of runs. Spain, 119 for 4 they were. And you can see Jersey just the 1 wicket down. So everything in their favour. And I suppose you have to say at the moment, with that rate now going to about just under 13.5 required, Jersey, as you can see reflected there by the win percentage, have to be the team in favour. Maybe theirs to lose from here on in?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they've got it down to what I'd say is below average. I think average is 14 and over here in Championship week. That's just my feeling. But, you know, one good over could change it all. And this would equal, you know, the chasers on the chart there, 159. And, of course, 158 was chased by Switzerland. That's on this ground. So in this tournament, if they can do this 159, it'll be the highest ever successful chase. And now they're going to go back to Yasir Ali in over number 8.
Well struck. And did he see the captain? Or mate, the stop? Yeah, Yasir went for 23 in his first. And it was over number 1, which gave Jersey the start they needed. Oh, well, gets the wicket. And it's cleaned up. Nicely done. So Jenna will go. That will change things. 120 for 2 now. A wicket coming just when they need it. And Yasir Ali, could he be the man that changes the fortunes of this one for España?
Yeah, well, change of pace, change of luck for Spain. And Jenna did his job, didn't he? As this one does turn prodigiously, doesn't it?
And just watch this again. So look at that come in. Really comes in a long way.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a lot of turn this time. And that's basically what does Jenna, again, kind of in two minds about where he wants to hit this. But yeah, still, it's been a pretty good result for Jonty as he walks for 40 off 17. Jersey still with plenty of batting to come. It's 120 for 2.
A wicket keeps your hopes alive, and Spain will be hoping that one brings another. It's also a dot ball. It also means that the new batter is going to be Julius Aurora. Is going to be on strike.
Yeah, Samara's a very, very good player as well. And they've elected for him ahead of, say, Lawrenson, who I think equally could do a good job. I see Reece Palmer back in the lineup for Championship week, although I don't think he'll be planning to bat anytime soon.
And they're running. It's got to be a good throw into the bowler's hand now. They might even think about 2, and they decide not to because it's good backing up there from Adamaga, who's there.
Probably would have got it, to be honest, but they just were worried that they were worried that they were hesitant. I think. And once again, it's here getting a few to explode off the surface.
Asa, the captain, on strike. Once again, wants boundaries. Once again, pressure on his shoulders to keep them in front here. Great over so far from Yasir. And this one will be a wide.
Tell you, Jersey will be kicking themselves about the amount of extras they bowled.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, I think, let's say it's 20 too many. This would be a walk in the park for them, I think.
Yeah, I said that right at the beginning. If they lose this, they'll lose because of the extras. There's no doubt about it. Okay, miscue, but he might get lucky. I think he's going to fall just on that 30-yard circle. So it's just going to be a single, but it's a result for Spain. Fighting back, fighting hard after a magical over. We went for 28 over number 7. Yasir is a good one so far. Just 4 runs from it.
Yeah. Zumarat yet to score, going to leg by first time around.
Drags his hand to the leg side. It'll just be a single. So now, if Jersey ever needed a boundary, it is here now. And what will Asa do? Yasir, I get the feeling he'll try and fire this one in a bit quick outside the off, because I think he knows that Asa will probably try and come down to this one. 124 for 2, ball to go. Great over so far from Yasir. And it's full, it's hit well. Did he see? He comes across, makes a stop. Will they go for 2? They decide not to. Probably because Asa wants to stay on strike. Terrific over, just like that. Spain back in this contest. And have a look, it probably goes back to 50-50 for me. And it is 125 for 2 at the end of 8.
12 balls left in this one. Yeah, yes, here, change of pace. And so, it was good fielding by Daniel Dorkaya. 12 balls to go. We're no closer to working out who's going to win this. I mean, they are right on that golden ball line at the moment, Rico.
Oh, yeah, bring it on. 34 of 12 deliveries. This now becomes huge. It really does. And Hamza, who did go off the field for a little while, is back on. And he's going to bowl this one. All the pressure on Hamza. His first over was not a bad one either.
Now, Rico, we said that they're on the golden ball line at the moment. You know, the next golden ball will be golden ball 50. It'll be the 50th ever golden ball. And it's just a matter of whether it happens this week or not. The last time we had a golden ball, it was Italy that we're seeing next. But that wasn't in the ECC. It was against Austria. And as you can see, this year, the golden ball tiebreakers, they're split evenly. 6 to the batters, 6 to the bowlers. Well, this is the biggest over of the game so far. And it's Hamza Salim Dar to bowl it. Ace of Tribe, you don't want to have a better guy on strike, to be honest. He's only faced 16 balls in 8 overs. What can he do? It all happens in the night.
Hits it, and it's going to sail over for 6. And Asa, well, they collide, the two batters. Well, you don't want to be hurting Asa at the moment because, well, he's got a hot hands, hasn't he? It's 6 more runs. And look at that. It's all about confidence, and he's pretty confident. He's got a big smile on his face. 6 runs. This is the big over, isn't it? This is the one they've got to attack.
Good shot first up, really good shot. Took on the field and won. There was also kind of a pocket of space there. Here we go, next ball.
Good delivery, Yorker length. And now this is where you could apply a bit of pressure, I think, on Samorora. Do you make a few changes to try and keep him from taking that single? I would take the gamble, I would. I'd have my mid-wicket up.
Yeah, Samora's a good player, though. Yes, he's new. Like I said, he's a human being. He'll be having emotions out there. He'll be trying to calm himself down, take a few deep breaths. 10 balls left in this contest, and what a contest it's been to start Championship Week.
Oh, did I hear? Well, I heard something there. I mean, there's 4 runs. I thought I heard a shout of no ball from someone, but it's 4 runs.
Thought I heard it as well, to be honest, but maybe just someone yelling out at an inopportune moment. But still, Summerat, credit to him here. He doesn't try to overhit this. He just uses the pace. Knows there's a big gap down there as well, so just clips it away. Very good batting, 23 off 9. How many will Jersey leave themselves off the last over?
A first match here after Dream11 European Cricket Championship Week. What a start. Match number 1, an absolute corker.
Edge of your seat stuff.
Oh, pretty full. It's called on the field of play. That's disaster. It could be disaster because they take the single. They get the no ball as well. 1 run for the extras. And Asa goes on strike.
Yeah, and it was called on the field. Yeah, waist tight. They've got to be consistent about those, and they have. And so it's a good result as well with Tribe getting back on strike. And yeah, the playing condition in ECN says if it's not clearly below the waist, it should be a no ball. And I think that's waist high. So same for both sides. Now, this is a huge ball now, isn't it? Tribe on 47. He's got the immunity cloak. Free hit time. Oh, he's bowled him. So, oh, that's a perfect result. Look at that. Oh, so you know it's not a wide. Yeah. So.
And well done, of course, to the wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah.
Because you've got to keep your eye on this. And always Ahmed, he knows it's a free hit, so he can't be out.
But that could easily stop. That could easily go for 4 byes around the keeper.
Yeah.
You know, but it's only a little nick. What a game of millimetres this is, isn't it?
2 balls to come in this over. 21 of 8.
What a get out of jail for Spain.
It's this well, and it's taken. What a catch! That could be the match. A match-winning catch from Daniel Dorkaya, the captain of Spain. It was going for 6, but he comes across, takes the catch. Asa Tribe will go for 47, and Spain now are got to be in the driving seat here. And a moment of magic there from the captain of Spain.
That is such a well-judged catch. I really can't tell you how well he did there, because he keeps his feet, because he doesn't necessarily want to dive here, where you would if you had more room. Has to keep his feet so he knows he can keep running and he's inside the rope, but he takes it to his side, so it's not even in front of his eye line. Had to judge it absolutely perfectly. I've got to be honest with you, Rico, I thought he might touch it. I couldn't see him catching it, because he had a lot of ground to make up, but he did it so quickly, Daniel Dorkaya, and it's one skipper catching another on a crucial delivery, but Asa, still a good start with him. For as far as the batting goes, but he goes for 47. 7 balls left, 138 for 3. And Jersey need 21 off the last 7 balls of the game.
Yeah, well, this one has got to be sent to the boundary. That's what Lawrence has got to do. But even then, they got to do it all in the last, haven't they? 21 required of 7 deliveries. 20 will take us to a golden ball.
Lawrenson's a gun, though. He batted so well in the final here for Jersey, but it's not the only time we've seen him make runs. He's got 1 ball to go from Hamza Salim Dar, then we're going to the 10th, and they're just going to sneak in for time as well.
Plays this out. Uno is the shout, and it will be only Uno. So there you have it, a great over from Hamza. Beautifully bowled, 14 comes off it, and Jersey 139 for 3 at the end of 9, so it means 20 will be required of the last over.
Well, this game is far from won for either team, but that old adage, catches win matches. I mean, in another universe, if he knocks that over for 6 and you've still got Asa Tribe there, you've got 6 less to get, you're talking 14 off the last, probably with Tribe or Samareh facing up, and you'd favour Jersey, I think, in those circumstances. But now you've got to slightly be favouring Equipo Rojo, the Spanish side. And could this be a golden ball? I know a lot of people are tingling around the ground. That's the feedback that I'm getting. If it's 19 off this over, we'll have our first golden ball of the European Cricket Championship 2023.
Bring it on. Golden ball number 50.
Matty gets the last over. Matty Rahman, what pressure. Remember, his first 2 balls disappeared for 6 first time around. Here we go. Last over of the game.
And this one is going to sail over for 6. 6 carreras. Lawrenson looking to be the hero for Jersey. Well, that takes it to 14.
Well, I said Lawrenson's a gun, and he's locked and he's loaded here. He just steps across, doesn't try to overhit it. He times the ball so well, Josh. That's the thing. Takes on the fielder and wins. 14 off 5. And this one for me is right back to a coin toss now.
Ooh, well, pressure situation for not just the batter, for Matthew Rahman. He never thought he'd come into the side and be bowling the last over, which could be make or break in the first match of Championship Week.
Got to try and hit Yorkers. Try and hit Yorkers. He's eyeing off the leg side. He's maybe thinking about little clip, maybe a little ramp. What's he going to do?
Well, he goes big, and he's going to get another 6. 2 in 2. Lawrenson getting it right at the moment. Oh, well. Takes it down to 8 now in 4 deliveries.
Well, history repeats in the cruelest of ways for Matty Rahman, whose first 2 balls earlier in the match disappeared for 6. First 2 balls this over go for 6 as well. Jersey 8 off 4. 1 more boundary, you feel. That'll do it.
And he goes for it. It's going to drop short of the fielder. Do they try and come back for 2? They decide not to. And pressure back on now. Pressure back on. 7 required or 3.
They hit a 4 and that's it. Then I think we could be heading golden ball-ish. If they hit a 6, I feel that Jersey should win. If they don't hit any more boundaries, I think Spain win. What do they say? All 3 results still possible here with 3 to go. Samareh gets the strike back.
Oh, he'll be trying to, I think, go behind square. He'll be moving early.
Bowled.
Just a single.
Really well bowled under pressure. I mean, that's the Yorker. If you want to analyse when he's been hit, it's when he's bounced balls before that front foot of the batter. So he's not quick, let's be honest, Matthew Rahman, at this level. He needs to find the block hole. I know that Lawrenson does have those little touch shots again, but I think he should swing away. 6 off 2 required.
Yeah, they'll be looking to do it off this ball. There's no doubt about it. Lawrenson, can he hit another 6?
Game on a knife's edge.
Goes for it, but fielder is there. Catch taken! That is the end of Laurelson. He does go for the 6. He's going to be out, and with a ball to go, Jersey are going to require 6 for victory. Mario Rahman, well, he holds his nerve, and more importantly, that man there, Adam Agar, holds on to the catch.
Well, I mean, it's funny how the world comes full circle sometimes. Adam Alger, remember when he had to hit a 6 off the last ball to win a game for Spain last year? He was caught at deep mid-wicket off a ball that probably would have gone for 6. I think this one is heading for 6 as well. Oh, pretty close at least. It was a regulation catch. You see Lawrenson kind of willing it to get over the fielder. But he's going to have to go. Gets his team close, but can't get him over the line. Golden ball probably takes a back seat now because it's as simple as this. A 6 will win it for Jersey, assuming it's a legal delivery. Anything less, Spain will win this game.
Ooh, pressure, pressure, pressure. The celebration there from Matthew Rahman, sensational.
And it's Corbell who's going to face his first ball ever at the Khartoum Oval, needing 6 to win. Again, how important is it that on a catch, it doesn't matter if you cross anymore. New batter has to face.
Yeah.
Oh, Matty, he's gone for a few Maximos as well.
Comes down to the last. Jersey, will they regret all those extras? I reckon they will.
Yeah, they would have tied already if it wasn't for the 5 penalty runs. Oh, well, let's not even go there yet. Maximo or bust for Jersey. Spain just need to keep it in the ballpark. Here's the last ball.
Goes for it. It's up in the air. I don't think he's got the legs to go to the boundary. And it doesn't go to the boundary. And Matthew Rahman takes 2 wickets right in the end, 2-2, and gets the victory for Spain. Vamos, equipo rojo. Adelante, adelante. Ganamos de primero partido en esta semana de campeonato. Well done to Spain. They hold their nerve, and Jersey, well, it will be all those extras that are going to be a disaster for them in the end. That's why they don't get there. It goes high up in the air. The catch is taken. Spain win match number 1 of Championship Week.
Well, the margin of victory in the end, in a somewhat ironic fashion, is 5 runs between these two teams. And Corbell, we got a piece of it, didn't he? Everyone was suspended in time as that ball was in the air. You were thinking, is it possible? Could Isan fumble it over the line or something like that? But he didn't make any mistake. Jersey, I mean, their batting certainly clicked, their bowling didn't. I mean, they were so wasteful in the first half, and that'll come back to bite them in this one. For Spain, though, I mean, they were far from perfect either, losing 4 early wickets. But ultimately, when they needed to peg things back in the second half of the innings, they were able to take a couple of key catches. But an absolute thriller at the Khartoum Oval. Lives up to the billing, doesn't it? But the final score in Match 1 of Championship Week is Spain 158, Jersey 153. Coming up in 25 minutes, the first ball of Italy versus Netherlands. More information to come. Just keep checking our website, EuropeanCricket.com. But, well, not surprisingly, we're running a little bit behind, Rico. So let's motor through these highlights. This game, well, everyone was limbered up for it. And Yasser Ali, he was important, wasn't he? This one got away that probably shouldn't have. So, like I said, 2 teams that certainly didn't play perfect cricket, but it was almost perfect entertainment as it would go right down to the last ball.
Yeah, well, they were neck and neck all the way through. It was a bit of a roller coaster, wasn't it? One moment, it was Spain that were in front. The next moment, Jersey. What a shot that was, the Andalusia shot of the day so far. I mean, just stunning start, really, from the openers. Patrick Googe was brilliant, Asa Tribe as well. But you know what they say? It's the oldest saying in the game. Catches win you matches, and that for me is the story here. We'll see it coming up a little bit later on, but I think Daniel Doyaka's catch of the captain Asa Tribe, the 2 captains, one taking out the other, that was the crucial part of the game here. But you know, big shout out to Matthew Rahman as well. His first over went for plenty, didn't it? The youngster who got called into the squad here because of a few absentees, but didn't he perform well? And he held his nerve there towards the end as well. So well done to Spain, and well done really to both teams, providing us with such an entertaining start to Championship Week. I told you you're going to see the best cricket in the planet, the most exciting cricket on the planet this week here in Spain, in Andalusia. And if you go by match number 1, well, yeah, we're definitely going to see it. Yasser Ali, don't forget his contribution, that over number 8 when he came on the bowl, that was such a good over. Only 6 runs came from it, and he picked up the very important wicket of Jonty Jenner just when Jenner was going. And then, well, Asa had to keep things going for his side, didn't he? Every time he came on, he needed to find a way to get to the boundary fence, and he did find a way. But then there was this catch. That wins you the match. No doubt about it. It is world class. It is a match-winning catch there from DDC. That was the end of Asa. But still, there was a twist, wasn't there? There was still some good shots being played by Samora. But then right at the end, there was a couple of good catches there on the boundary, wasn't there? That made all the difference. That one goes for 6. The first 2 balls went for 6. They needed 20 off the first. It went down to needing 8 off all deliveries. Then there was that single, but then came the last 2 balls, wicket and wicket, when 6 were required of 2. They weren't able to get it, and that was a match-winning catch there right there at the end. Had to go for 6, wasn't able to do it, and Mati Rahman wasn't he pumped up indeed. And in fact, it was Ishan who was doing all the catching towards the end. Well done to both teams for providing us with a spectacular start to Championships Week. But there will be smiles on the face of Spain. But Jersey, they will know that you cannot give away 35 extras and win a match. And also, don't forget, 5 penalty runs as well. And that, folks, was a difference in this one. Patrick Googe batted beautifully, 37. Also 47 from Asa try. Jonty Jenner, 40. But crucial wickets that kept Spain in this all the way through. And we'll have a look at the bowling there in a moment. But I think it's the way that those bowlers came back. Yes, Irali went for 23 in his first. Look how well he came back in his second over, picking up that one crucial wicket of Jenner. And then also the likes of Mati Rahman holding his nerve at the end. Well done to the young man. And also a good spell of bowling there from Hamza Salim Dar. What a match! And talk about entertainment. It doesn't get any more entertaining than that. Next up, of course, is time to see for the first time in the Euros of 2023, the reigning champions, Netherlands, taking on Team Italy. Well, that one's going to be a cracker as well. Coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 20 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
And welcome back to the Carter Oval. Great to have your company as we roll into match two. Well, match one was thrilling. It's just a sign, I think, of what's to come as well, with 7 top teams here, all vying for the trophy on Friday night. Coming up next, Italy taking on the Netherlands 11. Well, of course, Italy had to qualify through Group C. Netherlands 11, it's their first game of this tournament because they qualify automatically by being last year's champions. So it should be a great game. Let's go over to Rob Kemming now. He's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Netherlands, your call.
The crown. And we'll have ball first.
Italy will bowl first.
So it is Joy Pereira of Italy that wins the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. So I do think Italy, like a lot of other teams, they want to know exactly how many they need to chase, and I suppose they can kind of plan their batting accordingly. They've got some very good players, we know that, including the captain, but I'd probably be expecting Zain Nakvi to open up, and Dinuru Marage, of course, he's been in that spot. He'll be hoping to make a few runs in the second half of this one. As far as Netherlands 11, though, of course, they are defending champions for a reason. They're led by Sebastian Brandt, who's a very, very good middle order hitter. He's got some good change-ups with the ball as well, and he's an outstanding fielder. In fact, he took one of the best catches of the ECC last year. But right at the top, Musa Ahmed, he is so dynamic. I mean, you throw in the amount of experienced guys you're seeing there, and a few new guys, the ECC, like Levitt. I think that he'll bring a lot to the batting as well. I think it'll be a really spicy contest. Well, Rico Full, he's ready to go, and he knows these 2 teams very well as well. Italy versus Netherlands. Italy winning the toss, sending in the Netherlands 11. Over to you. Let's get ready for Championship Week, match 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. I don't know about you, but I think the blue of Maximo looks pretty similar to the blue of Italia. Maybe deep down, Vinny fancying the Italians here, giving the Italians some support. Of course, we, the European Cricket Network, have spent plenty of time in Italy, and we know they've got some great players, and they were sensational in the group stages as well. Just to remind you that in qualifier number 1, they beat Denmark 132 to 128. Joy Pereira, 52, he made, did the captain. Rajmani Sandhu, 22 for 11 as well. Jaspreet Singh was the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 21. And then in the final against Denmark, they were victorious as well. You see here that Netherlands, 65% to 35, but I get the feeling it'll be a little bit closer than that. In the final, Italy, they restricted Denmark to 110, 4 for 15 for Amir Sharif, and he then went on and scored 26 off 11 deliveries to be the player of the match. Italy winning the group final by 14 balls to go, of course, up against the Netherlands. The Netherlands, of course, are the reigning champions. Automatic qualification into Championship Week as we're ready to start. The first ball to be bowled here by Amir Sharif, bowling to Clayton Floyd. And a swing and a miss, and signalled as a wide from the umpire. Ian Rubbage, he's out there with Nilkesh Patel. Yeah, Netherlands, the man who's batting here, was in fantastic form when we last saw them with the bat and with the ball as well. Clayton picked up 22 wickets, and Musa Ahmed scored 369 runs, so watch out for those 2. And strikes it down towards the leg side, picks up the one man that's out there patrolling, does the fielding and gets the throw in. So Italy, they were magnificent in the group stage, just the one loss that they had, and of course they lost their very first match, which was to Denmark. They scored 100, Denmark got there with 18 balls to go, but then after that they they found their form. Zain Nakvi was brilliant in the win against Estonia, scoring 64. And remember, they scored 194 for just 2 down against Serbia. That was where Amir Sharif scored that century. Here though, and oh well, this is an absolute gem of a catch. Musa Ahmed, well, he mooses it, but the man I'm talking about, the man who scored the ton, now is in the action with the ball. What a catch this is. It's been absolutely hammered. Really has been. That's a sensational take. Well, we already know the value of taking good catches. Daniel Doyle-Kaya taking the catch to remove Asa in the last match, which was crucial. This was clobbered. What a catch that is. And then that's Rajmani Sandhu taking a brilliant catch. And that is the end of Musa. Oh, that is huge. Musa will go first ball golden. Well, unfortunately, Goldie's going to be all over him. So Musa on his way back, and that means that Boris Gawley comes in at number 3, and he's going to go first ball. Gawley, he wants to get funky, and Amir Sharif, almost as if he knew this is what Boris Gawley is going to do, fires in the Yorker, pitched up, and Gawley, well, when he gets it right, it looks sensational. When you get it wrong, it looks bad, and this is looking bad. Boris Gawley will go first ball, and that's the second wicket. 2 in 2, another golden duck, and oh dear, I think he even gets a little bit on this, you know, maybe pad, maybe bat. We'll see it here, and it's not the right, onto the pad, onto the stumps. Boris Gawley, well, he's going to get a talking to, isn't he? And Amir Sharif, well, picks up another wicket. He's on a hat-trick. 2 in 2. I've got to say that maybe the wicket of Musa was a little bit of bad luck, perhaps, because it was a great catch. But there is Derek. Nice to see Derek back. 2 golden ducks. And the Netherlands, well, they're 2 for 2. Amir Sharif is the hero so far. He's on a hat-trick. And he strays down the leg side. And not the best hat-trick balls that you'll see. Bowling to Michael Levitt, who comes out. Well, what a, gotta say, disastrous start for the reigning champions. Short, and oh well, Rajmani, he can do no wrong at the moment, as this one was probably destined for the boundary. Maybe the one that Musa hit was as well, but Rajmani makes the stop. The score goes to 4 for 2. And Clayton Floyd back on strike. Recoveries can happen. We saw Spain recover in the first match for 28 for 4 and went on and put a great partnership. Oh, he goes down too early here. Goes down too early. That's Zayn Naqvi. This has to go down for a chance. Naqvi, I don't know how he tries to take this one. Ends up on his knees and the ball goes over his head. Yeah, goes down too early. Fingertips, but goes to the boundary. 4 runs. It's got to go down as a chance. So Clayton. I think that for me is a drop by Naqvi when he's on 1. Yeah, just remember that Spain were 28 for 4, and then we saw a 105-run partnership that eventually saw them get to 158, and even that at one point didn't look like it was enough in that topsy-turvy match number 1 of this championship. Spain eventually held their nerve and winning by just 5 runs. And by the way, 5 runs were penalty runs were awarded to Spain for a slow over rate, so certainly extras was going to be the telling point in that one. And look at this one. This crashes in to the, it's given as buys. So there's nothing on this at all. I thought for a moment that this is played into the deck, but it's not. So that's 4 buys. Well, that's quite crazy. This one hits something and takes off. Well, how about that? That is bounced all the way over the wicket. Look at that. That's quite sensational. So 4 buys. It is the end of the over. And the Netherlands will be 12 for 2 at the end of the first. Quite a crazy first over. this is how the teams got there. The winners of the groups. Netherlands, of course, here in Championship Week because they are the reigning champions. Now, they've got a fight on their hands in their first match. Remember, haven't got the advantage of playing here this time round because they automatically qualify for Champions Week. This is not well taken by the keeper. And, well, it's a good recovery from Rila. Sujith Rila, very good wicket keeper. 48 years of old and still going strong. Doesn't take it first time, but fires the throw in. But good running from the two batters, Floyd and Levitt, to get there. Jasprit Singh was doing the bowling. Jasprit was the top wicket taker for Italy. And, well, was number 2 in the group, just behind Ishan Karini, who took 11. That, of course, was in Group C. It's been crunched, and that's going to be 4 runs. Sounded good off the middle of the bat there from Clayton. So, trying to lead the fight back here. Just a little bit too short this time, Jasprit. And Floyd brings up the boundary. Too short, well hit, in the gap, in that vacant area in mid-wicket. So Jasprit's got to get the ball a little bit fuller. Jasprit again. And oh, this is high up in the air. Fielder getting under it is going to be an amazing catch, and it is an amazing catch. That is sensationally well done by Amir Sharif. Is there no wrong this man can do? And when you see this catch again, well, I don't know if you'll be able to appreciate it as much as we can here from our Boxing It Live. He has so much to do. He has to get going quickly. He keeps his eye on it all the way through. He gets under it and takes a really good catch. One of the best catches that we've seen here in the outfield. Tremendous catch there from Amir Sharif. And the man who's wearing the colours of Italy joins me in the box to appreciate that one. Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, well, I got to say it was a great catch by Sharif, and the Dutch have lost 3 early, and Floyd going, that's a big loss for them. Slower ball, I think, from Jasprit. He got under it. You know what was clever about that catch from Sharif is he actually took his eye off the ball for a second just to take a peek at where the boundary rope was, so he knew how much room he had. And once he was confident that he had plenty of room to take the catch, he then refocused on the ball and he concentrated on getting in the right spot. He did that. He took it pretty easy in the end, but it's nothing that easy about the catch as a whole. Sebastian Brunt comes out at number 5. I mentioned him in the introduction because he is a powerful middle order hitter. And I think Netherlands, just like a lot of the other teams here in Championship Week, they're not spooked by the early wickets. They're going to keep playing their shots. And Jasprit gets one over the bat of Sebastian Brunt first up.
Yeah, it's just that. I think this is just a bit of confidence. You've just picked up a wicket. The adrenaline is flowing. Confidence is flowing. And he bangs this one in.
Always looks so easy in slow motion.
Yeah, but good here, isn't it? If you get a bowl short, make it straight at the baton. Well, Sebastian Brunt misses out on his first.
How about the 4 byes over the keeper?
That just
There's
took
a
off
certain
from
area
nowhere.
around where the bowlers land at the other end that there's this little bit of, like it's the old-fashioned foot marks. I mean, there's no marks. They're invisible foot marks. But we have seen balls that bounce around the crease at both ends, actually, sometimes just taking off unreasonably.
What's going on here now? So something's going on here.
I think words have been said here. That's all I can think early is said something like "don't say it," I think, and don't know if it was about querying whether that was a bouncer for the over, maybe something towards the officials. But
yeah, it's never a bouncer. It was just a player miss. This one would have been a wide, and yeah, good job not to go for it as well. You don't take on Amir Sharif at the moment. He's been involved in every wicket.
I don't think it was anything between Seb and the Italians there. I think he might have just said, hey, is that he was querying the fact that it wasn't called the one for the over. And Ian Ram is very quick to go in and make it clear who's in charge out there.
Oh, well, this one is where you've got to take your frustration out on the ball. And that's the way to do it. And Sebastian Brunt gets this one clean out of the middle, and that sails over the leg side boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, again, slight change of pace. This time Brutt reaches, and well, perhaps the captain a little bit cranky with the 3 early wickets, having to get out of the chair so early, but he is so good to watch. And
he's a tremendous player.
He's a bit of a prankster as well, Seb, actually.
He's a
very, very talented cricketer, though. It's good to see him back at the European Cricket Championship. Levitt out there. Good to see him for the first time here at Khartoum.
There's another really good shot, powerful hit. And a good shot to play in the power play. And there's Musa. He'll be hoping that his luck will change. He absolutely clobbered one. What about that catch from Rajmani?
That was Jonty Road style, wasn't it, really? Absolutely belted. That's a good shot. Keeps it pretty simple as we get to the end of the second over. Netherlands 11 on their first appearance. 28 for 3 after 2. There we go. I mean, the distance between top and bottom was one swing of the bat, wasn't it? But obviously, with only 4 spots on Friday for 7 teams, that's every match is huge in Championship week. And don't forget, top 2 still got the double chance. So, I mean, those 2 teams, considering how even I think it is this year, that'll be a really important asset for 2 teams on finals day as well.
Zayn Ali will come into the attack.
Yeah, Zayn plays for Cividate in the north of Italy. I know his teammates will be watching on with interest. And we've spent a lot of time in Italy, haven't we, Ed? You know, a fair bit of cricket from the Netherlands as well. There's Piers Fletcher with his brand new biro ready to go. First ball round the tram line, but just eased away. Well, that's a shot and a half from Levitt. And that's why I said I've been looking forward to seeing this guy at the Khartoum Oval. I think he's going to have a very good time. And that's a very good shot. Maximo to start the 3rd over.
Yeah, it is a good shot. Look, he's in full control of it. Let's watch this. Yeah, good elevation and good technique.
Back knee on the ground. Proper swashbuckle. That's a nice shot of it as well. You can see gets down, gets low, and really gets under it. Now with Brutt at the other end. Ian Ramage at the... Yeah, just interested to see how this byplay continues.
So, well, for an appeal, probably just, well, it's a couple of things. Could be outside the line, could have been going over as well.
What we were having a little bit of a chuckle was that Sebastian Brutt caught the balls that came in and Ian Ramage wanted it and he threw it over his head.
Yeah, I think there's something definitely going on between Sebastian Brutt and Ian Ramage. They're not seeing eye to eye at the moment, are they? But
it's okay. They'll make friends eventually. 2 very nice guys in their own right, but they've got their roles to play. No quarter given, none asked out there.
Ooh. Slow ball, but doesn't carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones, though. It hangs in the air a long time, and as a keeper, you know he's nicked it, but really can never get kind of like a jump forward. This is one of those ones that I would have been, it's easy from here, but I would have been considering there, at least you have time to set your feet and jump forward. See how that little step goes back? He just had to recognise the situation, but that would have carried. We've got no idea. Zayn Ali, style ball working for him at the moment.
Yeah, that ball also, the one before, would have been a wide as well. This one, well, he's toying with the line, isn't he? Is Zayn Ali. High up in the air, catchable. Jasprit. Oh, that is incredible. That is incredible. It's got to be down as one of the best catches that you'll ever see. He has taken 2 great catches. This is sensational. He takes this just before the ball hits the ground. Is Amir Sharif again? I thought it's Jasprit's catch, but Jasprit is called off it by Sharif. This is sensational. What a catch. What a grab. And is this your HCL software play off the day?
Oh, that's an incredible catch. I mean, look, credit in the beginning. Jasprit, who's at long on, basically lets Sharif know it's his. I mean, ordinarily you want the outfielder to try and come in and get this, but he made it clear to Sharif it's his, and he had to get super lucky. Now the only question is whether that ball hits the ground at any time. I mean, on the field, it looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think he gets it in his hand. I mean, he's got it in control now. Just there, I think. Well, he's got it in his hand
know
as he
what?
dives. The question is, I mean, oh, well.
Let's have a look one more time. I mean, it's... Well, we won't look at it one more time because they're happy with it.
We go back to the live action here, and this one is one outside the off. It's a dot ball. I think there's been so many talking points about these sort of catches. But for me, he's caught it, he's got it under control, and then he's hit the ground. I don't think he's using the ground at all.
But there's been a few of these lately, and the law's pretty clear about this. Yeah, see, I've got to be honest, as we get to the end of the over, the score is 35 for 4 after 3. If I'm honest, I don't think it's out.
No.
If I'm honest, and I think it needed another look. You know, I think maybe it's one of those ones, okay, he's running away from the umpire, so they might not be aware of it. But I think, you know, if the ball touches the ground, any part of that process, I know he's already got it under control, but he's not in control of his own movements yet. He's still diving. And if you use the ball at all to break your fall, if any of that ball touches the ground, I don't think that's out. I think it's a great classic catch, but I think for me, there's an asterisk next to that one, although take nothing away from the effort from Sharif. But if I was the Netherlands there, put it this way, Sebastian Brandt will be taking the pads off, watching that on the big screen, and I think he'll have more questions.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Was it conclusive, though? If they give it out, oh, well, this is another skied ball that should be caught. This one's regulation, and it's taken. So the Netherlands have lost 5 now. Levitt goes. Kasala, well, he's into the side as well for Championship Week. And the spin wins here as the Netherlands 11, 37 for 5.
Yeah, well, this guy, I remember seeing a lot of him, Dimit Kasala. He is somebody that's featured quite heavily in the European Cricket Series. I know he's taken plenty of wickets, including hat-tricks. He's a good guy to bring in. No mistakes, as this time it is Zain Naqvi that takes the catch. So the first time a wicket falls, and Amir Sharif has nothing to do with it. And that's the sort of impact that Sharif has had in this match already. And the Netherlands lose another. They're 37 for 5.
Championship Week is throwing up the talking points quicker than we can react. Yeah, the Mitchell Stark is the example. People they call it the Stark type of catch. The other counterpoint, was it conclusive? He hit the ground, or are we just thinking that if on the this is in the air, it's pretty close to the fielder as well. But if on the ground they've called it out, then they would need something conclusive to show it did hit the ground. Now, I saw what I saw. Is it conclusive? Well, it makes it questionable, but they would need something clear and conclusive to overturn their decision of out.
See, when I watch it, more on after this ball from Kosala. And, well, we can talk because it's going to go a long way. 6 runs. Manos. Arriba from the arbitro. Has a good shot from Zulfikar. Look, when I saw it live, and then also when I see the replay, what I'm saying to myself is, does he catch it clean? Yes. Does he have it under control? I think yes. I mean, when he has it or when he goes down, I think he has it under control, and I think that's what you've got to look at.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people that agree with you there, but I mean, this has been made pretty clear lately. So, for my question, do you believe that ball hit the ground at any point in the process?
Once he's caught it.
But do you think
yes,
it does?
But before then, I think he's got it. I don't think he's aided by the ground in keeping the ball in his hand.
45 for 5 after 4. So, I mean, this is the thing that's been clarified recently. So, for me, I think the actual law is clear now, and it's been clarified that if you ground it as you're diving, if you use the ball to touch the ground, then it's not out. So, it's just a matter of if that's enough conclusive evidence to say it definitely touched the ground or that you think it might have touched the ground. Because the thing is, he could have also been pretty close, but still just kept it off, you know. But anyway, I'll have a look at one more time, but yeah. I mean, okay, I'll say one more thing after seeing that close up. I think he's trying to keep it off the ground. So, like, if he has
millimetres above the ground. He's trying to use his other hand to break the fall. So it wasn't really that the ball broke the fall necessarily. And the other thing is that on the camera, things look closer together than they are. And I know that because of the foreshortening of the image into 2 dimensions. So I have a feeling the ball could have touched the ground, but the camera can kind of lie to you in those situations. Interesting one though. This one, not so interesting. It's another wide, and we've seen way too many wides, to be honest, on Championship Week. First game in a bit. But anyway, what's done is done, and Netherlands, they've batted themselves into a corner, but they've got some pretty good players still to come, and good to see Sikander Zulfikar, the only one of the Zulfikar triplets that's here this year. Of course, his triplet brother, Saqib, is at the World Cup. Assad, the keeper, we've seen him before. This is going to be straight to the fielder, and another one. Hit 6. So Sikander Zulfikar this time isn't going to be able to move the needle too much. It's 46 for 6.
They just keep on finding the safe hands of the Italian fielders at the moment. Zayn Ali gets another. There's been talking points. No talking point about this one. So finds the fielder. It's another one that bites the dust. And this time is Nishamel Fernando that takes the catch. Well, the Netherlands, it's not so far been a good return to the Kardama over for them. As Zulfikar makes his way back. You can see that there's a young guy who's out there at the moment, and that's Kloppenberg.
Yeah, Tjern Kloppenberg. Good to see him out there.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little brief look at him at the ECIs
in Krefeld.
And though things didn't go Holland's way there when they were playing the Netherlands, they weren't able to really get a victory. And they played some good cricket, but Kloppenberg, he was certainly outstanding. He's a young man, and he hits the ball hard. And
Roel Verhagen is out there now. He'll do the keeping in this game for the Netherlands. And yeah, let's see if he can turn around. He is also a very, very good bat. Left-hander, very tall, deep in his crease. Faces Zayn Ali. Wide down the leg side, first up. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. But I suppose this championship week's just getting underway, and there'll be plenty more talking points before we get to that trophy presentation on Friday night. This is going to be one down the ground. Verhagen off the mark. Got to still swing away, I think, if you're Netherlands. They've got good players there. They're genuine bats. It's probably just okay. Clearly below the waist.
Yeah, they're just checking it there. You can see Ian Rumbid saying, I just want to check this. He gets the okay. They'll carry on. Zayn Ali, good variations from him. The slower ball and quicker one now and again. Shorter. It's up in the air, but I think he's good placement here. In fact, it's going to be 4 runs. That's signalled by the square leg umpire. He's got a good eye on that. There's Nilkush. And, well, gentle applause, we'll say, from the Netherlands as they bring up the half century with that one.
Yeah, and I suppose, like I said, the run rate, not too bad. I mean, they've got good bowling options. They've got very experienced lineup, Netherlands 11, so if they could maybe scrape that 110, 115, I feel they could defend that.
Not a good delivery, and this is going to be a minimal. Well, Zayn Ali just gets it wrong here. Now, we've seen so many times in these matches where a little period like this, a boundary, 5 wides, sometimes it's a no ball 7, can change the momentum. And Netherlands will be hoping that that is the case for them here.
Yeah, Kloppenberg didn't have to hit that one, but does have one boundary in the over.
Hit hard over the fielder, smashes into the boundary fence. 6 runs. I told you, this guy is powerful. And remind me if I'm wrong, he's 16, right?
Yeah, he's
is he 16?
Exactly, but he...
I think he is. I'm pretty sure in Krefeld, when I was looking him up, he was just 16.
Yeah, you're right. 16 years old?
Does
16
he look
and
like
a half.
Look at him.
Yeah.
He is built for power. And he's going to go It's a full delivery. What a good comeback this is from Zayn. I mean, he sprayed it around a little bit here, but this one looks like it's full and straight. And the young sensation will have to go. And he goes to a very good delivery right at the end of the 5th over. So it's going to be 7 down here, 63 for 7, as we have a look at this again.
My honest opinion was that he might have nicked it. Maybe not. I mean, if he has, it's very hard to tell because it's a fine one. I just picked up a little double noise, and I'm going on the reaction as well from T10. It might have just been disappointment. There's no real evidence of it there. So it looks pretty salmon trout to me. Me and Ramage think so. So maybe just a bit of disappointment there from Kloppenberg. So he is LBW, and that's 7 wickets down now. Netherlands 11, 63 for 7.
Yeah, so Kloppenberg makes his way back, and like the others before him, just hasn't been able to get going. So 7 down, 5 overs complete. And now Oliver Allenbass is going to join the likes of Verhagen out there, as we can remind you that coming up, and not that far away, starting on the 17th of December, is going to be, well, the women's version of the European Cricket Championship. And of course, Netherlands going to be involved in that, and so are Italy.
Yeah, so we'll get to see the women's teams of these two doing battle in 2 matches at least in the ECCW. And they had a real thriller earlier in the year at Europa Point when Italy won last ball, but Netherlands got their revenge in the final. All right. So it's 5 overs down, 63 for 7. Verhagen pacing up to Damith Kosala. Oh, he's going to slice this away, and this is going to go for 4. Yeah, it does. So it was a nice chase by Rajmani, but it was always going to be in vain. Netherlands now, I mean, do you reset the goalposts? I don't know. I mean, Allenbass, he's a genuine hitter as well. Yeah. I still think you need to be pretty attacking. Verhagen, though, on strike at the moment. Walks at this. This is a cracking shot. This is 4. So, I mean, these guys, they're no tail enders coming out for the Orange team. Let me tell you that much. And the Dutch, they pride themselves on the quality of their domestic cricket, and rightly so. That's a cracking shot from Verhagen.
Oh, one of the shots of the day so far, that is. Yeah, cracker. It is. Beautifully played. Great footwork.
Now elevates leg side, and this is going to sail out of the ground as well. Maximo! So as we expected, the Netherlands are still going to play their shots. They're still going to try and hit these boundaries. They're going to try and hit the way out of trouble. And Verhagen, he's dealing at the moment. And if they can go at this pace and not run out of batters, they're on 136 pace.
Yeah, that's their plan. Keep on going, keep on hitting. They got batters still to come, we know that. It's a better delivery, just doesn't go as full. And takes a bit of pace off this as well. And it's nicely played, good bit of footwork. Certainly, when he's hitting the bat for Verhagen, it's sounding pretty good, isn't it? So first one now for Oliver Allenbass. Heard there, he wants leg stick for his guard.
Time him out. Sorry. You won't get that if you just tuned in for this game.
It's punched away towards the long on fielder. Now that is the very first timed out that we've had, right?
It is.
The very first in the European Cricket Network history. So we'll remember that, and it happens in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is the end of the over, and Netherlands trying to get a fight back here as they are now 79 for 7 at the end of 6.
Couple of goldens for Musa and Boris first up. Yeah, Boris tried to funkify his innings straight away with disastrous consequences, but Verhagen now the top scorer in this innings with 16 off just 6 balls. But they're kind of now on the high wire without a safety net, aren't they, the Netherlands? But like I said, I still think they're going to be attacking about the same way. You've got Arnav Jain coming in. He's a decent batter as well, to be honest, coming in at 10. Then you've got Viv Kingma at 11. He can hold it. So Rajmani comes on to bowl the 7th. Hadn't bowled yet. Has a very good change of pace that a lot of people can't pick.
Well, this is just a real loosener. Is a long hop, and it gets blasted away. So Allenbass gets his first boundary. And Rajmani has to go back to the drawing board. Not a good delivery. Hello to A lot of people on the chat, including Maya. Hello, Maya, Mandrake, and Dia Maria is there as well as Wayne. KG1, lovely to have you all with us, enjoying the action here in day one of Championship Week.
Yeah, he's going to pick that one okay, didn't he, Ellen Bass?
How high is this one? I think they might want to check this.
Yeah, going to have a look. This is, yeah, it's not slow ball either. So this one, for me, I think it could be trouble for Italy. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a no ball.
It's got to be, I think, hits him way above the waist. Yeah, it gets called. So, okay, license to go the full Monty.
Yeah. So Rajmani, I think, goes for the quick Yorker, just overcooks it a bit. So real opportunity here. And this is where you don't have to worry about losing another wicket because you can't here unless it's a run out. So Ellen Bass, let's see if he can cash in for the Dutch. Won't really. Just gets one. So Rajmani went back to the slower ball. This game right now, 50-50. And that just shows you how much the super duper computer thinks of this Netherlands 11 side. So obviously you'd say they're well behind in this game based on what we've seen, but they are defending champions. They've got kind of all departments covered, don't they? They've brought players here I think can do the job, the ones that we haven't seen before in an ECC, but also some experienced campaigners. There's an attempted Yorker again. It is a bit too full, but only a single for Verhagen.
It's all about the variations of the pace here for Rajmani. I think he was instrumental in the group stages for Italy. He bowled very well, very clever, a lot of change of pace. And, continuing to do the same here.
Yeah, it's well bowled again. Yeah, that's where he wants to be. It took him a couple of goes, but he gets it right that time. So, yeah, I want to say quick hello to a few people. You mentioned Di Maria, but hello to Chris, who's watching from the Netherlands. Hello to Ken. Hello to Ben. Hello to Maya. To Mandrake as well. And to Wayne and to anyone else I might have missed. Another overcooked Yorker, but they can't elevate. This will just be a single to Olivia Ellenbass. Last ball, the over coming up. So Rajmani has gotten out of jail a couple of times here. Yeah, it's a decent over. If you look at the results.
It's recovered well after that first ball. That was a Gundy ball. It was played away to the boundary.
Kloppenberg's gone, I should say. I was just reading his name in the chat. But Verhagen, he'll want to get this one away. He'll miss, and he'll get hit in a somewhat uncomfortable position. That'll be the end of the 7th over. And the Dutch are 87 for 7. We talked a lot about how many sixes we're seeing at this year's tournament. I mean, this is the maximo rate for all the teams. Now, the thing with the Netherlands, theirs is from last year because they haven't played yet. And the winning team last year scored, on average, that's 11.36s per 10 overs. But have a look at some of these maximo rates for some of these other teams. I mean, Spain and Jersey up in the 17, so that's almost 2 sixes every over on average. And then, you know, all the way down, I mean, England 11.4 just shows you they got through despite, I think, their batting not particularly clicking the way it might. And then you've got the others, you know, 14s for Italy and Germany, and 16.4 for Ireland 11, who have a lot of good hitters. And we'll see all 7 teams here on opening day of Championship Week as well. All right, goes straight, mishits it, which probably works out well for Ellen Bass because it falls safely and he gets a single.
Yeah, what amazes me, I mean, in 3 weeks of competition leading up to the start of Championship Week, we've had over 10,000 runs in sixes. That just...
I'll go speak to Sunil Gavaskar. It took him about 15 or 18 years to get 10,000 runs, and we've done it in 3 weeks. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
Just in sixes. That's quite extraordinary. 77% of the runs in boundaries.
Right, this is going to be hit at only 1, even though Rajmani slips, but he held onto the ball. And so it'll be a single. So I want to say quick hello, to Mishmash, who's watching from Oregon as well. So, I mean, we really do have viewers all around the world, of course. Some watching on our channel, ECN, European Cricket Network, but also fan code in the Indian subcontinent. I know that we're on various other international broadcasters as well. All right, throws the hands at this and gets it. Nice shot, really good from Ellen Bass. Maximo! They will just keep on swinging. A bit like Dory in Finding Nemo with a slight twist, but get deep in the crease, gets under it, gets the elevation, gets 6.
Yeah, good shot. It's there in the slot. Doesn't try to do anything special with it, just plays the shot on merit. Hit through the ball. So Jaspreet Looking to bounce back after that one.
This is the quicker one, but he loses it wide. Yeah, so hello to everyone, and I might take a moment to try and go through every broadcaster. I know that we're on Fox Sports in Australia, Sports TV in Turkey. That's live and free in Turkey. Streamster in Austria, Sports Max in the Caribbean. This isn't going too far. In fact, it'll be a dot. To Willow in USA and Canada. So I think Mishmash might be watching on Willow. And to Sport Deutschland in Germany. Of course, the Germans super excited to be here. And Swiss Sport TV, of course, in Switzerland, who got pretty close to qualifying. Also Star Times in Sub-Saharan Africa, to SSC in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East and North Africa, to Viaplay in the UK and Ireland, La Liga Sports TV globally and in South America, and Sport and France. Back to the action. That just shows you, Rico, the depth and the breadth of this coverage now in our third European Cricket Championship. It's something quite unbelievable what this has turned into.
Unbelievable. And I don't know about you, Vinny, but the amount of messages that I'm receiving, Facebook, Instagram, it's just amazing. So many people loving it. Messages from all around the world. So thank you to everybody for all your messages, and keep them coming.
Short and pulled, found the fielder, he gets it. Well, it's an unusual technique, but he really wanted to go fingers up. I can kind of understand this. That's Zayn Nakvi under this. I know that you'll think he's nuts, but fingers up, I think with the ball getting hit hard and flat, you've just got the ability to give a bit more with it. Anyway, I'll get your thoughts in a minute. I can tell you it's the 8th wicket. It's 97 for 8. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say earlier on he went down when he didn't need to and it cost him. But that time, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, this time, I think he gets it right, and I like the way that right at the end he gets that head out of the way. But remember, against Clayton, he dropped Clayton on 1, and he tried to do it the same way. On that occasion, he went down too early. He got it wrong. It was over his head. But this time, he's got a bit more time, gets down, gets his hand in a good position at the last minute, gets the head out of the way, so takes the catch. And that's a good wicket to get, because I think Verhagen was not just looking good, but he was timing the ball pretty well. So nice catch taken, and another one bites the dust. 97 for 8.
Yes, I'll come back to the technicals of that in a second, but right now, 2 overs to go. Here's Rajmani. Oh, and he bowls him round his legs first ball. Ellen Bass nonplussed with that. He got way too far across. He showed too much of his stumps. You know how people are always following the batters when they're going outside off? Bowl at the wickets.
Yeah.
This is not an easy shot. If you miss it, you get the wicket. And right now, Netherlands down to their last man as the score is 97 for 9.
Well bowled from Rajmani Sandhu. And yeah, he goes right across a little bit. Yeah, you can see he's a bit disgusted with himself. Alan Barr just drops the bat in disgust. It's just clever bowling. It's that slower delivery, but it's the length. It's the Yorker length of it. And if you can maybe see this from side on as well, you see what I'm talking about. And that was the way that Boris Gawley went as well. He wanted to get funky, goes outside, but you get the ball full and straight. You get it Yorker length. Very difficult to play when you're standing outside the off stump. So Oliver Allen Bass is going to go, and well, maybe a chance for a team hat-trick here.
Yeah, could be. Let's go back to the catch. I think the reason players aren't too comfortable catching it kind of fingers pointing towards the ball, or what you'd call kind of fingers down, is that when they're so flat, if you misjudge it slightly, you can cop it on the end of the finger, and it's rough. Can really do some damage. So yeah, the fingers up being used, but Mendy had to kind of contort himself to get in that position, Zayn Nakvi. All right, so Viv Kingma's out there. Never a sign the innings is going too well for the Netherlands 11, but Viv, you've seen him here before, playing for Grenada as well, not just the Netherlands 11. That's pretty nice looking down and up to get him going with a single.
Great to have him back at the Cardam Oval. He's a lovely, lovely guy, lovely personality, and somebody who really does sort of advertise European cricket so well in terms of the way that everybody gels together, the sportsmanship, and always there and always keen to help out anybody that he can. And yeah, he's a good ambassador for European cricket, is Viv Kingma.
Yeah, so this is where you do have to be a bit more conservative and at least look, run a ball here. It's a good slower ball though. That one put Viv in a bit of surprise, but I mean, the fact that Viv's in the team, it means you're going to have to deal with him. And he is a really, really good bowler. I mean, pretty unlucky, I think, not to be at the World Cup, because he's certainly had a major role to play in the lead up.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there might be a couple of batters at the other end that are going to feel exactly how much he's fired up about that.
Great delivery. All depends though on his fitness. I know last few times that we've seen him on the network, he's had a few issues with I think knee problems. So his fitness is key really here for the Netherlands. And I suppose we'll get a chance to see just how fit he is and how well that knee has mended when we see him charging in.
Last ball, the over. Yeah, gets 4. Yeah, it's a good shot by King, mate. He just played the ball on its merits here. You know, clips this away. It's an error for Rajmani, who tries to clean up the stumps. On the whole, Rajmani's missed that Yorker full in these 2 overs. Has got it right sometimes. Nicely worked away by Kingma. So, end of the over, and the 100 is up for the Netherlands 11 with an over remaining. 103 for 9.
Netherlands, we've talked about their bowling tap. Vivian Kingma is going to be, I think, key for them. And they'll believe, and of course they will, that if they can, I mean, they've got past the 100 mark here now, get to, I don't know, get another 15 if they can off this over, get past the 110 to 115 score, maybe even push on onto the 120 if they can get a sort of almost a magical over here, that they'll be able to defend that. They are the reigning champions. In comes Sharif to bowl the last. Just going to drop a couple of bounces in front of Jaspreet. Takes a single.
Yeah, I mean, 110 or something like that. Be a pretty interesting chase, I think. You'd have to say Italy are ahead in the game, but like I said, Netherlands, they've got proven performers here, don't they? They've got Kingma, they've got someone like Clayton Floyd to take the pace off, even Skander Zulfikar with the ball. Sebastian Bratt, of course. Spin of Jane. Oh, there's 4 as well. Again, safest shot in the book, straight into the ground. Flies over point. Well, Vivian, the all-rounder, gets another boundary for the Dutch.
Well, yeah, King Viv with this shot here. Look, into the deck. And, well, the deck is hard, and that proves just how hard it is. Plays it into the deck. It flies over the man at point. It was a fair way back, actually. It's a very good shot. Well timed. So, Sharif, 2 for 13 so far. That's
Slow
that slow one, and he may have got enough of this as well. He has, so 4 more. So, Vic Kingma turning on the style here, getting valuable runs. They go past the 110 mark now, 112 with 3 balls to go in the innings.
He might have to bat Viv 10 spots higher. Tell you what, if he hits a 6 here, he'll top score from number 11, and you don't see that very often. Anyway, they've got bonus time now, I think. Again, don't have to go looking for trouble, but last 3 now, I think you are throwing a little bit. And so I'll just get a single here, and that will bring Arnav Jain back, who we were just mentioning will be in action with the ball, and he's also had a fair bit of top team experience for the Netherlands in the last year or 2. Having said that, I think if you offered Italy at 120 to chase at the beginning, they'd say yes, please. 2 to come. Oh, wow, it's French cut for 4. So the run's coming late. How often do you see this, hey? You've got 10 and 11 at the crease, and now suddenly the luck's turning. All the top order batters saying, hey, where was that luck when I was out there? Although it wasn't just bad luck, I think, that got Netherlands in this mess in the first place. But now they find themselves 117 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, and we're looking to get the 120 here. So it's been an expensive last over.
They will bat out the 10. But, well, that's not great for Kingma. I think he's going to get run out here.
I think it's a bat plug, isn't it? Let's have a look at this. We know if you don't slide that bat in on the ground, it can be a little bit soft.
Yeah, bat plug victim, and I'm worried that might be his left wrist that's copped the handle and all that kind of force. So Viv, if you thought he was going to walk off with a smile after 14 not out, ordinarily that'd be the case, but you'll see here the bat plugs, and I don't think he gets his foot in. No, he's not even close anyway, but I don't know if we've got another shot of this, how the bat jams in the turf. See, this will show it pretty well. Yeah, and he felt it going, and he had to kind of just manoeuvre to throw the bat away. So it'll be a run out, and that's in fact all out off the last ball, but they do bat out the 10. Netherlands 11, 117. Well, in a way, quite a bit of momentum going into the second half of this game, because it looked like they might get rock and rolled for double digits, but what time for the Dutch bowling and fielding to step up. For Team Italy, well, this is a great opportunity for them to get some points on the board. Probably not a bad time to get the Dutch as well. you know, if Italy don't chase this down, they'll feel that maybe they're going to be also rounds this week. But what about the start? Italy certainly making some chances and also being gifted a couple of wickets, I think, like this from Gawley, who tried to go funky first ball.
Yeah, not good from Gawley, this at all. And I think teams are getting to know what Gawley's all about. He likes to go for that shot. But some of the catching, I have to say, early on from Italy was sensational. We saw a great one there from Rajmani. This could have been one from Naqvi. But hey, what about Amir Sharif? He was sensational. That one was amazing. That is 4 byes. But have a look at this. That is a great catch. But there's, well, a better one to come, though. There's a lot of talking points behind it as well.
It's also a very good one. I mean, we kind of forgot about that one a little bit, but it was great judgment from Amir Sharif. Kind of peeked at the boundary line, saw that he had room to move, and then got himself in the perfect position. But yeah, this was the one that kind of had people talking a little bit, whether that ball was grounded in the action of taking the catch and completing the catch. And I suppose no one could really say for sure one way or the other. That had Brunt on his way. And kind of every time it looked like they might get a bit of a turning point, they seemed to lose another wicket. In fact, it wasn't really until we got down to 10 and Jack that the Dutch were really able to fight back and at least get them to the 100. And in fact, quite a few more than 100 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we said they needed a good over to finish with, and they got a good one as well. Then 14 came off that last over, and it got them past the 110 mark, and they were, well, on the brink of trying to bring up the 120. But I still do believe that they'll believe that they've probably got enough on the board here. Well, that was Kloppenberg again, LB. I don't think there was any doubt about that. A really good, clever bit of bowling from Ali. I think, in general, though they got it wrong a few times, the Italians, it wasn't the best to start from Rajmani, but in general, they bowled cleverly. I think the way they took the pace off the ball was clever. Their slower Yorkers were good, and that's why they contain the Netherlands.
Yeah, well, they do. You've got to love the super slow-mos, but some of them will make your eyes water. It should come with a warning. That was the time that we were discussing how Zain Naqvi decided to take that catch. And then once again, you know, honestly think pound for pound, if you bowl Yorkers at middle stump, if batter's going to get funky, they're probably going to mess themselves up more than they'll get after you as a bowler. But yeah, then it was the Kingma show where he came out and he fought with 14 runs of his own towards the end, even though he was pretty uncomfortable at the end. Maybe a slightly sprained wrist as he was caught short, but not before a good fight back. Netherlands 117. And that means that 118 will be the target for the Azuri if they're to start with a win.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scorecard. Not the best of starts on the Netherlands. When you have a look at that, look at the top 4 there, just being blown away. But a lot of that was self-inflicted. And then we saw a bit of a fight back there from the captain, Sebastian Braat, and also Zulfiger, as well as Kloppenberg, all getting starts but not able to make it count. I think of Hagen batted really well for 18. Looks like he's timed the ball really well. And then at the end, well, yeah, King Viv getting very valuable runs towards the end there. So nice little 20-run partnership between the number 10 and number 11, which helps them get to 117. You would say that it's still below par. I think par, it's got to be around about the 125 to 130 here. But Netherlands, with the bowling attack that they've got, can make this tricky for Italy. Italy, though, they've got to be thinking that they're chasing around about a 140 score and try and win this match in the power play if they can. Gonna leave you with the mid-match summary out there for match number 2 in Championship Week. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match 2 of the Euros of Cricket, happening here in Andalusia, Spain.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, we all need food to live, and food is seen as a basic human right, yet 1 in 9 people globally experience chronic hunger, and we can all do our bit. And well, it is World Food Day, and maybe we can come together as a family and see whatever we can do to help as part of the Share the Meal program. Back to the action here, and it will be Vivian Kingma to start things off. Italy got himself in a good position here, restricting Netherlands to 117, 118 required for victory. And get ready for the first ball. Kingma. That's going to be down the leg side to start off with. No runs there. Then Nakvi, the opener. Welcome back to everybody on the chat and a global audience around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Italy looking to maybe cause a bit of an upset here. So clipped away with aerial, and well, non-striker is Dinidou Morage, who just well, it sets off a little bit early. He wants it, and he gets told no. I don't think that is on. He's running into trouble there. So Vivian walks back to his mark. I think it's going to be key here for the Netherlands. These 2 overs will always be tricky to deal with from any side. And that's clipped away beautifully off the pads. That's going to be 6 runs. And just losing his line once again is Kingma. And that's an easy hit, really, for Nakvi. He's got to get these outside the off. And look at this, way down the leg side. And why have 1 when you can have 6? That is what Nakvi is thinking. So the first boundary of the Italian innings gets Italy off and going. Better, that's where you need to be. That's a Yorker, great delivery. And a lot of people probably wondering, well, Yorker, what are you talking about a Yorker? Well, if you look at this side on, look where this ball is. Have a look. Perfect. Perfect Yorker, and very difficult when it's full and straight like that for the batters to get under it and try and get a boundary. Well watched, you have to say, there from Zain Nakvi as well. Not getting carried away. Short, and he gets enough of this. This goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Shaka Lagya, good hit. And goes with the shorter one after the Yorker. And it was almost if Nakvi knew it was coming. That gets crunched away as well. So Sace Mass. Looks like he's making a change in the field. Is Kingma. He wants the mid-wicket to go back. So you would think from this field, a short ball coming, square leg back, mid-wicket back. Is it going to be the bluff? Will it be another Yorker? Will it be the slower delivery? It's the attempted slower ball, which is going to be a wide. So it was the bluff. And gets it wrong there down the leg side. Kingma goes back to his mark. Still 2 balls to come in the over. 14 have come off it already. And this is going to be 6 more. The over will go magical. The timing of this, oh, well, that is absolutely clinical. What a delightful shot from Nakvi. Once again, Viv just gets it wrong. Zayn Nakvi, anything in that slot. Look at that, down onto his pads. And look at the way he gets the elevation in there. Just beautiful timing. Using the pace of Kingma against him at the moment. 20 off the first. Italy off to a flyer. The slower one is not a good delivery. This one is going to be over the ECN studio. Seismas bolle kinna sona. Oh, what a start for Italy. 26 coming off the first over of Kingma. And you couldn't have dreamt of a better start, could you? It's that slower ball again, but once again he gets it wrong. It's down the leg side. It's a gunny ball, really, and he gets put away. Seismas. And at the end of the first over, Italy 26 without loss. 89 matches since that golden ball. And, well, if you get a few more overs like that, it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this one either. Dinadu Moraga now gets set to face his first delivery. And he's not one to hang around as well. And likes to go big right from the start. And Oliver Allenbass has been tasked to bowl the second over, and they need it to be a good one. And it's an up and over shot from Dinadu. This will be 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras más. And Italy thinking positive. That's what they've got to do. Think positive, be aggressive, and play their shots. And a little bit too much width for Dinadu. And he puts that away with a fair bit of ease, you have to say. Bright just checking if the bowler's happy with his field. He says, yes, I want to leave the 2 out on the leg side. And, well, where's this one? I think this might be off the helmet. I think this is a bit of a bat and the lid. Let's have a look at this again. Or is it straight off the helmet? Well, let's see what Dinadu. It's a good job that he's wearing the protection. Oh, I think that is straight off the lid. This one gets head-butted to the boundary. Yeah, no bat involved in that. So that will go down as 4 leg byes as we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the box.
Oh, steam train here, Miyazuri. Now he's in the air. Can't turn it into a catch. That's Boris Corley there. Yeah, but when you start heading boundaries, you know things are running your way. And Maragi did get it. It was a slow ball, so what are you going to do? But Netherlands 11, well, they need a turning point. They need it quick. I will say, if they can do that, and they're certainly very, very capable of orchestrating some kind of collapse. But Italy come out, they're looking good so far. Another slow ball, and this is well knocked down. Should stay in the field of play, Maragi. And a nice cut, but it was Floyd there, was it, that made the stop, or the initial stop. Could see him back. Look, Netherlands 11, they've got 6 games, but here's the first thing. They got to make the 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's one thing to say, oh, you know, they maybe haven't as much cricket as everyone else. That's true, but then you also got to look at someone like Italy, who we haven't seen them for a couple of weeks, for example. Teams like Jersey and Spain, haven't seen them for a couple of weeks. So no one's had too much cricket lately that we've seen so far.
It's a nice wrist work there from Nakvi, but no runs. As Clayton is the man to try and beat in that area at the moment.
Nakvi seems to do well against the better teams as well, doesn't he? Sign of a good player. And I remember that last ball win when he hit the winning runs off Rishton against England 11. He looks pretty organised so far. Ellen Barstow, good over this. It's 5 off it, plus the 4 that was headed to the boundary. And now he's going to be lifted up and into the jungle for 6. So Maximo. Nakvi looks on, and so are Italy. Ended 41 without loss.
Yeah, well, it's not a good sign for the fielding side when Dave is up there already waiting to retrieve these. And, well, he's got it. Yeah, well done.
I bet we don't.
Well done to Dave there. And, yeah, he's sitting at the top of the mound expecting them to go that way, and they're going that way. That is the end of the over. It's 41 without loss.
Great retrieval from Dave with his lucky hat. Spain, the only winner so far because they only had one game. There's only 5 points in it. Coming up next, Spain will be on again, actually. So Spain will play 2 of their 6 games in the first 3. And they have a game coming up next in game 3. I love it when teams got a bit of history, and it's Spain versus the Irish in match 3. So what a great game that'll be. Sebastian Bratt takes matters into his own hands, comes and bowls over number 3. And the first one's cut away, and it's cut away all the way. Maximo didn't have a fielder down there, so Marage could kind of play that shot with immunity. Yeah, nice footwork. See the back and across step there? Kind of made it technically a very good shot. And right now, Netherlands 11 need to almost start thinking about what can we do to kind of make this last longer, because this could be a bit of a net run rate buster as well.
Yeah, that's Dinadu shot though, isn't it? He loves playing that. They're still keeping the man up. Slower. Straight to the fielder. Will be no run. You can see that Nakvi starts to go, and Moraga says, they don't need to take any real risky ones here, do they? So at the moment, they're well on top.
It's funny how the game changes as well in just 12 months. You feel like that deep third position, often a really fine deep third, is a must-have this year. Although this one is going to go to the leg side, and it's going to go a long way. Maximo, or Dave, he's actually set up at the top of the hill, because balance the probabilities, that's where they're going, as you pointed out a moment ago, Rico. But Italy, they are cruising at the moment. It's Netherlands getting a bruising. That brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Italy.
Yeah, well, Dinadu this time. He had options, didn't he? Cut or go for the pull shot, and he pulls it and gets it out the middle. 6 more, so now it's the captain, Bratt, that's under pressure.
Oh, that's the, well, you might as well be the other side of the trees. Poor Dave, he needs a raise up there. He's been sent all over the jungle. Oh, well, somebody called Bear Grylls, because at the moment, that's getting peppered. I mean, that is a class shot, plays it all on the up, keeps going, and Maximo time. This would be a beautiful shot of it in slow motion, unless you're Sebastian Bratt.
I can't believe he's found it. How? Or Dave? Oh, I wonder if it is the ball. That's the question. The umpire will have a look at it.
A ball?
I don't think. Well, the umpire, Ian, doesn't even look at it. But Sebastian
It's nice
Bratt
to see
seems
Ian
be
actually
okay.
getting given the ball now. You saw these in the first innings. Oh, boy. All right. 59 the power play. We're not done yet. Up and over. This will be 4. And he shows he's not a one-trick pony. Marage, and showing what he can do. Bratt's over goes magical. This has been some start for the Italians.
What a wonderful shot this is. Look, this is all about awareness of the field. Look, he knows what he's doing. That's such a good shot. And manipulating the field at the moment is Dinadu.
All right. Last ball of the third. And he'll get what I think will be another boundary here as well. It is. Just opens the blade there. There's no one back at deep point. That's the thing about only having 2 outfielders. You have to be careful where you put them. And it means you can't put them everywhere. Well, right now, this attack getting ripped apart, a bit like the second number 8 on Marage's jersey. But that'll be the end of the power play. 67 without loss after 3.
That's quite exceptional. 67.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. You can't underestimate what Italy are doing here. And yeah, I know people might make the argument that Netherlands haven't played as much, but they did play an ECI pretty much straight before the ECC started. So and they played another ECI earlier in the season. These guys also, they've got good facilities to practice. So yeah, as far the preparation argument, yeah, you can kind of make it to an extent, but I just think they're being outplayed in their first game of the tournament here at the moment. 26-15, 26 so far, but it's going to be Floyd, MVP of the first ever ECC in 2021, to come on and try and stop the bleeding in over number 4.
Yeah, 22 wickets he took last year as well. Quite incredible, his bowling figures.
It's what he likes to do. He likes to really take the air out of the ball. He likes to flight it in a way so that it bounces high. So it's not an easy ball to counter. You can maybe try and cut it, but you're kind of fighting the bounce. That's the quicker one. So, you know, you can already see he's very clever. He's a different kind of proposition. Nakvi swings and misses at that one. He's also Bit cheeky sometimes, Clayton. There we go with that floated one again, but he hasn't quite kept that one inside. Again, he'll probably be happy if the batter wants to chase some of these. At least some brief respite from the succession of boundaries. But now it's going to be up and over the offside, and it's caught. So Floyd gets the man in the end that was doing the damage. Nakvi goes for 30. And Ragi's still there, but Netherlands have their first wicket of the tournament and not before time. It's 69 for 1.
Just has a knack, doesn't he? Clayton Floyd just has a knack of taking wickets. Some bowlers just do that. They come on and you think, yeah, there's going to be wickets here. Junaid Khan, of course, did that brilliantly for Portugal when he was here last week. And Clayton Floyd, well, he's another one. And Jack Hogarth as well of Scotland. They come on and you just feel there's going to be wickets. And even though it's not the best of starts, a couple of wides in there, he does get the wicket. But hey, what a knock from Zayn Nakvi. I mean, that strike rate over 300 is great, and he's given his team the perfect start.
Nice catch by Ellenbus out there as well. I mean, he had to catch it. If not, it was going to go for 6. And Nakvi, again, just the start they wanted from him. And it may be not a bad thing to get someone else out there and have a hit. And already you'd assume there's no way they could mess this up. But cricket's a funny game. We have seen some dramatic collapses, haven't we, on ECN? Rajmani Sandhu, the left-hander, to come out at number 3. So again, I think this is a much better matchup with the left-hander taking on Floyd.
Yeah, I don't mind this call as well. You could have gone with Sharif, but I think they've gone with somebody who can be maybe just a little bit more sensible, because you don't need to go crazy here.
I think it's because he's left-handed against a left-handed bowler. I honestly think that plays into it with 4 to come in the over. Although Floyd, this kind of carom ball, which goes away from the lefty. That's very good bowling from Floyd. Liked what I've seen from him so far with the ball.
Yeah, hasn't really read that at all, Rajmani. And he plays it a little bit awkwardly and a little bit late. Great over so far from Floyd.
Yeah, this is another one. Well, I think if anything, he kind of rolls the fingers on top of this and just gets a little bit of a waist spin from Rajmani. So, yeah, I suppose when I look at what's required, kind of talking a gap of 10 between runs required and balls remaining. So, got 49 of 38 now, so plus 11.
Rajmani, well, he does well to get his bat in there. If that one plugged, he would have been well short.
True. The only runs in this over have been wides. There's been a wicket and 3 dot balls apart from that. On the charge, again, doesn't really read it, but he gets enough. Maximo! There's Rajmani. Says, well, if you can't pick it, charge at it, and he gets 6.
Yeah, well, he's got a smile on his face there, but you're right. He doesn't really get to the pitch of it, but still, he goes through with the shot, makes good enough contact, he gets 6 runs.
It's clever bowling from Floyd again, even though he doesn't get the result. Now he's going to go different angle. He's going to go around the wicket, left-hander, maybe try and get it really wide. And it goes straight-ish. And once again, doesn't leave the infield, so much better over for the Netherlands 11, and a pretty good first one from Floyd, but they're still a long way behind in this match at the moment. It's 75 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, got some work to do, but spin was a little bit more successful there from the Netherlands. I got the feeling that they'll stick with the spin, and that wouldn't surprise me, and it doesn't surprise me that Arnav Jain is going to come on to bowl now.
Yeah, I think you're
try
right
and keep
there.
the pressure on here.
Well, looks like Jain will get the ball, and I suppose this is where you just want to throw the ball to as many of your bowlers as possible, give them an over, and see what they can do. So someone like Floyd, probably give him a second now, and just hope you can work your way back into this game. I mean, you need a collapse, but collapses happen. And you can see that you can string together a few more overs like that. Perhaps Netherlands still have a chance here. He's a very good off-spinner, and he's played a lot of high-level cricket now, playing for the first team. Great to see him out there.
Yeah, nice start. Starts with the dot, but you can see that, well, Moraga is not shying away from his shots.
Well, it gets under the next one, and it's going to fly. Maximo! He's not really a charger, Moraga, but he is charged up, and he knew exactly where that was going to be. Took the early step and boofed it.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you're talking about there, Vinny. The early step, gets himself into position, outside the off, goes deep in his crease, and gets under it. And once he's under it and he's hitting it, it goes all the way. 6 more.
Moraga, of course, plays his cricket for Roma CC, who qualified for the ECL earlier this year. We just came from a couple of weeks at the Roma Cricket Ground for the European Cricket Series there in Italy. Same plan. This time it's straight up. That's more work for Dave. I'll tell you what, Dave's taken 6 catches, he's told me, in this tournament. But if he takes one at the bottom of the trees, that could be an all-timer.
Oh, this one had been crunched, and well, Dave is only about half a metre away from this. And this one, well, he could have knocked him out and he could have been rolling down the hill. Well, he tries to take a one-handed one off the tree.
I mean, Magic Spray Mary, she likes to go long distances, but I don't think she has the equipment to get up there if Dave wears one. Anyway, this will be a wide, even though he steps towards the ball. That's was after the ball was delivered from Jane. Trying to race to the wide line at the moment. Reaches for this one, should be gone, and it is gone. So that's another nice catch that is taken. And that's the count of Zulfika that takes the catch out there at deep mid-wicket. So Moraga eventually rolls the dice and comes up snake eyes, but not before a well-compiled 43. And he has the rate down below a runner ball. Well bowled by Jane, though, to get his man in the end, 88 for 2.
Yeah, Moraga will go. Just doesn't get this time right, does he? And he's fetching it from outside the off, which is always going to be difficult. Thing is, it'll be disappointing when he looks back at that. All right, he's made a good contribution. They should go on and win this match unless they have a real collapse here. But really, he plays well outside the off as well. He knows that that one, he should have been going outside off.
Yeah, probably, but it's been working for so long, and I think that he'll take that when all things are considered. Moraga has this kind of nasty habit of getting out before halfway. Now, the score's 88. His number's 88, for now at least. It's 88 for 2.
Yeah, the 8 is on its way. Well, he was on his way, wasn't he? But he batted well. But yeah, Arnav Jan gets the breakthrough. And Amir Sharif, who's had a fantastic start to this championship. He was amazing out there with the ball in the field. Now, can he be out there, get a partnership game with Sandhu and get this win for Italy?
Well, Sharif skies one, and this really should be out. Who's going to reach it? Jane's going to have to go himself, and he takes it. Yeah, really nicely done. And so that'll be a golden duck for Sharif. And Netherlands fighting back. Is it too little too late? Time will tell. But right now, Jane, with those consecutive wickets, has Italy 88 for 3.
Well, how your fortunes can change, I suppose. Everything has gone well for him, and he thinks he's going to launch into this one. Doesn't get it right. Super catch taken there by Zain, and I like the way when he gets up, he makes sure that the shades and everything's in place. So it's a good look for the camera. But well done to him. 2 and 2. And, well, with the ball to go, he's on a hat-trick here, you know. So that's the end of Arif. He's going to be a golden. As he makes his way back. So hat-trick ball, and, well, funnier things have happened. Italy needing 30 of 31 deliveries. So there's a runner ball required, but could this be a little blip here? And could this be the opportunity for the Netherlands to get back into this contest?
Yeah, well bowled by Arnav again. Sharif, not really content to knock a couple around to get in. He was going large first ball. And good catch. I mean, with that, when he fell to the ground, he made sure he protected the ball, and then it was his kind of backside of his hand that hit the ground compared to that one earlier. So we had a hat-trick in the Group E final, didn't we? It was
what a spell it was as well from Toby.
Incredible one, yeah, from Greatwood on Wednesday night. Of course, we'll see England 11 before the end of the day as well. But here's a hat-trick ball. And, well, hello to Danny Hudacek. Every time I see that, one of our good friends here at ECN, one of our commentators, Danny Hudacek, whenever I see a wide on a hat-trick ball, it reminds me of him, because normally when he's on, they always happen. Now, swings all the way around this one. So that'll be the end of the 5th over. Netherlands strike back, 89 for 3 after 5. Big warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the Costa del Sol on the Mediterranean in Spain, when the Andalusia region is such a wonderful place to watch cricket. And it's cricket unlike anyone's ever seen before. Right now, if you thought Italy are just turning up, happy to be here in Championship week this year, you got another thing coming, because they're really kind of putting one over the defending champions at the moment.
Yeah, they're showing just how much they've grown and how much the cricket, not just in Italy, what we're seeing is how much cricket has grown and changed here in Europe. And a lot of people, I think, that are tuning in for the first time to the Euros of cricket are quite surprised how some of these nations are performing. Of course, we saw Scotland being knocked out of Group F. I think a lot of people were surprised by that, but Germany playing great cricket, and they deserve to be here in Championship Week. Italy as well. I mean, they put some great performances together. They did lose, of course, to Denmark, who were quite unlucky not to make it through themselves, but yeah, getting stronger and better. And that's the sign of European cricket.
Yeah, and it's great to see a lot more variety, I suppose, in the kind of teams we're seeing going deep. Well, that's Dave, and a bit like a dentist, we can't show you his face on television, obviously, at the moment, but he is not bothered coming down the hill, and that's because there's been a few hilltop hoods over there from the Italian bats.
It's almost like he's up there and he's praying that no more come his way, because when they've come his way, they've been absolutely lasered at him. Well, he shouldn't come his way from the left-hander anyway, as Rajmani Sandhu is looking to just help his team get to a victory here. Well, he should put this away, but he's going to get out to a Gundy ball. Can you believe it? It's not a good delivery at all from Clayton Floyd. But you know what? Like I say, sometimes just bowlers have the knack of getting wickets. In the same way I was talking about Jack Hogarth, who was bowling not some good ones and getting a wicket, Clayton Floyd does the same. It's not a good delivery. Most left-handers would be smashing this for 6, whereas Rajmani puts it straight into the hands of the fielder, and Kingma takes the easiest of catches, and Italy, well, they're having a bit of a stumble here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, he hit the hard one, got out to the easy one, didn't he? And that's an attempted kind of rolling leg spinner from Floyd, but it was short down the leg side, and Rajmani will put his football boots on and probably kick himself after that, but he goes 6 and out effectively in the end, loses the battle with Floyd. Italy 89 for 4.
Yeah, well, this guy, Fernando, he likes hitting the ball big. There's no doubt about that. So, I mean, if he gets a few out of the middle, he can finish this game pretty quickly. But Netherlands, well, they'll be thinking here that they're back in this, you know.
Yeah, maybe. A lot of work to do. Now back to a right-hander. It's good field positioning down there. As Levitt that does the fielding down there, keeps it to 1. So now we're just going to see if there's any kind of, say, panic. Well, what's a mild panic? Probably jitters.
Yeah, a few
for
jitters.
the Italians. All right, goes after it, and well, this isn't jitters. This is critters from Pereira, because Joy, he certainly isn't going to be flapped, and he slaps that one over, extra cover for 6.
Well, he serves up a little bit of joy, doesn't he, for the Italians? I think this is I'm going to test your ball from Clayton. He said, I'm going to put it there. I want to see what you do. Well, he's got his answer. I don't think he's going to put it there again.
Great shot. Really, really good shot. Good shot selection as well. That one, not so much. And Joy, well, we'll just create a few vibrations around the crease area, but he's making sure, like a good game of Twister, that he kept that right foot down.
Well, right foot or both butt cheeks, whichever one you have to look at. But the thing is, at least something was behind there. Well, it started off with the foot, ended up with the backside.
Ended up with a lot of joy behind the line. Good come back from Floyd, though. Yeah, he wants the run, but there's not one here. And that'll be one to come, actually. But Louise Walker, I hope Louise might be at the ground, actually. Just said, looks like Dave might be having a bit of a siesta up there at the top of the hill. Well, he better not, because he's been under attack up there. Last ball of the 6th. I'm almost going to call that the Floyd ball, because that's the first. He's the one that first kind of pioneered that kind of loopy, wider turner. And he misses the mark. This one does as well. Turns too much.
Quick look at the umpire, but Nilkesh Patel calls it straight away. I think Floyd was looking to see if the batter does move there.
Nah, not really. He's stationary when he bowls it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Just a single then to finish the over, but Floyd, he can certainly be happy with how he's bowled, I think, in this game in a tough circumstance. He takes 2 for 18, and after 6 overs, Italy are 99 for 4.
Going well. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket here. You've got 2 guys that can crunch the ball pretty well, Pereira and Fernando. But just have a look at the batting they've still got to come, you know. Like, I think we're going to be repeating ourselves a lot here, Vinny, because we're going to look at all the teams here, and we're going to be saying the same. They bat all the way down to the end.
That's why they're champion teams. I mean, everyone here is a champion team, either champion of their group or, in the case of the Dutch, champions of the ECC last year. But you can see what a challenge these spinners in the middle of the innings for the Netherlands pose, because there's something very, very different, and they're both guys that have top-level experience now as well. Anyway, over number 7, back to Jane. And just get worked for a single first ball by Pereira, who seems like one guy who's determined not to give his wicket away until, or ever. Wants to make sure that he's there when they get across the line.
Yeah, he's the captain, doesn't he? Wants the winning start. Loving the matching shades here from Zayn as well. Look in the business, isn't he? Look in the part. It could be right in there in a Hollywood movie, couldn't he?
Solid sunglasses game. Extra points for the orange, of course. The Oranje, very, very famous in the Netherlands across many sports. Oh, he nicked it. And it's a tough one for Verhagen, who kind of rode it. That's where you got to just kind of race the ball to the ground there. That was the carom ball. You see, that was quite an interesting one. Little edge, hits the heel of the hand. In slow-mo, it looks easy, but he just couldn't find it on the second attempt. And now the next one, knocked down, but yeah, it's an interesting ball. You could see how it wasn't the off spinner, was it? It was the one that's kind of flicked out the fingers to go away from the right-hander.
Oh, well, it was an opportunity, and who knows if that one was taken. But Fernando then happy just to push it out and says to his captain, here you go, Skip. You have a go. He'd love to get after one, take the pressure off with another boundary, and, well, this is going to probably be okay. Well, there's a smile on the face of... Let's see here. And, yeah, sneaks it in.
Seems
really
okay
good
to me.
delivery.
Yep.
Doesn't pick it at all, does he? So, some tricks from Jane. Now this one, nothing tricky about this. It's there, is in the slot, and it's a lovely hit from the captain of Italia as Pereira goes boom, shakalagia, and this is bombastic as it goes for a biggie.
Yeah, so look at Jane. He goes back to the kind of regulation off spinner, I think. And Pereira has his measure this time. Really, there should be no staggers from here for Team Italia. Last ball coming up.
Oh, wow, this is very wide. They think about the run, they don't, and it's a good call not to go for it. I think this one could have been, this ball's wide here. Chases that one. It is the end of the over. And the score 107 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, so again, yeah, Jane, mixed bag we'll call that, but well, Spain, they were thrilled with their result this morning, getting over Jersey by 5 runs. Now, Spain versus Ireland 11, I was talking about this earlier, that I think these two teams are going to have a really, really good game. Snehith Reddy comes in for his Spanish debut for Spain in this game. He's been called into the squad. Ireland 11, though, just have a look at that batting. I mean, Lynch, Tector, Macbeth, top 3, and then others to come under them that all hit the ball very well. You've got Harbinson down at 8. You've got Matt Weldon, who's a young spinner coming into the squad. But honestly, that should be a great game. Daniel Dorkaya finally wins the toss and he's elected to bowl. So get ready to tune up the machine when we start in about half an hour. As we start a new over, it's going to start with a wide. It's a counter Zulfikar coming on.
And just gets this too wide and going to be called as well. So he'll take that, Fernando. He's had a bit of luck, hasn't he, when he was snicked one behind from Zayn.
Yeah. Sikander, though, at least without Saqib here. I'll stop calling him by the wrong name.
Oh, well, this is going to be a one-handed 6, and he looks like he gets beaten by the slower delivery, but he still manages to find enough power to power this for 6. This is quite an incredible shot because he doesn't pick it, he gets it all wrong, but somehow, look, one-handedly, he smashes a one-handed banger. That's 6.
Yeah, he's just trying to get something on that. This will be a really good shot of it here. So it's dropping, and that's why he kind of loses his composure, but gets enough of it.
One shot away now from a victory. And it's a big from the batter because he thought that would be it. Gets a single. And, well, maybe fittingly, It could be the captain of Italy that hits the winning runs here. And needing 3 for a win against the Netherlands. And what a great start this will be for Italy. Not so good, though, for the reigning champions, the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's true. And we won't see them again today, but they will play twice tomorrow, taking on Ireland 11 and England 11.
That's a no-y.
Yeah,
that's got to be a no-y. And it
is.
gets called.
That'll tie the scores, in fact. So well, it's going to be all over here in the 8th, I'd imagine, because even if you sky one here, it'll be the winning runs. I mean, that one straight at the torso of Pereira. He doesn't seem too bothered about it. That actually reminds me of the golden ball. And you had seen that somewhere before, the last golden ball against Austria. Golden ball 49 just before this started. So free hit. Fernando can finish it off. And in fact, he won't need to, because that is that. And so they'll end up doing this with 16 balls to spare. Bit of an anticlimactic finish. So, well, if the first game had the most exciting finish you could imagine, this one probably at the other end of the scale. But Netherlands 11, I suppose, back to the drawing board for them. For Team Italia, though, I mean, they couldn't have had a better start to their series. And again, we won't see them again until tomorrow when they play Spain in the first game. So remember, with the 7-team finals week, there's always a couple of teams every day that will only play the one game. So those two in that boat. Coming up next, Spain, who have their second game of the week. They're taking on the Ireland 11. That game is coming your way, starting in around about 25 minutes, with the news that Spain have won the toss and elected to bowl first. So, well, cue the music. Let's have a look. And if you thought that Italy were going to be careful in the power play, well, you'd have to think again. Chasing this moderate total, Zayn Nakvi in particular early was ruthless, and Kingma went the journey in the first.
It was an incredible start, and some of the shots here from Zayn Nakvi was incredible. 26 came off the first over, and it didn't get any better for the Netherlands in the second either, because not only were they coming off the bat, well, even the helmet was taking the ball to the boundary. Well, Dave was busy up there with the top off the mound, and 67 came off that power play. I wonder how that compares to the most runs that we've seen in a European Cricket Network. The Euros of Cricket power play. It's got to be right up there as the most. I know it's not the most on the ECN, but that was pretty impressive. But they needed something to happen, and they brought the spin on, and the spin did bring some reward.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the threat they pose. I suppose they didn't really create that scoreboard pressure, partly because of how they batted and also how the power play went for Italy, which I think it was it 67 in the power?
Yeah.
67 in the power play is huge. It says 22 and home plus. But Emirage, again, he was keeping Dave busy, wasn't he? Eventually, he just misfired slightly. Skandazufka took a good catch, but the openers certainly got them in a winning position. And for the Azzurri, even though there were a few kind of hairy moments, that was a nice catch by Jane off his own bowling. Floyd probably didn't get this one quite right, but got the result as Kingma took the catch. Did go off after that, actually, Kingma, so hope there's nothing too serious as far as he's concerned. But Pereira came out, and the captain, he wasn't going to take a back seat. He just kind of was quite patient, I think, while he was out there. This was quite a remarkable one from Nish Fernando late in the piece when he picked a slow ball very, very late, but still got it over the fence with one arm. But then it's all handshakes as the Netherlands go down on their return to the Cartermore Oval. Of course, the last time we saw them was under lights last year when they defeated the English 11 to take the trophy, but completely different this time around. Italy do it with balls to spare.
Yeah, good performance there from Italy. So they continue their impressive run. Remember, only dropped the one match in this Euros of Cricket. That was the first one that they played in the group stages when they lost to Denmark. Good batting at the top of the order. They needed a good power play, I said, to give them the confidence, and that's exactly what they got. 67 from it. Kingma, not a good start from him. He went for 26. Sebastian Bright, the captain, also going for 26. And then we saw, like I say, the spin of Clayton Floyd and Arnav Jain bowl very well, 2 wickets apiece. But Italy getting the runs. Netherlands never really got enough on the board, did they?
No, they didn't, and especially with the power play going the way it did, they didn't really have a chance to defend it, although I think 2 for the spinners, some good signs there. All right, so we'll have a little bit of a break, back in about 20 minutes with the next game, Spain versus Ireland. Certainly one you don't want to miss. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo Rico Full will be back, and Andrew Ryan is going to step in for me for the next game as well, so great to have Rhino back as well. In the meantime, we have some bonus content with Daniel Weston talking to Atiq Uzzaman, the coach of Germany in the ECN Plus studio. But for now, hope you're enjoying the action so far. Championship week will continue very, very shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Dan, great to have you here on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. What are some of your first memories of cricket?
First memories of cricket growing up sort of in London, South London, and my old man taking me to the local cricket club and throwing me in and saying, right, I'll see you in an hour and a half. At about 9 years old, and then sort of moved on from there.
What was the name of the club?
Banstead Cricket Club. It's produced a few good cricketers in its time, me not being one of them, unfortunately. But no, we're a really close group growing up and going through it, and sort of 7 or 8 of us are still really good friends. We still manage to get a golf holiday in once a year, which is quite nice.
Great. And then did you play cricket at school as well?
Yeah, played cricket at school, went to a state school, so a little bit of cricket there, so played most of my cricket at a club, and then played at university as well.
Yeah, right. Fantastic. And what got you into coaching?
Good question, really. I started doing it when I was at school, sort of when I was sort of 15, 16, helping the younger guys, and sort of really enjoyed it. I then did a degree in coaching and then managed to get a job working in London selling sports hospitality, which I absolutely hated, and saw a job offer in Argentina. So I thought, right, might as well. So signed a contract in Argentina for 4 months and left 5 years later. Yeah, so it was a bit of a change.
So in Buenos Aires?
In Buenos Aires, yeah, in Buenos Aires. So I worked at Belgrano Athletic Club for 4 months, then worked at Robert Gordon's College as head of cricket there, and then I was head of cricket Argentina for 4.5 years.
Wow, fantastic, yeah. How does cricket in Argentina or cricket in Europe differ from cricket in South America?
It's different, it's challenging in South America. There's a lot of really great people doing really great things, but obviously just the exposure isn't there. I really enjoyed my time. I learned a lot. The players, if you compare, I always say this, if you compare your local 6-year-old Argentine to a 6-year-old Scottish person or someone from wherever England, the Argentines' levels of sport are elite. They run around, they catch, they throw, they live outside, whereas in the UK we're a little bit different.
Can you give a shout out to some of the people in Argentinian cricket that are doing
yeah,
great things today?
quite a few. Esteban McDermott, Billy was there for a long time when I was there. Hanan Fennell did loads of coaching. Yeah, there's a really great team of really, really lovely human beings primarily, and then the dedication, the time they give to Argentine cricket is brilliant. You can see now they've got really strong men's and women's teams coming through. The development pathway is really getting there. One of the guys, Pedro Baron, has just been invited to go and play in Bermuda in their local competition. So, fantastic. First ever cricketer to go away.
And in Brazil, there's female cricketers that have contracts.
Yes,
right?
yeah, definitely. So I was there in Argentina, and obviously the Argentinians and Brazilians aren't the best of friends, but on the cricket field they are, which is nice to see. Yeah, so they really sort of pushed ahead with their women's program. So Matt Featherston runs it there, and he's done an incredible job. We had the South American Championship there every year, and would fly into Sao Paulo, then drive 4 hours into the middle of the Amazon to this random city with 100,000 people, and cricket was their #1 sport. Because Matt Featherston, who played a bit of cricket in Kent, he married a Brazilian from that town and set up cricket. It was amazing.
And cricket in Argentina or Brazil, are they being played in Spanish and Portuguese, or is it still an English-speaking sport?
It's mostly in Argentina. It was Spanish. There wasn't a huge amount of expats in the national team. When I was coaching, we had 2 or 3. So there's a lot of 2nd and 3rd generation Argentines. The Brazilians are slightly different. They've got slightly more expat community than down in Buenos Aires.
Okay, incredible. And you speak Spanish?
Sí, más o menos. Yeah, so my wife is actually Argentine. So yeah, in Argentina I met her and brought her back to live in Scotland with me. So we only speak in Spanish when I've done something wrong.
Really?
So, yeah.
Do you have children?
Yeah, just got a 5-month-old. So yeah.
So the 5-month-old is not speaking Spanish yet, but
no,
will.
But she will do. She's probably much better at Spanish than me by the time she's 2 or 3, I would have thought.
Fantastic. Yeah, incredible. So what took you back to Scotland? So it was from Argentina straight to Scotland?
Yeah, Argentina straight to Scotland. So I sort of said to myself, well, I signed a 4-month contract in Argentina and thought that'll do, and then go back, but loved it so much and really learnt loads there. But after about 5 years, it was probably time to move a bit closer to home, and saw a job advertised for the University of Aberdeen. So I'm a full-time lecturer there and do a bit of cricket on the side. But they're really good, the university, in that during the university term, although this is the middle of university term, usually they're sort of the summertime, they let me go off and do my coaching and enjoy that sort of side of it. It brings the sort of that learning back to the classroom.
Yeah, right. Did you go to Iguazu, the waterfalls, when you were in Argentina?
I did, yeah.
It was just a memory that came to me. It was unbelievable.
Phenomenal place. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, there's so many things to do in Argentina. We went back at Christmas, me and my wife, and went to the wine region and everything. It was, yeah, it's an incredible place.
Yeah, well, South America is a place that's built for cricket with the weather that they've got, lots of flat land, and lots of land. Long live cricket in South America.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I'd love to go back at some point and do a bit of coaching and help out. And obviously, we're going to have ties there because my wife's there, and always nice to go back for a nice glass of wine and a steak.
Yeah. And Cricket Scotland, how are the boys going? Have they had a great season?
Yes, it's been a good season for the men. The women have also done really well. The men qualified for the T20 World Cup, which is in July next year in India, which is great for them. They came close to qualifying for the 50 over competition, but somehow the Dutch managed to pull it right under our feet at the last minute. But no, really good, really positive things moving forward.
So T20 is the focus in Scottish club cricket?
No, club cricket is 50 overs. 50 overs on grass. It's sometimes you get your 50 overs in with the weather, and then sometimes you don't. But no, the summer's been pretty good. We've had a decent Scotland Day and Performance Academy programme as well, so the guys are getting a lot of cricket out with Scotland, which is important.
And they're moving into the winter months now. Their tours going away, or do you have indoor centres where you can train?
Yeah, a bit of both. So I'm under 19 head coach as well. We managed to qualify for the World Cup, so we're going to Sri Lanka in January, which will be brilliant. We've actually got a few of the guys here playing with us today to gain a bit of experience of proper cricket under lights and things like that. So yeah, the under-19s are going away in January. I know the men will have some stuff between now. I think the women are also travelling today to Spain, to Desert Springs to play Ireland. So yeah, lots going on.
Of course, fantastic. Yeah, are you still playing yourself?
I've retired. I played a lot in Argentina and sort of found it hard to find that balance between a hobby and work. And I thought in Scotland I'd need a day off during the week. Yeah.
And T10 as a format, how's your coaching changed?
It's a challenge. It really is a challenge. I like to let players lead and let them come up with the solutions. They're the guys playing it, they're the ones on the field, which works to an extent, but if they're learning a bit too slowly, sometimes you have to jump in and maybe give them a little nudge in the right direction. We've seen from today, the first two games we really struggled. We didn't really know what to do. We've only got 4 or 5 guys that played last year. We've got quite a few young guys, so it's just a completely different format. It's completely different cricket, which is a really great challenge for the guys. So yeah, hopefully we're moving towards playing T10 cricket.
Yeah, I think that for the batting technique, just the shapes you get into are different from a 50 over game to a T10.
Yeah.
You know, getting into a position where you can put the ball where you want to is something that you need to learn on your feet really fast.
It is. I tell them not to be so pretty. They're really pretty cover drives and things like that, but that scores you 1. You need to be ugly and hit it over cow corner for 6.
Who would have thought that scoring a 1 is bad?
Exactly, yeah, and a really pretty looking 1.
The back foot, punch to the cover boundary for 1.
Yeah,
it was perfect cricket.
Exactly,
you know, in the
not
old days.
anymore.
It's tricky. No, there's been some fantastic hitting that's gone on from your boys so far. I think how do you approach your spin to your medium pace as well?
Yeah, bowling wise, we're just still trying to work out where's best to bowl. We're thinking of sort of maybe going a little bit wider, see if we can do that, so to get it out of the arc, the hitting arc. But yeah, it's a lot of out you go, learn, make the decisions on the job. Mackenzie Jones, who's opened the bowling for us, he's under 19, so it's a really big experience for him to bowl in this competition where you miss your length by 6 inches and it goes for 6, whereas in Scotland you can miss by maybe 2 foot and you're all right because the wickets are slightly different and the intent's slightly different.
Yeah, but the whole organisation must be so excited about the T20 World Cup next year.
They really are. It should be a really good competition. The team's really mature, which is great. There's lots of batting options and bowling options and spin options. So yeah, really looking forward to that challenge.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Dan, it's been great to have you on the studio. Fascinating to hear your experience in South America.
Yeah.
And
thank you very much for your time.
Wonderful for there. And thanks again. Good luck for the coming months.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol Championship Week in full swing. This is opening day. We've had quite a few eyebrow-raising moments already today, and I'm sure it will continue into match 3. Every single match this week is a blockbuster, and there's a bit of history between these two teams coming up in match number 3. It's Spain, the hosts, versus the Ireland 11. So Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, he's got the two captains and the giant coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Ireland, your call.
European cricket.
Frederick.
We're going to bowl first.
So it comes up Frederick Colstar, our official timekeeper, and that meant that Daniel Dorcalle of Spain has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So look, when I said these two teams have some history, they were in the same group last year in the tournament, and Ireland kind of set the pace a bit in Group A, but Spain were able to chase a mid-130s score in the final under lights to send the Irish toppling out of the tournament. Now this year, obviously they were in different groups, they both have qualified independently, but I do feel this is such a great game to watch. And as for Ireland 11 being sent in, I don't think they'll be worried at all, considering some of the batting they've got. We know Seamus Lynch, El Machina, the machine. He is a six-hitting machine, and then you're throwing guys like Tector and more. I mean, I think even Harbinson, the captain, he put together a very good half-century in the group stage. So they've got a lot of guns. Spain, remember, they did win the first game by just 5 runs, but they were a little bit off with the ball. They can't afford to be here against an Irish team making their debut in Championship Week at the ECC. Well, Rico Full is next voice you'll hear, but also, I believe that Andrew Ryan has arrived. So, Rhino, welcome back. I'll let you guys enjoy this match 3. I'll watch it from the fan zone, but it should be a cracking game. News from the toss is that Spain, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you guys. Have a great call.
Hello European cricket fans, it is Andrew Ryan back on deck for Championship Week here at the European Cricket Championship, and we have an absolute cracker of a Game 3 coming up here today. It is Spain, first up winners against Jersey earlier in Game 1 today, and the first appearance of a team that many people think are favourites for this tournament, the Ireland 11. Get to see some of their big hitters early on in the form of Seamus Lynch, Tim Tector, and I think a man that we're all looking forward to seeing more of, Scott Macbeth, who is a one-man six-hitting machine. But this Spanish lineup will certainly give them a tough test and be somewhat of a litmus test for their chances in this tournament. They've got a good bowling lineup. A few changes from their side in between when they won Group A earlier in this tournament, but they have also the nous and drawing ability of Corey Rutgers back in the managerial tent, trying to keep them on board. Calm thoughts, correct decisions, and share our success. They are mottos to live by, and certainly potentially a recipe for winning the European Cricket Championship. We shall see as we make our way through this tournament this week. Ireland, according to the supercomputer, going to this game as favourites, but this will be the first time they've had a hit on this ground for a couple of weeks. Spain, on the other hand, become reaccustomed to their surroundings. A lot of these players from the Spanish team also have played plenty of cricket here on the Cardimer Oval, whether those representing their clubs in the European Cricket League or here with the Spanish national team before. And one man who we've seen some good things from already in the European Cricket Championship, Babar Khan, coming on to bowl the first over, and a man who we hear many, many good things from almost on a weekly basis here on the European Cricket Network. Pleasure to introduce back to the microphone, Mr. Rico Full.
Great to be here and great to be back with you as well. Babar gets this all wrong. What's he done here? He's not picked up an injury already. What's happened? Oh no, something's gone wrong with Babar. He's in agony. I don't think Baba's going to bowl here. They might change this straight away. Baba, what's happened? He's going to bowl. Just something's happened. Oh, there, he's down. Well, is it cramp? If it's cramp, well, maybe they might overcome it. But Baba has gone down straight away. In comes Mr. Baywatch himself. So Priddle running on and saying, leave him to me, I'll sort him out. Well, what is all this about? Rhino, what's happened here?
Well, I'm sure the YouTube chat is going nuts with the appearance of Alistair Priddle coming onto the field, but hard to work out, as you say, whether that is just cramp or whether he's actually done a calf muscle injury. Certainly didn't look like he turned his ankle. We've got some medical attention coming onto the ground as well.
Yeah, well, here comes the medic, and, well, Alistair was the first one out there, but there comes all sorts of things. Maybe a bit of freeze spray going to be quite well. I don't know what Alistair's doing here. I mean, maybe it is a bit of cramp, but, well, Booney came onto bowl. We thought we were going to see a big surprise here as Spain tried to do something very original. I mean, Baba has bowled before, and he surprised us all when the last time I think he bowled his first over. He picked up a couple of wickets. The second one didn't go so well, but I don't even think he's going to get the first over in here. I think he might even have to be carried off. And maybe Alistair is going to cradle him off the field.
Well, there's one man who could pick up Booney Babar just as a one-man transportation machine. It is Alistair Priddle. He can lift a significant amount in the gym, but he's having to work more tenderly, and does look like he's focusing on that lower part of the limb there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, the way it's definitely calf. Maybe it's a huge cramp. Well, there came Ali running on, and then shortly after him, there came the medic and a part of Cruz Rojo that are here. Look, the work is still going on, but I mean, think here, there comes a time where maybe the umpires will say, okay, gents, you've had your time. If he can't carry on, he's got to go. Somebody else come on. At least, I suppose the good thing about it is he doesn't bowl a ball. That means that, nobody's going to lose an over as a result of it. Let's see how he is here. Maybe slight concerns there for Corey. Corey, well, go back to that dry whiteboard. You might have to add something else to it. I don't think he's going to bowl. He's going off. He is going off. Yeah, he is going off. Well, that's going to be disastrous, really, for Baba. I mean, he's a lovely guy, but he's in a lot of pain here, and he's going to have to go. And that means that the 12th man, Adam Algar, is going to go out there.
Have you ever seen a 12th man enter the field before a ball is bowled? I mean, we've had some strange stuff happen on European cricket over the years, but that is a new one for me.
Well, we've had a lot of firsts here. We've had the first ever on the European Cricket Network timeout. That was Awais Ahmed got timed out and he had to go. Never seen that before on the network, even though we've been calling for it a lot. Sometimes I'll be in there in the box saying, time him out, he's taking too long. Players afraid to do it. Weren't afraid to do it against poor Awais Ahmed. And now, well, without a ball being bowled, we see the bowler, Babar Khan, he's in a fit. Come on, carry him off, Alistair. Get hold of him, carry him off. Every step is painful. Well, let's just hope it's not too serious, because with the likes of Mohammed Babar himself missing, Babar Khan is quite a key hitting machine at the top order of the batting line up here. But anyway,
tell you what, that shows the sort of level of hardcore fitness and training that Alistair Priddle does. Absolutely no sympathy for the injured player, just forcing him to walk off. But back to the seriousness of the cricket, Rico. We've been talking a lot about how this affects the Spanish. Bit of a strange one for the Irish. I mean, you have your two opening batters, you're mentally prepared, you're ready to go out there and face the first ball. And as it is, you've had essentially a 5-minute delay before you even get to wield the willow. But anyway, Raja Adil coming on for what we hope is the first ball of the game. Short ball, wide of off stump, almost a catch down there at the third man position. Oh, that was an excellent effort. It was the 12th man, Adam Elgar, who was in the game immediately.
You couldn't write it, could you? You couldn't write it. I thought for a moment, what happens if he takes a wicket straight away? That would just be sort of, I don't know what you call it, the luckiest things ever. And the man who could have taken the catch, Algar, but he drops in front of him. But he'd be disappointed he weren't able to stop the boundary.
Oh, it's all happening at Cartermore Oval. Short ball jags back into the midsection. It's a nice bit of bowling, bit of movement off the deck.
Yeah. Got Lynch, who's out there at the moment. He was just superb in the group stages, wasn't he? He was one of the top run scorers in the group, scored 154. Of course, Liz Deploy in Group D was the top run scorer with 399. Remember, he set the ECN record with 161 not out.
A ball's wide of off stump. Not completely in control, but it's a wonderful start for the Irish. 4 off the first ball, and then that third one goes for Maximo. They race along to 10.
Yeah, he gets a bit of width here, doesn't he? And the thing is about this, he's got the right angle. Look at the way he angles the blade of the bat. So he knows what he's trying to do here. He's using that pace, and a fair bit of pace from Raja Adil. Gives him a bit of width, and that's a nice shot to play. 6 runs, so Lynch is showing the sort of class that he brought about in the group stages.
Well, clears the front leg again. Perhaps that second ball has given him the inclination to expect an in-swing or a one just coming back in towards him, but that ball, pretty decent length, just outside off stump.
These two, of course, as Vinny mentioned already in the intro, had a real battle last year on their Group A finals day. Spain were beaten comprehensively by Ireland in qualifier number 1 by 9 wickets.
Another one wide of off stump. Throws the hands at it. Once again, probably not perfectly timed, but Lynch, he is a powerful striker of the ball, clean hitter. That's the third boundary of the over. Nifty start for Ireland.
Yeah, clever shot though, isn't it, Rhino? Because he knows that in the power play, all the fielders are inside. Just gets enough leverage, and with the pace that's been offered from Raja, if he gets any bit of bat on this, you know he's going to clear those fielders. So it's a good start this from Simmons Lynch.
Pretty similar to the previous ball in the over. Lynch might have worked him out. That one's outside off stump again, and he just opens the face of the bat. Glorious strike, and that has travelled a long, long way. A Maximo to finish the over. Ireland 11, 20 for none.
The timing on this was absolutely fantastic. Once again, gets the width, and this time, whereas before he was just happy just to loop it over the offside, this time he goes all the way, sails over. You can see just how the teams from each group, who were the winners, how they got their golden ticket. The Netherlands, the reigning champions, come back. A bit of a surprise for them as they get well beaten there by Italy in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice combination, actually, isn't it, Rico? We've got 3 of the more, it's probably 4 of the more traditional countries in the form of Netherlands, Ireland, England, and also Jersey, who have rich cricket history as well, but also 3 of what we might call our continental friends from Spain, Italy, and Germany. 3 of the best cricket nations on the European continent. So some top teams in and around here as Salim Dar comes on to bowl the second. That one swings wide.
And going back to last year, so though Ireland did get that victory over Spain in qualifier 1, when it came to the big final, under lights, Ireland 134 for 4. Gerard Wilson 68 of 26 was great. Macbeth was good with 22, as was Burton, but Spain got them thanks to Baba and Daniel Dorkaya. So that's how Spain got through to Championship Week last time. So Ireland are looking to bounce back for this, and well, this could be a chance, and it will be. DDC has been absolutely superb. I think it was his catch in the first match of this year's European Cricket Championship Week when he got the all-important Ace of Tribe called on the boundary. That probably got them the victory. And now he's taken a very good wicket here. Doherty will go without scoring.
Yeah, short ball, pretty good delivery, aimed right at his chest, just couldn't get enough power, and Dorkaya comes around. He's such a good mover in the field and a clean pair of hands. So Ireland, they push Doherty up the order. He had been batting in the expected to bat in the middle order, but left Tector and Macbeth to come in down slightly, so the experiment hasn't worked. He goes second ball, and a much needed wicket for the Spanish after an excellent start with Lynch taking 20 off the first over. They've just managed to reel things back in a touch here in this second.
Yeah, he's going to go for a golden because the first one was a wide. The first legal delivery he'll go with this golden Derek there. 13 on his back. Well, it is an unlucky number. And it's unlucky for him first time around here. So he'll depart, which means Tim Tector comes out the bat. Now, this guy was awesome in the group stages.
Another short ball, just played to the man at cover, no run. So handy start from Salim Dar. Always helpful, particularly with these dangerous Irish batters, if you can keep fresh men coming to the crease. Spain would love to get into the middle order.
165 he scored in the group stages. Beautiful. Oh, what a classy shot that is, Reiner.
Yeah, it certainly was. Only just a touch short of a length. It wasn't the worst ball from Salim Dar, but Tector, he's got so much time at the crease. Look at this. Doesn't even really move the back foot across, just stands in position, plays it very handsomely.
Yeah, lovely shot by Tim Tector. These two are capable of getting a good partnership together. Just gets a little bit too much width there from Hamza.
Bullish outside off stump, and once again that powerful blade of Tector. Not a huge amount of footwork going on, but it matters naught as these flashing blades of the Irish 11 finding the boundary with regularity. That's his second on the trot.
Yeah, it was uppish, and that's why you heard Hamza Dar scream, catch it, but in the gap, and it went pretty quickly as well. Looking to make a change in the field here, but looks like DDC calls him back, and eventually does make a change. So they get some protection outside the off, and that means nobody straight on the boundary.
It's a good ball, little bit of late shape. Appeal from the keeper, didn't detect any sound there.
Just noticed there, don't know, Rhino, if you saw that. So with the change in the field, two men inside, and as the bowler's just coming into bowl, releasing that, DDC, keep an eye on him. He's running backwards. Now, looks like he wants third man to come up, so he will go back on the boundary.
Interesting move, particularly from a bowler who's swinging the ball quite a lot and quite late away from the off stump. Charges in, short ball, dragged from Tech. They'll have a shot at the bowler's end. It wasn't a bad effort, but it's actually gone through for an overthrow. Batter has to scoot back. Tector makes the second, but plenty of action there on final ball of the over. Irish 11, 31 for 1, 2 overs down.
Yeah, good bit of backing up there from Reddy as well. Otherwise, that one could have been a bit of a disaster. But I think a direct hit there would have been close. Have a look at the standings at the moment. And Italy, after that impressive win over the Netherlands on net run rate, take themselves ahead of Spain here. Ireland will be looking to join those two teams and 2 points. But to do that, they've got to get over Spain. Got a lot of good cricket coming up today. And don't forget that we're going to see England in action in the next match, taking on Jersey. So plenty of great cricket to start the Dream11 European Cricket Championship week. The top teams in action.
So Lynch back onto strike. Didn't get a look at Dar in that last over. Sneath already coming on to bowl the third. Wide of off stump. Ball's just parried away, and they'll push through for an extra one.
Making his first appearance in the Dream11 European Cricket Championships is Reddy, a player from Barcelona. Let's see if he can make it a good positive start for him and for his country.
Another one foolish, didn't swing as much, and it's hit very cleanly from Tector. He looks in a mood today, and this Irish 11, such a dangerous batting lineup, and the Spanish just feels, Rico, that the bowlers just haven't quite got control of line and length at the moment. They're trying to swing the ball, certainly an advisable method, but just feels like the control's lacking at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the power play, which makes it difficult for DDC to set a field, but I think if you're going to be bowling that line, then you might as well sort of put two men out there on the offside and say, right, we'll try and defend that boundary, especially to Tector at the moment.
Steps outside off stump. No wide call. It's a good call from the umpire. Tector made an early move.
Yeah, you'll see this here. Look where he is, and as a result of that, the line moves with him. You can see what he's trying to do there, sort of carve that in between the gap, probably between point and backward point.
Full ball, it's dragged across to leg, just to keep it to 1. Clearly a tactic from the Spanish, Rico, of really trying to avoid gimme balls on the stumps or on the pads. But they've just been a little bit up and down with their length so far in the power play.
Yeah, don't mind that one though, Detector. He's shown that he's very strong on the offside. So yeah, a few into the body maybe. And getting him playing straight or to the leg side, it's not a bad idea.
Very full ball on off stump, and it's lofted beautifully like a glorious 9-iron coming into the green. That's a gorgeous shot from Lynch, and he races along to 26 off 7.
Well, this one sails a long way, doesn't it? Just as soon as he makes contact. Look how crisply he hits it, not rushing into the shot. Well, that one is into the road and continues to go up the hill. Lovely strike, and well, Reddy looks like he's first over in the Euros of cricket. It may end up being a magical one.
Another one outside off stump, and it dismissively pumped over the leg side. Smiles all round in the hospitality area. That's fantastic batting, and another Maximo.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it. This is a lovely strike. As Reddy will go magical. Boom. Shakalagya. And that is out of here. And that one goes over cow corner. Too short. And once he gets his arm swinging into that one, it's gone. Disappears. 21 off the over with the ball to go. The 50 also comes up for Ireland.
52 for 1. Last ball of the power play. On length and smashed again. Triple up on the Maximos, and Lynch is on fire here at the Cardimer Oval. Power play done. Ireland 58 for 1.
Good, clean hitting. That's what you expect to see from Ireland. Remember, they were awesome in the group stages and didn't lose and drop a match, did they? And their hitting was sensational. I think out of all the teams, and we saw some thunderous batting, I think out of all the teams, in terms of batting performances, you can't take anything away from the Irish. They were great, and they had to be. Remember how they won the group final as well. They had to get a good win over Hungary. Hungary posted 137. Ireland got there with 8 balls to go, and it was this man, Tim Tector, who's out there at the moment, who scored 48 of 21, was the player of the match. So they've got to see the back of him pretty early. And, well, Lynch himself is doing a bit of damage as well.
Well, I like this move from the Spanish captain. They bought the human handbrake. Atif Mohammed, left armour, coming on to bowl his first over. They generally don't like to use him in the power play. Feel like it may not have been a bad move to bring him in for the third, but either way, the left arm speedster. Can he turn things around? That ball just onto off stump, dragged across the line by Tector. Mohammed might feel like it's a moral victory, but it's a Maximo in the scorebook.
Yeah, he's been sent away, isn't it? I mean, Atif, they tend to use him in the 4th and the 8th. I mean, last time round when he bowled, he came a bit earlier, bowled the 7th, and he went for 28 against Jersey. So he has taken a bit of whack here today, and a bit of stick. Can he come back after that? The first one goes for 6.
Oh, tries to roll the fingers over the top of it, but it's set flying. That thing's registered air miles. That's gone a long, long way. Gorgeous shot from Tector, and Ireland are absolutely zooming along. 70 for 1.
Air miles indeed. Well, that's a Bizaway Super 6. That is humongous. That has sailed and is probably still on its way to Marbella. What a hit.
Have a look at that shot too, Rico. It's almost a swat across the line to do it to a bowler that's coming up with variations, that he's bowling at quite reasonable pace that Mohammed does. That is a fantastic cricket shot.
Yeah, well, Tector just leaning on the bat, saying, come on, bring me another.
1 run needed to bring up the 50 partnership. Full ball, sort off stump. Better location from Mohammed, and they'll just push the 1.
And that partnership comes up in electrifying pace, just 14 deliveries. And Yeah, well batted from these two. And the job, they know, is not done yet.
Pretty quiet out in the Spanish field too. Always need someone to give them a lift. Ahmed, strike bowler, he needs a wicket. Oh,
Gandhi.
that's not going to happen. Swings down the leg side, and despite the best efforts of Owais Ahmed, that is flown away for 5 wides.
Eso no es un bueno, eh? Es una malo. Una lanza malo. Gandhi ball. And that's going to be a minimo. So he gets it all wrong here. Under pressure. Espana, they need something here pretty quickly. And I get the feeling that DDC will probably go to spin straight away after this. Maybe something like Yasser Ali. But they're still got to get through 3 deliveries here.
That one's just a little bit off speed. Well, come through for the bye, but it's a nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's a better delivery, but Owais Ahmed takes his eye off this one. And I think he's got to do better here, Rhino. Allows the batter to take the bye and change the strike over. So now it's almost as if, you see, Tector says, all right, Lynchy, let me have a go. Let me have a few hits as well. Good delivery.
Speared into leg stump. Nice piece of bowling from Mahody. He's got some good variations, doesn't he, Rico? Multiple slower balls, knows how to roll the fingers over for the cutters just to drop a touchdown in the speed register.
Yeah, that's it. It was good. It was in the block hole. So fighting back, Atif Mohammed. And, well, he's trying to make sure that he doesn't go magical. But, well, any run from this one will mean that it will be a magical one.
Short of a length. Lynch absolutely annihilated over the mid-wicket boundary. Just too easy for a batter of his class. And Ireland are going above 20 and over here. They are 84 for 1, 4 overs down.
Wants to go upstairs, doesn't he, as he bangs this in, but the batters are up for it at the moment. Nothing really seems to be troubling Ireland. They're motoring along, 84 on the board already, and Rhino, I mean, you got to try something different here. I mean, where does DDC, the captain, go here? Spin?
I think you're right. I would bring a spinner on at this stage. I don't think they are, and obviously that's where that loss of Babar Khan, before we'd even had a delivery in this game, does hurt them. So just on a technical point for the batters, Rico, one for the viewers to look out for the next time he's on strike. For a man who hits the ball so hard, Seamus Lynch really does almost choke the bottom of the handle. You're used to seeing power players tend to try to get a bit of extra leverage by having the top hand higher on the bat, but he generates power with still a very, very low grip on the handle. It's impressive stuff, and he really does know how to work the bat face to his advantage.
And just, I like the way that both these batters, they just look so relaxed out there. I mean, in between deliveries, I mean, they're hitting a boundary, they're just leaning on the bat, saying, yeah, okay. They're in that zone, aren't they? They're in the zone, they're doing the job here. And, well, the worrying thing for Spain is they're enjoying themselves. So
I feel that they do feel the loss of Mohamed Babar in the opening overs, don't you? He's just got such control, and he's such a hard player to get away in the power play. Moves the ball, gets a little bit of extra bounce. They just don't really have someone to replace him in this unit. So Lynch up 44 off 11. Tector's on strike now. He's on 31 off 12. The Irish going at 21 runs per over. Salim Dar on for his second. It's pitched up. Not a bad ball. That wide full toss, as long as it's swinging away. Not an easy one for the batter to adjust to.
yeah, it's nice to see that he's getting the batter. I mean, this is what I DDC. If I was the captain here, I'm saying to my bowlers, all right, look, we've seen some good shots played out on the off. We've seen them cutting. We've seen them lifting over the top. We've seen them play the short ball. Haven't seen them drive too many. Get the ball up there. Get them driving. Try and knock them over.
I agree, Rico. Salim Dar ignores your advice completely, and he gets jettisoned over the square leg boundary. Another massive strike, and what a wonderful way to bring up an incredibly impressive half century Lynch, only 12 balls for his first 50 of championship week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say well batted, well done, Felicidades, but he's a little bit slow here today. Don't forget, back in match number 7 of Group D, he brought up the joint fastest half century that we've seen in the European Cricket Network. Just did it off 10 balls. And did that, of course, against Hungary.
Harsh judge Rico Full as he gets cleaned up. What a comeback for Salim Dar. And didn't the Spanish need that? Lynch, hasn't been moving the feet too much all innings. It hasn't mattered. But he tries to swing this away to the leg side. And his stumps are rattled. And the Irish, they're 91 for 2.
Once again, number 13, unlucky for some. It's a 13th delivery. And, well, the stumps get knocked over. Inside edge.
Big inside edge. Doesn't matter, though. In the scorebook, clean bowled from Salim Dar. He's probably been the pick of the bowlers for the Spanish so far in this game. And that's a man that the chaps in red and yellow will be very happy to see the back of. Excellent innings from him, 50 off 13, 7 Maximos in that innings. And I suspect, Rico, that will probably not be his only half-ton of this week.
Yeah, they just look so comfortable out there. It's just natural hitting from a guy who's got natural ability. There's no doubt about that. 50 of 12 deliveries. Ball number 13 gets him out. Well, there's the Spanish flag.
Flying a bit prouder than it might have been 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you get an important batter out, but Macbeth, now this guy can crunch it.
Good late swing from Salim Dar. He's probably not only been their best bowler so far, he's just been the one to control his line and length a little bit more. Ball now to the 5th over. Still getting reasonable amount of late movement.
Yeah, liking this from Spain. You can see a number of the players saying, vamos, vamos. Vamos, chicos. Don't get quiet. Come and be vocal. Support the bowler. Get back in this. Get your head back in the game. They need to do that, and that wicket shortly should help them.
So Macbeth on strike. He's a clean striker of the cricket ball. That one goes flying down the leg side, and the heads go down from the Spanish in the field. You've just taken a wicket, and then you give away a minimo.
Rhino. I mean, that's the second time. So 10 runs have come off like this. You can't be bowling that. I mean, away's Ahmed. If you can't get there, it's going to be 5 more just when you pick up a wicket as well.
It's been moving away from the plan that he's had throughout the innings. Dar, he's generally been just outside off stump. Trying to move the ball away. That's back on the length. Ball's in the air, 2 fielders converging. Somehow it drops between the pair of them, and despite best efforts, that is Macbeth rolling with his first boundary.
Yeah, smile on his face, smile on the faces of the Irish as well. As approaching the halfway mark, even though they have lost 2 key wickets, look at the rate they're going at. The 100 comes up with the ball to go in the 5th.
Emergency times here for the Spanish. Final ball of Dar's pair. No one's on off stump, not brilliantly timed, but there's no fielder out here at mid-on. Decent gap, and Macbeth is good enough to find open space. The Irishmen are happy up in the hospitality tent, and there's plenty of people back in the homeland who will be celebrating. And Ireland 104 for 2, halfway through their innings.
And it's great to welcome you into the commentary box. Of course, I'm here with the Rhino. Great to have you back here. But Rhino, just quickly looking at that boundary again, it's a field that we know that Spain like to use, that southern cross where you got the man dead straight. That means that the 2 men that would normally be long off and long on a little bit wider. The problem with that is those sort of shots go into the gap.
Yeah, it certainly is, although with the amount that they're swinging the ball away from the batters, and particularly for Dar, I actually don't mind that strategically, because at least you're asking them to hit slightly across the line, gives you a better opportunity for the outside edge. But ultimately, these Irish batters are just striking the ball so cleanly at the moment. A couple of times, even when they've been beaten, you saw Macbeth actually popping a couple into the outfield, still going to the boundary. And at the moment, Spain don't seem to have any answers.
Yeah, no answers yet. And what the Irish are doing, they're continuing from, I think, what they were doing in the group stages, where they were just hitting the ball so cleanly. And the thing is, I mean, sometimes when I was watching them in their group, I mean, I know that Hungary had some great performances as well, but Ireland, whenever their batters was out there, they just seemed to have that extra mileage every time they hit the ball.
Yeah, indeed. They're powerful strikers, and you can see their techniques are so well built for powerful batting. So they're really, really good lineup. I think they're one of the favourites for this week. But it's not just the cricket that's important this week, Rico. It's a very important day today, isn't it?
Very important day today. It is World Food Day. And you know, if you've been joining us all the way through, well, the European Cricket Network has joined forces with the United Nations and their World Food Programme. And, well, we've been asking for our cricket community to help out of the millions of people that go hungry every day. And we know that it's a fact, isn't it? 1 in 9 people don't have enough food to eat. So we can all play a part, and that's why, well, our charity partner is the World, well, alongside the World Food Organization, is Share the Meal. And if you can, click the QR code, scan it, and find out more about the Share the Meal. And if you can make any donation, well, we're very appreciative, trying to do our bit here as part of a cricket community. And every little bit can help. As we return back to the action, full toss, and this gets clobbered away. Balle, balle, balle. Or we're going to have to wait for the umpire's decision, because they might be looking at the height at this one as well, and it could be a 7-up here. I think he might be okay, but we'll have to wait and see what the umpires decide. All eyes on the umpire at the moment. I think it will be okay. So just 6 runs, but not a good start back from the bowler. As Rubel Khan comes into the attack, and he's the man getting attacked.
Yeah, dreadful start for Khan. He's under pressure now, short and wide. Tector looks like he's in Swan Lake, one leg flourishing, trying to smack that over the offside. It's ultimately called wide, but very, very attractive cricket nonetheless.
Yeah, Rubel, we did see him in the group stages. He bowls quick and fast, but sometimes can just be a little bit erratic. That's not what EDC or Spain need at the moment from him. They need some good, sharp Yorker length deliveries.
Oh, that's gone high. May drop inside, and unfortunately it's a good catch, but Yasir Ali, he knows it himself. The foot has stepped onto the boundary rope, and he signals 6. Good sportsmanship from him. Excellent execution of the catch, but unfortunately it's just more runs in the book for the Irish.
Yeah, I want to see this again. Does he need this? This is where the smarter teams, you're catching it, releasing it, and getting back. Oh dear, that's criminal.
Unfortunate. Drew the slightly false shot from Tector, just lost his shape. A little bit of extra bounce from Khan, hitting the deck hard, but goes for a Maximo nonetheless. Tector moves early. It's a decent ball from Khan though, almost block hole length, and Orkale fields, and it's just the one.
Yeah, time now for Scott Macbeth to see if he can continue the superb hitting that we saw from him in the group stages. Such an awesome hitter off the ball.
Khan 14 off the first half of his over, wide. Flies off the edge of the bat. Well, everything is going the way of the Irish 11 at the moment. Even bottom edges are flying to the boundary, and poor Khan, he's really, really trying to push the ball outside off stump, but ultimately Irish batters just have too many shots.
Yeah, needs consistency in his line, and Scott Macbeth, he can be so ruthless. 44 of 17 in that group final against Hungary. He was awesome, probably the best bit of hitting that we've seen really in the championship so far, so you don't want to mess with him.
Oh, Macbeth swings across the line, and he smoked that. What a sensational shot. Wow, Macbeth, the Shakespeare story, talked of the damaging physical and psychological effects of political ambition. I think it's more cricket ambitions that this young man has, but isn't he making an impact?
Is that a bit of the, with the old Michael Jackson there as well?
Alpha move just after you smack the bowler for a Maximo, just gently rearranging things downstairs.
There's no Shakespeare about that. That was all MJ, I'm telling you. And, well...
Another man who knew how to put words together fairly effectively. Well, there's no tragedy of Macbeth here in this game so far. He's continuing on some of the form that we saw from earlier in the tournament, raced along to 18 off 5. This partnership 37 off only 8 balls. And tell you what, Rico, they're on target for 200 here, Ireland.
Yeah, where's this breakthrough going to come from? Rubel. Oh,
good ball. Speared into leg stump. It's pretty well timed, though. Just be cut off for the one.
Yeah, it's better, isn't it? We haven't seen too many of these sort of deliveries. It is the end of the over, but it's another magical one. 25 come off that one. And Ireland at the end of 6 overs, 129 for 2.
Well, what would you do here, Rico? I mean, they don't really have any front line spinners, particularly with Babar Khan out, but maybe you've got to turn to one of the part-time spinners just to mix the pace up. So when you're going for 20 plus per over, you haven't got a huge amount to lose.
I'm surprised they haven't gone for Yasser. I don't quite understand the reasoning. Yasser Ali bowled well against Jersey earlier.
Latif coming on for his second. Rolls the fingers across that one as it is that man, Yasser, scooting around on the boundary. Keeps it to a single.
Latif, better start. I mean, it was up against it, wasn't he, in his first?
Do you get the feeling he's a touchdown on pace at the moment, Rico? I know he's bowling a lot of change-ups, but it just doesn't feel like he's flying off the deck like we've seen before.
I'll give you my thoughts after this one.
Pretty good ball, just out of reach of the despairing dive from Reddy. And it's another boundary in the books. Ireland, 134 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on that, Ryan, I think you're right. The other thing I think you say is, you see that one, he does roll the wrist over that. It's a bit unlucky, he doesn't carry to the... But when we saw them in the group stages, they were, of course, bowling from the lake and the other side. And I do feel that you got a little bit more response from the pitch from that end. So that might be the reason here. But yeah, I mean, Tector looking to bring up a half century himself here.
Oh, one hand on the bat. The ball's gone high and it's carried. Well, he doesn't need two hands on the stick to make an impact. Tim Tector brings up his half ton with another Maximo. He races along to 55 off 18. And Rico, this power-packed Irish batting lineup are making a statement in this game.
Qué guay, qué genial. Y felicidades por Tim Tector. Tengo 50 carreras. And what a hit that is. Well, that had the DJ in trouble, didn't it? That ended up on the roof of our resident DJ's spot. Let's have a look at this. It was one bounce, but yeah, look, one hand. And talking about taking the bowler to the sword, well, this is a good example of it. One-handed six. Not the first time we've seen that today either.
T tries to push that up, just short of being in the block hole, but at least didn't give room for the arms of Tector to swing again. Fair bit of talent in the Tector family, isn't it? Tim's brother, Harry Tector, one of the, I'm not even sure you call him promising anymore, just an out-and-out fantastic batter for the Ireland senior side. He's been making runs aplenty in the last few years. It's just a length ball outside off stump. Once again, Macbeth's been pretty effective with the bottom toe of that bat so far. That bottom toe's probably got a better middle than my entire cricket bat.
Well, he's examining that part of the bat as you speak, Rhino. And he's pretty happy with it at the moment, but I suppose what he does do, he successfully hands the strike back over to Tector with the ball to go here of Mohammed's spell, and we're looking to send this to the boundary as well.
Yeah, good ball. Left armour spearing across the line. It's not a bad pair of overs from Mohammed, but he hasn't been able to do the job that's expected of him by the Spanish. He goes for 38 off his 2. And Ireland, they've still got 3 overs to go. 142 for 2.
Better over that time from Atif Mohammed. Goes for 13. And Ireland, yeah, they're looking pretty good. Upcoming events, remember this is the last week that we've got here at the Euros of Cricket. And then we continue back on the road as we go to Croatia first up. 2 weeks of cricket there, including an ECI international weekend. And then from there, I know that Corey and Vinny will be going to Malta, where I believe that Nish will also be joining in the fun. And then we come back to Barcelona, Spain.
So Deal comes on for his second. Spear down the leg side. I actually don't think that's a bad tactic against these better quality batters, Rick. I'm not sure if it was deliberate ball, but actually coming wide of the crease, really wide as possible, and actually trying to spear it further outside leg stump. Particularly with these Irish batters, they do like to take up position, whether it's clearing the front leg or just keeping the body outside leg stump. It's a ball from Adil. Goes, tries to go there again. I don't mind that at all, despite the fact that he's given away the wide.
Yeah, I don't mind the tactic. Of course, if you look at where a lot of these shots have been played and the sort of length that's been bowled, it's been short outside off, or just too short in general. I like the fact that he's pitching the ball up. He does bowl with a fair bit of pace. So if you can get it right, and we've seen him drill in a few Yorkers, he's been pretty effective. So, yeah, I'm with you there, Rhino. Stick to the fuller delivery.
Partnership reached the half century. Well, he's gone leg side again, unfortunately. Radar's a little bit awry on this occasion. It's actually clipped the pad on the way through. Races down to the boundary.
Well, it's another one that gets past the dive of Ahmed. And I suppose he just doesn't get able to smother that day. It goes quite quickly. He'd be disappointed, though, I think, on his Ahmed, that he hasn't got anything on that.
Oh, that's smashed. Absolutely brutalised. Probably the shot of the day from Tector. He's picked up the length so quickly and has hammered that over the leg side boundary.
What a way to bring up the team's 150. And that one goes into the cactuses. So good luck getting in there.
It's not as if the Spanish haven't had to deal with enough trauma on the field today. You've sent them to cop a few spikes up in the garden. Oh, well, Adil, 27, he's still got 3 balls to go. Tries to find that space, and, well, it's all going wrong for the Spanish. It's well timed, but Khan needed to get his body in front of that ball. Wonderful hitting again, and the Irish are flying.
Well, the one before that was flying. This was all along the carpet. Rubal Khan, I think he needs to get something on that. He doesn't. It's going to be 4 more. Disappointment there for Adil.
Partnership 67 off 19. Adil tries to go leg side, and that swat across to square leg. It works for Tector again. It's yet another Maximo.
Well, the over goes magical, so it's yet another magical over as well. And look at the last few deliveries. It's the slower delivery. Again, I don't mind him trying this, but he just strays a little bit. Turns up, ending up being a full toss, and it's been dealt with emphatically.
It's a deal. He's been pumped. 37, 1 ball to go in his spell. It's on length, and Tector lofts it, and he lofts it so beautifully. The Irish are celebrating in the stands. They know this is a massive total already. They are up to 170 for 2. We've still got 12 balls to go.
Incredible strike. Wow, sensational. And this one is the biggest hit so far, isn't it? And the Irish loving it. Well, they are partying, of course they are. Look at them go. Kiss me, I'm Irish. Okay, maybe I'll be there later, maybe not. They're having some fun. And look at the score, 170 for 2.
Well, you can see, I mean, they've brought some quality players to this tournament, Rick. I mean, Tim Tector's a former captain of the Irish under-19 team that played in the Cricket World Cup. He's an outstanding cricketer, and he's showing his full range of batting skill today as slower ball just dragged away to the leg side from Beth, who has almost had to play just passenger here for the last over and a bit, as Tector has just gone insane.
Rubal back into the attack. Can he stop the flow runs? The answer, no, because Ajitana ball nu change chittar pe putte hath de hor shakka lag gaya. And you can see here that the bowlers are being taken to the sword, and maybe at the end of this over, Rhino, we could have a look at some of the higher scores that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. I tell you something here, the Irish are looking to join the 200 club here.
He's not just looking to hit sixes anymore as well, Tector. He is looking to brutalise the ball.
You know what he's also looking to do, and I'm not going to be afraid to say it? bring the 100 up. And he's 100.
Rico, you're tempting fate, but he is getting close.
I know I am, and a lot of people are going to be giving me some shit that if he doesn't get there. But look, he hasn't hit one out wrong yet, has he?
Full toss. Well, that was a gimme ball, but it's just dragged.
I think they want to have a look at the height on this. You can see the umpire at square in rummage on the walkie-talkie. So let's wait and see. I mean, it is high, but I think it might... Oh, I don't know. What do you reckon? Is that coming down or not?
Well, he's played it a long way in front of his body, so that might save him in terms of the no ball call. He's had his issues with a few full tosses in this game so far. Khan, the partnership itself, verging on triple figures as well. It's up to 87. Short of a length on the offside. It's gone high. I think that's Alger, the 12th man, underneath the ball, coming in from the third man position. And it's a well-taken catch and a reward for Khan after a tough start to his bowling effort. Ireland, a momentary bump in their innings, 178 for 3.
Yeah, well, they get the breakthrough, but what a partnership that has been. Remember, they came together when the score was a 91, but it's how quickly they've accelerated. And Macbeth will go. I suppose the big thing about that is not just the wicket, it's a dot ball. There ain't been too many dot balls.
No, certainly haven't been. Not too many dots in the scorer's log as Macbeth goes for almost a sedate in the circumstances. 22 off 11, just the one Maximo. I'm sure we'll see better from him throughout the tournament, but it is already an imposing total on the board. 178, still 8 balls to go. And Rico, what's the play here from the new batter? Trying to get Tector back on strike for the final ball, take a couple of lofty swings and allow Tector to take the last over.
I think Harbinson is just going to go for it, play his shots, go for the big shot straight away. Look, he's back in his crease, ready to rock back.
He doesn't get the best piece of that ball, but it's going to carry, so he knocks up a Maximo off his first delivery. Great start from Harbinson. Touch unlucky from Khan, though.
Yeah, you said it. Wasn't out of the middle, but he gets it firm enough. Hits high up the top of the bat, but the elevation is good. And that one will go for 6. So 184 here now with the ball to go in the 9th.
Got another one on length. Harbinson's dragged it around behind square. Oh, it's a disappointing effort in the field. That's Hamza Salim Dar down there. It's never an easy catch, but against these top quality sides, you have to take chances, and that's also allowed them scoot through for the 2 and Tector back on strike for the final over. So Ireland 186 for 3, 6 balls left to go.
Yeah, for me, Rhino, that's the plan. The captain comes out, wants to hit boundaries, and he wants to leave this last over to see if we can see a Dream11 European Cricket Championship 100 for Tim Tector. Look at some of the higher scores we've seen here. And those are the clubs and also the international countries that have put 200 on the board. Are Ireland going to get their name up there as well? Well, if they are, they need 14 off the last.
Snaith's ready. He's been given the unenviable task of this last over. Full toss on middle and leg, and Tector just turns it around for a boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, so Tector moves to 89, and he's, well, just casually chewing that gum like he's not worried about where he is. Let's see how the pressure tells. I mean, they're not going to be taking a single here, surely. Surely they're leaving this for Tector to try and bring up his century.
Wide of off stump. It's not a bad tactic from Reddy. He's trying to swing the ball. Gives the umpire a bit of a death stare, but fairly easy call in the end.
Can't hide it, can you? You can't hide it. Tector is trying to stay focused, trying to forget about the fact where he is. 191, looking to bring up his 100 and bringing up Ireland's 200.
Uncontrolled shot, that one, but it flies away for a maximum, so doesn't matter how many moral victories you have. Young Snaith ready. The runs just keep on piling up. Tector up to 95.
Yeah, well, there they are. They're enjoying themselves at the moment. And, well, who is that? Who's camouflaged behind there? I seem to think I recognise that face from somewhere. And, well, not quite where he wanted it, but he's still gets it elevated over, gets the boundary.
Oh, what a way to bring up the 3 figures. Tector is launched ready over mid-wicket. Sensational strike and caps off a fantastic innings of T10 batting. Tim Tector take a bow, 101 off 30 balls.
What a fantastic night. Well batted to Tim Tector, brings up his 101 of 30 deliveries. Have a look at the wagon wheel. He's hit the ball all over the place. Well, Reddy's the bowler, and I said to you, everybody be ready, because we're going to see something sensational in Championship Week, and that is another 100. Tector gets it. He'll have his name in the Hall of Fame. Ireland get to the 200, but they ain't finished yet.
Oh, Reddy, he's beaten the batter again in a way, but he's been hit for another Maximo. And I'll tell you what, Rico, you know who is going down as my player of the game for this so far? It is Liam Doherty, getting out early and letting Tector get to the crease with plenty of balls to go.
Well, you're going for Liam. Well, I'm going for Babar Khan. I think he had the right idea. I think he knew there was something in the air about the Irish. And when he was supposed to open the bowling, before he bowled it, he said, you know what, I've got a funny feeling about today. I think I'll sit this one out. Ready? Well, he wasn't ready for this. Well, he's got a half century to his name as well, but not one he'd be proud of.
Goes full and finally manages to stop the Tector onslaught. So he'll turn the strike over to Harbinson for the final delivery. The Irish crack the 210 mark.
Well, we've seen records broken. We've seen history made. We've seen another century. We've seen another club, another country join the 200 club. Are we going to see the biggest run chase ever as well today?
Change of pace, and Harbinson reads it straight out of the hands. Lovely strike straight down the ground, and Reddy gets pumped for 57 off his 2 overs. That is a sensational exhibition of striking from the Ireland 11. They make their way to 216 for the loss of only 3 wickets in what has been a powerful statement from this group.
Yeah, look, that's good sportsmanship there from the Spanish as well. They've been taken to the cleaners, but they're quick to congratulate what has been a sensational knock from Tim Tector. That last over, by the way, I think goes for 30 runs. There's 30 off the last one from Reddy. It's supersonic, and it's been supersonic from the Irish, hasn't it? What an innings from Ireland. And this is the way it started. Well, Babar, he thought, you know what, I got a bad feeling about this. I think I'll sit out of it.
Yeah, well, not even the magic hands of Alistair Priddle could get him back into the bowling lineup. And as you said, Rico, it's probably done wonders for his economy rate throughout his ECN career. That could have started off very well for the Spanish. It might have gone for 4, but the 12th man, Adam Elgar, was in there straight away. But Seamus Lynch, one of the cleanest strikers in this tournament, you can see why he's such value. Man who always provides value in the field. DDC took a cracking catch, and Liam Doherty was sent back without scoring. But from that point on, it brought Tim Tector to the crease, and he was unstoppable.
Some of the shots that he played, I mean, just fantastic. All right, there's 1 or 2 maybe miscues, mishits, but even those were going to the boundary. Just amazing stuff, really. It was a wonderful innings to see. And well, Ireland, they were a team that were just so super destructive in the group stages. They batted it really well. Well, we didn't see too many helicopter shots, but I think the people up in the helicopter out there, well, they were worried at some times because some of these balls were absolutely flying.
Yeah, it's sensational stuff from the Irish top order, both Lynch and Tector. We saw their capabilities in the group stages. That man Lynch, he was sent back to the pavilion after an inside edge off the bowling of Salim Dar. He was probably the most impressive of the Spanish bowlers, although that wasn't a hard barrier to get over because most of them were absolutely smashed in this game. And Tector, he just got so much of the strike in the second half of that innings. Unfortunately, Sierra Ali, his feet were on the boundary rope. And even a bit of fortune from Macbeth as he was smacking some balls off the bottom of his bat.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I mean, look, he says, I don't need 2 hands. 1 will do the job as well. And that was just rubbing it in. What also didn't help Spain is the 22 extras that they gave away, 16 wides. And you can see there when he gets into the 90s, he's pretty calm, he's pretty relaxed. And, well, he brings it up with a huge 6, didn't he? And, well, that was a nice catch there from Agar. He getting the wicket of Macbeth. But then Harbinson came out, the captain, and he got dropped after hitting a big 6. And this was the way to the 100, and that one was huge. What a way to do it. What a moment. There we're celebrating. He's celebrating. And we saw something sensational. Not only did he bring his 100 up, he brought the 200 up for Ireland as well. And he wasn't done yet, was he? 216 scored by Ireland here. And Tim Tactor, take a bow. 108 of 32 not out.
Yeah, and he's actually surpassed in strike rate by Sam Harbinson, who came out at the end and hit 14 off only 3 deliveries faced. A nice little cameo from the skipper there, but this really was about Lynch at the top of the order. 50 off 13 before he was clean bowled. And Tim Tector, 108 off only 32 balls. So Irish eyes are certainly smiling here at the start of their championship a week campaign, Rico. Unfortunately, a few less sparkles in the eyes for the Spanish bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at that. He's already playing his first match, going for 57. But look, there were better bowlers than him that went the distance as well. Roger Adil went for 43, Rabul Khan 41. But no variations, no spin. Of course, Babar Khan being injured before he even bowls the first ball, that doesn't help. And for some reason, not using the likes of Yasser Ali as well.
Yep, strange stuff, Rico. I think they've got to have a think about that back in their captaincy and coach consultation sessions. I'm sure Corey Rutgers and the Brains Trust of the Spanish team, though, will be feverishly working out how they can chase down this total. They've got some powerful bats, the Spanish. They will give this a shake. Ireland, 216 for 3 off their 10. We will be back here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full for the Spanish chase in just a couple of minutes. Please join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back, European cricket devotees. We're here at the Cardimer Oval for day one of Championship Week here at the European Cricket Championship. And haven't we witnessed an exhibition of clean ball striking and power hitting by the Irish 11. They are certainly favourites at this stage of the game after a wonderful innings in which the poor Spanish attack was slapped to all corners of this Cardimer Oval. Ireland are racking up 216 for 3 of their 10 overs, kept a pretty consistent run rate of 21 runs over the whole way through, and this is a mountainous task for the Spanish batting lineup, but we know they've got some excellent stroke makers within this team, and they will certainly be giving it a red-hot go, and a man who comes up with some red-hot chat frequently on the microphone. Joining me, Andrew Ryan, here in the commentary box, it is Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Rhino. Well, red hot is what Spain have to be, as red as their their kit. And, well, we need some spicy stuff from them. And, DDC, he won the toss, remember, and put Ireland in. So he probably feels that he's got to score a few runs, and, well, Spain could certainly do with him scoring a few. And, well, Tector, you'd think he'd be tired, but he's not. He's starting off with the bowling. And it's going to be a dot to start off with. What a moment for him. He's in the Hall of Fame, scores the century. Also, we've just seen 20,000 runs reached in this championship already. That's been absolutely brilliant.
So many centuries during the course of this year. As that goes high into the air, fielder running back, and it's a pretty neat catch from Jared Wilson there at mid-off. Well, Tim Tector, he could be on track for a record set of fantasy points. That's a lovely piece of bowling.
Yeah, and DDC, he makes a pair. He was out for 0.
I think, is that 4 consecutive ducks for him in this tournament, Rico?
Oh, well, I'll tell a man who will know is Vinny Sandu. He's probably listening and he'll probably come up with the stats for. But what I can tell you is in the earlier match, he went for a 2-ball duck. And it's going to be a 2-ball duck for him here again. So it's not a good day with the bat for the captain, DDC. This is a big opportunity for him. I mean, if you're not going to win the game, maybe try as a team to try and get to a 150 score. And for DDC to get going, well, he ain't clicking. You need him to start clicking. He goes up the famous steps of the Cardimer Oval without a run to his name. And Derek will be there to greet him.
Tell you what, Tim Tector could be en route here for the single greatest performance in ECN history, Rico. Hitting an unbeaten century of 30-odd balls. He's got a wicket second ball. Ahmed Ihsan at the crease. Oh, my goodness. Well, he's also come up with probably the worst ball we've seen all tournament. That one has flown out of the front of his hands and over the keeper's head.
Well, what's Ihsan done to him? Because this one, yeah, you're right. This is a real gun. Oh, my word, look at this. Well, you won't see it on the camera. You won't see. I told you you won't see it. Oh my word! Is that the worst ball that we've ever seen? Well, you were just building him up. I mean, of course, he's had a sensational day, but that's a ball you want to forget.
Well, I'm sure we'll replay it on social a couple of times, and we might have that replayed a few times as well, as Yassin has launched Tector over the mid-wicket boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, Mohamed Yassin, he batted very well earlier, didn't he? And he wants to continue in that form, made 37 of 22. And he started the fight back against Jersey. And let's see if he can spark a fight back. An unlikely one, though, you have to say, against the Irish.
Well, Tector, ever since I talked about him having possibly the greatest game in ECN history, he's come out with a terrible full toss and then been smacked for a Maximo. So let's see what happens this ball. Floated outside off stump, probably not as convincing from the flashing blade of Yassin, but hits a boundary, and Spain, bright start from them despite the loss of DDC.
Yeah, that's better, isn't it? 6 and 4, and we often say on the network, he's hungry for more. Well, he needs to be hungry for more. And Spain, they do need a lot more of these as well.
Tector getting a taste of his own medicine. That one's dropped onto the stump, slow ball, and Yasin has timed it beautifully right over the top of the hospitality tent, and he's taken 6-4-6 off the last 3 deliveries.
Well, this one has our catering partner, Purple Pepper, under a bit of attack. Well, they've been peppered because this is a biggie. Well, you might as well look like that. And, well, Salim Dar, he's not messing around, is he?
Bit of confusion as to who was taking strike there. Salim Dar is the man who has launched those last 3 balls. The left-handed gun from Spain, as that one's even slower from Tector. Cut to the fielder at point. That is the end to an eventful first over, but certainly Spain, at least there or thereabouts with the run rate they need. They're 18 for 1 over down.
Well, Tector doesn't go magical, so I'll be happy about that. We've seen plenty of magical overs. 90 matches since we've seen a golden ball. I'll tell you what, if we get one in this one, it will be the best match that we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network.
I suspect you're not getting a tingle, a golden ball tingle just yet, Rico.
No, I'm not getting a tingle just yet, but weirder things have happened, and I can tell you it won't be easy with this guy coming on the bowl, Ollie Riley, who was the pick of the bowlers for the Irish in their group stages. And, certainly he bowled brilliantly well, picked up 6 wickets.
Good flash of blonde hair for a fast bowler, isn't he? Pretty decent run up as far as T10 cricket goes. Steams in, puts that down the leg side. May have just lost his rhythm. Steaming in for his first ball. So this man is very important for this Spanish batting lineup, Rico, isn't he? He tends to come in more in the back half of the innings as almost their designated closer, but given they're needing to stay around 20 runs and over, I think this is a good move from the Spanish to push him up. Riley wide of off stump, and it swings even further.
Yeah, he's gone both sides of the stump so far, and 2 wide on both occasions. This one does swing a long way and gets called a wide. I mean, just catching a bit of that line there.
Just feels like he hasn't quite hit the crease on those first 2 balls. Fairly tall, young, strapping man. That one swung wide down the leg side. It's actually well taken by the keeper. Seamus Lynch with the gloves for the Irish 11.
Yeah, won't be happy about this though, the Irish. I mean, 3 wide deliveries on the spot from Riley, who, well, when we saw him in the group stage, he had his radar well and truly switched on. It's a bit astray here at the moment.
Hasn't registered a legitimate ball yet. Admittedly, neither did Babar Khan. First delivery of this game, for those of you who missed it. That one's gone straight up. Fielder's tracking back. It's not going to be an easy catch. Excellent effort, but it rolls off the fingers for a boundary. Hassan, he's underway.
Yeah, brilliant effort this. It's got Macbeth. I think he knew the risk here, and he's getting handshakes all around for the effort. But if he gets anything on this and doesn't take the catch, the ball is going to ricochet and go to the boundary. That's what happens. But look, at full stretch, it would have been spectacular, but it ends up being a boundary.
Oh, that one hits the pitch hard. Hassan tries to hit across the line, and he's dropped it. Ollie Riley has put down Mohammed Hassan. It probably won't cost the Irish in this game, but tell you what, the young man probably should have done better than that. Came up with a good delivery, lifted off the pitch. And for a player of his calibre, it's a fairly gettable catch.
Well, you might think that the Spanish not had too much luck in this contest. Well, they've just had 2 bits of luck there in 2 deliveries, and Ishan is the man who's having it.
Oh, he takes no sympathy on the young fast bowler as he slapped him over towards the cactus. That's a wonderful Maximo.
Well, drop me, and, well, maybe you'll pay. When he got dropped by Macbeth, which was a difficult one. That's how he got his first runs on the board, and then a straightforward corner bolt, and next, this, boom, shakalagya, and Ishan, he's up and running.
Yeah, not that much different to the shot that Ishan tried to play off the previous ball. That one was just a touch fuller in length, didn't get the same lift off the pitch. And Riley, 13 off his first 3 balls. Spain right up with the run rate. Does go that bit shorter, but Ihsan sweating on it. Hits it up to the interview platform. No one there. There's no one who's stopping that ball either. Consecutive maximos for Ihsan.
Yeah, lovely shot, beautiful hook shot, and it's a good job. There's nobody in the ECN studio because that one certainly would have caused a few problems. What a lovely shot this is. So yeah, I like this in Spain. This is what you got to do.
Get the feeling Ihsan has read him like a book on that occasion. After being swatted across the line, that he knew he just had to sit back. He was going to get the short ball from the young fast bowler, and he's played it very, very well. So Riley, 19 off his first 4 deliveries. Spain, 37 for 1. They've actually doubled their chances of winning, according to our supercomputer. Gone from 1 to 2%. Oh, Ihsan, he tries to take them further. Hasn't got a great piece of it, but it'll carry the boundary by a couple of metres. And so that's yet another maximo in the books. Spain races along, 43 for 1.
Put the men back, didn't he? 2 men on the boundary. You knew it was going to be short. It wasn't a bluff, it was short. And Ihsan goes for it and gets it. And this over, well, it's gone magical. It could go supersonic.
Well, the captain, Sam Harbinson, he's there mid-off, just having a few words to his young paceman. Riley goes short of a length as well. That one didn't quite get up, maybe just a touch change in pace. But a good start for the Spanish. First 2 overs down. They've raced along, 43 for 1.
Yeah, loving the fight. And let's have a look at this. So you can see there, Ireland, in terms of International Hall of Fame run scored, they're second behind what we saw from Hungary when they put 220 on the board against Turkey. Of course, that was when Deploy went crazy and scored 161. And well, Ireland are up there. But can Spain put themselves up there as well? Because they've started magnificently well. They're where they need to be at the end of 2 overs. And looks like we're going to see a bit of a change here as Matthew Weldon going to come on to have a bowl.
A young left arm paceman. Steaming in for the 3rd over. Not a bad ball, but just dragged off to the leg side, and Dar will charge through for the single. I did a little bit of research on young Matthew Weldon in between games. Actually won a competition to find a fast bowler in his home province back in Ireland. So a young man ID'd for his fast bowling talent a few years ago.
Well, left armour, let's see how he fares against Ihsan, who is, well, after being dropped twice, is running hot.
Short ball in the leg, that's not where you bowl to Mohamed Ihsan. Should have learnt that from the over of his predecessor, Riley. Lovely shot.
I mean, there's not really too much thought going into this at the moment from Ireland. I mean, I know they've got stat loads of runs to play with, but they're bowling where Ihsan likes it at the moment. You don't bowl short to this guy.
Especially with the new ball too. Put it up there, try to get it moving sideways.
50 up already here, Rhino. So Spain, at the moment, you'd probably say they're right on course and they're going neck and neck with where Ireland were.
Switch to fielder down to backward square. That one's at least a better line. Probably still a touch short, but at least he's made Ihsan adjust the shot. So they've moved a fielder out there to deep backward square, Rico. You're almost hoping for a mishit because that's your target to bowl short and on the hips or at the chest of Ihsan. He's not going to miss out too often.
No, but also, I mean, with this line that Weldon, you've seen him start with like that delivery. No 3rd man back. I mean, Ihsan's not going to shy away from it. He gets anything on this, he's going to fly to 3rd.
Dropped onto the leg side. Fortunately for Ireland, not punished. Throw coming in. Ihsan was probably a little bit sluggish to get going, but they'll scoot through for the leg bye. So Weldon's just got this touch under control. The difficulty for Spain here, Rico, is it probably only takes 1 or 2 overs only going for 10 or 12. And you really, really finding that run rate required jumping up significantly.
Yeah, I think while you're there, while you're in sort of this dreamland, if you like, and this fantasy cricket being played, you go with it. You keep playing your shots. You keep believing you can get there. This one's up in the air. Will this one be taken? Weldon says, I want it. And he does take it. He called it early. He doesn't want the wicketkeeper getting in his face. And no mistakes this time. Not like what we saw from Ollie Riley. Takes it. It gets the wicket. It's going to be the end of Hamza Salim Dar. So well done to young Matthew Weldon. Spain lose their first wicket in 51. But yeah, just going back to what I'm saying, I think while you're there and you've got a realistic chance, you keep going for it. As soon as you get that 1 or 2 overs that takes you out of contention of getting a win, you still got to be thinking of still getting to a 160 sort of score, whatever, because that's going to see you in good stead for the other matches to come.
Sage advice from an experienced watcher of T10 cricket. Rico full as Salim Dar goes for 17 off 6. That ball just tried to pull it over to the leg side. It was certainly short of a length, just probably a little bit wide of off stump, lost control. It was skied, brings Yasir Ali to the crease. There is no shortage of power in this Spanish batting lineup if they can keep the wickets under control. They are one team which can genuinely give a 200 target a shake. Probably Yasar to continue to be the key man. They've got Mohamed Yassin, who did hit runs in the first game, so they've got him still in the pavilion ready to go. Ali steps across early. And he hits that cleanly enough, carries the boundary by a good 20 metres and gets going with a Maximo.
Yeah, good shot.
End of the third over, Rico. And the Spanish, pretty good power play, 57 for 2.
Well, just in case if you were wondering if it's still hot, yeah, it is. Do you need the sunscreen? Yes, you do. You can see a few of the ECN crew there applying some of the sunscreen. And, well, there you saw in the firing line was the CEO there, Roger Finer. A lovely hit.
Roger didn't dive for the catch, Dan Weston style from previous tournaments here at Cartermore Oval. Just biding his time for something even more spectacular. And speaking of spectacular, this has been a cracking start to the Spanish chase. They're just a touch under 20 runs and over at the moment. And they're going to face trial by spin here. Gavin Hoey coming on for his first over of the game. He was pretty impressive during the group stages for Ireland. Lands the leg spinner just outside off. They'll have a shot at the stumps. It's a direct hit and no need for the video umpire. Yasir Ali caught short. Wonderful piece of fielding. That is Tim Tector, who continues an absolutely spectacular game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not waiting to see the video evidence on this one. Yasir believes he's gone. But they go on the hit. Here comes the throw. And let me just see this again. Make sure that there is no glove involved in breaking the stumps. Maybe see the other angle one more time. But there's the throw. And he doesn't miss out on it.
Wasn't the cleanest bit of wicket keeping. I think the ball has struck the stumps before there was any contact with Lynch's gloves.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this angle here, see if the ball gets past. Yeah, I would say just before the gloves get anywhere near it. No issues there. They've had a look at it, and looks like he is going to go as he continues to make his walk up the steps, which is going to be unfortunate because he hits his first ball for 6, but he's not going to get another. And great bit of fielding. And Tim Tector, well, he's a Minder's touch continues as Yasir will go for 6 off the one ball that he faces.
Yep. If you had Tim Tector in your fantasy team today, you'd be fairly satisfied. If you didn't have him, good luck trying to have any success. He is racking up points and value all over the place as Awais Ahmed, the wicket-keeper, strides to the crease. And just that run out and has just put the brakes on things a touch. I think it's a good move from the Irish. Bring on Hoey here. Leg spinner bringing about a bit of control. That one's cut, and it's cut delightfully by Ahmed. Not a huge gap between those two fielders. Backward of point, but he has found it.
Yeah, nice shot from Awais Ahmed. He's normally very strong and likes to play a lot of shots on the leg side. And when you see him start with one like that on the off, it means that he's in good form. He's getting a chance higher up the order as well. And one thing for sure, as how he comes in again, and gets played down the ground. Yeah, one thing for sure, as we haven't seen Babar Khan come out yet, that injury that he's picked up is more serious than what we first suspected.
Certainly could be, or perhaps they just don't want to risk him this early in championship week, as it actually looks like, speaking of things that are broken, perhaps an issue with the bat from Awais Ahmed. Sun finally gets back onto strike for the first time in a while.
Yeah, don't let Hoey's, don't make you think he's just slow. He bowls an incredible bouncer,
A little bit of air, almost Yorker length, as San just drives it out. So Hoey comes from a well-renowned cricket family in Ireland. His dad, Connor Hoey, played for the national team back in the day. Was also a leg spin bowler of very, very good reputation. I'm sure he's very proud seeing his son represent the Irish 11 out here at Carter Oval. Let's get a new piece of wood. Let's see how it goes. That's another good delivery. They probably would have been a nice combo at father-son cricket back in the day. The Hoey family ripping out leg spinners from both ends. Good over from him so far, only going for 6. That's another excellent ball. It's probably the best over we've seen in this game, and a big one in the circumstances of trying to keep this run rate under control. So the end of the 4th, Spain 63 for 3.
Yeah, and that's one of the 2 overs that you were talking about, Ryan. 2 good overs from the Irish, and it takes out all possibilities of Spain winning the match. And that one there, you see already, look how dramatic the decline is there. A couple of good overs there. Weldon doesn't bowl a bad one at all, only goes for 14. That only goes for 6. And they're going to continue with a bit of spin here from Mike Frost.
Tell you what, Rico, that was not just a good over. As Frost comes in and he's hit very cleanly down the boundary. Nifty bit of work out here from Scott Macbeth. They might have a look at that one, but I think he's managed to keep his feet off the ground while control the ball here. Pops out of his hands at this point. Foot still in.
Nicely done.
That's good work. Good work.
And that's maybe the difference there. I mean, just remember Yasir Ali had one on the boundary and he caught it, but put his foot on the line. And I was saying there, good teams find a way to hold on to it. Oh, that's nicely played. A delicate little touch. The chase is on. Under, Iba, but not going to get there. So a nice little touch. Soft hands from Awais Ahmed. Beautifully played. Yeah, sometimes, fielding makes such a big difference. And that was Tector. That was on 40 when Yasir took the catch. So sometimes just being a little bit more alert and being able to play and these smart little bits of play in the field can make such a huge difference.
Yeah, played a couple of boundaries behind point there as that's flighted just in and around middle stump. Just going back to that previous over, Rico, from Hoey. The first over to not go for double figures in the entire game.
Yeah, massive from Hoey. And I know Vinny is very impressed with Hoey, and we haven't really seen a chance for him to bat as well. He's a very good batter. This one was in the slot and it disappears. So Frost decides he wants to float one up there and see what he gets from the batter. Well, Mohammad Ishan says, you know what? I haven't done it yet. I've got more runs to score. And he puts another one into the stands.
Lovely shot from Ishan. They need to get him on strike more frequently. Oh, and he's gone for a double up with the Maximos. He's defrosted the young left-arm orthodox spinner. He's now gone for 18. 1 ball to go of this over, and Spain keeping themselves in touch.
He's such a clean hitter of the ball, is Ishan, when he's going. And I know a lot of people that have seen him play over the years for Spain will know that. Beautifully played. And, well, Frost in danger of going magical.
Better ball once again. Gets it up into that Yorker length. This son's irritated with himself, but at least he retains the strike for the next over. Halfway through, Spain, 82 for 3.
And welcome back into the Dream Box, where we've seen some great action. And talking about dreams, I mean, Ireland in the 200 club, 216. And what about that knock from Tim Tector?
Absolutely sensational. He's a high-quality player, Tim Tector. We talked about him being a captain of the Irish under-19 side for the last under-19 World Cup. So he comes from good stock, another great family of Irish cricket with his brother Harry and James, both being very, very good cricketers as well. But sensational innings. And I think Ireland, I actually expected maybe they might take this first game to just get back into their stride, particularly given they haven't played a huge amount of this T10 cricket in their history. But they've made a statement in this first game.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I think the thing about it is by getting those big runs on the board, it gives them the opportunity and their captain Harbinson to sort of give other bowlers an opportunity to bowl, which maybe in a closer game he wouldn't be able to do. So this is to start Championship week, this is the perfect match for them, isn't it? Because everybody gets a chance.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think if you feel there's a weakness in their side, it's not that they haven't got depth in the bowling, maybe just lacking a strike bowler. Howie, probably one of the better spinners in this competition. He'll be very important for them in the middle overs. But if they're continually getting targets of 170 to 200 to work with, they're good enough to keep opposition batters in check. They're going to be a very hard team to stop in this Championship week.
Yeah, I mean, they showed that with that explosive batting performance. It was wonderful to watch. I know we enjoyed it up here in the box, and I know that people around the globe, wherever you're watching from, would have enjoyed that great performance. But look, Spain themselves, 82 at the halfway point. If they were batting first here, we'd be up and about saying, well, what a start. You know, they're on a 160 to 170 score. But this time around won't be enough. Miscue. Chance straight after drinks taken. They'll probably maybe want to have a look side on this. So
Hassan, the way he was running, was very confident that this was going to be called a no ball.
Let's see. Well, they're asking the question. And, well, let's have a look. For me, if he's up in his crease upright, I don't think it is. And, yeah, he's given out. I think that's the right call for me because he does come out. He's leaning down a little bit and the ball is going downwards. So it's there or thereabout, but not too high, says the umpire, and he's given.
Yeah, 50-50 call for me, that one, but happy for it to be given as a legitimate delivery. I was almost surprised with the length of the way Hassan. Would have expected him to clatter that over to the mid-wicket boundary, but as it is, just gets cramped up. And unfortunately, the danger man for Spain, he trots off back to the pavilion. Wasn't a bad little innings from him, but they were going to really challenge this target, then they probably needed a touch more. He goes for 43 off 17. It looks like Smith coming to the crease. So try to keep this, at least the bowlers guessing, with a bit of a left arm right combination. So ready, right arm paceman, left arm bat. Let's see what he can produce. He's got a big job to do. Tough gig facing Howie. Not a great ball for him though, so it's a decent start. And probably tactically, 5 balls left from Howie. He'd much prefer to be bowling to right-handers, so it's not a bad move from the Spanish.
Nice though, that for Reddy. Of course, he wasn't ready for what happened when he was bowling, when he was taken for over 50 runs, but gets his first ball and plays it away to the boundary. So well done. Muy bueno, chico. Let's hope if he can get a few more out of the middle as well.
Oh, he certainly has. He says, ready, steady, Howie, as he launches the leg spinner over the square leg boundary, and he starts like a rocket, 10 off his first 2 balls.
Yeah, nice. This is good. I mean, he's going towards the legs. He picks it up quickly, and what a good start. So even though they lose a big wicket, the next batter comes out and is being super aggressive.
Change of angle, and it swung to the leg side again, but this time straight down the throat of the Irish outfielder, and after a bright start, Reddy goes for 10, and it's another wicket for the young leg spinner, Gavin Hoey.
Yeah, Gavin gets another one. Once again, it was there for the taking, but he wasn't able to get underneath this one. Maybe it's slightly quicker, gets to him a little bit quicker, can't get underneath it, can't get the elevation. Good technique, you'd expect that from the Irish. Nice, safe hands from the fielder. And another one bites the dust. So a couple of boundaries and out. And that was the captain, Sam Harbinson, taking the catch.
Yeah, I like that change, the fact that he came back over the wicket, Rico. I'm not sure about leg spinner, left-handed batter, bowling around the wicket. Just the angle is just too much the same, whereas at least the trajectory coming from over the wicket, you get the ball with the potential for it to curve in the air a touch, and at least you're changing the angle for the batter. It's a good change. Another full toss. Swung away to the leg side, so come up with a couple of full bungers in this over, Hoey.
Yeah, good to see Babar out there, and he ran that one pretty well. So whatever was the issue, it looks to be he's over it. Maybe he's coming in late here because of the amount of time he spent off the field of play. Couldn't go into bat until probably after 5 wickets down.
Short ball, well taken by the keeper. Interesting over from Hoey. A little bit of an licorice all sorts, but it's worked for him. A couple of good ones from him. He goes 2 for 17 off his 2 overs, and that has really put the brakes on this this Spain assault. 93 for 5.
Yeah, you're right. The slower bowlers getting the tide over us in, which mean now that Spain, any chance of victory means supersonic after supersonic. And they need to go over 30, 31 per over required from here on in. But they still, I think, will be looking to see if they can get to a 150, 160 score. That is important for them. It's important that as a group, as a team, they can notch up that mark. It will give them confidence. This one gets played away. So once again, sticking with the spin. So Frost, who went for a frosty 19 off his first. Only a single off his first here.
Wasn't a bad over. I like what he delivers though, Rico. Nice change up of really taking the pace off the ball versus spearing it in for the occasional Yorker. Oh, with a touch more air. Probably beat the batter a touch in flight, but Ahmed gets enough willow on it, sends it for a Maximo. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Well, air from the bowler and air from the batter as well, because that one sails through the air for 6 runs. A nice, clean, straight hit from Awais Ahmed. I like that from Awais. He's not tempted to go leg side. 100 comes up for Spain.
It's a little bit quicker, probably going down leg side.
Yeah, that's a good change up from Frost. Asked the question. The umpire says no. We'll see it again here. So it does come across, but that ball, I think the angle it's bowled at and with the spin, going to miss leg stick.
Yeah, not straightening really at all off the deck. That one, batter steps inside. That's a gorgeous cricket shot from Awais Ahmed. Just seeing the ball early, gets it right onto his pads, flicks it over the square leg boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, I like this. Once again, it's down the leg side, isn't it? And Awais Ahmed this time opts not to go for the sweep. And he waits for it, gets his wrist into play, beautifully timed, good elevation, 6 runs. Well, that's one that has to be found by the ball boys in the jungle, in the thick of things there. Watch out for the snakes. That's what I say, and the other creepy crawlies. Well, he's got it, he's found it. Good job.
Question for you, Rico. As a man who's spent a lot of time at Cardamar, have we actually ever found a snake?
Yes.
Up in the, we have?
Snakes and scorpions.
And scorpions.
Snakes and scorpions.
Lovely.
And I've been told, I've never seen it myself, the wild boar come out late at night.
Certain people in the team will be concerned about that news. That one's not well timed, and it's nicely caught with probably the most casual effort on a boundary that you are likely to see. Scott Macbeth, he's a talented young man in the field. And yet another wicket for the spinners of a full toss, Rico.
Yeah, well, they're going to check the height on it first. It's the umpires asked the batter just to wait while they have a look at this. There's definitely some mayo with the catch. I don't think he needs to get over the... So let's have a look at this. It's on the way down. So, okay, it is on the way down. I think it might be all right. It's another teaser. It's probably similar to the one that we saw earlier where Ishan got out, but the catch itself is taken and releases it here. Foot stays in the air, ball not touching, comebacks in, takes it. Yeah, I mean, it's a good catch from Scott Macbeth. Whether he needed to do the little showmanship there at the end, I don't know, but there's the decision. given by the umpire. So that is going to be the end of Awais Ahmed. He'll go for 22 of 11 deliveries.
Yeah, they're likely to fall short in this chase, Rico, but you look at moments that can turn games either way. Two waist-high full tosses that batsmen the quality of Ahmed and Ihsan expect them to be depositing those over the leg side boundary. As it is, they managed to find the outfielders on both occasions. As Frost picks up a wicket, and Mohammad Yassin, who batted very, very well earlier, he's come to the crease, trying to continue with this left-right combination. Goes down the track, just swung across the line, and I'll take the single. So that's the end of the 7th over, and the Spanish 107 for 6.
Yeah, I like the positive approach from Spain. Like I said, it's if you're not going to win the match, take positives from it. I see it also, Corey's just changed the batting order around a little bit there as well, maybe to give the likes of Reddy and Baba Khan a hit. Yassin coming in much lower down where he normally would. I think this is all just to try and get the players to get a hit out there, ready for what's going to be a big day for them tomorrow. And of course, their first match tomorrow is going to be an exciting one because they take on Italy first one in the morning. And the next match up here, though, it's going to be super exciting as well. Jersey looking to bounce back after a defeat to the Spanish up against England 11.
That should be a cracker. Jersey already having one game today, so they have lost it, but they'll feel back at home at Carter Oval as the skipper, Harbinson, comes in. That one's gentle appeal, but flying past the leg stump.
I think Ian Rummage is saying, "Are you really asking me?" I think that was definitely going down the leg side. Sam Harbinson, another quality all-rounder. Again, another great player who may not find himself getting too much action with the bat because of the way the others are batting around him. Well, that one has been absolutely clobbered. That is a biggie. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es una grande, que guay, que genial. Ese golpe es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 runs.
Found some form early here on Championship Week. Yassin, that's a wonderful strike. Sent that ball a long way over the tents. And gentle welcome to the crease for the skipper. Robertson getting pumped for Maximo. Second ball, little shoulder wiggle as he strides toward the crease. Managed to extract a bit of a revenge, striking Yassin on the back.
Yeah, like that little bit of a shake there from Harbinson before he comes up to bowl.
It's a good shimmy, isn't it?
Yeah,
Gets him into a rhythm. Maybe he's got a tune in his head. Did you ever try to have a tune in your head to keep yourself relaxed when you were bowling?
Nah, no tune. No tune. Just had a little march. I always had a little march when I always counted steps back to my mark.
Yeah?
Yeah,
That was
always
your
had a
way
little
of
count,
sort of
yeah.
just keeping yourself in the moment.
Yeah,
And
count back, turn around, shine the ball a few times, and off I went. Oh, it goes
Short ball.
upstairs.
Called wide by umpire Ian. Spreads the arms, gives the shoulders a little bit of a
I wonder if this
stretch.
is over the head. I mean, that's what it's called for. Yeah, good call there. Sulman Saeed. And the umpiring, have to say, has been super all the way through this championship. The best umpires in the world, and you need them against some of the best players in the world.
Robertson generating nice pace so far. Change of pace on that occasion, just keeps it inside the wide line. You see he didn't pick it out of the hand. Desperately begging for a wide. He's not going to get any assistance from umpire Ramage on that occasion.
Seems to be in shock, doesn't he? He says, what happened there? Well, it was a clever delivery. Harbinson using all of his talents.
Bring
There
the
you
fielder,
go. There's
fielder
the
in from
shimmy.
deep square. Goes for another change of pace. Probably snakes that one just inside the wide line as well. Yassin absolutely befuddled by what's coming out of the hands of the skipper.
Ooh, very, very close, but I'm quite happy with it. So, does run in front a little bit, doesn't he, in his follow through Harbinson?
That shoulder shimmy, that is going to become one of the stories of the tournament as he's just lost his line of touch on that occasion. Really, really stroking this wide line the last few deliveries.
Yeah, this time, I think Ian Rumbert says, nah. Yeah, just look when he follows through here, where he is there. I mean, I don't think he's running into the protected area. So I think he's okay. That's probably why Ian Rummage not really having a chat with him.
Oh, that is heaved over to the players' tent. Pretty good strike. I think that's Shub leaping, trying to take the catch, but probably better to keep your hands off that bullet. Spanish end up 121 on the board. Still 2 overs to go.
Yeah, Shub doesn't have the best of records with some of these catching, so I think you're better off leaving those alone. Well, you can see the first aiders are in the firing line there, and nice shot there of Marta Maria as well. I wonder if we're going to see some more of those immaculately looked after nails that we sometimes get into the shot when she wants the high fives from the players at the end of the match. I'm pretty sure that we will.
So Spanish batting lineup, as you say, Rico, they've given a reasonable fight here. If they were, as you say, if they were batting first, sitting 120 with a couple of overs to go, you'd feel like they'd put a fairly good total on the board as Jared Wilson coming on to bowl. Good in the later overs for Ireland in group stages. That one's just on a length and it's coming towards our commentary box. That's an excellent shot from Baba Khan, and Mini Booney showing that he's got some strokes. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, Booney boom boom. And look at the quick hands here. Really quick hand speed. Gets it right. Out of the middle. Sweet. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs. And well, welcome to the party, Jared.
Definitely he's got some strokes, Babar Khan, and he's a sweet timer of the ball. Nice little change up from Wilson, really giving some work on the ball. Bit of lift off the deck too.
Yeah, it doesn't really get his feet moving there, does he? There's the Babar, and I think that's what Wilson would have picked up now, and it wouldn't surprise me if he keeps going in those areas. Third man, though, still up in the ring. They haven't really pushed the third back at all.
Oh, needs to step across for the cut here. Oh, he just throws the hands at it, but it works out for him. Well, that's going to race away down to the boundary, so he gets his second boundary of the over, and the Spanish 131 for 6.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. You can see this, once again, no foot movement, but he's going to swing, and he's going to swing hard. And that's why quite often you'd see that the third back, but I suppose here, Ireland pretty confident that they can keep it as it is. I think Wilson may think about it as he looks at his captain, who says, nah, we'll go with it.
That one's on a length, swung across the line. That has gone like a rocket. And Scott Macbeth has done very, very well. Almost ended up with a hole in his guts if that one had gone through.
This is world-class fielding. It really is. I mean, look, he knows the catch isn't on. He knows he's going to hit the deck and he's going to accelerate at him, but gets his body behind it. Look, gets the hands there. Fantastically well done. And he's been a gun in the field, hasn't he? And he's taken 2 superb catches as well.
He's in back on to strike. 2 balls left in this 9th over. I don't think we've mentioned that it all happens in the 9th yet, Rico. Was outside off stump. You see it deep in the crease. Swings truly for a Maximo. So Spain continuing to fight hard, and as much as they will inevitably register a loss, they'll be feeling some level of confidence from how well they've hit the ball in this innings.
Yeah, Rhino. Well, it all happens in the 9th. Well, will it go magical? I think Mohamed Yassin would like to see it go magical. Wilson won't.
Well, he swatted that. It's gone like a bullet out to deep square leg. Could have been a run out, given that Babar Khan looked like he was running on a treadmill there at one stage. They managed to get through safely for the single.
Well, the catch goes down here. I mean, it was absolutely thumped. And you think with the standards that the Irish have brought to this, they'll take that. They don't. There was a chance of a run out as well because Babar wasn't running quickly. But they survive. It is the end of the 9th. And Spain, 139 for 6.
Quick check of the bowling figures. So Hoey probably the pick of the bowlers so far. 2 for 17. Bit of variation from his leg spinner. Probably exemplifying what the Spanish didn't bring to the table, Rico. It was just all pace on for most of the innings. It's actually been the overs of spin from both Hoey and Frost. As looks like the Irish fans are fairly happy with the way the proceedings have run today. The team is inevitably going to register a first up win Support crew just getting a little bit of exercise in there with the Irish/Mexican wave. Slightly less effective with only 4 people partaking in it, but they won't care one jot. But Weldon, if he's got any concerns about his economy rate, probably needs to pitch the ball up a touch more. It's an average delivery and Yasin smacks him for a Maximo.
Yeah, well, the Irish will be saying well done to the Irish, and they're talking well done. Well done is the man who comes on to bowl, but he gets peppered. The first one, that is hit big, 6 runs. And I think, look, in general, I think one thing that the coaching staff, so the likes of Corey, would have said to the boys is go out there and get 150 plus. And that's exactly what Spain have done. So even though it's going to be a defeat, this one will probably be looked at. It might even be called on the field of play. It has been. So that's going to be a 7-up. So, wow, that is, if you like, just 13 of 1 delivery. This one is too high, and it gets absolutely thumped. It also means that the 150 comes up with still 5 balls to go. So Spain have, it's going to be a defeat, but they fought hard, and well, another high-scoring contest.
Well, you say defeat, Rico. If we get another 13 off every ball of this over, the Spanish will tie it. It could be golden ball, as it is. Weldon's unfortunately trying to ruin the chances of a remarkable comeback, as once again, Spanish just toying with the outfielders, just not pressing through for the singles.
Yeah, just single taken there, so Mohamed Yasin, he's had a good outing, I have to say. I think he was very good in the first match, 37 or 22. He's in the 30s again, so he's impressed. And bearing in mind that he's come in to take the place of Mohamed Babar, he's done brilliantly well. Certainly instrumental in getting that victory for Spain against Jersey, though, of course, Spain would be thanking Jersey for all those extras.
Short of a length. Well, probably not off the meat of the bat, but it has carried for yet another maximum. Babar strikes a 6 to keep his total moving. And tell you what, Rico, as much as they're going to win this game comfortably, I think the Irish will be happy that their pacemen in particular have had the opportunity to get this game out of their system. Whether or not this is tactically what the coaching staff are after, or the bowlers are just missing their lengths, I'm just not sure that with the pace that they're bowling at, that continually ripping it in at half track is the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a 200 on the board, didn't they, bowling this? That's better. It is pitched up, so better delivery.
Tell you what, Weldon could do worse than to literally just bowl that ball every single delivery. He's a tall man, he's got the advantage of the left arm angle, just tailing the ball back into the right handers a touch, but just been far too short. He's in 33 off 12. It's been another nice outing for him. Spain 160 on the board, so it's been a good batting effort from them all round. Another short ball swung across the leg side, and he's placed it well. Yasin adds another 4 to the total. And Weldon's gone for 38 so far, 1 ball left in his spell, so challenging introduction to championship week for the left arm paceman.
It's been interesting. I mean, you've touched on it and I have as well, but why all this short stuff from the seamers? I just don't understand it. I mean, they're lucky they got those runs on the board, haven't they? Because look at the score Spain have got to here, 164 with this to go. That might be a wide, it will be, so that will have to be bowled as well again as it goes over the head.
This is clearly a tactic, Rico. I can't fathom that he's just going against skipper's instructions here. So this is just seemingly tactically, I don't want to say inept stuff, but really against batters of this higher quality that they will come up against during championship week. And there are some phenomenal strikers in this tournament. If you're bowling this length continuously and predictably, they will get punished. That one's a little bit more uppish, but it's struck across to the fielder on the boundary out of deep cover, and they won't take the one. That's a comfortable win in terms of runs for the Island 11. They've beaten the Spanish by 51, and certainly the hefty target there, thanks to the century from Tim Tector earlier in the day, has led to that comfortable victory, but plenty of food for thought for the bowling lineup, Rico.
Yeah, plenty. I've really not been very impressed with the line that's been bowled here for Ireland. And of course, they'll be happy with the win. And, you know, it's a comfortable win. What a match, though. 382 runs scored in this contest. Of course, match number 1 when Spain took on Jersey, 311 runs were scored in that one. So it's been a high-scoring day. And Spain, look, yeah, they've lost this one, but they did have the win earlier, and they've scored 323 runs in the day, so they're not going to be too disappointed with that. I think the key thing was when you get 216 scored against you, to make sure that you reply well. If you're not winning the game, they didn't get skittled for 90, so it was I think there's positives there for Spain, and they're up against Ireland. Ireland, of course, probably one of the favourites. Let's be honest, the way they played in Championship Week, and Spain, I think they'll take a lot of heart in that promising display. 165 for 6, but it is a win by Ireland by 51 runs.
Yeah, we shouldn't get too negative about the Irish. I mean, ultimately, they have managed a pretty comprehensive victory, and they also fielded very well. Hector, he was on track for the greatest individual game in history before he decided to bowl a head-high full toss. Things went a little bit down from there. Holly Riley, his head went down a few times as well as he was smacked to a few different parts of this Cartama Oval there at the ground, but the Irish outfielders, even despite that drop on that occasion, they actually performed beautifully. Another man who showed some good signs, Mohamed Hassan, the nuggety right-hander from Spain, showing he is packed with power, and the Spanish did not mind this short of a length attack from the Irish 11 at all.
No, they didn't. I mean, you have a look at this, how many times the ball was short. Well, this one, though, was short, and that's the one time it actually did go in their favour. And Weldon was able to hold on to the catch as well. And that was Hamza Salim Dar going for 17 of 6. And then we saw, well, some positive hitting, but only one ball for Yasir, hit 1 for 6, and then gets run out. Great work from Tim Tector.
Yeah, sensational. Only had one stump to aim at. Another man who was very good in the field, Scott Macbeth, coming up with stops, coming up with catches. He's a cracking fielder to have at that long on position. The Spanish didn't let go. They faced an all-spin attack in the middle. Gavin Hoey and Mike Frost doing their best to stem the run rate. A couple of fortunate wickets. Hassan, he ended up trying to charge a full toss, squeezed one out and was easily caught. Same thing happened later in the game with Oais, but all in all, the Spanish, they found the boundary with regularity and probably just a little bit of extra quality in the field from the Irish, and the fact that the Irish could stem that run flow in the middle overs with the 4 overs from the spinners, which was really the difference in this game. And Spain will take some heart from the fact that they managed to get within 50-odd runs of such a hefty target.
Yeah, they will be. I like the finish though from them as well, Baba. Just it's good to see that he is okay after that. Well, it's quite a scary issue right at the beginning of this match when coming on to bowl the first over. He wasn't able to get the ball in before he got some sort of freak injury, but he's okay. Mohamed Yassin continuing the good work that he's shown with the fine 37 not out. So a lot of positives here for Spain, and I think when you go down losing a game to the Irish, and especially when they put 216 on the board, well, if you come back yourself and score 160 plus, I think you take that. So, and the other thing is they could have really been hurt on the net run rate here as well. So coming close. I know it's still a 51-run defeat, but it could have been a lot worse.
Certainly could have. We know Corey Rutgers is a man who's patient. He plays the long game. He understands how these tournaments can play out. So I'm sure he'd be giving some reassuring words to his Spanish team. Probably a few concerns for them with DDC falling for yet another duck. He is on a fairly tragic run. But a man who had no problems getting the runs today, Tim Tector. He went for a few with the ball too. Took a wicket, but went for 17. But Gavin Hoey, he was the bigger of the bowlers, 2 for 17 in the middle there. And I thought Frost, despite going for 33, actually showed that he will be a useful contributor in the middle overs. Ultimately, Rico, Ireland winning that against Spain by 51 runs. Probably big question marks for both of these teams within their bowling attack. They look 1 or 2 short in terms of being able to really keep pressure on these top-tier batting lineups.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point from you. Both teams, Ireland and Spain, will look back at the bowling there. Spain, well, they're missing that spinner, that's for sure. And Ireland, well, I think their seamers were, well, let's just say they were a little bit too content in banging the ball in short, and it didn't always work. I think just on the one time that they had success. This one, though, coming up is going to be a real feast. Jersey, after a very, I gotta say, poor performance from them in the field when they gave 35 extras, allowing Spain to get to 158, then falling just 5 runs short. they're looking to bounce back here. And up against England, who, okay, they had their issues, didn't they, in the group stages? They lost the once to Switzerland, but they came good when it mattered.
Yeah, certainly will be a great matchup between some local rivals there, Jersey versus the England 11. Coming up in approximately 30 minutes. Please stick with us for some more ECN Plus studio action as Daniel Weston gets into the depths of Luxembourg cricket with Just Mies, the captain of the Luxembourg side. Plenty to learn from there. Plenty more cricket action coming on later this evening. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. Thank you very much to Rico Full, and we will have you back here in half an hour for the game of Jersey versus the England 11. Please join us then.
Joost, great to have you here on the show. Thanks for coming. Just wanted to understand, what are some of your first memories in cricket?
I grew up in The Hague in the Netherlands, and I got two older brothers, and we all played football at a football club in The Hague, and they played cricket in the summer. So you could sort of extend your season to play with your mates by playing a different sport, and that's how we rolled into it at 6-7 years old.
Right, and what was the name of the club?
In Dutch HCC, but you would pronounce it HCC, so the Hague Cricket Club.
Yeah.
One of the older clubs in the Netherlands, and I mean a great place to play. And the fun thing about cricket in the Netherlands is that it's always sort of developing international players who come for a year of coaching and playing in the first. So one of my first coaches was Gary Kirsten, just before he sort of went to play for South Africa and then went to coach every big team in the world.
Right. So was he a player coach? Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he played in the first and then coached the juniors together with some other guys who would help out, but there would always be one sort of overseas pro. And Nathan Astle played in the time when I was young. Tim Zoer, you must recognize.
I know Tim
Zoer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So quite some big guys who've made it. Andre Adams used to be a coach. Chris Pringle. So it was interesting. I mean, it's always a bit of a bargain. Is whether you buy a player or you buy a coach for the season, because you could buy 1,000 runs, but if you don't sort of help out your kids, it doesn't really help the longevity of the club.
Right. So you must have a very successful history there at the club.
In the old years, far before my time, I think we won a lot. Even our seconds won a lot. But in the more recent history, I think there are a couple of clubs in Rotterdam who've been more successful. I think they've also been here, VOC, Excelsior, and then now VCC in Voorburg.
So you were playing your junior cricket in teenage years, continued playing through the club system?
Yeah, until I went to uni, and then I made some different choices.
Were they good choices?
Well, at the time, they felt like they were good choices, not for my cricket. And
so what did you study?
I studied law in Leiden, which is very close to The Hague. And my first job was in Curaçao in the Caribbean. And now everybody thinks cricket in the Caribbean, but not on the Dutch islands. So I only played one Saturday evening, and I decided, okay, well, this is not really for me. Spent 3.5 years there, and then moved to Luxembourg in 2007.
Right, great. And what from some of your first memories of cricket in Luxembourg?
I remember we arrived in January, so from the Caribbean, -4 in Luxembourg, me and my then girlfriend, and it was extremely cold, first of all. And then there was a cricket drink in a bar in like an industrial area. It was just super vague, but it was a very warm welcome. And there was another Dutch guy who sort of tried it out, and he was a mate, so we went there together. And then we found out that there was actually a cricket club, and that it was a very, very healthy cricket club. We had one ground, and that's sort of how it started. So in the summer of 2007, I just went along and started to play my games.
Incredible. Oscar's here is actually a very, very good fielder. So if there's a ball coming our way, then he's going to run and jump and take the catch of the year, okay? But it sounded good off the bat just then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, incredible. And so what was the name of the first club that you joined in Luxembourg?
Yeah, so the Luxembourg setup is somewhat awkward because there's almost an umbrella club which is called the Optimist Cricket Club, and they run the ground because they work together with the commune. And then there is a Luxembourgish league with a variety of Luxembourgish club. So sort of the Optimist local club is called the Walfranche Optimist Cricket Club, because Walfranche is a village where we play. And then you have other clubs like Star and Heritage and others. They play a local league. But the Optimists play in the Belgian league with 2 teams, 50 over cricket. Because the Optimist was a founding member of the Belgian Cricket Federation. And so traditionally we've played our cricket there. Which is a bit of a travel because Ostend is 3 hours away, Brussels is 2 hours away. But it is, because it's just more people playing cricket, it's a higher standard than what we had in Lux, although that is really creeping up now.
So it sounds like there is a lot of travel there in that case, but otherwise with the ground, I've heard there's a lot of short walks to the ground from where you and Madhu, the president, live.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I live in the street where Tony Whiteman used to live, and Steve Evans, the former president of the federation, still lives. There's another Optimist member, so there's 4 people living in the same street in the village where we play cricket. And then Madhu lives even closer to the ground. And then we have one of the players who's not here but who regularly plays. He just moved, I think, from sort of Luxembourg City to Walfranche. So he has a view. So we try to get as much people living in the village, because then we can also control the vote in the commune a little bit.
well done. The vote's important. And at that ground, are there nets and training facilities as well?
Yeah, so we have we are in a very luxurious position that we've always been a saving club. So we've saved money where we could, so that helps at moments when we need to spend. But we have 4 bays in one concrete sort of based netting on the side of the. The road.
The road, yeah.
And then we had a shed, and our commune has now helped us to build a clubhouse, and they have funded that. But our nets need a bit of revamping, so hopefully we have time in the winter to do that. And the way we try to do that is sort of to seek support from the Walfranche commune, either sort of manual or monetary, and then pitch in half. So one of the bigger projects we have now is that we are going completely green with the way we maintain our ground. So we're going to buy one of these electric, sort of the cargo golf buggy, and then with gang mowers instead of using a Toro, which is running on diesel, etc. And so the commune likes it very much because it's a very green commune, and we're playing on floodplains, so. It's in the open area, so people it's also sort of noise reduction.
Yeah, right. And the clubhouse there, is that a place where people get together after a game and have a drink and have a sandwich and enjoy the company of each other?
Yes, but now we still have the shed, so they've just built the clubhouse where we actually have a social area and then a storage area instead of having everything in one. So now we are, because I'm the president of the club, of the Optimist Cricket Club, so now we've made a little subcommittee for the clubhouse to decide over the winter how we want to do it. But indeed, the idea is to really make it a social place. So also looking to every sort of type of member and every nationality and upbringing, whether we can do something in order not to make it a drinking hall if the majority of the cricket players don't drink. That's not the idea.
Sure. And is there junior cricket that's happening through the club now as well, and at that venue?
Yeah. So every Sunday morning between 9:30 and 12, we have all the kids at the ground, and we got under 7s, under 9s, under 11s, under 13s, under 15s. And we got rotating, so sometimes the youngest take the net, sometimes the youngest play in the middle, and they also play indoors. So we have about 125 kids playing, girls and boys, which is great. My daughter is 12 and she also plays, so the boys as well, but she really likes it, so it's good. And our women just went on their first national tour to Corfu a couple of, I think, last month.
Yeah, fantastic. It sounds great. And are there a lot of immigrants that are still moving to Luxembourg from cricket-loving countries around the world?
Yes, a lot. I mean, Amazon is very big in Luxembourg, and I think they have a moving policy which sort of coincides very well with Luxembourg and cricket. So if you look at Lux in general, I think there's 650,000 people living, and in 2021, 160 immigrants came from India. So if you sort of make a rough calculation, you say 25% of those are cricket players, then you got 3 new teams. So It is actually the amount of teams is expanding very quickly. So our biggest enemy is another, or that we just have one ground. You know, we really need to find ourselves another ground in order to make sure that we then can benefit from making the choices what kind of cricket we play, for whom, and at which time.
I was just about to cut the tape before you said football was the enemy. I wasn't sure. You said the lack of grounds, not football's the enemy.
No,
But
that's
obviously-
an interesting thing, because if you go back to the Netherlands, you see now that the most successful cricket clubs are the ones who don't share grounds with football anymore. Because football and hockey, field hockey, are indeed the enemy of cricket, because the cricket season gets smaller and smaller, and the football and the hockey gets sort of a larger season.
Yeah, but what we've tried to do here with the T20, with T10 and with the 50-metre boundary is to find a way of cricket to fit between two football fields. So if there is the opportunity where there's not football played on a weekend, then you know a T10 field can fit between two football fields. Just try to work them together.
Because do they play football here as well, or is it just old goals?
Yeah, there's some football goals here. But that's another cricket pitch as well, used by touring teams as well as this one. So yeah, no, we want to play as much cricket as we can, but we have to be adaptable, you know, for the environment that goes around there. And you think that, you know, all these people that are moving to Luxembourg and working in Luxembourg, if they're from the Indian subcontinent, are they going to stay in Luxembourg and then have children that are Luxembourgish and develop organically from there? Is that the big opportunity?
Yeah, I think most of them do. I mean, I don't really keep numbers, but I have the feeling that most of them do, and they find Luxembourg to be their new home. And then their kids grow up through the junior system. So we've got in our team now, we got three kids who've been born in Lux, and some of us have the Luxembourgish nationality because sort of gotten by residents and by doing the tests. But most of the kids who are now playing in our junior system, they are born in Luxembourg.
Yeah, and therefore, what's the language? What's the main language when the kids are training there?
I think it's still English because it's that we haven't really penetrated the local market. If we could get there, it would be probably French because they get French very early at school.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's a fascinating opportunity. More kids coming from getting exposed to the game early that'll talk to their friends at school and then encourage that growth to go viral and bring more and more kids down there. But it sounds like with your leadership and management and professionalism, that Luxembourg cricket is going to go a long way. It really feels good.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're getting there. I think we have always been very organized. Long before I came there as a federation and as a club, and I think we now need to make sure we get that next step in order to not fall behind of the guys, of the larger countries which got more organized later, but are now sort of picking up the pace. And I think if we're talking about this tournament, I think we played quite well, but I think the other guys were just playing better because they have adapted themselves quicker to this T10 format.
Yeah, adapting fast. We've seen Star CC here a couple of times, and they get better and better every time they come. You only get better by coming and having that exposure. Yeah. One of the great things I've seen on your shirt, you've got your team sponsor for the national team as well. Would you like to give them a shout out?
Yeah, I'll do like this. That's JTC. JTC is a corporate administration provider, especially in fund administration and corporate services. Yep. It's actually the firm I work for as well.
Okay.
And they've been always very supportive to the Luxembourg cause. So they're not like the national team sponsor; they're more sort of the LCF sponsor. And it doesn't really matter which it is, but this is the only exposure they can get because we're unfortunately the only guys who get on the television.
Yeah. No, well, that's fantastic. We thank them for their support. Jos, thanks so much for your time here. Congratulations to the team and everything that you've achieved. But yeah, I'm excited with yourself and Madhu and everyone in Luxembourg cricket to really take it to the next step. So thanks for your time.
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Well done.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, 3 matches in and it has been quite the roller coaster so far. Coming up now is match 4 of Championship Week, and it's the one that I'm kind of calling the new Ashes. Don't ask me why, but we're going to see Jersey and the England 11 doing battle for the first time at an ECC. I know that we have a special guest at the coin toss as well, with Judith from ECN doing the duties. She's with Rob Kemming and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in match 4.
England, your call.
Dream11. You can have a bowl.
Okay, Jersey will bowl.
Is Asa Tribe of Jersey. He's the stand-in captain today. We do expect Chuggy Perchard to arrive tomorrow, but Asa wins the toss and he elects to bowl. No surprises there. I think we know that Jersey like to chase. In fact, we know that England 11 kind of do too. So I think that's the reason that Jersey have elected to bowl first. And of course, Asa Tribe having a very good ECC. But the England 11, the word is they may have a little bit of a stomach bug going through the team. So hopefully that doesn't affect their performance here. Now, England 11, when we last saw them on finals day in Group E, they did have a bit of a scare going down and a bit of a shock loss to Switzerland in qualifier 1, but they did recover and they were brilliant in the final. Toby Greatwood with a hat trick kind of just set up a memorable night for them. So they will have to bat first. Let's see how they go about it. Jersey, their bowling, it was off this morning, no doubt about it, and they couldn't quite save it with the bat in the end. Let's see if they improve in that department. Rico Full is ready and waiting. Let's get ready for the start of match number 4. Jersey winning the toss and electing to bowl. Rico, it's over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yes, good to see England back. And England, of course, remember when we last saw them, had a good win in qualifier 1 against the Swiss in the final. Of course, qualifier, it was Switzerland that beat them. That was a surprise. It's the only defeat that they've had. And Switzerland were hoping that they could do it again in the final. But it wasn't to be, as England put 138 on the board. And then it was a turn for Toby Greatwood to take those magical figures, 4 for 15, including a hat-trick that gave England the victory. But they will know that their batting really has to click. And Jersey, well, they lost their first match this morning, going down to Spain, and one thing that cost them was the number of extras that they gave. 35 extras, including 5 penalty runs which they gave away because of that, well, not keeping within the time. So they've got to get better than that. England, well, let's hope that they're able to put a good performance in. As Vinny said, word is getting out that struggling a little bit with a bit of an illness that's going through the camp at the moment. So let's see how they fare here, and maybe Jersey will see that perhaps as an advantage for them to get their first victory. They desperately would like one here, and they wouldn't want to be going back to base without any points on the board. But one thing they've got to improve on is the extras that they've given away. Are they able to do that this time round? We're going to have to wait and see. Hello to everybody around the world that's tuning in. And a lot of people will be tuning in via Viaplay in the United Kingdom and Ireland. Well, welcome. And well, let this battle commence as we wait for Frederique Constant, our official timekeeper, to give us the heads up. Tyrone Peters is the umpire, and he's out there with Nilkesh Patel as we wait for the first ball to be bowled in this clash. Jersey would love to get back. I mean, even though they went down to Spain, we saw 311 scored. Well, okay, that's one way to keep your mind off things, I suppose. And, well, England spending a little bit of time to relax and unwind. Well, maybe they're a little bit too casual here. They've got a lot of confidence in their batting, perhaps, and thinking we won't be needed. Well, let's wait and see. Here's the first delivery. And it's defensively played. So let's see how Jersey respond in this match. Gets this one in the right area, does some more ball first up. Oh, playing and missed by Sam Young. It's one of the key players for England. Him and Dan Lincoln would have to be at their best. Dan Lincoln 146 runs in the championship. Sam Young with 152. So those two England batters really do need to perform and rock up. They'll be hoping that David Scott can put in another fine performance. Oh, swing and a miss. That one's had some wheels in that one from Samrora. Julius. Good delivery. They need to improve, don't they, with the ball. Too many extras against Spain, which cost them that match. There's no doubt about it. Short again. That's up in the air. And Fielder chasing it, but it will go all the way. 6 runs. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the arbitro. As that one does go all the way. So gets a bit of width. And Sam Young, despite a good carry, hits this pretty well. And bat on ball, gives it a thump and gets 6 runs. Oh, wow. What does this hold? Hit something. And it looks like it's signaling saying it comes off the lid. Now let's have a look at this again. Well, I said he was bowling with some wheels. Let's see this one. He goes upstairs and catches the back of the lid. Well, that's a quick delivery. That'll be the one for the over. Well, Sam Young. And now this one. Well, that's the reply from Young. Says, well, you hit me, I'll hit you back. And that one sails over the boundary. It's the last ball of the first over. And England are 13 without loss. So Young goes big. So a couple of Maximos in the over. And the one wide. And this is how, of course, to remind you, the teams that we're seeing this week in Championship Week got here. The winners of the groups. Netherlands, of course, the reigning champions. And at the moment, all the lights on for the 7 teams playing in Championship Week. But which 4 will stay for finals day on Friday? 3 teams will be eliminated. Only the top 4 continue on Friday. It's good, sharp delivery. Nice start here from George Richardson. Did a bit of cloud cover here in Andalusia. We're, of course, about 17 kilometers away from Malaga at the Carmo Oval. Means that the ball might just swing around a little bit. Well, that one is going to be a wide. That's a good take by the keeper. Elliot Corbell behind the stumps. This one, there is a patch on the artificial here, especially from this side, the Cooper's Hill side, that once the ball hits it, it just takes off. We've seen 1 or 2, and that was another example of it. Oh, wow, that is a quick delivery. It really is. This is some express pace from Richardson. What a good delivery this is. Oh, it's getting a little bit spicy out there. Lucas Patel's got a bit of a smile on his face as well. He's enjoying things. This is, oh, look at the way this comes back as well. That is a great delivery. And now this one is a chance, but doesn't get taken. In comes the throw. And, oh, direct hit would have been close there as well. There's Dan Lincoln was running to the danger end. And that one definitely does catch a bit of the bat. Doesn't carry through. So, definitely a little bit of chitter-chatter happening there as well. Young, he has hit 2 balls for 6. And gets a short one, and this one could be coming towards me. Just dropping short. It's going to be 6 more. I would like to see the height on this one as well. And is that a catch taken by, well, yeah, it is. Look, he drops the bananas. Don't mind the bananas as long as we take the grizzly. Oh, let's have a look at this again as Maxi there, takes the catch. Yeah, nicely done, Maxi. And look at that, what a way to do it. He puts the bananas in the fruit basket, takes the catch and says, okay, I'll just go back to my base. Want to take him on, and a catch taken. Nicely done, good catch. And it's Asa in the action. So we see a big hit down the ground. It's a, well, pretty decent over, I suppose. Gets the wicket. Yeah, that's what you want to do. So Sam Young, after hitting 3 sixes on his way to 18, will depart. And just watch this, he's reaching for it. Is a wide delivery. And a nice catch there taken. Good technique from Asa Tribe. The captain gets the wicket. And a good time to welcome back into our box here to Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. But yeah, Young, he'll be disappointed. He goes 6 and out. He's a guy that has been striking the ball well. But Jersey, what an opportunity for them to try and start their campaign here after that loss earlier on. But Young goes for 18 in this one, and it's 21 for 1.
21 for 1 with the ball to go.
First time in the back in the box since I witnessed that Irish assault I was in the fan zone. I met quite a few interesting characters down there as well, Rico. Got a great crowd in.
You were well camouflaged at one point. We didn't recognise you.
Richardson with a wicket.
Taking it on.
Close. Probably just was going to be in. But, Richton's coming at 3, so a sign that they like him in that position. I like him in that position as well. As we get to the end of the second over, would have just been out actually. So 22 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so talk about your mixed days. How about Spain getting over Jersey earlier on in the day? But I mean, they've been pounded twice when they've been in the field, getting done for 216. And although they made a few in the second innings, I mean, their net run rate's looking a little bit unhealthy. England 11, we're seeing them for the first time now. Germany will see them against the Irish tonight, and what a great game that will be as well. As Sumaret comes back to bowl the third.
And it's a chance. Oh, agonisingly over the hands, or hand, I should say, of the fielder. Well, maybe he just doesn't time his jump to perfection there, Richardson. See this again. Does he manage to get off the air? Sort of.
I couldn't see him catching it. Maybe he slightly misjudged it, but I don't think he's gonna touch it. But yeah, I mean, what I like about Jersey here, they're bringing the heat, aren't they? They're really challenging this English top order.
Now another chance. This time it's taken. Nicely done. Well, when he can get his hands to it, the catch is taken. And that is Patrick Gouge. Nicely done. So another wicket goes, and they remove the dangerous Dal Lincoln for just 1.
Yeah, and Lincoln is dangerous. You're right about that. He's a big game player as well. We remember how Lincoln was instrumental in the 149 chase that secured them the trophy 2 years ago. But, well, the big cry of Gouge is heard among the Karma Oval faithful. And yeah, out in force today, but Lincoln, unfortunately for him, he has to walk back as the second man to go for just a single. It's 23 for 2.
Yeah, a few words there to the new batter that's going out. As we see the departure of the captain of England, Dan Lincoln. Wasn't really able to get going, so the new man that comes out to see if he can get a good partnership going there with Richton. This is going to be Cameron Hemp, who's going to join forces with Richton out there.
Yeah, Hemp is a guy we kind of saw in fits and starts, didn't we, through Group E. And Group E was for England 11 in the end, although, of course, they had that stumbling qualifier 1, but they'd earned that right, to have a kind of an off game. Although Switzerland played magnificently well in that one, qualifier 1, getting Swiss the automatic pass to the final. England had to do it the hard way, but did in the end. Sumaret, he's slippery, I'll tell you that much. Off a short run, really gets it through.
It's nicely bowled, but well played as well. Good bit of cricket to get off the mark straight away with him.
Yeah, looking at the percentages, they started 55-45 to England, but they pretty much flipped already, as you can see there on your screen. Julia, sometimes it's hard for me to believe he's still in his early 20s. You know, he's still a young man. He's just very assured, very, very calm.
It could be another. Wicketkeeper's got to put a name on this, and will take it. So Rishton is going to depart as well. And England, well, they're falling like flies here at the moment. All smiles on the faces of Jersey as England, well, they lose another 24 for 3.
Well, once again, we talked about the fact he's slippery off that short run. I just think he's beaten for pace here, Rishton. That's why he's late on the pull, straight up in the air, Corbell. Well, he had his heart in his mouth for a second, I'm sure, but he was never going to make a mistake here. Takes it easily enough. And so Jersey have 3 in the power play. Sumarat with 2 of them to his name, and it's 24 for 3.
Yeah, well, I think they're enjoying themselves there at the moment, aren't they, Jersey? And they needed to get a good performance in the field after the woes that they had against Spain, and they have started well. And the difference it makes when you're not bowling too many extras, just the 2 wides so far, so much better from Jersey. And England in a spot of bother. They need something big, and they need it quickly. There's a new bat comes out, and it's Fallows.
Yeah, Freddie Fallows. Can he turn this around? Well, PK in the comment section, he said Jersey seemed to have a decent bowling attack, but I feel it's going to be Rishton's game. Well, PK, I think you put the mocker on Rishton because pretty much straight away he skied one. But yeah, Fallows, big left-hander. Let's see what he can do. 2 to come in the 3rd. Oh, almost blocked this down onto the stumps, and he blocks it down onto something else, I think.
I think he comes up and it hits him on his grill. Watch this again. It could have got lodged in the grill.
Soft hands, they say, but if you're too soft, it can bounce backwards. Kind of hits the shoulder, but Fallows doesn't bruise easily.
Isn't it good to see batters wearing lids now? I'm loving that move.
Yeah. Just ask Hemp. He caught 1 or 2 in the first time we saw them, but this is a good hook from Fallows. He's off the mark with 6, so well, Julian gets it slightly wrong here. End of the power play with a Maximo. It's 30 for 3.
Yeah, lets himself down with that one, doesn't he, to the left-hander. And all in all, it's not a bad over. 2 wickets did come off it. And just with that boundary, 8 runs. You'll take that. And Jersey at the moment will be pretty happy with where they are. Looks like we might see a little bit of spin soon, or will they go back to Richardson? Looks like they're going back to Richardson here.
Why not? I mean, get him while he's hot. You've got spin options through the middle. They are playing Britain again. It's probably a good thing. We've got Asa Tribe, some spin as well. I mean, Toby Britton, the youngster, who we are huge fans of, but he just couldn't get it right this morning. But he'll get another opportunity, and so I like that, the confidence in him. English camp, just a little bit, let's just say, nonplussed, I'm sure, with that power play. But yeah, it's good to see George Richardson back. Hello to his dad, Joel, as well, who we've seen here before at Carter Oval. But right now, it's George.
Started on down the leg side, so got a good run up, hasn't he, and gets all of the momentum into his action. But just noticing here, maybe a left-hander is causing a few issues.
Hello to Jack Kemp, actually, who was doing the keeping for Jersey. I know he's not on the trip this time, but to him and his family. His mum Nikki's been here before as well. I'm sure we'll be watching, along with a lot of others from Jersey.
Shot. Oh, that is absolutely creamed. Watch out in the fan zone. This is coming your way. Well, there's the English camp over there. They're going to be fielding this one.
Peacock Fridays come early, Rico, and some pretty cool threads over there. Now, this is a pretty hot shot, isn't it? It's just a little flick from Hemp. And don't get many bouncing out of the jungle there, the kind of mini jungle. That was lasered flat for 6, wasn't it?
Crazy shot on what has been a crazy day, a crazy start to Championship Week at the Carter Oval. No ball called. This is going to be a 7-up as this is out of here as well. Bolle. No hay 6, hay 7.
Yeah, 7 carreras, 1 + 6. And yeah, I mean, let's have a look. It's an overstray. Yeah, it is. It's a good call from the umpire. And I mean, England, despite losing those 3 wickets, their run rate's not in bad shape, especially after that. And potentially what's about to happen here with Hemp facing up with the immunity cloak.
It's a good comeback, isn't it? Decides to come round the wicket as well. But Vinny, let's just talk about some of the runs that we've seen here. 311 came in the first match.
Yeah.
235 in the second, which you'd say probably average.
I know.
382. 382, or is my maths gone wrong?
I think your maths. I don't know. You tell me. But I thought it was 381, which actually tied a famous game in Switzerland, the Nomads versus Geneva. Rico's gone to the calculator as this one. It goes up. I love that you do a lot of stuff by hand these days. What was it? 216 to how many?
Hang on.
165.
I'm going to chat with the calculator. Maybe my mental maths is not correct. Let's see. We're going to go with 381. We go with you.
I think that's what you said. It was. You probably just pressed the wrong button. But anyway, 381. There was a game earlier in the year, which I'll talk about in a moment. First, Fallows backs away and misses to George Richardson. Yeah, it was 203 to 178. Zurich Nomads versus Geneva. And you know who the openers were on each side? Hassan Ahmed on one side, Idris Halak on the other. And the 203 actually was an unbroken opening partnership between Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, who would have been able to play for Switzerland if they'd made it Championship week. Obviously they didn't. England knocked them out. But that was one of those games we thought, is this 200 going to be chased? And it looked like it might. I suppose England didn't really, not England, Spain didn't really make the start they needed to kind of make a serious assault on that. They were going at a good rate, but it wasn't kind of a magical rate 20 plus. It was kind of 17s or so early. But literally in that Geneva chase of 204, with 4 overs to go, I think they needed 51 off the last 3. And you're like, hold on a second. But then they had 2 overs. I think there were only 1 each off the next 2 overs, or maybe 2 each off the next 2 overs. Andrew Ryan remembers that one very well. Right now, Richardson with 1 ball to go.
Oh, it's a good comeback, isn't it, from Richardson? It started badly with the wide, and then that, 2 big hits, the 6 and then the 7 up. But he's finished well with a single, and then, well, he's joined the dots up, hasn't he? So England, 4 overs complete, 45 for 3.
Yeah, don't judge an innings by the first 4 or 5 overs. I mean, England a little bit behind the 8 ball. I'm just trying to work out what the new par is here. I don't know. I started the day thinking 140 is your average score. Maybe it's 150. I don't know. 145. We've seen some colossal scores, haven't we? I mean, Netherlands misfired. That's probably the only thing. Italy got a little bit of the wobbles chasing it, but did it fairly easily. But yeah, I feel like nothing's safe, though. Put it that way. Nothing's safe at the moment. Good to see Reece Palmer back for Jersey. He's a guy we've seen before in a Farmers shirt. So he's into the squad, and Hemp is going to face up. Got 2 lefties at the crease at the moment for the English 11.
Interesting field. Everybody in front of the bat. And this one is catchable. I think it's staying inside the field of play, and it will be taken. So a wicket straight away for Reece Palmer. What a start for him. And disappointment for Cameron Hemp, who, well, made a blistering start then with some lovely shots, but he's going to go for 14. So spin comes on and success straight away.
Yeah, and so, yeah, Palmer gets another handy wicket. Hemp's a good striker. We've seen that, but change of pace, change of luck. He just tries to lift this up. It's too high, not far enough. And yeah, Jersey forming an orderly queue, weren't they, out there? So, I mean, they've caught pretty well, Jersey. I mean, some of their direction was a little bit off before. Interesting that Palmer's in, which gives you, well, I think he's played before, but I don't think he bowled. So it gives you another spin option with Palmer in the side. And he has that immediate success. So Hemp is the man that has to go for 14 off 5. Jonty Jenner, he's been a good addition, hasn't he, as well? Takes the catch on the boundary. And it's 45 for 4.
He was good, wasn't he? But yeah, we look at this field. I wonder if we can see the field from one of the cameras that we got here. You got the Southern Cross field, so you got the man literally straight behind the bowler's arm, who's not moving there, on one either side to him. And then you've literally got, I mean, it's quite a really interesting field. So you've sort of got a semicircle, if you like, a moon shape behind the bowler. All the fielders back. And well, it could be another. The bowler's going to be the one to have to take it. It's a difficult one, just out of his reach. Just out of his reach. It's a great effort. Palmer not able to get there. Was so close to being 2 and 2. And David Scott, who we know is a very aggressive player, could have gone very first ball.
Yeah, you're right. And I think Palmer would have reached this, but people don't like getting hit by people coming in the other direction, and that's why he's just a little bit concerned. And I think that cost him the metre that he needed to make the ground. Okay. I like that. Even though I need to go ask Elliot, because I haven't met Elliot properly, about what the deal is with him wrapping his straps around the front of his pads. I don't know if we get a shot of the keeper's pads in a second. You can kind of see him here on the screen. That was a great take, though.
That's thumped, and that's beautifully timed. Well, that's been mullered, hasn't it? That's a brutal hit in 6 runs. That's what they need to do. Need to believe here, England. Every batter going in and playing their part. So, crunched. Oh, yeah, that's it. Boom shakalugya. So, smashed away. So, they've got the field there, but can't do anything if it's hit out of the middle. The 50 comes up for England. Quicker delivery. This is catchable. And it's been taken, no mistakes. So it's going to be 6 and out for Fallows as well. Gets one out of the middle. They want to be super aggressive, but it's a catch that has been neatly taken. I think it's Patrick Googe that is in the action again. It's another wicket for Reece Palmer. So what a start it is for Palmer. And adios to Fallows.
Yeah, well, the crowd, they'll be going up again. Googe. And fairly simple catch, really, for Patrick. Look at that, great technique. Little skip steps like a crab. And got there, and another lefty goes. 53 for 5 now. Fallows, he'll be frustrated. Got a couple of 6s away, but that was all. 53 for 5. So Asa Tribe was just trying to tell me that his padding's broke or something. The pad's broken. So I think he might have just strapped.
With a bit of duct tape, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Now look, here's the thing. Bevan's coming out at 7. You might see a few curious decisions with the batting order of England. Remember, they have illness in the camp. So if people aren't feeling good, then I'm sure they would probably like to get away without batting. Don't know if Bevan's in that boat or not, but it obviously is pretty low for Bevan, who's a guy, obviously, we've seen do some pretty spectacular things here at the Cartermore Oval. And, of course, he's a first-class cricketer.
No run. See Bevan saying no, 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 no. So what an over this is from Palmer.
Yeah, I mean, Jersey, the only sickness there, suffering from his altitude sickness. They've been flying high in this series, except for that frustrating bowling effort earlier on today.
Good hit. That is big. But this is going to end up somewhere at the top of the hill. Yeah, that's halfway up. So that is an outstanding hit. That's some 90 meters or so. What a hit that is. Absolutely crunched. There we go. Monster hit. 6 runs. 6 carreras.
Yeah, I mean, Bevan climbs into this. Well, maybe shades of Dean Jones batting in India in 1986-87. They might bring the best out of him. Anyway, end of the over, and it's 59 for 5, and it allows me to say hello to you in the Dream Box here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, I got Rico Full with me. We've got such a great crowd in today, and isn't Andalusia a nice place to visit? So come on, if you're over in the crowd, give us a wave here. Come on, we're up here. We want you to be having a great time. We're having a great time here. Great to see a lot of flags flying over there. I mean, the Grizzlies, though, they've been flying, haven't they, on opening day? And yeah, you can see the Jersey flags. They are certainly flying high at the moment. But yeah, never judge a game in the first 5 overs, Rico. We know that England, especially with some of the players they've still got to do some damage at the crease, they could certainly put on a big score still. Now here's Britain coming back, and one gets kind of jammed in towards the point fielder. Now this is a big over for Toby, isn't it? Because he kind of lost the plot this morning a little bit, but he's a good young player, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he comes back.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has, one match where they're a bit off. I think even though he's a young man, I think he knows where he went wrong, and he's looking to rectify himself, and he makes a good start here. That's a good delivery. We didn't see too much of these last time around. He was trying, I think, just trying to sneak them in, wasn't he? Just inside the wide line. It didn't go right for him. 2
right-handers to bowl that. The left-handers have just been removed by Palmer. Southern Crossfield as well. Knew Corey should have copyrighted that. They got the straight fielder, and they've got. It's actually kind of like the super duper Southern Cross with like
the half moon.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's definitely the half moon field.
It's like a smiley face because you've got the 5 outfielders all from deep cover to deep mid wicket. So it just there are gaps, but they're small gaps. So that's like to field a number 2. Like if around to the bottom of the screen, it's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 3 in the middle. And
this is where you, as a captain, just saying to your bowlers, right, it's in the field, get the ball pitched up. You don't want to bowl short because you don't want the batters to try and get funky and try and hit sort of behind the keeper, because that's where the gaps are.
Yeah, and that's the one that maybe the batter thinks he can get that around the fielder, and if he does, at that point, there's no one behind him. So really important to make that stop, and Jersey do.
Yeah, good start from Britain, and yeah, that's showing a lot of courage, and showing his class as well. Britain, just the 4 off the over. Can he get one in without going for the boundary? And no is the answer to that, because it's a really good shot. Gets into position early, and you can see there, it looks like the next man in, signalling that one is 6, and Toby, well, he has to pick that cap off the floor. Neil Cash, what are you doing to the young man?
First one they've dropped, actually. But, no, credit to Toby. Okay, does get banged last ball. It's a good shot. In fact, it's a smart shot by Scott, because, yeah, the get across and clip, there's no deep square leg, so he's kind of identified that rather than try and hit through the line. And I think that's smart. But Toby, I think only 10 off the over is much better over. And that makes me happy. And so England 11 get to the end of another over and 4 overs left. The score is 68 for 5.
So,
more spin.
Yeah, who are we going with here now? Looks like Asa himself might come on to bowl here now. So, captain, going to have a bowl. It's going to be bowling to Bevan, who's already crunched one big one down the ground. Short starts with a short one, and this one, I think it may be just the bye. Looking at the reaction from the umpire, yeah, bye signals.
Close. Asa gets the benefit of the call, maybe for being such a nice young man. And if it was inside, it was just inside.
Very confident young player, isn't he, Asa? Oh, that is a biggie. Well, we've seen some bombs that have been deployed. Well, look at this one. It hits right on the top of that corner. Well, it's the highest tree that we've got. Hits the top, and at least it comes back in. Well, in a couple of months' time, there'll be a star at the top of this one. At the moment, is a grizzly.
Yeah, time to decorate the tree, and, well, hit the crackers on the way down. What a shot from Scott. We know he's got power. He likes that too, and he'll like the same ball gets to come back. Now, where's Dave? He was doing some amazing retrieving from that area over on today.
Well, taking him on, and they've got to go straight away, don't they? So good call there from Bevan. Scott is the one who's finding the form at the moment, hitting it big.
50-50 shot now, it's saying, roughly. It's well bowled from Asa. So you can see that Jersey, they've got the benefit of these kind of 3 genuine spinners, don't they? And I mean, they even got the opportunity, if they want to, because they've bowled out their paces in the first 4, they could bowl all 3 again and just go an all-out spin blitz to the end of the 10 overs, if that's what they wanted to do.
It's a good hit, isn't it? Moves early, gets himself into a good position. David Scott smashes another. Massive innings in the final where he got England to 138, scored 51 of just 17 deliveries, and that's what he's looking to do here again.
Last ball for Asa in this over. It's the difference between right arm spin, or finger spin, and left arm finger spin. I think when you've got 2 right-handers at the crease, you can see that Britain's a bit more difficult for the right-handers to take on. Asa, though, not the worst over you'll ever see. 15 come off it, and after 7, the score is 85 for 5. Now, of course, this European Cricket Championship has been the biggest ever, with 31 countries, and they've competed over the last 3 weeks of group action. And of course, you can see all of the teams here, with the exception of Group F, they're at the top of those groups. You can see who they had to get past. Germany, the only kind of non-top seed to get through. They got over Scotland 11 in the final the other night. Scotland very slow to get going, but I mean, Group F was such an interesting group. I think out of all of them, it was the most even, and we saw quite a lot of close contests there. But ultimately, we have our final 7. Of course, Netherlands 11 playing their first game today, and of course they went down in that first game. Okay, so now Pullman getting a bowl. Yeah, I like this. I think he's bowled pretty well. It's got a really good slower ball. Bowling over number 8.
It's a very intelligent shot again, isn't it? And Scott does, this is his style, isn't it? He goes outside the off early, and if he's not hitting over sort of the mid-wicket area, he gets his wrist into play, and that's a really stylish shot.
Yeah, and I tell you why this is a good shot, because if he missed it, I think he was in some serious trouble. But he didn't try and overhit it. He just clipped it. He saw there's a gap there. Very smart. And now Pullman might be asking Asa Tribe, do we want someone back there? And if so, where from? Scott has shown he will go across and kind of sideways-itch it to the leg side, and as a counter for this really straight field that's been set. It's a tactic that comes with risks, but he's very good at playing that shot.
Yeah, so there's a change in the field here now. So the Southern Cross disappears as Asa goes out into the offside because they move one back at square leg. Okay, this one I think is going to be a teaser, but it's going to go all the way. It will. There's going to be 6 more. So really good batting here from Scott. He's hitting the ball beautifully well. Well, Bevan's liking it, isn't he, at the other end? He's saying, yeah, well done, young man. And David Scott, we're getting valuable runs here for England.
Yeah, and so just going back to the bowling, look, Pullman coming on, which gives him the option of bowling 2 overs here. But Britain had a pretty good over, didn't he? And he didn't get brought back straight away. If you did that, then you are limiting Theo's ability to bowl 2. But right now, it's been expensive.
Slower delivery. And there's the man who's been put out there, but he's not able to stop this. It's really good hitting. It's intelligent. He knows what the field is. You've got all of those men that are there for the drive straight. So he knows that the part of the ground that's unprotected, if he goes behind square, if he goes behind point, and that's what he's looking to do here. So going right across and getting his wrist into play and playing some very intelligent shots.
And the natural movement of Pullman is in, so a little bit left to right. So he's just kind of catching up with these, and with the gap there, it's wide open space, using the pace of the bowler a little bit. So Scott, once again, he's kind of pulling England out of a sticky situation. Quarter of this innings to go. England 99.
He goes for it again, but this time finds the fielder. And I think here, what I saw Asa saying to the young bowler, Theo Pullman, is that, look, he's moving, but don't be afraid still to go outside the off. Go a little bit wider. As long as you're hitting the pitch, you're not going to be called for a one because he's moving so early. So that's good advice, because if he's looking to play that shot, and if you go wide as well, he's not going to get it right. Still very young, of course, Pullman. I believe 16 years old is Theo Pullman. And this one is down the ground. That is a biggie. Where's this one going to land? Well, I can tell you, that is almost right up there to the top of the hill. We know that we're going to get one sooner or later. That one falls just about 5 meters short. Cracking hit this time from Bevan.
Yeah, well, this over goes magical now. And England 11, despite those setbacks, despite those early wickets, despite some of the other off-field issues they're having to deal with today, they're still flying the flag, aren't they? And they're fighting back. 135 pace at the moment. Here's the last ball of the over from Pullman.
Slower delivery, well bowled, well directed. Quite happy to take the single off that. So with 8 overs complete here in England, well, good recovery thanks to these two. They're 107 for 5 after 8.
So Jersey were nosing ahead on the predictor, and then England have just gone back into the lead slightly, but a bit of a topsy-turvy contest. You can see, despite losing those 5 wickets, considering the depth they've got of their batting lineup, England 11 able to have the luxury of sending these kind of guys in at 6 and 7, Scott and Bevan. So 2 overs to go. They're in a good position. Jersey not having so many issues as far as the extras in this game, which means they've got tick under 6 minutes to bowl this over, and Britain comes back for the 9th.
Yeah, some good striking. These two have put a 50-plus run partnership together. Important for England. Came together with a score on 53. Great delivery. What a good ball that is. And that's quality.
Yeah.
Quality and class.
Yeah, and I just think, I'm trying to work out what is it that went wrong for Toby this morning, but I think the fact he had a plan to the left-handers that was based on kind of floating outside off and just kind of overdoing it, and hasn't had to deal with that at all in this game. And that was a really good ball.
Just seems to have a much better flow and balance about him in this one. He's getting.
Really
I like I like to call it getting the swivel in. You know, when the spinners have to plant that front foot and get the old swivel. It's everything at the moment is going pretty well. There's that swivel. And this one, though, is blasted. The thing is, as you know and I know, Vinny, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad ball that gets punished to the boundary. It's just good hitting. And that's what England have done here. I think that one's not a bad ball. You can say maybe it's a little bit shorter, but look how quickly he gets down, gets right under that, does Bevan. And he's hitting straight very well at the moment.
50-50 on the win predictor. Yeah, look, that one was just a bit slower, kind of in the slot, I suppose. Well put away.
And this one is another one that's going to go. It's a little bit too full. Turns it into a full toss, and Tyrone Peters goes horns as he goes all the way. It's another biggie.
This is an attempt of what he did 2 balls ago to kind of jam a Yorker in there. And it's not much of a quicker arm action, but it is quicker. But yeah, hanging full toss in the end. And Bevan, he's seeing him pretty well at the moment.
And, this is going to be 4 more. So smashed away. They have moved that fielder who was out there inside to give them extra protection on the off. And this over is exactly what England needed here at the moment. We say it all happens in the 9th. Oh, it's happening all right.
What a partnership. These two, believe it or not, they've put on 70 already. And that's in 4 overs.
That's that one he jams in. That's the way he started. Good comeback.
Yeah, that's the one that he slightly missed, and it was hit for 6 a couple of balls ago. Toby, even though I do miss the days of the big hair, and we hope that maybe in 12 months' time he'll return with the hair back. But look, he's bowled a lot better this afternoon. Last ball for him now.
Okay, that's going to be 6 as well. It would have probably definitely been a wide. And has Dave taken a catch there? No. Well, Dave's wearing his lucky hat, but there's no luck for him this time. He claims to have taken 7. I think if he's taken 7, he's dropped around 20.
At least. But he even had his lucky hat on there, Dave, and he's fumbled it low to the ground. We didn't even have to go to the 3rd umpire for that. And, well, Dave is... he's a lovely guy, actually, and he does a lot of good work. He was the one fetching him out of the top of the trees earlier.
129 on the board for 5. That over does go magical. It does all happen in the 9th.
Yeah, Toby loses the handle. Understandable considering who he's bowling against. So Palmer comes back, and now he is going to go right to the wall. And 6. Maximal. Great Scott moves to 44. And England coming home with a wet sail.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually Asa that comes back, and which is a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, Palmer doesn't get his 2nd.
I'm surprised. 2 ball lefties, but both offies.
And it's going to be called a wide, and you can see Asa, he's probably thinking, well, doesn't he move early? Let's have a look. That's the polite inquiry here. Let's have a look if he does.
When he lets go of the ball.
Yeah, yeah.
But here's the other thing, though. You can't move it more than the return crease. And that one pretty much cuts the return crease. So I think that's what he says.
Could be a run out. Should be a run out. And is it? No. It's not the best of throws. And let's have a look at this. Let's see if it's a better throw. Because...
yeah, I don't think the keeper takes it cleanly. I think he takes the stumps.
Yeah, the
with
throw
his
wasn't the best, was it? He had a lot to do.
He backed up pretty well there.
Above the stumps, he's a goner. Look where it goes.
Got there quicker than you think. Anyway, this is hit straight and is hit well. That's a sight screen buster. Maximal! And, well, Bevan makes his ground and then makes his mark, doesn't he? There's 6 more to the total. And these two racing each other to 50. Don't know if there's time for them to both get there, but certainly it has been the partnership that has swung this contest.
Yeah, just have a look at the amount of runs that are coming off the last few deliveries. This is another one that's going to go away as well. So England, they didn't get the best of starts by no means. But just how about that? And that's a half century as well. Well done to Thomas Bevan. It comes up in 17 deliveries. This partnership has been absolutely awesome. And, well, once they get to the 153 mark, that'll be the 100 partnership. It's come up. Look at that, 96 in 30 deliveries.
Chance of him taking a single here to give Scott a chance at his 50? Slim. Because they're gone of those days. Yeah. Well, he's just having a heater. Look, Bevan, pretty much everything in front of the wicket.
And this is another one that's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrrr. Ginna sona shakalagya. Incredible hitting here at the moment. And the acceleration, remember, they were on 59 for 5 at 5 overs. So you can work out yourself just how many have come in the next 5.
Yeah, well, that's 96. Plus this. Oh, be gone, I think. So, yeah, Toby Britton takes the catch. So, look, Bevan gets out of the last ball, but England, for me now, they've got to be ahead. But let's see how the Jersey bats handle the heat. I think that obviously England have had some good players under lights, but no Greatwood in the lineup. I think he's one of the guys that is struggling, so they won't have to deal with that, but they do have to deal with a pretty imposing total, although not unassailable. It's very similar to what they had to chase this morning, actually, as well, Jersey. It'll be 155 for 6, England 11 after the 10.
Yeah, well done to those two. What a partnership. So it gets 102 partnership, and it comes to an end. The wicket going off the very last ball. Good catch there by Toby Britton, but oh wow, they scored almost 100 runs in the last 5 overs. That was quite astonishing, but this is the way that it started, and England, you could just see from them, they wanted to go big shots all the way through, and well, some went, some were taken by Maxi there. It takes a really good catch, and thing was though, it wasn't just Maxi that was catching well at the beginning. That was Asa that took a good one to get rid of the dangerous Sam Young. That was a really nice one from Gooj, and he was in good flow as well. That was Lincoln that went for just one. That was another one. It was a Sky from Richton. He went early as well. Cameron Hemp came out. He played some nice shots, got himself to a quick 5-14, and then he was to go. And it was Jenner that took the catch to remove him. So the first 5 overs certainly did belong to Jersey, but one thing that England were doing, even though they were losing wickets, they did keep the score pretty much ticking along all the time. This one was a big moment, wasn't there? Caught and bowled opportunity, which Palmer couldn't get to. Though there was a big one off that one, Palmer was able to take 2 wickets in the over. It wasn't a bad over at all. Went for 14, and that's why I think I, as well as Vinny, were very surprised that he never came on to bowl that last over. They actually did go back to Asa, and he went for 26 of the last, so 48 came off the last 2 overs, which really did get England to this score of 150 plus. They never really looked too bothered, did they? I mean, when we looked early on, as that one was a tea-tropper, wasn't it? But when you look at them in the bench, and even though when they were losing those wickets, they just had a bit of calm in the camp. They believed that they would get to these runs, and it was some good hitting right there towards the end from David Scott and also Bevan. Scott started well, but Bevan finished well, didn't he? Getting to that half century. And no matter who came on to bowl, the result was very much the same. The ball being smashed to the boundary. Well, Dave almost takes one. There was a few horns from Jerome Peters as well. And a very good finish from England. And the splits there, well, you could work them out yourself. England certainly did. Smashed the ball around to all parts of the ground in the last 5 overs. 96 coming in the last 5 and 59 in the first 5. So Jersey, they sort of had England on the back foot, didn't they? But David Scott, I think, started the aggression, and then Thomas Bevan joined him, and it was all-out attack from England. And those two put a fine 100-run partnership together. So 155 for 6, but I don't think, and I'm going to say this again, like Spain did, I don't think they've batted Jersey out of this just yet. Jersey chasing Spain's 159 for victory. Match number 1 did get to 153, so they won't believe they're out of this just yet. But it's a huge innings coming up. And Samaroa, I think, bowled beautifully. Bowled with a good bit of pace early on. So did Richardson. They went with the 2 pace bowlers straight away to bowl themselves out. I can understand that, because between them they took 3 wickets, but then it was a little bit of spin and maybe a little bit of too much. The same from Jersey towards the end, and England and their top batters eventually did manage to get hold of a few. Palmer, 2 for 14. Surprised he doesn't come back. Samaroa, as I said, 2 for 21. And George Richardson as well bowled very well. Bowled with a bit of pace as well. takes 1 for 24. But England, thanks to Bevan and Scott, have got a good score on the board. I think we're going to see another thrilling run chase. What a day that we've had. I reckon we've already gone past 1,200 runs in the day, and it ain't done yet. We've still got 3 more innings to complete. Day 1 of the start of Championship Week. Day 1 here it is of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket here in Andalusia, Spain. Stay tuned to Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy, because we'll be back. I hope you will as well, as we get ready for the reply from Jersey, needing 156 for victory.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello folks, yes it is World Food Day today. Food is seen as a basic human right, but yet 1 in 9 people globally experience chronic hunger. We could do our bit to help. Scan the QR code, find out more about Share the Meal. Every little bit helps. As little as 70 cents can help to feed a hungry person. As we go back to the action here, the Carlton Oval, well this could be out, I think it is out. And yeah, the umpire gives it. It's a first baller. What a delivery this is. Oh, that is just pure class. And I think it's got to be said that the least favourite fruit for the better is going to be plum, because that is plum. And it's going to go first ball. What a beauty this is. And well, Patrick Googe is going to have to go. That is knocking the stumps over. It's a really good delivery. It comes back in a long way. That is plum, and Tyrone Peters agrees. The finger goes up. There's a magical start for England. Defending 155. So Jersey, if they are to get this victory, once again, they're going to have to chase 150 plus. Against Spain, chasing 159, they got to 153. And there's going to be a royal duck, isn't it? The first ball of the innings, golden duck, and he's probably saying, hey, you see this bit of wood? Put it on the burner, because it's not doing me any good. So, Tonti Jenner, a new batter that comes out. And that's a good one as well. I'll just get the feeling here that Rich Edwards is definitely fired up, isn't he? When you get a wicket of your very first delivery, you're going to get even better. Good start. Rich Edwards, 7 wickets in the group stages, along with Connor Haddo. It's a nice looking shot, good response from Jonty Jenner. Plays that away beautifully. He was good early on. And that tussle with Spain made 40 of 17 deliveries. And he and Captain Asa lost their wickets at the wrong time, didn't they? So even with that early wicket, they'll believe that they can still get to these. You've got to believe. And this one is not quite where he wants this to go. It's going to be a test for the fielder, who does brilliantly well. Excellent fielding there, team fielding from England. So that is Sam Young. Chases hard, dives and keeps the Grizzly in play. There we go, knocks it on. Excellent. And well captured by Spring Productions as well. Edwards wants another. And this one just doesn't carry. Now shy at the stumps, and if he hits, he would have gone. I think he knew it. He's running, and he knows he's running into trouble. And he saw the throw at the stumps, but just not knocking him over. But they're getting each other's way here. Has to go round the bowler, but nothing intentional about that at all. So, makes a try. Now to face his first ball. Quick delivery. He'll take the single. He does get home. It will be the end of the first. So Jersey, they need once again a really good start. The same way they needed against Spain. They want to be in the 45 to 50 in the power play. But thanks to that brilliant over from Rich Edwards, they only get just the 8 for 1 at the end of the first.
Where's your 2, Sturge?
91 matches since the golden ball, so we're getting close now to the 100 mark here. Are we going to hit the 100, or are we going to see one in championship week? The next bowler is going to be Tommy Sturgis. Asa, that's a really nice shot. Beautifully played. He's on the back foot, but he gets the angle right, gets it past the infield. Sweeper is out there, but that has been hit beautifully. And Sam Young, well, all he can do is pick it up off the fence. Cracking shot. So a nice start to the over from Asa. And, this one shapes away. Could be a sort of late movement. Look where the keeper is. Down Lincoln. He takes this. He really does move. Watch this go. Look at that. That's a proper boomerang. Short. Crunched. But not going to get that past Hindley. Decide not to go. Toby Greatwood listed as 12 here, so that's got to be down to the illness in the camp. Otherwise, you definitely would have him playing, especially after the last time we saw him taking a hat-trick in the group final. This one will be a wide, just gets the wrong side of that line. Hello to our faithful in the chat tuning in: Christopher Ward, Wayne Croom, Julian Dawson, Steve McVeigh there as well. Great to have you all with us. Goes for it, is up in the air, but it's a chance, and it's a really good catch. Brilliantly taken by Thomas Bevan. He likes it, England like it. They get a big wicket, don't they? Asa Tribe, the captain of Jersey, will go. What a good catch this is. Well, yeah, he says high fives all round. And, well, it's almost like some of the England camp don't want to be making too much contact with each other, thinking they might catch the lurgies off one each other. Doesn't quite get it, but what a good catch this is. And, well, Bevan, we've seen him take so many catches out there, backpedaling all the way, keeps his eye on it. And, well, deciding to kick that ball back. We've seen a fair bit of rugby at the moment happening. And, well, that will be a good one if you're a rugby player. Not a good one for Asa. He will go, and Jersey, they're now 2 down. And the worry for them is, of course, 2 of the key players back already. Asa goes for just 5 on 5 deliveries. Really nice catch there taken by Bevan. Bevan, don't forget, his outstanding performance with the bat as well. Fantastic 56 of just 19 deliveries. Lawrenson comes out with a lot to do. And it's that time of the afternoon, or late afternoon, early evening. Floodlights are now on as well, as the light starts to fade and the floodlights play their part. Vinny Sandy joins me back in the commentary box.
Bit of action so far. Lawrenson, very talented. Jenna, very talented. England 11, very talented. Last ball of the second over coming up.
Wild swing, the slower delivery does the damage. And it is the end of the over. It's 13 for 2.
Yeah, so no Greatwood, but obviously England 11 have immense depth in their batting and bowling stocks, and they've got options, don't they? Well, so far we've had 3 matches, 3 winners, and it'll be 4 matches, 4 winners after this, one way or another. Then the late game, we've got Germany here for the first time, and they're taking on the Ireland 11, who do have the opportunity to be the only side to walk away with 2 wins from the first day. Of course, the way it works out, because you play 6 games in 4 days, it's a bit more crowded here in Championship Week, 7 teams instead of 5. So there are 2 days out of the 4 that you'll play 2 matches, and there'll be 2 days out of the 4 when you only play 1. So, especially if you only have the 1 game, it's not a good one. You kind of have to sit with it for a while. Here's Edwards, struck with the first ball, first time. Here's his 3rd over. starts with a wide. But I mean, Googe was a big wicket early, wasn't he? And I suppose Jersey need to bat themselves out of a bit of a hold way. The England 11 were able to do it. It was that 5-down partnership that really made the running for the English.
Yeah, and it was a blistering one as well. It's a 100+ partnership, and well, they scored quickly, didn't they? Scored 96 of the last 5 overs, which was quite explosive. And well, that's going to fire and flow over the man at point, so it's a good hit. But they're going to need to back these up, haven't they? Jenner did score well in the contest against Spain, but now they need Lawrenson to get going as well.
Yeah, I mean, you need about 3 a ball for the rest of this game. So how are you going to do that? You kind of need 12 runs in boundaries and over, probably kind of 3 genuine boundaries and over, 4s or 6s.
Well, that will do as well, as this one will go all the way. It bounces once and goes over the fence, 6 runs. You've got to keep believing, got to keep playing those aggressive shots. So Jonty gets another one out of the middle, and Edwards certainly bowling with a bit of pace, isn't he?
He does. You speak to the guys out there, they're saying that Edwards is right up there as far as fastest bowlers in this tournament. You know, it's very rhythmic, the way he runs in, gets the ball to climb. Can he get the big wicket of Jonty Jenner?
And this one's going to be 4 more, and it's good hitting here from Jenner at the moment, and he's, well, I suppose he's keeping Jersey in the contest.
A clever shot, really clever shot. Knew that he didn't have to hit it hard, it was kind of there. But if he swung too hard, he probably mistimes it. You know, just make sure he gets enough bat on it to deflect it away, uses that pace of Edwards against him a little bit. So JJ's off to the races, 21 off 7.
Gets him. Beautiful delivery. I think maybe just a tad slower as well. That's the big wicket. So after going for 3 consecutive boundaries after the first ball was a wide, he comes back and destroys the stumps. That's the big wicket. Jenner will have to go, and Jersey are 28 now down for 3.
Yeah, disappointing for Jenner. And there's been a lot of short stuff, hasn't there? So I think not necessarily quick to get on that front foot. He's kind of grounded on the crease, maybe a little inside edge on there as well, but Edwards strikes. And so, yeah, Rich, I suppose in the absence of his regular opening partner, Toby Greatwood, he's really stepped up. And Jersey, after such a strong start to this match, they've just fallen a long way behind now. Jenner goes for 21, and it's 28 for 3.
Yeah, warm applause for Jonty Jenner. I mean, he played some outstanding shots, but he's going to have to depart 1 6 and 3 4s on his way to 21. But once again, a beautiful delivery from Edwards. He really has bowled well. And it's the pitched up deliveries that have done the damage. Remember the perfect start, getting Googe out with the very first ball, and what a beauty that was.
Summerat comes out, have a hit. Can he get going?
Place that with soft hands, and he's going to get a boundary, 4 runs, and that's just all about the pace that Edwards is bowling at the moment.
His balls are flying anyway, but you put someone like Rich Edwards in charge of the speed of the game, and even a little push like this, he gets enough bat on it to get it away from the third fielder down there. Makes it easily to the rope in time. So got to keep swinging here if you're Jersey. Last ball of the power play.
He's going to be caught here. It's straightforward. It's another wicket. What a spell of bowling this is. He finishes his spell with another. It'll be 3 for 27 for Edwards. Fantastic stuff for him. And Summerall, after getting a boundary, will go for his second ball with just 4 on the board. And at the end of 3 overs, Jersey, they have lost 4 wickets, 32 for 4.
Yeah, Edwards, he loves it, and why shouldn't he? I mean, even though there's been a little bit of the 2021s about the celebrations, bit of social distancing attempted at times, but right now, England looking like a solid unit. And look, maybe with them winning it the first year and runners-up the last year, maybe they're not being talked about that much, but I'm telling you right now, they've got the talent to lift the trophy once again, and right now they're showing it. Summerett goes 4 and out, and the score 32 for 4 at the end of 3.
Yeah, just look at the finish though. Look at the last 5 overs there with 96 runs came. It was just terrific, wasn't it? And you're right, Jersey, they'd made a great start in the field, didn't they? You thought they were going to restrict England to around about 120. It was not to be. You know, England, fantastic start from them. Hindley comes into the attack.
Yeah, so I'm going to be curious to see how Jersey attack some of these spinners. Hindley's a bit of a mystery, man. No mystery about that one, because that's going to be called a wide.
That's a mystery start, I suppose. Very wide, isn't it, from Tom Hindley?
Yeah, no, he's quite a clever bowler. Can turn it both ways, mixes it up.
Yes, please.
No run.
Yeah, that's
Wide.
touch and go, that one, but obviously Nilkesh felt that one, got a bit of the line. Hindley knows he's pushing the envelope.
Down.
Reaches for this one, and well, that's going to be 4 runs. It's nicely timed, and you can see his a big effort being made in getting that ball in the right area to get it past the fielder. He does. And just watch, it's all about, that's where I need it to be. Just gets it far enough away from the fielder. Gorgeous kitty, but Joka lucky out 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. We know that Lawrenson cuts well, and that one probably was going to be called a wide. And he almost wants him to go after that, maybe hit it to a fielder, but that one picked the gap. Change of angle.
Done round now, this time slightly shorter. In comes the throw. And a little bit wild, but they'll get the single.
Yeah, Sturgis just off balance and pulled the throw. Corbell is going to get a hit here. That was quite amazing. His back foot almost behind the stumps by the time he hit that. Had to try and hit the only ball he's faced so far for 6 to win the game. No, he doesn't have to hit this for 6, but he has hit it in the same kind of region, and he's going to be gone for a golden. So that's 5 out now, and England 11 all over Jersey like a virus here. It's 39 for 5.
Well, Hindley gets a breakthrough, doesn't he? Gets another wicket. Elliot Corbell is going to go first ball. 39 now for 5. It just doesn't get this right. Probably the right shot to go for. Look, he's trying to pick this up from outside the off, but doesn't make good contact. Doesn't quite get down low enough, does he? And skies it up in the air. It's a simple take there from Sturgis.
May not pick it either. I mean, that's kind of a bit of a top spinner, I think. Didn't really break into him. So Corbell, well, he'll be raising the eyebrows. He's got a golden pair, king pair, on his first day in ECC cricket. But anyway, that's the way it goes sometimes. It's 39 for 5.
Yeah, shakes his head. And so Jersey really up against it here now. And, well, he likes it, and they like it.
Lincoln's poker-faced me before, though, but I got a feeling this is out just on the reaction. It was the genuine leg spinner this time. It breaks a lot, goes through the gaps. Nice take by Lincoln, but let's see if that foot drags. I got a feeling Petita on his first hit in the ECC might go the same way. He's kind of trying to represent that he might be all right, but I think that toe's on the line.
I think it's on the line.
Let's have, hold on a second.
Hang on a minute. All right, let's have a good look at this. Let's see, does he lift it? Let's see, he's sliding it back. I think he's gone. I don't think he has it past the line when the barrels are broken. So I get the feeling here, look, they're broken there, and at that point, the foot doesn't go past that line, and I reckon he's a goner. And he's been given his marching orders, so he will be gone. There's the decision there from the umpire. So it's going to be 2 in 2, and Sam Patidar is going to be gone first ball as well. It's going to be another golden. Well, the Ducks have been busy here today on day 1 of Championship Week. It's going to be another. And unfortunately, Patidar is going to have to go. And Derek is going to be waiting for him as he walks up those steps. So 2 in 2, and a chance for a hat-trick as well.
Yeah.
There's Goldie. Another one bites the dust. Here we go, hat-trick delivery. And it's just been left. Doesn't even want to get the bat anywhere near it. There's George Richardson.
Hindley. Yeah, he is the mystery man, isn't he, here? Which way are they going to turn? No one's quite sure.
It's a slightly quicker delivery. And good take from Lincoln. Lincoln, we know he's an outstanding wicketkeeper, great athlete, and he shows once again just how key and vital he is behind the stumps. Cracking over from Hindley, 2 for 7. And Jersey at the end of 4 overs really struggling now, 39 for 6.
Battle to get close now for me. Just get as close as you can get. I mean, this is going to be a super even week. There's a very good chance that teams are going to be tied on points. Your net run rate could be the difference between staying and going on Thursday night. So for Jersey now, I'm still being attacking, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going all out to try and get this 156. I'm just trying to pretty much act like I'm batting first and maybe, you know, get it to something decent, maybe like a 120 or something like that, just try and squeeze that margin. Because their loss earlier, it was only a 5-run loss. It was a very tight loss.
I mean, you're talking 120s. They're 6 down here.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to take some doing, isn't it?
Yeah, Lawrenson's a good player though. So is Richton. It's coming in.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, that is quicker than I can see it. But I can tell you what, you're seeing the replay, this is lightning quick reflexes.
Yeah, picks it up and kind of instinctively, as he gets up, he kind of sees as he's swinging his head around, it's a non-striker, George Richardson, that's backed up too far. And then it's a throw from downtown. If that hit, that would have been one of the best run-outs we've ever seen here at the Gardner Oval.
Class from Sturgis. Richardson once again, Yorker length, gets dug out, takes a single. Good lines being executed here by England.
I do like the 1% next to Jersey, though. I'm trying to picture what the one match in 100 looks like, where they come back from here. It'll be shades of that game we call the impossible chase, when Sweden knocked over Belgium in the first ever ECC, but Richton, last year's MVP, determined not to let Jersey back into this.
Good delivery. This is, and I told you, this is when he's like this and he's getting these slow deliveries right up there, they're causing trouble. I'll tell you what, who else is in trouble? Tyrone Peters trying his footballing skills again, getting that completely wrong. So, great bit of bowling. There's Richardson is another man that goes for a duck. So, I tell you what, the Derricks are out in 4s at the moment. Yeah, well bowled. Just look at this. Look at the length of this. Perfect. And Richardson doesn't pick it and goes perfect slow Yorker. And Richardson, well, he's on fire. And, well, what bug? That's what I want to know. What bug? There's another duck. There's Derrick. So Richardson goes as Palmer comes in. Still a mystery why Palmer didn't bowl. He's second over there towards the end. Mind you, all of that seems irrelevant now.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But ancient history now. See what Palmer can do with the bat. Richton. Yorkers. No good, and a very expansive 360-degree take from Lincoln. He'll be a happy man, I think, having destroyed this innings. 40 for 7 now. Yeah, that 120 is pretty fanciful thinking, isn't it, at the moment? But yeah, Richton got the bleached hair and blue eyes of someone that you'd expect to be on a surfboard, but he's doing a great job here.
Just class bowling. What about that for an over? 1 wicket, 1 run, Yorker after Yorker. And that's quality. And when you got somebody like that in your camp, Vinny, that can bowl you that over and over again, you know as a team, you know as a captain, that this guy's going to deliver all the time. What a great over.
And Richard keeps it pretty simple as well, doesn't he? He really tries to hit that Yorker length. We've seen some pretty fanciful plans, and some of them have worked sometime, like the short ball plan with fielders behind. But I just think pound for pound, if you can pump out the Yorkers, maybe change your pace occasionally, but I think it's always a good default tactic to go back to, and that's kind of the plan A for Richton. Does a really good job there. Out there in the middle, though, the lights coming on. Of course, the night game's going to be a great one. Germany still to be seen. They'll be the 7th team to appear here in Championship Week as we start over number 6, and it's Sturgis coming back, and there's a flying Englishman. It's Cam Hemp. Does a really good job to prevent that from going to the boundary.
It's been a really good, solid performance, this in the field from England, hasn't it? I mean, the batting didn't start well, but the way they came back into it, that partnership has really lifted them, lifted their spirits. Sturgis, he's been outstanding in the field. Now looking to get a wicket, and once again, there's that slower delivery. And I have to say, the batter sort of struggling there, Palmer, to get to the other end. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe there was a bit of an injury that he's got.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, it doesn't look too comfortable. he looks in a bit of agony.
Groin strain.
Yeah, just
these
watch him go
normally
here,
are.
look. So now we know that the reason for him not bowling that second over could have been because of an injury.
No good.
Well, that's good, because that is going to sail away for big shot from Lawrenson. 6 runs, nice hit. Shaba, Kinna Sona. And you're right, Vinny. You're going to go down, but go down fighting and try to get as close as you can. Net run rate, you get the feeling could be huge.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Lawrenson's kind of been left holding the baby a little bit here. He hasn't had a lot of the strike, and he's very capable of scoring at a magical rate, but yeah, he's gone through a few partners.
Hits this pretty well as well, but he finds the fielder. And, well, I get the feeling that Palmer's not appreciating these runs that he's made to take. That's going to be concerns, of course, for them as well.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of cricket to play, and he's struggling.
I wonder if it's something he's come in with, and he's just kind of exacerbated. But yeah, got a feel for him if it does kind of put him in doubt.
Well bowled, Yorker led delivery, and Palmer just gets bad onto it, and then, well, it hurts me to watch him get to the other end. He really is struggling, and you're right, it could be a bit of a groin strain there.
Yeah, and I know those so well. I mean, like, it's a very common cricketing injury, whether you're batting or bowling, because you spend so much time like, pushing off, and for bowlers in their delivery stride. But when you go from stationary, it's that first push. It's kind of, where the top of your leg meets the rest of your body. Those tendons there, it's quite easy to damage them. Sometimes badly, sometimes just slightly, but it's pretty uncomfortable.
Quicker one this time. It's start on by Lawrenson. He's disappointed. He's missed on that one. So you get to the 50 mark at the end of the 6th over. Jersey 50, but there's 7 wickets down.
4 Derricks in there. Googe went to the first ball of the innings. But, Pullman and Britton to come. So in 11. You know, sometimes when things are a bit uncomfortable off the field, you've just got, what's the word?
I can see a little bit of an account of what's going on here. Stomach still turning, head still hurts. Going to take some pills when I get back. Well, I can hear it, so they're not 100%. That's for sure. I think that's who's that talking? I think it's probably the man who's standing by the famous steps of Carlama there, just talking to the 12th man.
I have to disinfect the stump microphones, I think, at the end of this one. But anyway, here's the 7th over. It's going to start with a single to Reece Palmer. It's a fairly comfortable single of sorts.
Richton has been fantastic. First over only went for the single, so watch out for these slower Yorkers again.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, when you're slightly uncomfortable, a little bit injured or a little bit sick, you know, sometimes it just frees you up a little bit. England have played well, but like I said, it was Jersey that won the start of this game, but I often say don't judge a game after 5 overs. This is a really good example, why not?
Yeah, very good one indeed. After 5 overs, remember England, when they were out there batting, were 59 for 5. Now how they turned things around, and it was all down to a great partnership between David Scott and Thomas Bevan. Bevan coming in lower than what he normally would, but it worked a treat. That was nicely played away as Richton just loses his line and his shape goes down the leg side, goes for the quicker delivery. A nice shot played by the injured Palmer. Well, at least for this one, he doesn't have to run.
Yeah, nice little tuck away. Economy of movement, that probably helps as well. Yeah, Reece, he's a lovely guy as well. Could see him in the side, but for how long, we're not sure.
Slower delivery. They might just check on the height here, the umpires. I think it's okay. It looks like it is on the downward trend, but you can see England not making it any easier for Palmer. That's the end they're attacking.
There's a pace on ball, probably just low, and I mean just. Yeah, it's probably a good shot of it there.
Lawrenson would like a big hit here. Gets him on the pad. Well, it doesn't get him on the pad. Uh-oh. I think this gets him, you know where, and the furniture has been rattled. And take your time, young man, take your time. He's, well,
Well,
think.
that's the noise of the plastic not so fantastic, isn't it, for Lawrenson, who'll probably be singing in the Jersey Boys choir, I think, at the end of tonight. But this one takes off, it's way too high, it's still climbing, and it's intercepted by a body part that, even though the lights are on, it's getting late, we can't quite mention it in this time slot.
I want my mummy. Look at Nilkesh Patel. I mean, he sees the funny side of it. I don't know if we can keep an eye for the umpire for a bit.
Yeah, Nilkesh got a good view of that
He
one.
saw the funny side of it. I don't think Lawrenson did.
Credit to him, doesn't waste more time than absolutely necessary. It's a good spell by Richton, though. 1 for 8, but kind of ended up with 2 victims in a way, as he was very economical through there. It's 57 for 7 after 7.
Yeah, cracking stuff. This is coming up next. Germany, who of course finished up the winners of Group F in a, well, classic encounter against Scotland. Well, they were victorious, weren't they? And they will be taking on Ireland. Ireland, who looked in incredible form earlier. And if there's any doubt about the sort of form that they're in, just have a look at some of the fantasy points that some of those players have. A bit of spin and a teasing one as Palmer. This is a direct hit, and there might be an appeal here. I reckon this is a lot closer than you think, you know. Does he just get the bat down in time? And just.
Yeah, nowhere near. Dan was spot on, I think. That was his voice.
Yeah.
Haddo getting a bowl here. So, yeah, tonight will be a great one. Germany sending in Ireland. Now I'll be curious to see what Ireland do with their order. Take 1 second.
Well, this is a good hit. Gets it sweet out of the middle. Well, under attack. You can see some of the ECN crew getting out of the firing range and saying, our house is under attack. This old house is taking a battering. That is a good hit. And, well, T10 decides it's probably safer outside than in. Here's another one up in the air. Gear, shaka, gear. Josh Lawrenson, the only batter so far from Jersey. That's showing some good intent and aggression. Moves to 27 of 15 deliveries to 70 now up on the board here for Jersey. There's Haddo under attack. No run this time, and of course he knows those quick singles are really not on as well, because Palmer quite simply is not going to get there.
Yeah, that's right.
And where's this one gone to hands? It's a quicker delivery. The good comeback from Haddo after being smashed for 2 big sixes. He gets a dot and he gets the wicket of Lawrenson. And good effort though from Lawrenson, the only batter really to make any real contribution. I know John T. Jenner early on made 21 of 8 deliveries, so he's hit the ball pretty well, but this one just doesn't get it right. And a straightforward, a simple catch taken by Freddie Fallows. And there's another one that bites the dust. So now 8 down with Lawrenson back in the shed.
Yeah, and it's just a slight misjudgment of the pace there, I think. And that edge flew to hand. So, unlucky for Josh. And like I said, he went through a few partners there and didn't have a lot of the strike at a key kind of period in the innings. And so, in Jersey, the question is whether they can bat it out as well with 13 balls remaining. It's going to be Pullman that comes to the crease at 10.
Yeah, the youngster Theo Pullman.
They didn't lose a wicket there for about 3 overs, but they only were able to manage 4 boundaries in those 3 overs, so kind of sums it up. England 11 have defended really well here. Last ball of the 8th.
And, well, it's a dot ball. And Pullman just sees this one get past him, so good finish there from Haddo. Goes for 13, picks up a wicket, and Jersey are 70 for 8 at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, this is a tale of 2 lions. I mean, look where they were up 3 overs. That was where the damage was done. Actually, statistically, we have quite a lot of wickets in the third over, and that's, I think, because the power play is about to finish.
Yeah.
So often batters will push the envelope in that over, and they're pretty similar there, but then pretty dissimilar since then. Here's over number 9, and it looks like Freddie Fallows to bowl it. So yeah, Palmer and Pullman, the two batters left here, and Jersey, day that promised so much. I will say the kind of first and last innings of the day have been pretty dismal for them. If you think about when they fielded first against Spain, and they just kind of lost it, didn't they? and it doesn't take too much of that for the game to get away from you. 5 runs in the end. And I think there were some positive signs, and quite a lot of positive signs, the first half of this game as well, before they kind of, again, lost it after 5 overs. Early movement that time from Pullman, and gets it to the leg side, but finds the fielder. And there's Sam Young out there. I mean, remember, he didn't really fire in this game either. You know, got a little bit of a start, but he's another guy who I think has been the perfect fit for the English 11 here at the ECC.
Palmer.
Nope.
Just not able to move his footwork, though, is he? That's the problem. And maybe that's a good thing, because he keeps one foot inside the crease.
Dan fascinates me. He's running in and then just realises it's not out after about 3 steps. He runs in and then goes to appeal, and he does what I would do. I'd just be like, actually, it's not out. Let's get on with it.
This one gets played out to... Oh, well, a bit of a misfield, but it won't cost him.
After you.
It's not going to cost him, because Palmer just hasn't got the agility or the health, if you like, to get back. He's nursing an injury. I wonder how bad that's going to be.
Concerned for Palmer.
Well, this one's down the ground, 1 bounce. That's an interesting delivery there. It was almost
a
like
round armour.
Yeah, sort of a little bit of a sling there from Fallows. It is the end of the over. And Jersey, it looks like they're not even going to get to the 100 mark, are they? Just a single of the last ball there from Fallows. So 74 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, quick hello to everyone that's still with us, and of course, half an hour away from the night match. You can see already the light's pretty much taken over. Sun's setting a bit earlier than when we started off this tournament. Hello to Rob, hello to John Gray, Julian Dawson. I think he'll be back here tomorrow. To Stacey as well. Last overtime, and Haddo is going to get it. Also, while I'm here, I'll say hello to Di Maria, to Steve McVeigh. I think we'll see him before too long as well as the Regan. Mad Momad as well.
It's another miss from Pullman. See, he tries to get himself outside the off stump so he can get that shot in.
While I'm here, though, Chris Ward, hello to you as well. This should just be a single. Will they throw? They will. And it'll be a single. Palmer not interested in an overthrow. Chris Ward put Stephen a message and put an eye roll emoji, but it was a typo. And you know the difference that can be made now in modern messaging if you accidentally hit the wrong emoji?
Oh, what's that?
It can break friendships. Anyway, it's in the air. Anyone going to get there? Rishton, straight down the ground, will drop it. He seemed to do all the hard work there. It just kind of bounced out of the palms.
Yeah, I think he can't believe that he's dropped that. He does everything right. You can see he's ready to take the catch. He's then getting the little dive in as well, so the ball doesn't come out on impact. Everything right, apart from the ball staying in the hands.
I'll come back to that if I've got time. Emoji chat. Oh, here we go.
They're going to check this. I think he thinks the foot is in the air. Let's see. So does the foot come up? He's absolutely convinced that he's got his man.
Well, I've got heaps of time for more emoji chat, because this will take a minute or two. Let's have a look. Get your foot. It's a drag. It's a drag. I think he's out.
He's out.
For me, I think he's out just.
Yeah, what? I mean, he just can't stop the foot going forward. It's on the line. The line belongs to the fielding side. And you can see he's dragging it out here. Couldn't stop the foot from going forward. And by the time the bell comes out, I think it's on the line. Yeah. I think he's going to get his marching orders. He does. Great work once again from Lincoln.
Lazy batting, though. I mean, it didn't have to drag his foot. You know, you got to be a bit more aware to keep it down. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, and it probably doesn't for Theo, but maybe he learns a lesson there that he takes forward. But Jersey going to lose their 9th wicket, 76 for 9. And Toby Britton, haven't seen much of him with a bat, and that's probably a good thing for Jersey. They haven't needed him too much. Yeah, but for example, a work message, let's say you give some feedback or something and someone means to put a thumbs up on the message, actually put like the laughing emoji or something, it can infuriate people. So have you ever sent a wrong emoji? Anyway, that's a conversation for another time. Thankfully, we don't have to have it now. Here's the last ball of match 4. Oh, there you go. Want to run? Nope, says Palmer. And so Haddo's going to finish with 2 for 15. And it's a proper demolition job, wasn't it? I mean, they both come from islands, and England on a slightly bigger one, and they were the bigger brothers here, weren't they, in this one? Although Jersey win the opening of the game, they don't win a lot in the last 15 overs of this contest. The final score is England 11, 155, Jersey 76.
Yeah, look, well done to England on 2 accounts, really. I think the performance from them, especially in the field there, and the way that we saw that partnership also from the likes of David Scott and Thomas Bevan was outstanding. But to put a performance in like this when quite clearly we know that a lot of their camp is not 100%. They've got something going around in the camp, a bit of a virus or whatever it is. So quality from England, they get the win. And the thing is, they can go back to camp now and get an early night in and come back nice and fresh tomorrow when they got 2 games tomorrow, haven't they? So it's going to start off with a match against Germany. But this is what's coming up next. We're talking about Germany. Yeah. Germany taking on Ireland.
A couple of ins. No Rohit Singh in the lineup today. They hope to get him back later in the week. Tristan Jungbauer comes in and Sajid Liaquat came in for Germany compared to the team that we saw the other night. Well, get yourself ready for the boom because Shahid Afridi at 3 there, Jamshed Khan, Haritharan Vasikaran. But Ireland have been inserted and they've got a pretty strong top 3 as well. Well, it was the worst possible start, wasn't it? As Googe was sent packing off the very first ball. Edwards lit it up with 3 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, that was a quality first ball. I mean, I don't care who you are when you're going out the bat. If you get a seed like that, you'll do very well to get back onto it. It really was good. Edwards certainly bowled with a bit of firepower. That was a great catch as well from Bevan. I mean, he was on the mark, and we saw some social distancing from the England players.
Tried to go for the conversion as well after the catch on the side of the Rugby World Cup. But, I mean, Jersey, they've had the first day to forget, really. I mean, even though they get within 5 runs of Spade, but it's a game that certainly they batted well enough to win it, but their bowling let them down. Look, they now just probably need to reassess. They've got 4 games to come. There's no easy games here in Championship Week, but if they can get some wins together for them, I think it's a matter of trying to get in the 4 and trying to make something happen on finals day. But they've got some really important games coming up. Tough situation for some of these guys as well, who haven't had a lot of batting in this series against a really tricky English bowling lineup with good variety and good skills, good execution there. Someone like Rishton, he bowled very well as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a worry for some of the teams that are watching because Rishton, he's back. All right, he may not be back with the bat, but with the ball, he's getting it right. He's got those Yorkers going, the slower deliveries are spot on. And, well, I like the bowling of someone like Hinley there as well. So even though they haven't been 100% health-wise, England, their performance has been spot on. That one, though, a rare blip from Rishton.
Yeah, but, then it was time for Dan to steal a couple of stumpings in proper keeper fashion. And Pullman just dragged, so you'd say he pulled his back foot out a little bit and allowed Dan to affect the stumping, but it was all academic by then. 76 for 9 off the 10 overs. So 27 for Lawrenson. Kind of ran out of partners, didn't he? And Jenner looked okay while he was there. I think he's had a pretty promising first day with the bat without doing anything huge. 21 for him. Pretty disciplined stuff, though, from the English 11. Just the 4 extras in there. So for Jersey, I mean, they're a young side. I think they're going to be... They're playing against some first-class cricketers and quite high-level cricketers here, but then they are pretty good themselves. I think they've got varying levels of experience in the Jersey lineup. 3 for 27, Richard Edwards started it off, didn't he? And then Hinley with 2, Haddo with 2, a few singles in there as well. I mean, England 11, when you've only got 1 game on opening day, you want to make it count. They certainly did. The margin of victory is 79 runs. We'll be back in around about 17 minutes to take you into the night game. Well, it's going to be a clash of cricketing cultures, I think, as the Germans hot off their Saturday night fever win here to qualify from Group F. They're going to take on the all-conquering Irish, who have been smashing Grizzlies and smashing records today. Join us for that one. Starts in 20 minutes right here on ECN. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Welcome back to the Carter Oval. Time to turn the lights on, and the night game, Germany versus Ireland. Well, I can kind of see where a few allegiances lie here, but a little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the two captains. Let's see who wins the toss in match 5.
Your call.
Dream11.
We are bowl first. Germany will bowl.
So the news from the toss is that Germany win the toss and they've elected to field first. Well, that's dangerous against an Irish batting lineup that put on 2-1-6 earlier. Tector with 100. That was quite an incredible innings. Though I just think they might kind of mix it up a little bit. That was their strategy in the group section. Well, Germany, they were the last team to qualify on Saturday night, sending the Scots packing, I should say. But right now, I think there's a few people behind me. I'm going to ask them a question I think I know the answer to. Who's going to win, guys?
Good evening, European cricket fans. Hopefully we'll get an update as to whether or not Maximo has made his way out of that throng of Irish supporters, but they are very enthusiastic about their team's chances at this European Cricket Championship for 2023, but their next big test after a first up win today is against the German side, who qualified in convincing fashion. They are coming straight off an excellent win in the final group. Had to take down the very strong Scottish 11 to do so, and they have a good lineup. The skipper, Aratharan Vasikaran, very much key to their hopes, but probably no more so with the bat. And that man, Shahid Boom Afridi. Didn't he have a monster tournament in the group stage? Plenty of guys with strong international experience as well. The keeper, Sachin Mandy, very impressive with the gloves, a good mover. And they have plenty of talent in this lineup, but they are coming up against an Irish 11 that obliterated the Spanish bowling attack earlier today. Just an extraordinary assault and sustained hitting that we really haven't seen that often here on the European Cricket Network. But as it is, it's a fresh game tonight. And the German bowling lineup, I suspect, will pose a few more problems for them than the Spanish lineup, which feels just a little bit off the pace at the moment. Batting looked good in that game. Managed to put on 160 odd runs in pursuit of what was a very big total. But nonetheless, they show that there's also a few chinks in the bowling armour of this Irish side, but one thing that they are not lacking is top quality batters. Different situation under the lights here, Carter Oval, so feels like every day we're almost losing more and more natural light. So this one taking place in genuine darkness, obviously, aside from the wonderful illumination that we have around the ground. Still plenty of folks, in fact, probably the biggest crowd we've had all day up in the hospitality section of Cardamar. Fans have had a great time just sampling plenty of the products on offer for the team here. Just tucking into a dinner before this final contest gets underway. Day one of ECC 2023. It looks like Walter Bear is coming up with the first over for the Germans. Tall man, he'll extract some bounce out of this pitch here at Cardamar. Probably playing from the less pacey end. Here he is, steaming in. Ball outside off stump. It's hit. There's a catching opportunity. It was cleanly taken, but has been pushed back into the ground. Throw at the bowler's end. Well, it's all happening on ball one of this contest. They thought for sure there was going to be a wicket first up. Flayed away from wide outside off stump. Effort to stay in. I think he managed to keep the ball in play, but obviously hasn't completed the catch. So in the end, what a dramatic start to this contest. We go down in the scorebook as just a single. Doesn't tell the first story. So Bear standing at the top of his mark. Melly on strike. Didn't see him in the first game, so that's his first delivery faced. ECC Championship week. Nice line from Bear. He's a tall man, getting a little bit of shape away from this Irish top order. Might take Melly just a ball or two to get settled in and accustomed to these lights. Another good ball, genuine outside edge. Goes past the keeper, would have been neatly snaffled by first slip. Melly lives to fight another day. Extracting some nice bounce, seems to be able to hit a good length. The ball just above stump height. Played a number of T20 internationals, the Bear. However, he may not have met a hurricane that is the top order batter, Seamus Lynch, for the Irish. He gets them underway. First boundary of the innings, and it is a Maximo. They're just dragging that probably a little bit shorter and wider. He really wants to. He's so powerful over that offside. That one's on the stumps. He's hit it, almost come into our commentary box. Maximo just re-entering the fray, not far away from taking that ball, and it's probably a good time to segue to the legend of European commentary.
Yeah, well, Bear almost had a victim, but now Bear's being hunted. Two in a row. Lynch, I don't know, I'm going to call it dropped first ball, but a bit like when you catch a fish and it's not big enough and you have to send it back. Here's the last ball of the over, and beaten all ends up. So that first over had a lot going on. That's the end of it, and it's 14 without loss after one. Indeed. Hey, Rhino, I'm so happy that we get to work together again, and we were able to grab you back. Of course, you were here during the first week where we saw Spain and Jersey qualifying, but obviously you must have been following the action since then, and you called a great game earlier. Ireland 11 rearranging the record books again in match 3 earlier on.
Certainly, not only rearranged the record books, probably put down a statement, Vinny, to the rest of these teams that they are power-packed batting lineup, but you're completely correct, have been absolutely fixated to the European Cricket Network over the last couple of weeks. There's a lot of good teams. I was particularly impressed with Italy's bowling earlier today, and I was talking to Rico Full, who, as you know, is a fine student of T10 game. Could be the best bowling lineup that victorious here.
Well, okay, well, he's kind of jabbed at that and it's gone for 6, but I had a feeling it might have gone straight up in the air. It went in the air, but I suppose Melly will be happy with the result. Maximo, 6 to start the second over. This is Sajid Learcat coming on. Now, he's in addition to the squad, plays his cricket for BSC Rehberger, who will play in the ECL, actually, as the German champion club this year, but I think that ball outside the hip, Melly found a way to catch up with it and get 6. Would have been a wide anyway. Never easy coming in at this stage. And now this is an uncontrolled shot down to third, and it's another throwback. In fact, this time he might have touched the rope before he releases it. Maximo. Oh, well, that's 2 fish that got in the boat and jumped back out, Rhino.
Well, it's a game of inches, T10 cricket, isn't it?
And
Janpreet Singh, good sportsmanship from him down there at third man, but tell you what, a couple of inches either way, and a couple of early wickets for the Germans. I like the length that they're hitting at the moment.
It's a night length. And now the line's not there, is it? And it's beautifully worked away by Melly. And that'll be for cuatro carreras más. Just here speaking to the Irish 11, they still want to kind of employ this strategy of trying to get batting into more people. So Doherty, he actually opened the last game, has to taste the bench this game after a golden, so I suppose he'll be hoping for another opportunity somewhere along the way. But going for Melly here, you wonder if they'll bat Tector again at 3. I mean, I would, and then you just hit him so well earlier. Because you still got to win games, don't you? There's no easy games here in Championship Week. Here's Learcat. It's better line, pumped to mid-off, but no run. So that's the thing. I'm not saying toying with the competition, but it wasn't like Ireland 11 were toying with the competition when they did that in the group stage. Like qualifier 1, they were still using that to kind of rotate the batting order. They just felt that when it counted, they wanted to have kind of 6, 7, even 8 guys that all had a lot of experience out there. So that's their strategy. Short. Now he swings hard at this one, but drags it into the ground and has to hustle for a single.
I think the other thing they probably do want to keep in mind, and obviously they had the experience during the group stage, but getting guys the opportunity to bat under lights as well, because ultimately if they're dreaming about playing in the final later this week, you can talk about a lot of batters who struggle a little bit the first time they come and bat under lights here at Cartermore Oval.
Seems the bowlers can kind of get them to fizz off a length here a bit more. This one is fizzing off the bat of Lynch. It's high, and it's got the journey. Maximo! You're not quite out of the middle, but Irish eyes are smiling over there. Yeah, they're my kidnappers. I know they're still here. They're having a great day. So are the Irish, ended 2, 37 without loss.
Pretty good start from the Irish. Hasn't actually been bad bowling, particularly from Germany whatsoever, but these two are the top of the order. You can see why they are one of the most feared lineups in this competition. Quick look at the standings, obviously very early. First time we get to see the Germans in the tournament. Suspect probably the most unhappy team today, Jersey. None from 2. I think there are a lot of people who fancied them.
And the thing is, they played well in patches. It wasn't like they weren't good enough. It wasn't that. And they didn't quite achieve the standards that they would set for themselves. Okay, a couple of changes in the lineup, but I also think some good players have come in, but they kind of basically lost it with the ball first game, didn't they? And
also shows what happens when you don't get those tight ones. 1-on-1 at the end of today would have been perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. Well, Spain and Jersey, they shared a thrilling contest earlier in the day, but they did share something in common as well. They got cleaned up in the second game. Spain by Ireland 11 and then Jersey by England 11. So, but Spain, they can kind of stomach that because they walk away with 2 points from day one and Jersey don't. So Jersey have to go the hard road back with just 4 of the 7 teams making it to finals day. But, you know, they've got the talent to do that, and I'm sure I'll go back and look at where they went wrong today. Anyway, here's El Machina, the machine Lynch, and he doesn't time this at all. It gets it around the infield. And pretty good work by Learcat down there. Clean up from the other side of the field, so no boundary.
Doing a good job of hitting the pitch hard so far, the German bowlers.
Something about under lights. I honestly think the batters just don't pick it up as easily into the artificial light than the natural light. And so, you know, I don't think they're picking the variations as much either. But we certainly have seen under lights the bowlers having a bit more success. Oh, this one jams him. Wow, has this hit anything? It's definitely gone for 4. It's going to be 4 runs. So I think he jams down on that, hits the ground with his bat, but the ball also hits the bat. See? Well, no, I'd actually think... What are you seeing there, Ryan? I don't even know what to think anymore.
See the top of a foot, to be honest.
You think
but
so?
Anyway,
bit of toe.
Connor's come up with a couple of remarkable shots already today. He managed to flick a ball about 1 metre outside his leg.
Yeah, that wasn't bad, but if you're Melly, then you quickly look down at your bat as if it hit the toe. If you're smart, you get the 4 runs. That's what he gets credited with there. That really took off. Well, this is driven and should be cut off. It's Vasikaran that's in the infield. He's the acting skipper today, known to Rohit Singh, and just had some personal issues to take care of before he could rejoin the team, but they're looking forward to getting him back. So right now, Vasi is leading the side. Also, got Tristan Jungbauer, who plays his cricket, I believe, in Gloucestershire in the UK. He's on ECN for the first time. I believe he's a pretty good player.
It's a good name too, Jungbauer.
Yeah, batting 5 according to the lineup sheet. It's been pretty good over this one. from Fires. Clipped away again. This ball doesn't really leave the infield, so just a single. So Fires has had the answer so far. I still think, yeah, I think it might have been right. It might have flicked the toe, like not the top of the toe, the one that went over the keeper, but kind of the rubber. That one climbed over the keeper, but not too many off this over. There could be 8 in total at the moment.
Kept Lynch relatively subdued.
Yeah.
So far.
Last baller could make a difference. Pitched up, hit hard, but there's a pretty straight fielder there. So that's a brilliant over, really, from Fires Khan, and it'll take us to the end of 3. It's 46 without loss.
I suspect if you had have asked the Germans before the start of that power play, particularly considering what the Irish 11 did in that first game today, that 46 for none, they wouldn't mind a wicket on the board, but ultimately that third over only going for 9 from bowling of Khan has put them in a fairly reasonable position here as Ghulam Mahmadi is coming on to take up the attack in the 4th over. A little bit of a change of pace to give the Irish batters something to think about.
And he was great the other night. He bowled so well. He basically, along with Adil Khan, changed the game. Now, no Adil in the side at the moment. Again, you know, I think Germany, they're in a way the team that have the least time to kind of recover and recuperate and also organise themselves, because only having the 1 day off, obviously players would have been fairly confident of reaching championship week, but you never know. So things like travel and all that. Oh, okay, likes this.
Tell you what, Mandy's confident. He
really likes it, doesn't he?
Gloves.
Wow, this will be an interesting replay. And these batters need to be so conscious just not to give the keeper a look at these. We saw one in the previous game, but the game was pretty much dead by then. You can see Mally's shaking his head saying, nah, surely not. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Okay.
Oh, gee, that you can't get much tighter than that, can you, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a tight call. Is there anything ground behind there? And we also can't see the other side of the foot. Yeah, I think that's too doubtful to give. I mean, this one will give you an idea. Can you see the whole line?
I suspect he'll get.
I'm a wicket keeper, but even I don't think you can give that out. Oh, he's given him out. Well, I tell you what might have happened there is the on-field umpire will give an indication. Now, the on-field umpire is dead side on. If he says it's out, it'll stay out. If he says it's not out, then it'll stay not out. So for me, that was a clear, inconclusive replay. We couldn't really tell one way or the other. So for me, I'm sure what's happened here, the on-field call has stood, and so Melly is stumped. And yeah, well, what a game of millimetres it is. And you've got to give credit to Mandy there. He spotted the opportunity and took it.
Yeah, fantastic work. We saw the Germans in the first couple of overs. Could have had 2 catches where it was just a matter of inches. This one was a matter of millimetres. Fantastic work from the gloveman. Very accomplished behind the stumps. Such a Mandy is talented all-round cricketer.
Yes, it wasn't a lift the foot or anything like that after the strokes played. He actually did drag the foot right to the border of where paint met no paint. And so, well, I'll tell you what, careful what you wish for, because here's Tektor.
It's the most subdued shot I've seen from him during the course of today.
Yeah, well, guy coming off 100. So well, maybe it's not a bad thing for him to come to the crease with 7 overs to go, considering how well he hit him before.
Did suggest in the earlier game that Liam Doherty should have been man of the match for getting out so early and giving Tektor as many balls as he did.
I love the way you think sometimes. All right, goes to the skies, and it is going to end up probably next door. Maximo Lynch machines this one over the leg side, and this guy loves hitting sixes night or day. The bowlers normally pay.
Just such a beautiful free swing, isn't it, Vinny? He's hitting with the spin there, a little bit of turn off the pitch from Amadi. I like the fact that he's willing to give the ball a little bit of air. Tall off spinner. Got to be prepared to flight it.
Oh, and a miss. Oh, it's a tight bite, and they'll get it. Remember, Lynch was, I won't say dropped, he was kind of thrown away. He's thrown back in, thrown a lifeline maybe. First game, the first ball of the game on the boundary where the fielder had to release it because he was going to step over the rope. Tector races up. What a knock earlier. Comes from a famous cricketing family in Ireland. He doesn't quite judge the pace of this one.
Nice change of pace though, Amadi. He's been willing to give the ball some air. That last one, shot through, touch quicker. Tector reaching, nice start.
Just the one boundary in this over. Spots him, and he's gone. Yeah, he spotted that the batter actually went a long way outside the off stump, Tector, and then he offered a chance. Fairly simple one to Vasikaran at cover, so really good bit of thinking there from the bowler in the first place, and Tector, well, for him, it's really, that's cricket moment, isn't it? Because he scores 100, but now he goes for just one in his second innings of the day.
Yeah, you called it, Vinny. Excellent piece of bowling from Amadi. Tector moved across outside off stump a few times in that innings earlier today. Just got fed balls into his power zone. Amadi spotted it early, adjusted. Excellent piece of cricket from the off spinner, and that's a great over for him. Tector gone for one.
Yeah, Tector will be frustrated, I think, to kind of hit that down low on the bat, offer a chance, but that's the way it goes. And so this will bring Scott Macbeth, and he's another very, very powerful guy to come out in this situation. And a 4, it's 54 for 2.
So Germany, continuing this bright start, they'll be happy that not only do they have 2 batters back in the sheds, but they've been creating chances fairly consistently throughout the innings. Change of bowlers, this is Abdul Basir. So they've rolled through 5 different bowlers in the first 5 overs, trying not to give the Irishman the opportunity to settle against one line of attack.
Yeah, true. Kind of, covering for Noah Adil Khan in the lineup, I suppose. He really bowled well in that final the other night. Anyway, Lynch takes strike. Basir in the 5th. Just gets beat for a bit of bounce here. So, I mean, let's say it's a bad innings because he's 28 off 10, but it hasn't been your archetypal Lynch just reeling off a succession of 100-metre sixes in this 10 balls. There's certainly been a couple of close calls for the opener.
Yeah, he's slippery, Basir, isn't he? That ball really hit the keeper's gloves with a bit of zip.
Wow, that's a shot and a half. Oh, Seamus is back, and he just back foot punches that miles over the fence. Maximo, this guy is so talented, and that's why when we saw him last year, we called him the 6-hitting machine. That's why. What a shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Basir tried to dig that one in short again, didn't get the same lift off the pitch, right into the hitting zone of Lynch, although he's got many hitting zones. There's really no way you can consistently bowl to him.
No obvious weaknesses. I mean, that was probably it. That's the shot he's missed a couple of times. You're hoping for a nick. Instead, you're picking the ball out of the dark. Now, this is a bit straighter. They'll just drag it to Fayaz Khan.
I think that's the play against Lynch, actually, just trying to hit the pitch hard, just get the ball just above off stump and hope that he makes the decision to go across the line, loses a bit of control, gets a top edge, but still playing with fire. He's so good at keeping that top hand in position.
Macbeth, he's a guy that has hit some huge bombs in this series as well. And this time, he'll have to settle for one down to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, good bowling again from Basir. Playing with fire there, another shortish ball, but cramp the batter up a touch. This is the man, if they can get Lynch back in the pavilion, Germany will feel they can really restrict this total to maybe 125, 130.
The other thing is, all the teams here, they've won finals under lights to be here, right? So they've all succeeded in the night conditions. A little bit short this time, finds the gap. It's great fielding down there. And that is Tristan Jungbauer, who's into the side. Very athletic to cut that off.
Yeah, they look sharp in the field, Vinny. They've got some good athletes, this German group. Jungbauer made excellent ground there from the mid-wicket position. Just the more they can keep Lynch to singles, just the pressure builds up on him.
Last ball, the 5th. Gets the pitch again. So yeah, a few missed times coming at the moment. I'd call that first half of the innings a draw, because at the end of 5, Ireland 11 are 64 for 2. Well, the players will have a brief pause, and it gives us a chance to welcome you into the Dream Box at night. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with Andrew Ryan. And Rhino, so great to have you here. Now, as you're probably aware, it is World Food Day today, and earlier on, I donated 8 meals live on the air. I showed how easy it is. It's just a couple of clicks of the buttons, and that was because I ate empanadas on finals night in Group F. So you'll see the QR code from time to time on the screen, because it is World Food Day. We're asking a special effort from everyone to help the cause, and obviously it's been well supported so far as we wait for the next ball, and the next ball is gone already. So Maximo Amadi has had some success obviously recently, but Macbeth doesn't care. Puts him into the jungle.
No, it's probably the danger over for the Germans. They've got the Irish 11 a little bit under control, or at least have mitigated their power hitters to date. Excellent first over from Amadi, but if Macbeth gets on a roll, he's a great ball striker. Lovely piece of bowling, and no genuine appeal there. But back to World Food Day, Vinny, I like the way that you have co-opted your addiction to empanadas to actually be turned into a positive.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. It tastes even sweeter, but this might be sweeter for Germany, because Macbeth is going to have to go. Bear with the catch, and Amadi strikes back. He's got 3 wickets now. All 3, in fact, it's 70 for 3.
Yeah, good recovery. That first ball was smoked for a Maximo. Ripped a big off-spinner second ball, and that one floated without much pace wide of off stump. Macbeth tries to go back to the leg side, can only succeed in getting the edge of the bat, and a neatly taken catch from Bear, the paceman. Germany, dare I say it, on top in this contest.
Yeah, you'd have to say that if I called the first 5 overs a draw, but one thing about Ireland 11, they'll keep sending hitters. I think there's a lot of people saying that they're the favourites at the moment to raise the trophy based on how they're playing through the group stage and even earlier on. A bit early to say, but it's hard to disagree with them. Sam Harbinson, the captain, comes to the crease at number 5.
He was very good earlier today. Only faced 3 balls, but all 3 of them went for boundaries. He's got some power. Showed a bit of capability with the ball as well. These tight contests, sometimes it's the guys who are your 4th, 5th and 6th option with both bat and ball are the ones that can decide. The side matters. Amadi, he's bowled a great spell so far.
Heavy bowling. That's one kind of more of a top spin, and anything else hurries on. Harbinson gets 1. So Germany, we know what they're going to do. They're going to swing the bat, but missing Rohit Singh, he's a big out. It was in such good form towards the end of Group F. It's a big hole to fill. They do have Jungbauer in for the first time, so it's going to be a great challenge for him. And then this is in the air as well. Now this is catchable. Bear again. I'll drop it. And he got a piece of it, but not enough, didn't he? It was between the 4th and 5th fingers, and it just slipped out. Lynch gets another life here.
Oh, that could be a huge, huge drop in the context of this game. Probably was Bear's catch, but might have been an easier take for the outfielder. But either way, you don't want to turn around and regret having the opportunity to get the opener back out.
Yes. Well, Walter's going to have leather poisoning because it's going his direction every time. Harbinson will finish the 6th with a single and retain the strike. It's 73 for 3 after 6. And Amadi, what a good spell from him. 3 for 17, but it could have been more. I mean, Volta with that catch, I just think he didn't quite get his little fingers together there. He allowed the ball to kind of slip through. I think it probably was his catch. He saw it. That's number 1 thing under lights. I think it's whoever sees it, and kind of made the ground fairly easily. But let's see if Lynch can turn this into something more.
Lynch, there's not often you have someone who's hit 37 off 14 balls and you feel like you've kept them more under control.
Yeah.
But considering what he's done,
shows you how good he is, though.
Innings.
Lynch, cult figure already here on the network in just his 2nd tournament. Basir to continue. His first over went for 10. Oh yeah, this kind of beats Harbinson for a bit of pace as well.
I like Basir, Vinny. He really runs in hard to the crease, gets the ball to jag up off decent length. The other observation I had, because obviously this is the first time I've seen Lynch bat in person.
Yeah.
For a strong hitter, he really does hold the bat way down the handle.
Yeah.
It's almost choking the top, but still gets some great leverage.
Yeah, it certainly works for him. I think it's sometimes just what's natural, where you hold the bat. Doesn't quite time this one up. Ends up, I think, coming off the pad for a leg by. But, yeah, Lynch, yeah, it's one of those guys that does hold the bat a bit further down. Adam Gilchrist was the one that I always use as an example of someone that holds the bat at the top, which theoretically gives you more power because the speed of the bottom of the bat is faster, but also sometimes you lose control when you hold the bat so high up. So just whatever's natural. Lynch has no obvious weaknesses whatsoever, and now he's just going to slash this one away. Stand and deliver tactics from Seamus as he moves into the 40s with Maximo.
There's so many batters in this tournament that your default option is to bowl wide of off stump, probably on a decent length or just short of a length. To Seamus Lynch, it's probably the worst place to bowl to him. He is so strong hitting over that offside. He's just eating those deliveries for breakfast, particularly with the pace of Basir. He doesn't really have to take a particularly elongated swing at the ball either.
I remember Basir back in 2021. He had an incredibly good economy rate for his club, USG Chemnitz in Germany, and he was going for less than a run a ball. You know, he's a guy that he'll bring the heat, won't he? And a lot of players at that domestic level, I find it very difficult. Interesting to see how he goes this week, but
might bring the heat. He might need to bring a torch to find this ball. A little bit of work trying to collect the Grizzly.
Well, we know that if you bowl fast, the ball's also going to fly fast off the bat if it's hit, and Lynch gets the 6 over the offside there. Now, this is another example of the pace working against Basir. Gets French cut for 4. Lynch within reach of a half century, but it hasn't always been convincing tonight.
Indeed, that was actually a nice ball from Basir. Got it to tail in. Once again, hitting that hard length. Lynch very fortunate.
On another night, you can chop that onto your stumps and you're walking back. That's what makes cricket so different, I think, from almost any other sport. And the consequences to these fine margins that aren't always in your control. Lynch to 47. Oh, shot. 50 for the machine. And, well, might have had to reset a couple of times in this first 6 and a bit overs, but that is a swashbuckling way to bring up your half century. Brings it up off 17 balls.
Yeah, cracking shot. The fact that he's taken 17 balls is a slight disappointment for the fans, but nonetheless, that's a wonderful half century, and particularly given the loss of 3 of his top order partners, particularly important. And he's played an innings of substance at this time, and Basir, as well as he's bowled, he's still gone for a fair few runs here. Still 1 ball to go in this over.
Some you hit, some you don't. I mean, Lynch, that was delicious. Hitting on the up. Now he's knocked over, so his luck's up for 53, but still, he's batted his team into the lead. Basir strikes with his last nut, and after 7 overs, it's 90 for 4. Perhaps a big moment in this game.
Yeah, certainly was. Talked earlier that if you're going to get Lynch out, trying to hit the top of off stump or just above it is probably your best bet. Eventually, you're going to either get a mishit or, on that occasion, just taking the top of the off bail. Excellent bit of bowling from Basir, and he's finally rewarded for an excellent 2-over spell. That's probably just in time, Vinny, the Island. They have their top order batter Lynch going for 53 off 18. Island 90 for 4, 3 overs to go.
Yeah, well, if that's one of your slightly below par days at the office, I want to be Seamus Ling. Oh, who's that? Oh, we've got... Oh, who's this? Is that James with the camera now? Well, James, I know there was some thought that Corey Ruckers wanted his job of head of operations, and looks like James is now defaulted to Spring Productions.
Seeking other opportunities.
The best bit about that is if you haven't done it before, there's a step in the middle of that race. And if you've got your head in the camera, you'll often trip over it. So let's keep an eye on that situation. Anyway, meanwhile, we got a new over starting. Harbinson, will time for him to take the reins, and he does. It's Mini Boom Boom coming up Shahid Afridi, but Harbinson blasts him through the covers as a greeting. 4 runs.
How did we get to the point that he is Mini Boom Boom?
Well, he was always listed in the beginning as Shahid Afridi Jr. And so, of course, Boom Boom being Shahid Afridi, all our Pakistani fans, not just our Pakistani fans will know that, around world cricket. So, somewhat, what's the word for it? Like not a tautology. What is it? When you say something that is obviously wrong, but that's why it works.
Yeah.
Oxymoron?
No, it's all
Well, Corey's an oxymoron, I think. Anyway, this is another 4 down the ground from Harbinson. And it wasn't really a bad ball from Afridi, but the Irish fans, kiss me, I'm Irish. Well, at least he's got one reason to kiss him. But this is a classic straight drive. Very good couple of drives to start the over. The fans love it.
good shot. It wasn't that bad a ball in the context of a T10 innings from Afridi.
All right, now goes after it. Has he found the fielder? He has. And this time doesn't have to throw it back. Jamshad Khan spikes it NFL style as Harbinson goes after two sparkling drives. He's the fifth to fall. It's 98 for 5.
Yeah, have a look at this on the replay. I'm not sure this was a tactical delivery from Afridi. I think he's actually just lost his action a touch, but as it was, catches not quite the toe end of the bat, but certainly not the meat of it. A neatly taken catch. Never easy under lights. And Germany just taking enough wickets throughout this innings to keep this powerful Irish 11 in check.
Yeah, Harbinson, he gets a bit of that. Probably down towards the bottom of the bat because he did have to reach for it, but he makes a little mini contribution there. He was able to hit a couple of boundaries, a couple of nice shots, but he is the fifth wicket to fall. 98 for 5.
Bit of a sluggish innings from Harbinson, a man who came and hit 14 off 3 balls in the last game. He's taken a while to found his range. Brings Gavin Hoey, the leg spinner, to the crease.
It is an oxymoron, a figure of speech which is apparently contradictory in terms.
So I'm going to tell you my favourite oxymoron after this ball.
Cannot wait. Oh, oh, look at this from Boom Boom. He picks it up and he looks, as in baseball we say, you look down a runner. He actually stares them both down but never releases the ball.
There is nothing junior or juvenile about this man. Just sticks out a massive, massive hand.
Like an old school parent with a big stick with two youngsters that have been a bit naughty. Now full straight, but squeezed away, and that's going to be another boundary. Hoey, who we didn't see much of with the bat in the group stage, but he is a good hitter. I've got my good friend Andrew Leonard, big raps on Gavin with the bat, and he's kind of trying to do that, not quite off the middle, but with the pace of the bowl that goes for 4.
Has he played a nutmeg there?
I don't think it went through his legs, but almost.
Oh, not far.
I just want to know what your favourite oxymoron is.
Military intelligence. It's a bit of a mocking statement of the inability of particularly military back in the old days to actually exhibit intelligent behaviour.
Very interesting. Well, this is straight up in the air. Boom Boom won't have to move. And he's dropped it. And I cannot believe what I've just seen. And Hoey, well, he can go and buy a ticket in the lottery tonight because you can't blame the lights. That was straight up. And Manny Boom Boom has dropped an absolute Class A goober in the middle of the Cardimer Oval.
The man with the biggest hands in the German side somehow found a gap between them. I'm not sure I'd be going within about 50 metres of Boom Boom for the next couple of minutes. It's the end of the over. Ireland 103 for 5, still 2 overs to go.
Oh, maybe you could blame the lights that are straight. There's a lot of them kind of straight down the ground, but seemed to see it all the way. And even if he lost it towards the end, it was such an easy catch. He still should have caught it. He knows that. Anyway, back to Fayaz Khan in the 9th. First one goes between Hoy and the stumps. So tautology, for all of you English nerds following along at home, that's when you say something twice unnecessarily in a sentence. So like if you say, you know, to return back to, for example, you don't have to say return back to, because you could just say return to. It's generally considered an error. So Corey speaks a lot in tautology. He's like when he says adios pelota ball, for example. 9th over. Yeah, it's good bowling from Fayaz. He's been pretty reliable as well. I mean, this German side, I mean, they were playing with confidence and well, they might in Group F.
So can I ask, would Corey say ATM machine?
Yeah, that's
Automatic
exactly. And you know what he's always
machine.
saying? On the ECN network.
Oh, no.
He's always saying that.
So many tautologies
Welcome
unnecessarily.
to pick on Corey while he's not here. Live from Game 5. This is hit down to long off, where Sajid Learcut does the fielding. But I mean, I'm not perfect. No one is. You're pretty close to perfect, actually. With your oratory skills.
I wouldn't have given a great definition. I know a tautology when I'm seeing one. I'm not sure I would have given a great description of
Were you a
what it
good
is.
student? I need to know it. I need to peel behind the curtain.
Far too good.
Too good.
Yeah,
Well, you've ended up where you've ended up.
Yeah. Doesn't do much for your social standing at high school back in Clontarf Beach, but...
Well, this is up, and it's out of here. Maximo for Hoey. Well, he's had a couple of close calls as well, but he lifts this one up, just beats the fielder. And the result, 6 runs. It's a lost ball. No one knows where this has gone. In fact, it might have ended up. I think it's bounced off the light, and who knows where it is.
That's intriguing shot from Hoey. He's actually played that as a cross-bat swat. Managed to get the bottom hand coming through at the right time. Timed it pretty well. Been another good over from Fayez Khan, actually.
Yeah, he's bowled well, but I mean, that one just climbed over the fielder. John Gray with the great comment in the comment section following the drop catch from Afridi last over. Beautiful bowling. Beautiful bowling. Well, Control C, Control V. If you're any bowler having to bowl in this series, that's full straight. It's a perfect Yorker, and Hoey has to go 6 and out in the end. And Ireland lose a 6 wicket. It's 111 for 6.
I've been mighty impressed with this bowling effort from Germany. They've got good variety, and as you say, the pacemen have been strategic in what they've done. They've clearly got different plans to the variety of batters from the Irish side, and that's a couple of cracking Yorkers from Fayez Khan. Didn't he deserve that wicket?
Yeah, it was really, really well bowled. But Hoey, he's got something to show for his efforts. Ends up with a 4 and a 6 in his 12. And Ireland 11. Looking a bit more mortal under the lights. It's 111 for 6.
Let's go show what a couple of early wickets will do for you, as Carson McCulloch, who's been brought into the side for this second game, makes his way to the crease.
Yeah, so John's comment was that Afridi will be filthy with who just dropped that catch off his bowling. No, hold on, wait, because it was him. McCulloch, get ready for perhaps a broken toe. No, he doesn't get it, but what he does get is an edge, and he's been caught down at third. So a golden duck for McCulloch on his entry to Championship Week. And I don't think that's quite where Fayez wanted it, but he will finish with wickets in consecutive balls, so he won't get a chance to take his hat-trick. But they are 2 good strikes at that stage. 111 for 7 after 9.
Yeah, it's been an excellent continuation of a good spell from Khan. It's actually a great catch too from Jampreet. Seeing that ball probably didn't carry quite as much as you would expect off a bowler of his pace. But McCulloch, he's gone and done first ball, so golden duck for his first appearance at the crease. The European Cricket Championship final week. And you've got to keep going hard. And Ireland, 111 for 7.
Yeah, bad luck for Carson, really. Again, that edge can go anywhere. A bit finer, probably goes for 4. Gets more bat on it, might go the other side of the field. Here's Ollie Riley. We'll see him with the ball, no doubt, but he won't have to face first up. They are going to go back to Shahid Afridi Jr. So at the moment, that comical drop hasn't really had any disastrous consequences for Germany.
So to put this in perspective, Vinny, in the previous game against the Spanish, there was not a single over the Spaniards bowled that went for less than double figures.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you that in a moment, as that was just played out to long off. In this game, 2 bowlers have ended up with their 2 overs going for less than 10 and over.
That's kind of what Germany did to Scotland the other night as well. You know, they really put the brakes on, particularly through the middle overs. Ollie Riley will get his chance. So we're talking about magical overs, kind of 20 plus, when we talk about that with the bat. It's a really good shot, actually, but it's going to be knocked down in the circle. Near the circle, it'll just be a single. Yeah, I asked the viewers actually a couple of weeks ago, what's the opposite of magical overs? Someone came up with a tragical over. So a tragical over for the I think for me is kind of like 4 or less. You know, if as a bowler you can do a 4 or less, man, that's going to be really game-changing. Afridi, he hasn't cried over spilt milk with the catch. He's just getting back and getting into it. And Jared Wilson, and he's a very, very good player. Didn't he bat well in the group final last year against Spain? But he finds himself with very few deliveries in which he can make an impact. Almost close to a coin toss in this game now. Germany have just taken the lead. Oh no, that's good effort by Mandy. Will it be stopped? No, it won't. So Afridi goes the Yorker, and he just kind of misses the target completely there, misses the dartboard. There's the 5 bonus runs for the Irish.
I like that Afridi's tried to argue with the umpire that the batter moved early. He still managed to miss him by about a foot down the leg side.
The argument of the batter moving, I don't think it works. It just means that you miss by more. Mandy's a good keeper, and well, punches the Cardimer Oval in frustration. It's the Minimo. Now the next ball is going to be a Maximo. We'll put that ball down for 11 as Wilson is fighting hard. It's a topsy-turvy contest at the moment. Well, there's some of the blue crew. Got Frank, Dan and Chris there. Oh,
just 3 young bucks having a good evening here at Cardimer Oval.
The 3 blue Skateers over there, the other side of the fence.
I'm blue, dubba dee, dubba da.
Careful, I have seen Daniel Weston dance, and it's something that still haunts me to this day. But 2 to come. 124 for Ireland 11. Suddenly this is looking serviceable. There's a miss though. They won't try and run. Wilson will have one more opportunity.
Good alert keeping from Mandy too. Knows these late stages. Trying to save every run possible. Freddie's come back well in this over.
This is going to be a great chase. I mean, you know what Germany are going to do? They're going to swing. And we'll see if Ireland can shut them down or not. Ireland nose is in front according to the percentages. Here is the last ball of the 10. Oh, that's really well struck, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximo! Well, Wilson, he will finish with a bang. Oh, even Rogers getting into it now. I'm loving that European cricket sticker on the phone as well. Selfies galore, but Wilson, well, time to pose for the cameras as he gets plenty out of the last over. The first half that over went for 2, but the second half the over went for 17. So what a turnaround. Ireland 11, 130 for 7 after the 10.
Absolutely laced that last Maximo. That was travelling at some speed. And man, Wilson finding the middle of the bat when his team needed it most. Suspect Germany will still be very satisfied with the position here. They've seen Ireland's bowling attack is probably their Achilles heel, so they'll fancy chasing down this 130, but it could have been so much more different, Vinny.
Yeah.
2 catches in the first 2 overs. Both of them just thrown back to keep the ball in field, but boy, oh boy, early wickets there could have completely changed this innings.
Yeah, again, you know, these innings have been hard to define. I mean, that was one that was caught in the moment that his foot touches the rope. That was Jampreet Singh down there. Irish fans out. There's a few signatures in there, including
Dave B's bat.
Dave B's bat, which I believe that Rhino has just signed. But Amadi, wasn't he a difference maker? And this one, we think that on field was given out, and there was nothing to contradict that decision. That's why he was given stump. But then, you know, you've got a guy like Tector coming out at 3. He's coming off 100, but then he hold out for just 1. So the 3 wickets to Amadi making a big difference. And at this stage, you know, despite some of the hitting from Lynch, who was getting the occasional slice of luck, it felt like Germany did kind of get on top in the game to an extent.
Yeah, good variety in the German bowling attack. I really liked their plans. I like the way that they kept on attacking these Irish batters. Fortunate dropped catch there. Didn't cost them too much in the end. Big man Bear bowled a good over to get them started. Lynch, however, though, continued to be the man who muscled this Irish attack. Sometimes it was more convincing than others, but he did bring up another excellent half-century before Basir took his off-stump out.
Yeah, credit to Basir, and he came and he was just trying to bowl as fast as he could. Why not? Try something. And like Harbinson as well. I mean, only we saw a little bit of him with the 2 drives, so tails up. Time to think about what's on that T-shirt. But then Harbinson went pretty close to Maximo, but Jamshed, he was able to catch it. And then time to line up for the point conversion if you're an NFL fan. And then I love this, little bit of scare tactics from Shahid Afridi Jr. when he came in. And then he dropped maybe the easiest catch of this entire tournament. And he was steaming. Well, serenity now for Shahid, but And then we saw Fayaz actually performing really well. That was a good Yorker to get rid of Hoey. But then when Boom Boom came back for the 10th, it was a tale of 2 half-overs, wasn't it? Because he seemed to put the brakes on, but then he really went for a few at the end. Before that, McCulloch went first ball, so disappointment for him on his return to the side. But yeah, a little bit wasteful in the end, Germany, who, I mean, I suppose they fancied themselves to chase 131, but really probably shouldn't have been that many.
No, certainly, and sometimes it happens, doesn't it? You let one opening in, a bad wide down the leg side. 3 boys loving the cricket there. But that finish from Wilson, it was outstanding striking to conclude that 10-over effort from the Irish. And from where they were, Ireland, I feel 130, it's maybe not the worst total. Have a look at their batting lineup. Seamus Lynch powered their innings with 53 off 18, another half century to a very talented young batter. Cameron Malley did a good job at the top of the innings, played a couple of good shots on the leg side. From then on in, no one really threatened to get away with an innings, and it was certainly down to some excellent bowling. Fayaz Khan and Ghulam Mahmadi, probably the pick of the 2 in there, but Abdul Basir, he will rock a few good quality players in this tournament.
And they only have to use Bear in the 1 over Learcat with the 1. Didn't really go to plan for Learcat on his insertion into the lineup. But yeah, Amadi had a pretty good game again. Maybe could have had 4, to be honest. So we'll take a break, and this should be super interesting in the second half. Could it be the golden ball we've been waiting for? Well, there's a few people that would like that to happen, but I tell you what, we have no idea who's going to win this one. Ireland trying to make it a perfect 2 for 2. Germany just trying to get their tournament off to a winning start here in Championship Week. We'll be back with the exciting conclusion of Match 5 in a few moments. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. See you after the break with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan here at the Cuddamore Oval, joined by Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu, and we will be taking you through the second innings of what is the final game of day one here in finals week of the European Cricket Championship, and we have an absolute belter of a contest here under lights at the Cuddamore Oval. Germany bowled very, very well to keep the Irish 11 lineup to a score of 130. Seamus Lynch really the only batter for Ireland that got completely on top of the German bowlers at any stage, and this German team will feel they are probably slight favourites for this contest. Ireland, very good fielding unit. Some good bowlers in their team, but Spain were able to score with relative ease against them earlier today, although different situation here under lights. We've seen that most of the teams have found bowling under lights a touch easier. And look at that, you cannot get much closer than the supercomputer giving us a proper 50-50 contest. And a man who does love a good contest. Welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Maximo.
I'm back. Time for Tector's offerings. The first one gets through, no run. Yeah, variety, something Germany lacked a little bit in the early stages of their group contest, or the middle kind of stages, but they seem to have got a bit more now. Tector provides a lot of variety, the Irish attack as well, with his right arm doorknobs, as I call them. And now he's going to get horned out of the ground. Well, Vasikaran only knows one way, and it's the long way. Long handle comes out. Maximo, Germany away second ball.
Yeah, slightly concerned that he may have done himself an injury trying to launch that ball into the night sky.
So here's the thing, he is carrying a side strain. After one day, they thought he wouldn't play again. And now, come back bigger than Ben Hur, came back the next day, whacked a 40, took a good diving catch. And he's still in some discomfort, but he's the acting captain tonight. Now this is a bit too short from Tector, and this is going to go the same way. So Germany, it was only 48 hours ago, they were winning the Group F final under lights here. They had, I suppose, a tricky bit of a chase against the Scots. Right now, looks like they haven't cooled down yet, but Tector, he won't be happy with that delivery.
No, he just dropped a little bit too short. That one came very slow out of the hands, and Vasikaran good enough to rock onto the back foot. If anything, Vinny, Germany should be the fast starters of this group, as they are, being able to stay over the weekend and get straight back into these T10 contests. And they're showing that they've come to play here tonight. Irish used Tector for the opening over in the game against Spain earlier this afternoon.
And now we snuck through for a dot. So 2 hits, 2 misses so far.
He's going to worry Vasikaran too much. Tector, wouldn't be surprised if he goes to that leg spinner again, trying to keep the ball away from the leg side.
Well, he just hoiks, he reaches, but he's found his demise. And there you go. Well, Andrew Ryan called it first. He said that was what Tector would be hoping. So Vasi goes bang, bang, and out. McCulloch into the action with a catch at deep mid-wicket, and Germany 12 for 1.
Yeah, nice catch from the baby-faced assassin out there at deep mid-wicket. Good bit of bowling from Tector, though. Precisely what the doctor ordered. Keep the ball away from the leg side. Rolled the fingers over the top with a little leg spinner and holes out. So, yeah, for a good time, not a long time for Vasikaran.
Here's the thing with Vasi, you can play on the offside as well. And I suppose hindsight's 20/20, but there's nobody back on the offside at all.
I still think we should change that to hindsight is 10-10 for our format.
Yeah, that actually is very, very true. And once again, you're making complete sense, which is quite a nice kind of mix-up compared to some of the company I have from time to time. But, well, if you thought things were going to get boring, you're wrong, because here's Shahid Afridi Jr., Mini Boom Boom, coming out at number 3.
Do we have to put the shutters down on the commentary box now that Boom Boom's come to the wicket?
Now he's hitting this way, actually. He was hitting the other way. Of course, we have changed ends for Championship Week.
I feel like this is one of the times we have to wear a helmet in the commentary box. He can launch a cricket ball, this man.
Be wise. And he gets a bit of length, turns on it. We'll get one first up. And the first over for me, I'm going to call it a draw. It's 13 for 1 after 1.
Yes, boys. They'll be happy if taking that first wicket. Secret if he stayed around for any length of time. Could have made some real inroads into this total. Something we need to make some inroads into the golden ball countdown. 92 matches since the last one. This could be a tight finish here. Suspect this total is just still sitting in favour of Germany, but under lights, much more difficult chase. Big Ollie Riley looking like he's taking up the attack.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Riley. We saw that earlier in the tournament. Gets good bounce, got good attributes. Let's see what kind of tactics they go for here. Where's the outfielders? Got a deep point, we've got a deep square, but no deep third. Kind of a wandering pseudo slip. Fine third in the circle. Anyway, here's Ollie. Over number 2. Well, that's absolutely hammered, and where that lands, I have no idea. Well, that's out of the ballpark, literally. Maximo, boom, boom, brings it first ball of the second.
Well, I love that our ball retrieval man out there has essentially put his hand up for the sweeper in the next garden to go and collect that grizzly, because that thing has gone so far. It's carried the trees on the leg side.
Well, we could lose a few over there with Shahid batting now, because he was hitting some up the top of the hill on the other side, which we'd never seen before. And Riley offers a bit of length, and Shahid Afridi, he feasts on it. Comeback ball. This is into the gaps, kind of catchable high, but it was placed well, and boom, boom, into his business, into double figures.
Yeah, we talked in the last game about these young Irish bowlers dropping short far too often. They do that against Afridi, and he starts freeing his arms onto that leg side. The grizzly ball will be disappearing to all parts, so some pressure on young Riley. He's the key paceman.
It's a tough one. You're kind of almost just waiting for a mishit. If it doesn't come, if he middles them, they're going to go miles. Yeah, well, that's the other option. Maybe a little nick, goes upstairs. That might be the one for the over. It's he always default to full and straight. Well, there's a couple of rogues over there. That's Brian Damage and David Cooper over there. It's good to have Mr. Damage back. Living up to his name, I believe, in the fan zone.
I was just going to say that. Just looking like a raucous evening over there in the hospitality tent.
Monday Night Cricket live from the Costa del Sol. Here's Riley. Well, that's going to be a lucky one, but it still will travel. And, well, we have to have a look at this one. We're not sure if it's 4 or 6, and I think it went so quick that no one got a read on it.
Well, regardless of whether or not it's bad luck getting the top edge over the keeper, if you persist with this short of a length, getting it up to the chest, and it becomes predictable, these are the things that can happen.
Yeah, so 4 runs given. That flew so fast. Yeah, that's why I thought, I think felt a deep point was a waste. They've gone for a deep mid wicket, so just more leg side fielders on the boundary. We're using both of them, I suppose, on the right-hand side now. All right, so instead he punches over the offside, and that just shows you that he's multi-dimensional. Boom, boom, on Maximo. Germany, a little bit like the other night against the Scots in the final, making their intentions very clear in this power play.
Not sure you'd call that a traditional cut shot by any respect, but my goodness.
It's like a back foot drive.
Power. And you can see the way the top hand is still in control of that shot. It may have been elevated, but it's still got some technique fundamentals. Gorgeous timing.
That's the thing, you know, you can go the other way. If you're Shahid, he's good enough to go over the offside. Slower ball, smacks it, but doesn't really get it. I think they'll be happy with the over in the end, Germany, because it does go magical in the second. They're 33 for 1 after 2.
So 12 balls down in this innings. Poor Jamshed Khan can't get near the strike at the moment. He still hasn't faced a ball. Quick look at the standings table here. Germany, if they can take down Ireland, that will not even just be a win, but that would be a team that a lot would be expecting to end up in the loss column.
Yeah, but it's a circuit breaker, isn't it? I mean, well, I can tell you, this is going to be super close. Teams will have their ups, they'll have their downs. That looks like a fun room.
Looks like a male modelling convention.
Yeah, well, I'm no body language expert, but Rob with the crossed arms, I don't know if Nilkesh maybe Just noted down something incorrectly in that last over, but anyway.
Could hear the tut-tuts from here.
And Rob, has the traditional dinner time of 4:30, so he's normally getting a bit hungry by now. 9:30 local. Okay, here's Javed Khan. Jamshed Khan, I should say. Jamshed Khan hasn't faced a ball yet, the opener. And another Javed Khan from Norway, who was here, but of course, Norway didn't qualify. And Jamshed, of course, I suppose he's best known for scoring a 22-ball ton for the Düsseldorf Black Caps, which smashed the old record by 3 balls. I say old record, it stood for about 2 months. The old record was 27 balls, which was shared by 3 batters. Tector comes back, and this is a little edge, I think. It's going to run away, and I'm going to say that's 4. Maybe it's not an edge, maybe it's buys.
But I think it's actually spun off the pit. I think this is a cracking delivery.
Let's have a look. My feeling is that when he hits the ball, his arm's on the rope. Yeah. But yeah, you're right about there's no edge at all. It just beats Lynch for turn. But let's try and get a look at this one. See here, he's still in contact. See there. Oh, for me, it looks like 4. Yeah. Well, it is 4 runs. Yeah, 4 buys given. I think that is the right call, Rhino.
Yep, excellent call there. Really goes back to show
Good
game of inches, but great effort on the boundary.
Yeah, gave it all, but not quite able to make the stop. Now we're going to see a classical cover drive. And let's think about Jamshed. He's got several ways he can hurt you, and this is just slightly overpitched from Tector, and he gets driven handsomely through the offside.
Just going to you back to your earlier point, we've got quite a few J Khans, don't we? Junaid Khan,
yeah, Junaid Khan,
really good player from Portugal, who played some good cricket during their sojourn here at the European Cricket Championship. So, hello to Junaid. Pops into the YouTube chat occasionally.
A very popular player, Junaid, in several ways, actually.
Good in-swinger.
Yeah.
Good in-swinger.
He always enjoys his time here in Costa del Sol. Also known for a few early strikes, that's for sure. Tector, not bad figures, 1 for 17. See, that's what's tough for Lynch, because this one kind of slides on, whereas the other one was the genuine kind of leg roller, leg spinner.
Completely off balance when he played that shot though. Khan just didn't pick the length and the speed, tried to thrash it through covers.
Don't have to be crazy here, and they might be crazy. And that's the beauty of this team. Tossed up, and jammed, and they'll walk through for 1 at the end of the power play. Germany win it for me. It's 42 for 1 after 3.
Not a bad second over there from Tector. Got a few to rip off the pitch, both the traditional leg spinner and the googly. It's just helped keep this German team in check. Always love a couple of single-digit overs when you're the bowling side, but second over going for 20. Ollie Riley has certainly allowed the Germans to get their noses in front in this chase. 42 off the power play. Probably honours even here, but Germany will feel particularly as they've got plenty of wickets in hand. They've got more than enough power in this batting lineup.
See us there in the background, and lights are on in the box, and lights are on out in the middle. As Jamshed faces up. Hoey, well, he's going to be a handful. Jamshed just swings at it, gets a thick kind of outside edge, and he's going to get 4. So the thing with Hoey, really good bowler. I mean, saw him earlier. He will turn the ball both ways. When he gets it right, he's tough, but first ball disappears to the fence.
I also don't think this is a bad thing for Germany that Khan's on strike for Hoey, because if there's one bowler who I suspect is probably going to be boom boom kryptonite in this Irish lineup, it's Hoey.
Yeah. Hoey, I tell you what, I like his eyebrows. I mean, it's nothing to do with his bowling, but I just think he looks after them really well, and they're very thick. Anyway, this is going to be blasted, and that is a mile high. Oh, well, they'll need an astronaut to get that one back. Maximo, what a strike from Jamshed Khan.
God, that came off the bat at pace, didn't it, Vinny? I think that sailed over the top of our commentary box, but took just a moment to realise how hard and how high he had hit it. That's an outstanding shot.
The ball looked like a tic-tac in the sky in our main camera. Of course, yeah, a little bit greasy under lights as well. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to all my friends from MSC Frankfurt out there. I know that Shahid Afridi was mentioning earlier that they're all watching. So MSC Frankfurt, a team that we have seen here at the Carlton Royal before. So to Carter and to all the other guys, hope you're enjoying the telecast. And we'll see you back here one day. Right now, Hoey goes the quicker one, and Lynch can't deal with it. So that's the negative of that tactic as well. It's a surprise for the batter, but it's also a surprise for the keeper. It still boggles my mind that in cricket, unlike baseball, you know, the keeper doesn't really know what's coming till he sees it. And this is what you call getting crossed up in baseball, because that just beats the keeper for pace.
It was awful delivery in so many ways, Vinny, and defending this score, can't really afford to be giving away gifts like that. Have a look at the supercomputer. Germany now sitting at 85% win likelihood.
Yeah, will Ireland be joining the 1-1 club with Spain? Better ball. Oh, a lot of work for the fielder. Oh, that's a great stop. I think he's pulled this off, Wilson. Again, they'll have a look at it. But I think he actually was really clever that he jumped in the air over the rope. He didn't slide into the rope.
That ball sort of bounced
Let's have a
up.
look.
It's just held it up a moment. Oh, where's that
Has the ball
knee?
gone yet?
Yeah, I think he's actually saved that.
You think so?
And if he has, it also gives Hoey the opportunity to bowl at Boom Boom.
There, for me, the ball might have already just disappeared. I think benefit of the doubt there to Wilson. I think it's a stop, but I don't make the decisions, and they're gonna give it 4. Well, I think that's a. I'm gonna cross my arms with that one, because I thought benefit of the doubt on that. I thought it had already left his hand before he nudges the rope. Tough call, but it goes against the Irish.
He's got the sharpest eyes in the game. Rob Kemming back there in the video umpire position.
To run those snacks over ASAP, I think. Anyway.
Getting grumpy.
That could have gone either way, and this one could go either way as well. Wilson backs off a bit defensively here. Doesn't attempt the catch, just wanting to keep it in play. He does that.
Does well too. That ball skipped off the surface. Got his hands down very, very well. It got into an awkward position. Kept the tender parts of the body out of the way as well.
I suppose with a boundary stop, the reason I'm saying that is it may well have been 4, but you know, if there's doubt, the benefit of the doubt is meant to go to the fielder. So for me, I had doubt. I suppose if they didn't have doubt over there, then they made the right decision, because they called it as they saw it. But tough one.
Hoey just had his chance against Boom Boom. Just gets struck sweetly down the ground for a single. So he's got 1 ball left in this over. Wouldn't have expected the key leg spinner to go for 21. It's been a big win this over for Germany. Love a wicket off this final ball.
Yeah, Hoey got magical. Had a bit of a tough time. Had a great start to his ECC, but see what he can do here. Well, he serves up a big hanging full toss, and that's Dave in the jungle. Oh, what an effort. Oh, we got to get that up. I mean, what you don't know about the jungle is it's not flat, and you can't really take a step. Dave's been patrolling the jungle this afternoon, and we got this. Oh yeah, great effort. That isn't a good landing. He doesn't have his lucky hat after dark, but that'll be the end of the over. What cricket? And it's not even the end of the over. 63 for 1. What was that? Oh, it's
Might have been called no ball, that last ball, while we were checking out what was happening.
Yeah, I don't think it was too high for me. It was about knee high, I thought, but let's have a look at it on the replay. It is, I think that's fine. It's on the way down, maybe top of the pad, but yeah, nah.
Oh, I rarely disagree with you, Maximo.
You think so?
I think this is...
Leg spinner coming down, nah.
Oh, well, Maximo's call. He's the one who gets it right.
Don't say anything. That's what I normally say to Corey. If you disagree with me, that is. Anyway, that's the end of the over. And yeah, it's going to be 69 for 1 after 4.
So obviously the main talking point of that ball was Dave's effort out there on the hill. You know what it reminded me of? The aerial skiing in the Winter Olympics, where they do the twists and turns in the air and then they land on an angled slope.
Yeah.
It's almost like that angled slope is actually giving him a little bit of a soft landing, allowed him to go for the big acrobatic catch.
I've been up there a few times. That would have been right up there with the best crowd catches we've seen at the Carlton Royal Oval. If you're diving into, you're literally diving into the unknown if you do that. There are spiky bushes up there, there are rocks, there's like big drop-offs. He could have easily been like Jack and Jill rolling all the way home, and he had no pail of water to fetch right now. This is fetch from outside the off stump, and it's boom, boom, bringing it. Wow, what a knock this is. Germany picking up where they left off the other night.
Oh, Boom Boom's absolutely laced this shot. It was really wide of off stump. He'd actually hedged his body out to outside leg stump, but still makes such good contact.
When
Harbinson mashed for a Maximo first ball.
When Boom Boom starts going offside, you know it's trouble, because he's got the power to go 6 anywhere on the field. Mistimes this and screams like someone's amputated a toe without anaesthetic, but it'll just be a single.
I haven't seen him that angry since about 5 overs ago when he dropped probably the simplest catch we've seen all tournament.
He's so lovable as well. Jay DeFreedy, I suppose I've never had to bowl to him, but you know, he doesn't say too much. He just lets his bat and ball do the talking. Mistimed by Jamshed, but it's into a gap, and so that's going to be 4 as well. Well, it's hard to see a path back at the moment for the Ireland 11. Bit of a reality check for them as well after the first game. Having said that, though, I mean, Spain did rack up a big score against them, didn't they, in the middle match? So despite scoring 216, they did concede 165 to the Spaniards.
Yeah, some Frost not in the team for this game, the left arm orthodox. Thought if he was there, this would be the time to bring him out. Harbinson tries to go upstairs.
Given a wide. Harbinson doesn't like the call. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Looked marginal to me. Yeah, you normally will only see Frost in the morning. But Harbinson just must have got a fraction too short.
It's actually a very good call. Frost in the morning.
Yeah, it's a wide. Good call. That's wide as well as Harbinson.
You can see what he's trying to do here, but unfortunately lost his bearings. The last game that he actually bowled a succession of balls just inside the wide line. Hasn't quite got the radar quite as effective tonight.
This is day one, but I'm just going to go out there and say, could a team that's only ever making championship week for the first time win this thing? Because you're looking at 2 of them out there right now. This one does sneak inside the line. Harbinson looks nervously at Ian Ramage, but that one's fine. But yeah, Ireland here for the first time. Germany here for the first time as well. I think, Jersey, I suppose it's their first ECC, so they're here for the first time. So you put them in that basket as well.
It's like a debutant ball here at Championship Week.
No ball called this time. And so yeah, that's going from bad to worse. Must be for the overstepping. Yeah, even though it slips, I think the first contact, there's nothing behind the line. So yeah, you've got Netherlands and England that played the final last year. You've got Spain and Italy that made the finals last year, but then the other 3 playing their first championship week, and Jersey, like I said, playing their first ECC. All right, got it down to under 9s now. Harbinson, got to say, he's been a breath of fresh air in this series as well. I think he leads the side really well. Originally from Melbourne, Australia. Qualifies for Ireland and living there, playing his cricket there now. It's a good Yorker. And
should have assumed with that pocket of facial hair that he was from the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, that's true. Got a very Melbourne kind of vibe about him.
Looks like he probably was just delisted from an AFL team, sort of as at the end of an unsuccessful season.
Sipping a cappuccino in Brunswick. Anyway, this is in the air, and it is going all the way over the fence. Maximo for Mini Boom Boom and Harbinson. Can't take a trick there. He goes magical. Join the club. And that is the end of the 5th over. It is 90 for 1. Welcome back to the Dream Box under lights. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. Rico Full, he's putting his feet up at the Sunset Beach Club by now, hopefully. And well, Corey, he's going to make a few guest appearances tomorrow as well. Rico's got tomorrow off, so we're going to try and borrow Corey a little bit. But I mean, right now, tables being turned on the Irish 11, and Germany, a team that I suppose maybe shocked a few people, qualifying ahead of Scotland. They're looking like they could go deep in this championship week.
Germany looking good. I think they've got a nice rotation in their bowling lineup. Plenty of power hitters, and as we said earlier, they're coming right off the back of their group stage, which I think is a big advantage. We saw the Dutch coming in cold today. They'll get better, but this German side, they can ride this wave all the way through.
Well, that's a bit of an edge, but it's going to be another boundary. So, well, maybe not the thriller we thought we might get at the moment anyway, as Jamshid gets 4. But even, you know, you've got regular captain Rohit Singh to come back in a day or two to the German lineup. Now, they play 1 tonight, they play 2 tomorrow, 2 Wednesday, 1 Thursday. So if they could get Rohit back for the second half of their group campaign, obviously makes them even stronger.
Doesn't seem to be too many issues with the batting lineup at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing with Germany, we've never even seen their bottom order because we didn't need to. Low full toss, and it won't carry down to Scott Macbeth. Yeah, so in the one team, we got no idea about where they're tail. Okay, we know them a little bit because we've seen them in the European Cricket Series, but in this series, they just haven't been required. They've chased every game but one. They've won every game so far. Looks like they're going to make it 7 out of 7.
Tell you what, I'll wait for this ball from Hoey, and I'll tell you why I'm a little bit concerned about this Irish bowling lineup, Viddy. Aside from the fact that...
Yeah, watch another 6 fly out of the ground. Maximo has a freedie, goes to 41.
Aside from the fact they've been mashed by both batting lineups today, I think Hoey is such the key for this team, but he almost looks distracted by bowling with the ball at night, almost complaining about the fact that there's moisture on it, going to the towel all the time. It's just a different set of circumstances for the leg spinner, and they really need him at their best if they're going to stop some of the power-packed lineups at Championship Week.
Hoey finds himself in the dirty 30s, and I've got a feeling he's heading for the naughty 40s. Unbelievable. I mean, you can just tell with his body language that he's constantly wiping that ball down, and he's had some problems gripping it here. But he after a strong start, like I said, he's had a few rough games in the tournament. Hundreds up for Germany during the over as well. Now this is a beautiful shot on the front foot. Put it with the rest. Maximo! And 6 more. Jamshed Khan, he skips down the track this time. Not something you see him do a lot, but I think against Hoey, you're not necessarily picking him, and you try and get on the charge. You don't have to worry about it if you get it on the full. That's a cracking shot.
He's played a ripper of a little innings here. Khan, 42 off 17. The partnership almost up to 100. 96 off 31, but you've got a leg spinner who feels like they haven't got the usual control. They have not let him settle at all.
Steps across. That's actually a pretty good stop from Lynch, because I reckon that went between the batter's legs. Anyway, Hoey, brimful of Asher and a 45 and a 6, 108 for 1.
Great tune. Maximo was brought to the coverage tonight. There's been a pair of cracking innings. Jamshed 42 off 18 and Freedy 42 off 14. After the early loss of Vasikaran, there have been no issues for this German lineup. And once again, no matter how much power they've got in their batting lineup, this Irish team, a few questions as to where their wickets are coming from. Might come from the form of Adam Kennedy, who's coming to the bowling crease for the first time at Championship Week.
Surprised we haven't seen Kennedy yet, otherwise I guess I forgot he's over. But yeah, he's a really good bowler. And coming on with a game, it's as good as gone, but not far off. Germany going to go 7 out of 7. I mean, Spain hit a 7-match winning streak, but they then lost to the Irish 11. Looks like the Irish 11, who had a 7-match winning streak, that's going to get snapped tonight. Looks like. Here's Kennedy. First ball pitched up and clipped away for a single.
Not to get too niche Australian domestic cricket, but Kennedy looks like the love child of Billy Stanlake with that bowling action.
That's a very good one. I can give you an old one. Brett Dorey had a few games for Australia as well.
Random ODI selection back in the day, wasn't he?
He was.
Probably just alienated anyone who's not from Australia over that last 10 seconds.
There's a few of them that are up at 4 in the morning. All right, in the air, and well, Wilson, he misjudges this. I think if he steps back to the rope, he has a play on it, but it'll be Maximo. 6 more, and looks like we could have the head on the pillow early tonight, Rhino.
Yeah, certainly could do. That brings up the 100 partnership. Tell you what, felt like a bit of a mental error. I'm not sure the way these two are hitting, that charging at the ball is ever a recipe for success.
Yeah, just misjudged it off the bat, didn't he? And Wilson, remember he backed off one before. All right, now this is another miss hit, which is going to just go for a single.
Can't win ball, Wilson. He's just had one cracked over his head. That one pops short.
Well, his namesake Wilson in the show Home Improvement, well, he was always judging the right distance from the fence, wasn't he? Earl Hindman, I believe, the actor.
That is a great call. I'll just give you a test. Who played Al Borland?
Baba Khan.
Richard Khan. Richard Khan. But the fact that Earl Hindman came out, that is good work.
Al Borland. Yeah, I know that.
Classic character.
I don't think you realised I was saying Baba Khan, the Spanish boonie, was who I was referring to there.
If we could bring Baba Khan out in a plaid
Al
shirt.
Borland, you're right about that. There's another thing. Several things I want to tell you right now. I can't tell you on air, but we might not have long to wait as there's 14 required. Jump shot on 49. Still on 49, reaches for that. But a brimful of ash on a 45. I wanted to sing the next line. I've decided against it. It's probably flying a little bit too close to the sun, even with the time slot.
That is the nighttime slot here at Cuddimer Oval.
I felt that probably got a bit of the tram line width-wise, actually, but finally a call, 50-50 call going to the Irish in this one. Not that it should make too much difference. And dropped. And that'll be 50 for Jamshed Khan. It was a full toss he dug out, and Hoey put him down. He tried to go Statue of Liberty style to reel it in, but Jamshed, a late addition into this squad. You know, we didn't really see a lot of him during the year in a German shirt, but he's been brilliant. And look at that straight hitting from the opener. 50 off 22 balls.
Yeah, lovely little innings. Not too often you see T10 cricket. So many runs coming between cover and mid-off. Nice effort from Gavin Hoey there. The ball was hit with some power. That's the end of the over. Germany rolling towards this target. 118 for 1.
Yeah, so tomorrow the action will continue with 5 more matches.
So 13 needed off the last 3. Robertson steaming in for his second.
Wide, he gets away from Lynch. Good running from Boom Boom. Had to almost take a back seat recently. Jamshed getting his opportunities. But yeah, I mean, all the games are really good games, aren't they? No doubt about it.
I reckon Boom Boom was more desperate to get on strike there rather than just knocking one more run off the board.
I just think he's pretty aware of the match situation. Harbinson brings himself back on. That's a good change of pace. Well, maybe they want to try and work out how to get Afridi. That was the kind of ball that he struggled with even when he scored that 93 not out, which was his highest score on the network a few days ago. But he was trying to drag that slower ball leg side. It wasn't really working. Then in the final, he started kind of hitting it over cover, and it did work a lot better. So I think that was a misjudgment.
Nice bit of bowling from Harbinson, just spearing in towards the legs. Not too often you get consecutive dots off the bat of Afridi. It's not too many dramas from Germany. It's only a further 10 required. 16 balls left in the innings, so it would require a major meltdown for them not to record their first win here.
Yeah, they'll be right. 2 hits could do it. This is probably a wide for... It was down the leg side for 1, and so that's why he's saying, Tyrone's saying, it's what they call polite in South Africa, the kind of tone of voice that he was saying there, maybe for height as well. He was called for height anyway. So yeah, tomorrow we start with Italy, Spain. So I'll take a moment to quickly go through. Italy, Spain in the morning, great game. Germany versus England 11. Second game. All these are bangers, aren't they? All these games are so good.
Political and geographic connotations as well.
There's another one that's disappearing. Where's Dave? Well, he can't make the ground in time. And that's going to be 6 more. Right now, Germany can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. Maximo!
Lovely side-on shot here. If you watch Dave, we've got across him. He almost looks like an Iron Man trying to jump into the surf as he's having to cock his leg up every time.
You know when you try to run in the pool and you just can't do too much resistance? Netherlands 11, Ireland 11. So Netherlands coming off a loss, they run into the Irish middle of the day. Germany versus Jersey. The battle of the Jers. And Netherlands versus England rematch of last year's final tomorrow night. So that's a cracking game. Right now, this game is over. Game, set, match. Jamshed hit 60 in the end, and another game, another win for the Germans, and they're going to do this one with 14 balls to spare in the end. We thought we might have a 50-50 thriller. In the end, Germany hand Ireland their first loss in this tournament, and Germany looking like they're the real deal. They're the story so far of ECC 23.
Tell you what, Vinny, we probably won't get the replay of it as Germany's just chased down the target, but how good was that shot off the final ball from Jamshed? Just rocked across the stumps and pinned it between the two outfielders on the offside, but in the end, that completes a comprehensive victory by the Germans, their first appearance in finals week of the European Cricket Championship, and they put down a marker against these other teams, showing that they will be really competitive this week. They've got some big hitters and plenty of variety in that bowling attack, and no shortage of pace as well. And they might have actually finished day one as the most impressive of our combatants so far.
Yeah, we only saw them once though. I mean, we'll say that. I mean, Ireland probably would have taken that mantle, especially with the batting, after their game against Spain. But Germany, like I said, they'll have more difficult games. I mean, England level really impressive as well, and that's who Germany run into tomorrow. So they've got a big day tomorrow. They'll play twice. Netherlands play twice. Ireland looks like they just play the one game. Italy and Spain, again, we'll see them lock horns in the first game of the day. That's tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Rico's got the day off, but I'll have Andrew Ryan here with me, the Rhino, and also Corey. He'll probably make a couple of appearances as well. And so, well, Championship week, you know what games are good? All of them. So make sure you join us for another big day of 10 over action. Right, roll the music, roll the highlights, and let's just see how Germany picked apart what we thought was actually quite a testing target here in match 5.
Yeah, certainly was. Big question marks over chasing a target like this under lights, but they got away to an absolute flyer thanks to Vasika and heaving a couple of boundaries, but then a nice piece of bowling from Tim Tector. Floated up the big leggy, had Vasika and hitting across the line. Found the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, and the Irish were feeling a little bit confident at that stage, but they had not banked on. Boom, boom, boom! Let me hear you say wow! And he said wow several times in this innings as he waved the grizzly bear ball away from the Cardimer Oval. Wasn't always in complete control, but frankly, this short of a length bowling, I think, is going to be Ireland's downfall if they persist with this tactic. Tector bowled actually a really good second over, got a couple of balls to bite off this Cardimer pitch, but unfortunately couldn't get the wicket they needed, and from then on in, they absolutely feasted on the Irish bowling. A couple of concerns that Howie, the leg spinner, didn't make too many inroads and lost a bit of control, and Vinny, at that point, it just felt like when his 2 overs went without a wicket.
That's my highlight. Just Dave almost knocked himself into the next life. Yeah, it was a bit of a boom, boom, shake the room about him as well, to build on your point. But I'll tell you what, these two, they're having fun out there. Ireland, not so fun, as they get a bit of their own medicine, to be honest. Ireland have to look at their bowling, I suppose. And they have all the elements there, don't they? But yeah, maybe Frost has to come in. You know, we didn't see Weldon in that game. So, look, they've got some questions that need to be answered, but I mean, I wouldn't be too downhearted if I was an Irish fan as well. I mean, they were very impressive with the bat, and that still is kind of leading the way. That was the 50 for Jamshed, brought it up on a tough opportunity that went down. But yeah, Germany, they are flying high, aren't they? And that was the one that you mentioned. Just stepped across, just nonchalantly, just patted that one on the head and said, right guys, that's enough of that. Let's go home. And Germany, well, finally, we get a smile out of Shahid Afridi. And well, they can probably laugh about the world's easiest drop catch now, and they walk off with the points.
Do you think he'll be popping that catch up on Instagram?
Probably not. And Simon making a late cameo in the highlights as well. So 60 from Jamshed Khan leads the way up 24 balls. Afridi booms 44 off 18. Avasi Karan, look, did what he does. He swung at 5, he hit 2 for 6, got out off the 5th. Tim Tector, in that kind of a strange spin that he bowls, was pretty effective, but apart from that, it was hard to watch, wasn't it? Kennedy was brought in really late, didn't try a couple of other bowlers. So, look, Ireland 1-1. They've got that one game tomorrow against the Netherlands. So that's going to be a really interesting one. In fact, Ireland just play one tomorrow and Wednesday, so they really have to make everything count. And it'll be interesting to see how they measure that, they kind of manage their squad from this point forward. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has joined us here. It's always a really exciting day, the first day of Championship Week, and it will continue to be exciting, I promise you that. I mean, 7 doesn't go into 4. 3 teams are going to miss out on finals on Friday. So really, don't know what to believe after this. And we know that every team is capable. Honestly mean, I think every team is capable of winning this thing. It's just a matter of who turns up and performs today. Some did, some didn't. Some had a mixed day.
Yep, certainly did. Probably the big question mark from today. Jersey, didn't expect them to be 0-2. We probably wouldn't have expected Germany to take down Ireland in this last game as well. So they've been one of the big winners. The Italians were really good. Their bowling attack looks fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, actually. A couple of those teams that are more our continental European teams, maybe less fancy to people who don't watch the European Cricket Network on the too many occasions. But there are apparently probably some people who also call it ECN Network as well, but the less that's said about them,
Very good.
the better. But those continental European teams, they have got some players really geared towards this T10 format. I would not be surprised if one of them takes this contest this week.
Yeah, such an interesting clash of cultures and styles. I think it's a real melting pot this week. So speaking of what you're saying, well, if you know people that aren't watching enough European Cricket Network cricket, tell them about it. Get them to subscribe for free. Get them to thumbs up the video if you are watching on our network. And don't forget, we are round the clock almost. We're doing over 11 months of live cricket every year. So outside these tournaments, we're going around and we're in several different countries, over 20 countries a year. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, and of course our website, europeancricket.com, the home of European cricket. Final thing that I will say is thanks to everyone that donated to the World Food Day, and they share the meal on World Food Day, I should say. I donated 8 live on air earlier on, and empanada's closed tonight, so I won't be able to do any empanadas tonight, but I'll let you know how that's going. Let's have a look then at what's coming up tomorrow one more time. Like I said, mouth-watering clashes. Italy, Spain in the morning. Germany versus England 11. So 2 teams that did play really well today. One of them will lose match 7 and one will remain unbeaten. Netherlands, Ireland, clash of the Titans. Can Netherlands get their week back on track? Germany versus Jersey in match 9, and then a rematch of last year's final in match 10 from everyone here at the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central, at 1 p.m. in India. And on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu on behalf of Andrew Ryan, Rico Full, even Corey Rutgers. I hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action and excitement. You're watching the Euros of Cricket. See you tomorrow for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.